Hey everyone, welcome to the Frontend Bootcamp 2022 singular YouTube video where we will discuss about everything that should be relevant as a front-end developer in 2022 and beyond. That includes starting from absolutely scratch with no prior knowledge to actual front-end developer. And this bootcamp will be discussing about HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Tailwind, React Query, and GitHub CI and CD. Now these topics are extremely important as a front-end developer because they form the complete backbone of your application. From developing to building to deploying, everything is covered in this video. If you like this, make sure you check out the full stack learning path on Codedamn to learn more about how to become a great full stack developer by building, practicing, and doing stuff right inside your browser. Let's go. If you're new here, make sure you leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell icon. This is free of cost and helps the channel grow. Hello everyone, and welcome to the very first video and the very first course of Full Stack Web Development HTML and CSS Fundamentals course. Now this course, this video, you might see when I'm navigating the website that the content already exists sometimes, but this is a recreation, a reshoot of the content to make it more embedded with the hands-on exercises which you will be doing along the way. So if you're watching this updated content, congrats, you're seeing probably the best course you can ever find on HTML and CSS on the internet, and it's completely free. So just to give you a brief idea of what this learning path, what this course will be about, we will be starting with HTML and CSS from bare bones, from zero. You need not have any programming experience, any programming knowledge beforehand, and make sure you're coming from the internet fundamentals or whatever courses, whatever small courses are before this inside of our full stack web development learning path or front-end web development learning path, or as a matter of fact, any learning path which you have picked on Codedamn. So this is a codedamn.com exclusive course. Hopefully you will learn a lot of new things and will have a lot of fun practicing in the in-browser exercises along the way and building projects as you go. I'm super excited to start this course with you, and hopefully you are too. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video in which I want to quickly go through how you should use codedamn.com, the website, in order to actually learn effectively. So we're going to be exploring that, how we can start with coding and stuff very soon. But before that, I would just quickly like to point you towards one thing. First of all, create an account if you already haven't. And once you do that, from a computer, what you can do is go ahead and go to your dashboard. And right here, you're going to see something known as Playgrounds. Click on the Playgrounds part and start an HTML and CSS playground. When you start a playground like this, you will get a URL which will actually set up a development environment within your browser window. Now, this is something which we will not just be using exclusively. Obviously, you will be using your local editor as well. But this is something which will be super helpful for you when you are learning this course. Why? Because I would recommend keeping a playground tab open in one tab, and the second tab should consist of these videos or these learning paths or whatever. Why? Because although we will have embedded exercises along the way where you can experiment, this is just a free flow where you can do whatever you want, right? And I'll be using this as a place where we can also learn about HTML and experiment with them without actually just firing up all the things, although we will see that how that works as well. So when you create a playground like this, you will get a URL which automatically updates, and if you refresh this page, your code stays. That means you can just practice here whatever you want and come back at any later time, and this URL will still work. And this is a private URL, so it's only with you. Therefore, you are free, feel free to just use it however you want. So that is all for this video. From the next video onwards, let's get into the programming parts a little bit, setting up your text editor. What does that mean? And yeah, super excited to start. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to show you how to set up VS Code on your system. And why this is required in the first place? Because VS Code, Visual Studio Code, is the name of an editor which you can use offline to do the same thing which you will do here, but on your local system, right? So first things first, we are learning about web development, right? That means creating web pages. That means visiting URLs like these and writing the source code, which you probably see, you know, something like this, for example. So you'll be writing this HTML. Don't be afraid of the minified syntax, but you will be writing this sort of code, and you need some text editor to do that, which provides you with all these colors and auto completions and stuff like this, because as programmers, we want to automate our job as much as we can. That's why we develop all this nice colors and syntax and things which tells us if there are any errors and so on. So what you need to do, first of all, is go to Google and write VS Code. And once you write VS Code, you're going to see that you get to Visual Studio Code website, which you can download and pick up any VS Code version according to your system, right? In my case, I will go with Mac OS, but if you're running Windows, you will select this. If you're running Linux, you probably have VS Code already or some sort of text editor. But once you do that, once you have VS Code or any sort of text editor, you can launch it. And the way you launch it is, first one is either you just go ahead, for example, on Mac, you can write code and it'll appear like this. On Windows, you can go to start and search for code, or from the terminal as well. So once you have installed, for example, on Linux and Mac, at least that's what I know, go to your command line, whatever it is for your terminal, whether you call it terminal, your shell, and write code and hit a space and a dot. Now, what does this mean? That means that open the current directory inside of VS Code. And you should know a little bit about this from, if you don't know, you can check out the Linux CLI Fundamentals course, which is again a course which will be there, but don't really worry about the syntax right now. Once you do that, something like this should open. And obviously now in your case, this folder would be blank. So once you open this, you'll see that this looks very similar to what we have right here in our online editor. So you have the VS Code, which gives you an editor, all these tabs and stuff, and you get similar things right here inside your code.dam editor as well. The benefit of this is you have these temporary playgrounds, which you don't necessarily need to care about, and you can create all these files and folders and just go ahead and use them. And when you do, you actually just get the updated output. So you can write your name is XYZ, and this will automatically reflect. We handle the heavy lifting for you. Plus, these URLs automatically update, so you don't necessarily need to worry about, your work getting lost, for example. So it's your wish. You can choose to continue this course on VS Code, which is also fine, or you can choose to stick to a code.dam editor, which will allow you to just focus on the important parts, that is setting up your HTML document correctly. But if you wish to do your code, if you wish to do your course like this, what you have to do is, let me just go ahead and actually, don't worry about this command, which I wrote right here, but let me just go ahead and actually tell you how you can set up a development server here as well. So what you have to do, you have to create an index.html file here. You have to write whatever we will be writing. For example, let's just write hello world, for example. And what you have to do is go to this extensions tab here and search for live server, right? Hit that, click on the first result. This should be the icon. Install this live server in your VS Code. And once you do that, what you will see is that, okay, it's ready, right? The next thing you need to do is right click on this file and click on open with live server, right? And that's it. Once you do that, you will see that you have a browser window opened. And now if you do hello worlds like this, you will see, well, it does not automatically reload because you can see a small notice, live reload is not possible without body or head tag. So we'll learn about body and head. Don't worry about that yet, but just make sure you write all your code inside body, for example. So once you do that, and now if I write anything, you'll see it automatically refreshes. But I mean, just to start, I would say rather stick to this because this is much more simple in terms of the changes which are reflected. You don't necessarily need to set up anything right here. But that's how you can and you should set up VS Code on your systems. It will be super important as a developer when you're working on your own projects. And make sure you have that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and actually write our first ever HTML document. Now, first things first, well, we already have written one, but let me just go ahead and walk you real quick what exactly is happening here, because this, whatever is happening here, this is very close to how real world things actually work as well. There is no abstraction here. There's no magic work going on. So let me tell you. So the first thing is, you see right here, we have a terminal environment with us, and it gives you something where you can actually write stuff. So what is the difference between this and this file? Well, you see this computer right here, this is an actual computer which is connected to a computer running in the cloud. Now, you know from your Internet Fundamentals course that you need a server to deliver a web page to a client, right? Whenever you write google.com, for example, there is a server owned by google.com which sends you the HTML. So whenever you go to google.com, this HTML, this nice page which you're seeing, is actually this HTML code which your browser is getting. And how does this HTML code arrives at your browser? That is because some computer, some server, somewhere in the world, somehow figured out that, hey, this guy or this girl needs to see google.com and I need to send him or her this page, right? So that's how it works. But what is that computer? Where is that computer? I mean, as a user, you don't care. But when you're creating a website, when you're creating something, you need to care, because that computer is the one which will deliver the content. So what is happening here is that we have a computer here, which is a remote computer, and that is connected to this file system. So what do I mean by that? For example, let's say I create a new file. This is so cool.txt. Hit enter and go ahead and write ls here, which is list files. You see I get this is so cool.txt file here. If I write hello world in this file, for example, what is happening here is that we have actually modified this file on the server. So we can see that from this is so cool.txt, right? So you see we get hello world. So that's fine. This file system is synchronized to this remote computer, and this is our window of actually running any command on that computer. But how do we serve this file then? How does that appear here? The reason we do that is because we run a server. Now, you don't necessarily need to worry about this command, but whenever you refresh this page, whenever you do anything, this command automatically runs. And what this means is that we are serving this file at this page for you. So whatever you write here, if you open this in a new tab, and if I go to index.html and write hello, whatever you write here, that will automatically be fetched right here, just like your VS Code Live server extension, right? So you don't necessarily need to worry about any of these details. Don't necessarily need to go in any of these details. I just wanted to give you a picture of just telling you what exactly is going on, so that you don't necessarily feel lost when you're into this interface. But you will be using this interface in your exercises as well, which you will see along the way. And this will be super fun, because this is a real environment. When you're working on a local system, that's exactly what you will be doing as well. The live server which you use runs exactly this thing somehow, more or less, but abstracts away this terminal thing. So you can just, for here as well, you can just minimize that if that bothers you, and just keep on working here. So technically, a hello world document in HTML is just a hello world, and your browser will be able to actually show you hello world here. So you have written hello world, technically speaking, right? And we don't necessarily need anything else. I'm also going to delete this file. So that's it. Once you write an index.html file, once you create that, and if you're on codedamn.com, that's how you're going to write it. If you are on VS Code, for example, if I go back to VS Code and if I write hello world like this, hit save, and if I click on open with live server, you can see I get the same output, right? Pretty much the same thing which you get here. Now I have shown you on both the places, but I'm going to be continuing working with the Codedamn Playground. You can copy all of the things which you do right here, run it with a live server, and it will be exactly the same thing. So you can continue wherever you want. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to write your first hello world into web development. This is the seed of something big. This is the seed of your web development tree, which will form, I'm pretty sure, all the best for your journey. And this journey will take time. It's not easy. It's not something you can learn overnight, but it'll surely and definitely happen if you keep on working on these practice exercises, these labs which you see on Codedamn, these videos which you complete, and you will definitely get there. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about comments in HTML and quickly go over through why you would ever need them as well. So you see, although we don't have a perfect HTML structure, HTML document here, because if you go to sites like Google, for example, and view page source for them, you will see they actually include some cryptic, doc type HTML, and then I don't know exactly what that is, but you see that there is actually code here, but we haven't written any sort of code, right? It's just hello world as an English word. So that's fine. We'll get into that. But before that, you could see whatever I'm writing here, that's actually appearing on the page. And as developers, what we do a lot of times is we just leave comments at different places. Comments is just a fancy word of saying that, hey, I want to write some English sentence or something, but that necessarily is not a code, right? And I don't want it to be parsed as a code. So what we can do is we can go ahead and use this syntax, which is, if you look close enough, is a angular bracket, an exclamation mark, and 2 dashes. And you need these 2 dashes and everything in order, because syntax highlighting here would also help you. You see that syntax highlighting is not necessarily working here. And sometimes, you will see that it's still working kind of, because HTML is a really bad programming language, if you say like that, because it is very forgiving. But the way comments start is like this, where you have an angular bracket, exclamation mark, and 2 dashes. And whatever you write inside of this, whatever, you can write anything and everything, it will just be not rendered by browser at all, right? And the way you close the comment is 2 dashes again, and a square and an angular bracket. So you see, if I write something outside this, that appears just fine, but nothing inside this comment block. So that is pretty cool. Also, if you go ahead and take a look inside this page's source code, you will see Google Chrome actually turns this into green. And this green block is usually means that this is a comment. So that's it. That's how you write a comment. So what you can do now is just under hello world, you can write something like, hey, I did my first HTML program ever. And you can include any sort of emoji, anything you want. Basically, like I said, nothing escapes the comment block. It's like a black hole for HTML. Whatever you write here, it does not get out on the page. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video in which we'll be learning about tags in HTML. And tags is super important, the fundamental building block of an HTML document. And by document, I just mean this HTML file. So I'm going to remove this and we're going to head over to Google again. And if you take a look at Google's source code, which I did by right clicking here and clicking on this view page source, what we see is that this document, let's just ignore the doc type HTML for now. This document consists of these purple things, these purple stuff, right? HTML is purple, script is purple. If we go a little down, and I believe, let's just enable line wrap as well. So if we go a little more down, you will see, Google is basically garbage. Let's not take example of Google. Let's go to example.com instead. Oops. And not the inspect, but right click and view source. Right. This is good. So you can see example.com consists of multiple purple tags. And what these things are actually called HTML tags. Now, what does that mean? Well, you see that the only information your browser is getting from that remote server, that remote computer, is a text document, right? It's a text file, but it has to construct a UI, a user interface, a beautiful user interface out of it. which might have a favicon here, like this fancy icon, which might have text here in the browser, which might have animations, which might have layouts, which might have colors and all that stuff. So we need to deliver a lot of information, like what is animation, what are the colors, what is the content, what's the font size, what's the font family, that means what's the font type, which thing is a link, which link should point where, and all this stuff. We have so much information to tell the browser that it's simply not possible if you start writing it in English or something, right? I mean, it's possible, but you don't get the idea that the browser will be confused what to do. So what we developed is actually called HTML, which is Hypertext Markup Language. And this language consists of a lot of tags. These tags tell the browser how to behave on a certain feature. For example, this title tag right here, which you see, example domain, is responsible for showing this example domain in the title. If I, for example, go ahead and use the same thing in my playground here, example domain 12345, like this, and open this in a new tab, you can see we get an example domain 12345 like this in the browser, right? So this title tag is one of the many examples, one of the many tags which we will use, but that's how the thing works. And you can see that although we are writing only title, it still works in our case, right? So why the hell has this person, whatever the developer was doing here, has written all of this stuff? What's the point? And we'll get to that. We'll get to that in the next video. But to understand what are tags are simple, fundamental building blocks of our HTML documents, which tell the web page somehow how the content should appear, or how the content should work, or even how the page should behave. In this case, just setting up the title. So we have a lot of tags. For example, a P tag, which stands for paragraph, can display just a paragraph, a div tag for division, and so on. We'll discuss that. Won't want to rush into that right now, but don't worry, we'll discuss that. So yeah, that's pretty much it for how the tags work. Tags 101. We'll get into more information about an HTML document, tags, attributes, and so on really soon from the next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video on tags in HTML and CSS. We're going to stick with this for a long time, and we're going to be discovering a lot of tags along the way. But what I want to go ahead inside of tags is styling with simple HTML tags. Now, although we discussed like what could be the behavior could be colors, the behavior could be UI, the behavior could be style sheets, which we'll eventually get into. But the simplest one is headings, right? H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. This goes up to H6, and you can say I am H1 tag like this. So what's happening here? Let's take a look. Inside of HTML, the first thing you have to realize, there are two kinds of tags. The first kind of tag is where you open something, you open a tag like this, and then you close a tag. So if you look close enough, you will see that I'm closing it with a / like this, right? And then I'm writing the same tag name basically. So that means whenever you open a tag, you have to close a tag. Not necessarily with some tags, which we'll get into, but it is necessary in this case, right? So let's say, we have already seen title tag, how it works. So a title tag is also a opening and a closing tag. So it's not a self-closing tag. P tag is a paragraph tag. You can see it's also opening and closing tag. So all these tags of heading, you will see I am H2 tag. You also have to close them, right? That is the concept in HTML. You open a tag, you write whatever you want, and then you close something. If you nest tags, for example, let's just go ahead and see what nesting means. So I opened and closed a div tag. This is a block tag, which just means that, hey, you're trying to create some division on the page. This does not necessarily do anything on its own. That means if you just write content inside it, it'll just appear plain, just like P tag, but it's just for, web developers love to use div tags everywhere. So what do I mean by that? Let's say if I opened an H1 tag now, I have to close this H1 tag in order. That means you can see what's the hierarchy. Div opens, H1 closes, and then div closes. So it's not like div opens, H1 opens, div closes, and then H1 closes. You will see that it still works in the HTML, but let me tell you, HTML is a bad programming language. Don't consider HTML to be a good programming language because HTML is super forgiving, right? HTML will allow this code. HTML allows any sort of code. I mean, you can never really crash an HTML document as such because the browser will try to make sense of anything and everything you throw at it. That's why our hello world also works. Whatever we write also works without any tags. But technically, you need tags. Your browser needs tags to understand. So the one important thing is always try to make sure that your tags are closing in order. That means div, H1, H1, div. It should always happen in this way. If it does not, then your HTML will be considered as broken. Your browser still might be able to make sense of it somehow, but it could lead to problems. So that is one important thing which you should definitely keep in mind. The next thing is super simple. I mean, if you just keep on doing this, you will soon realize that, let's say, if I duplicate this for H4 and H5, you would see that after H6, I mean, you will see a couple of things. First of all, you see this is the H6, although, the text is wrong, but you can see it by the size. So H6, H5, H4, H3, H2, H1, but there is no H7. So you see H7 also does not get the syntax highlighting. So that's a little bit of hint from our Codedamn website as well as the editor that, hey, this tag probably does not exist, right? So you can see whatever you write an unknown tag in HTML, it still is not gonna complain to you, but you can see that you lose that syntax highlighting and it also appears just like regular text, right? So you don't necessarily need to use this. So yeah, I mean, this is a very basic tutorial about tags again. You need to spend a little bit more time with tags. We'll be working a lot with a lot more tags eventually, but this is a start. Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video. And in this one, we'll be reviewing a super important thing, a super important concept, which is around attributes in HTML. Now, let's just go ahead and first of all, see what I'm talking about. So I want to create a link which takes me to codedamn.com. Fair enough. I have written that in English, but it does not work. There is no link here. So how do you create a link? Well, you guessed it right. You have to create another HTML tag, right? But a link is a very generic thing, right? So you cannot really just have a tag, for example, for go to Google, right? That wouldn't make a lot of sense because now let's say if I want to go to google.com/a, what would I do? There is no way for me to just create those many infinite tags. So what HTML allows you to do is that for these generic purposes where you can supply more information to your tag, this is, by the way, this stands for anchor tag, a tag, and it's used to link pages, different pages. That's like, the OG tag of the internet, because internet, literally the web literally means a web of interlinked pages. So a tag allows you to link one web page to another and so on. So what this a tag allows you to do, and a lot of other tags as well, is it allows you to set a certain attribute. An attribute is just some additional information to that tag, which may or may not be required for that tag to work properly. So what do I mean by that? In this case, in the A case, the anchor tag, the important attribute is to tell where do you want to go. Otherwise it cannot work, right? So what we use for that is an attribute called href. And the way we give an attribute is a space after the tag name and the attribute name and an equal to sign with the value inside quotes. Now, you would see some people just writing quotes without value without quote, and it works, but this is not recommended. This is not recommended because if your value has spaces, then this will break. So always try to put your values inside double quotes. Single quotes also work, but I prefer double quotes. So yeah, that's it. So now we can go ahead and do give it a link, https codedamn.com, and you can see it turns it into a different color because this is like the default browser style. Now, if I open this in a new tab, because it won't allow me to just go into, I mean, we'll talk about iframes later, but it will not work if I click it right here. If I go here and if I click on this, you can see my browser window got redirected to codedamn.com, right? So if I click on this again, you can see it works just fine. And you can see by default, when I'm clicking on this, you also see that it turns into red. And all of this behavior is browser's default things, which are customizable. You have that power to customize them. How? We'll look into that, but just know that you can customize all this behavior. So this tutorial was meant to do two things. First thing is introduce you to anchor tag, and second thing is to introduce you to attributes. And href is just one of many attributes which are there. Doesn't mean you need to learn them all, but that does mean that, hey, you need to be aware about what attributes fundamentally mean. They mean that you can supply additional information to the tags on the page, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And let's just go ahead and quickly discuss about paragraph tag, and also an important concept in this video. So first of all, if you can observe what's exactly happening here, is that you will see that everything is in its new line, right? So h1, h1 tag is new line, h2 is new line, h3 is new line, and so on. So what is happening here exactly? So what I want to discuss in this is paragraph tag and a couple of other tags, but I also want to discuss the concept which is so important that you should be just make sure that you understand this, because this will be a very important thing which we'll also discuss in the CSS tutorials. There are two kinds of tags in HTML, roughly speaking, and majorly speaking actually. The first kind of tag is a tag which is called a block tag. Now what this block tag means, these are the tags which take up a complete block of row on your HTML document. So you can think of these tags as, you know, just completely taking up the space. So this h1 tag does not take the tag where the content ends, it actually takes the full tag, right? And I can help you with that if you just excuse me for using CSS here, right? Just excuse me for using CSS. This is just for demonstration purposes. Don't worry about the syntax. We'll discuss this when we start CSS. But if I go ahead and give an h1 of background red, you will see, what the hell am I even doing? h1 of background red, you will see that this tag right here, you can see it takes up the full space. It does not end here. So h1 is a block tag. Similarly, h2 is a block tag. Similarly, h3 is a block tag, h4 is a block tag, h5 is a block tag, and so on. How do you know that h1 to h6 is a block tag? Well, you don't. This is just something which is there, right? You will eventually know which tags are block, which tags are inline, the second tag. But yeah, right now, whenever you come across a certain tag, just try to put it a background. If it is trying to span the whole row, then it's probably a block tag. Now, second kind of tag is called an inline tag. Let's just change the selector from H6 to A, and you can see now the anchor tag which we have at the bottom is slightly different. You see it does not take the full width. So what's happening? Well, the thing which is happening here is that A, or the anchor tag, is actually an inline tag. So what's the difference? The difference is that if you have a sentence, let's say if I have a div tag, for example, right? And if I am writing a sentence, and if suddenly a block tag comes in, then it gets its new line, right? Block tag says, hey, dude, I'm not going to continue in your own line. I'm going to get my own new one. And that's it. And that happens again and again. But if I am writing a sentence like this, and then an inline tag appears, you can see it just continues in that, right? So this means I can just link to something in a paragraph. And if you think about it, it makes sense. I mean, the creators of HTML, people who actually designed these block and inline tags, they thought about this, that most of the people, when they will be writing content on the web, they would probably be putting links inside paragraphs, right? So the paragraphs need to just continue as if nothing happened. They don't necessarily want everything on a single new line. But for heading, I mean, it makes sense. You would not necessarily just be writing something in a paragraph and then suddenly the text become bold and 4 times larger and, just continued working like that. So what we came across is the notion of these two things. The first thing is an inline tag. An inline tag is nothing but something which just takes as much width as it wants and does not spawn a new line, basically. And the block tag, which is something which takes the complete width of the screen, of the container, I should rather say, not the screen. And just does not let anyone else occupy any sort of space. So paragraph tag again here is an example of a block tag. So if I do, this is a paragraph and this is some text. So you see, by default, if you're writing this text, this is just inline, right? Because you don't have necessarily any text. So of course you wouldn't expect every single character to get its own line, right? So that means everything is inline here. So this is inline, but if I switch to a new tag called span, you would see that this is actually inline, right? Paragraph tag is block because it gets its own new line and does not allow entering this line above. But if you switch it to span again, you get, it's fine. Span says, hey, it's fine, just share a line with me. So yeah, this was an introduction to paragraph tags, span tag, block tags, and inline tags. And don't worry about them. Like I said, you will eventually learn about a lot of these tags and what their behavior is. If you would have guessed, div tags, if you would have guessed by now, div tags are actually block tags, right? So div tags just create a division. That means if you're writing this thing, it will not be just continuing with the div itself, right? Div says that, hey, this whole block is mine. Go ahead and continue from the bottom, right? And it makes sense. It does not make sense for your inline tag to contain a block tag, right? Because the point of an inline tag is to actually be just limited in width. And if your inline tag has a nested block tag, that does not make a lot of sense. But don't worry about that yet. Just understand that paragraph tag is nothing but a block tag, which just creates a full container width area for your content inside, right? That's it. This is all a paragraph tag is. Similarly, div is also all that is, right? Div also just creates a space. The only difference, subtle difference you can say, that browser actually styles the paragraph tag a little bit different. You can see browser by default gives us a little bit of margin at the bottom, which is this white space which you see. If I switch to div, for example, here instead of paragraph, what you will see is that that white space is gone, right? So although it still is a paragraph tag, although still it's a block tag, but that white space is gone basically. So you don't have to worry about that. But yeah, I won't necessarily say worry about these details yet, but just understand that's how the things more or less work in the HTML space. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly review, and in a couple of further videos as well, just quickly review some common HTML tags, right? So I'm going to get rid of the style tag, which we'll get to when we start CSS. But the next tag which I have in mind is a button tag. So a button tag, basically, like the name says, it creates a button. I am a button on the screen. Now, you can go ahead and click on this, and pretty much that's it. That's all this button do. But what I want to touch into this video is that why do we have, like I said, we can pretty much customize almost every single aspect of these tags through CSS. When we start CSS, I can make the H6 tag as big as H1 and H1 tag as small as H6. So I can reverse this behavior right away when we start with CSS, right? When we are working with CSS. I could create a div as a button. I could create a button as a div. And you might have just guessed that button is also an inline element at this moment, right? Because the text continues. Now, the reason then, why do we have these names all over? Why don't we just have divs and title, for example, some certain tags which have special meaning, and then all of the tags should be div. Why don't we have that? That is because HTML as a programming language, as a markup language, was built to have a semantic, some sort of semantics. Why? Because, okay, it's fine. I mean, visually, I can tell that this is the largest heading, this is the smallest heading, but your code should also be able to tell that without actually being parsed into the web page. Why is that important? That is important because of accessibility reasons. For example, if you have an H1 on the page, that usually means that, hey, this thing is important, this heading is important. Why? Because your browser knows, your accessibility readers on people who are disabled know that, hey, this is an important heading. That's why it is H1. Similarly, if you have a button, your accessibility reader knows that this is a button which could be clicked most likely. Your browser would be able to tell that to your reader, right? Whatever it is. So the reason for, first of all, if we just used divs all along, it will become super boring real quick. So that's one of the reasons. And the second reason is to actually give your code meaning. That's why we have all these names to these tags, right? But yeah, just to discuss a button, that's how you create a button. That's pretty much it. We can customize this behavior and we can add a lot of interactivity with it. Once we learn JavaScript, then we can attach event handlers that when I click on this, let's say this H1 tag should turn red, or this H2 tag should disappear, or this H3 tag should change to, a bigger text font size, whatever. So we can do all that fun stuff once we learn about JavaScript, but let's not get our expectations real high right away. There's a bunch of work that still needs to be done. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood about button tag, but more importantly, why button tag is, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at image tag in HTML. Now, image tag is of course really important because images are an integral part of our communication and how we perceive the world. So HTML allows us to embed images directly with the ease of a single HTML tag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new tag right here after creating some space for me. And I'm going to say img. And one thing you should note here is that I hope you remember our talk about the block, not exactly the block, sorry, the self-closing tags and the tags where you have to close it again, right? So far, whatever tags we have seen, they have to be closed. For image tag, that's not the case. That means if an image tag is there, then it need not to be closed, right? You would not write an img like this. This is not valid HTML. And you can see your editor is also reflecting that because it does not have a syntax highlighting. So image tag is a tag which is an inline, number one, inline tag. And number two, it's a self-closing tag. That means you do not need to close this tag. And it seems like a fine decision to me. Why? Because once you have an image, I mean, you could technically think that, hey, I will specify the URL or something here, but that's not how it works. You just specify a URL as an attribute and that's it, you're done. Then the image appears. And then you customize the width and height of the image also through the attributes. So that means it does not need any content that should go in between, right? So that means it does not need a closing tag. So therefore, you don't need to include a closing tag. And as a rule, you should not include a closing tag. So I just have an image tag, but I cannot see anything. So what the hell is happening? Well, nothing is happening. The reason for that is because you haven't specified all the relevant bits and pieces. The first bit, which is the most important thing, is that you have to specify a SRC, the source of the image. And this should be a URL, right? Just like every single page on the internet has a URL, your images also have a URL. So if I go to Google, for example, and if I, let's see, if I right click, oops, I think Google has some game or something. So let's just go to images section, and right here, you would be able to see I have this image, for example. If I right click on this and open image in new tab, you will see this is a URL which I have, right? And if I copy this, and if I go to my web page again and paste this right here, you will see I have an image with me. So this image is embedded directly from this URL, you can see, into my web page. Now, whenever somebody visits my website like this, they could see a nice big image, right? So that's cool. But let's say I want to customize the width and height for this. Now, you could technically go ahead and specify a width and a height attribute here. So 200 and height is 400, 300, but don't do this. Trust me, don't do this. There are better ways to do this with CSS, and this is also deprecated. That means it will work for legacy reasons because, you know, the older web used to use the syntax, but the way we do it now is we do it with CSS, right? So what does that mean? That means we will be using the CSS programming language to customize the dimensions of this image. For now, it's fine. I mean, for testing purposes, it's fine. But whenever you're writing applications, make sure you customize the images with CSS and not with these width and height attributes. With HTML, let me just quickly tell you one more thing. The thing is, you might find some tags which work, right, but are deprecated. So what are these tags? These tags are usually some tags which have been upgraded to some modern alternatives, either in HTML itself or with some CSS rules. For example, a deprecated tag I can think of is a center. I mean, it's so deprecated that the highlighting has also stopped working. This is some text in center, right? So you can see, although our text got in center because browsers apparently still support it, but this tag is deprecated, right? This tag should not be working. You should not be using this. Instead, again, you should be using CSS for this, which we'll see eventually. But these are some of the examples of deprecated tags and deprecated information. And you should be very careful whenever you are learning from outside resources. I mean, at Codedam, I can guarantee you that as long as you are on Codedam, we will not be teaching you any deprecated or older practices. But just keep that in mind, because with web development, with HTML has been around for 20 years, right? And a lot of modern syntax has just been developed in the last 4 or 5 years. So you don't necessarily want to learn bad practices. So that's one of the examples. Plus, again, like I said, there are better ways to do this on image tag again, which we'll take a look at when we start CSS, but that does the job for now. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually go ahead and explore a new tag in HTML5, which although has been there since 10 years, but still it's a new standard in HTML. And that is how you can embed videos. So if you go a little back in time, just to share a quick story with you, the support of videos was actually very, very bad in terms of how the browsers could play. I mean, images were fine, text was fine, but videos you just have to install Adobe Flash Player, download codecs, do all sorts of fun stuff to actually get something working. And this is, I'm talking about 2005, 2006 time. Since then, a lot has improved. Since then, what has happened is that, of course, there have been new standards of video that allows us to transfer videos more efficiently, but the support of the browsers have also majorly improved. And that means browsers now allow you to embed videos natively. That means just like an image you can just have a raw JPEG image. For example, this image ends in .jpg, so I'm assuming this is JPEG. You have this raw image with you and you can embed this on your page. Similarly, you can do the same thing with videos, right? And if I go ahead and copy this example video with me, what I can do is make some space for myself, first of all, and write a video tag like this. And unlike image tag, although you might think that video tag should technically be also self-closing because, well, it sounds like, you know, fun because you cannot really have anything inside a video as well. But video tags are actually not self-closing, right? So you have to close a video tag. So what this video tag does is that it takes up a source as another tag, and this source would only work. And source is, like you can see, source is not a tag which needs a closing tag. So a source, what it does, it embeds, or it tells this parent video tag that, hey, what is the place where you should be embedding or where we should be looking for the embedded video. And we tell that, hey, the source is this video right here. And you can see it kind of gets embedded, right? But you can see I'm not able to do anything. It almost seems like this is an image. And that is because we do not have controls over this video, right? I cannot see a play, pause button, anything like that. So how do you add controls? You just write an attribute and that's it. You don't necessarily need to give it a value. As long as this attribute in itself is present, that is also fine. I mean, this syntax is also fine. You can just leave attributes like this if you did not know this before. So now you can see once I add this, we have controls now right here. And now I can play this video and this video plays, which is pretty cool. Now, one important thing which you have to notice here is that I'm using a raw src video link. You know, this video is ending in .mp4. Actual.mp4. This is an actual video which you can just download and play into your VLC media player. A lot of people might confuse this with a YouTube video, for example. So if you go ahead on YouTube, the YouTube video starts playing and you might just copy that YouTube link and paste it here. That will not work, because what you're trying to do is you're trying to paste a video. You're trying to give this source a video, but you're actually giving it a web page, right? It's just like saying that, hey, I'm just going ahead and pasting it like this. This will not work because this is not a video. It cannot play it, right? This is a web page. So what you need to do instead of this is actually make sure that you have a valid, legit video from somewhere. And you can just use this W3 Schools example if you want, but this will not be useful in case of YouTube. YouTube, for example, how you would actually be able to embed a YouTube video is when you click on the share, you will get this URL, but this is not what you want. You want to click on this embed somewhere and you see this, you get this weird HTML string, right? You can copy this and you can go ahead inside your editor and you can paste this iframe thing, the whole thing. And if you go down, you can now see it's pretty cool, right? That you're able to embed a video directly right here. And that's me, by the way. So you're able to do that, but what is this iframe thing and why this is not a video? Well, first things first, we'll discuss about iframe later. The thing iframe does is it actually allows you to embed full web pages inside. And that is required because YouTube is clever. YouTube does not give you the raw video. And why do they not give you raw video? Because then they will lose this player, this awesome controls, and the branding, that the fact that this video is actually on YouTube. Because, you know, YouTube wants to say that, hey, wherever you're embedding this video on somewhere, we want to advertise ourselves as well, that you are embedding this from YouTube. So that is why instead of giving you a raw video link, YouTube actually gives you an iframe. That is, it gives you a web page to embed. So that's that, but there are multiple use cases of iframe which we'll discuss. But other than that, what you need to realize is that video tag is only meant for videos which are raw, right? They are not web pages. These are actual videos which are present, right? So you have to be careful on that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just learn about tables and why do you need them? Well, tables is something which I believe everyone would be able to relate to. It's just the organization of data in a proper way. And you would be surprised to know that a lot of HTML layouts, the complete layouts of the website, were actually done with table tags. So I'm going to just start real quick with table because it's just going to make so much sense to you in terms of how the HTML tag names are. So of course, table has an open and a closing tag, which defines a table. It does nothing on its own. It needs more data. So the first thing you have is a T head, which is a table heading, right? Again, has an opening and a closing tag. And what you can do is you can start a table row like this. So what does this mean? This means just a single row of information, and a table row needs a table data, right? So I can have a column 1, I can have a column 2, I can have a column 3, right? That's it. Now, the next thing is, well, I have the table head with me, and you can also, I think, make this TH to give it a feeling of table heading, right? So it just bolds your text, nothing fancy. Then what you can do is use a T body, which is the table body text. And again, the body will consist of multiple rows. So I can say this is, call one value, and this should not be th, it should be td, which is table data, and call two value, table data, and so on, call three value, for example, right? And you can see, even though I'm not organizing it explicitly in any sort of layouts or anything, it just falls into layout properly, automatically, right? And you can see I can just create multiple such things. And although there is no borders or anything, which we can also add, but you can see we still get a nice table look, right, with this. Now, actually, let me just go ahead and quickly give it a border so that we are able to see what the actual table is. And again, I'm going to cheat here by using CSS. So I'm going to just say tr, th, td, basically giving everything a border of 1 pixel solid black, right? So you don't necessarily need to worry about anything right now. Don't worry about this thing, we'll discuss that, but now it just looks a little bit nicer, right, in terms of what the boundaries are. Now the fun part in table is that you can actually spawn certain cells to have multiple rows or columns, right? So what you can do is you can say this element right here, this call one value, should have a call span of 2. That means it takes 2 columns instead of 1, and then we can just throw away the third value, right? So you see, now it looks kind of like, just having 2 values. I mean, depending on your data, it might make sense. Sometimes it might not. Similarly, you can give this table data a row span of 2, right? So now what you can say is you can remove the third value from the next row because you don't need that. So you can see now you have a table data with a call span of 2, which looks like this, with a row span of 2, which looks like this. So you can have all sorts of fun stuff. And you can imagine if you scale it up to the whole page size, you can create some pretty awesome layouts, right? With a sidebar, with a, a sidebar and a content area, a header and everything. But the problem here with this sort of designing a web page is that it is ridiculously hard to make it responsive. What do I mean by responsive? A responsive is a web page which just adjusts its layout automatically with the screen size, right? So it works properly on desktops and it works properly on the mobile phones. That is something which is extremely hard to achieve with table-based layouts, right? So therefore, you should only use table for actual tabular data representation, never for layouts, right? Those days are gone. Those days are long gone. But yeah, you should be aware about tables and how to create simple data visualization, because sometimes, if you're connecting a backend and you're getting some data which you want to display in a table, that's something you should know out of the box, right? You don't necessarily need to just reinvent tables in CSS all the time. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go ahead and take a look at what forms are in HTML. And forms basically allow you to take input from user to your backend servers or to your web application. And what does that mean? That means if, let's say, you have seen sites like Facebook or Google, which allow you to log in, sign in, create accounts, and do all sorts of stuff. But when you sign in into these websites, what happens is that you have to enter your username and password, right? So these are input fields where you have to enter this stuff. Now, you accept those input fields data with certain HTML tags again, which are special tags. They are not like p or div. But form is a parent container of those tags, which just holds all these tags together, which are required to take the input from the user. Without any more talking, let's just actually create a form tag, right? So what this form tag does on its own is nothing. You have to specify some input tag inside this. So let's say I specify just this input. And again, like I said, for image and video tags, input tag is also self-closing. That means you do not need to have an input tag like this, right? Because all it does is that just creates a space on the page for the user to type some stuff. Now you can actually type some stuff right here. Now, this input tag, however, is super interesting because you can give it multiple types. What kind of input do you expect from the user? So what you can say is input type, and now you can see there are so many types right here, which I actually encourage you to play around with, but I'll just stick with some common ones. So I'm going to start with the text one, which is something which the browsers use by default if you don't specify, or what the browsers fall back to if you just enter any gibberish value, right? So if that does not exist, you can see input type text is something which pretty much accepts, well, text, right? So it accepts every and any sort of text. That's it. Nothing multi-line, nothing as such, but just, single line text. Well, let's just take a look at something like input type password, for example. So the password field, you can see immediately my password manager also kicked in. I used LastPass, but you can see my password manager kicked in, and what I can see is my text, which I was able to enter earlier, is now all dotted, right? So you cannot really see what I'm writing. That is important. Again, if you are trying to create a login form, you want to have a password field, but that's how you do it. The only difference between password and text fields, apart from the accessibility and all this cool stuff which happens that your password manager is able to stick to it, is that it hides the password. It hides the text which is entering. All right, moving on to the next tag. Let us see. We have number, right? So the number field only allows you to enter numbers, and it also gives you a small slider if you have to use that. If you try to enter text, it will not work, right? It will just not take your input. Now, this in no way means that the user cannot technically input text on the back end. So you should not ever rely on the front end input of the user always, but it's just a nice validation where you can just restrict a person to only enter number on the front end. Then there are things like input type file, for example, which give you this button where you can prompt the user to upload something, right? Then we have some special things like input type email, for example, right? And what I can say right here is that, well, it still looks like pretty much what a regular text field would look like, right? So what's the difference? Why does this type email exist? Well, you see, what we also have is an input type of submit, right? And what I can say is that this email field is required. So now if I try to write something and click on submit, you can see that the browser actually gives you an error message by default. It says, please include an @ in the email address. This email address is missing an @, right? So browser till certain extent is able to figure out that an email address needs an @ symbol, and still not right, because browser says that, hey, you're still missing some information. And if you write something complete and then submit it, then it kind of works. And the reason it refreshes is because when you click an input type submit, something interesting happens, which is now we are discussing, which is with forms. So what a form tag does is it majorly takes two inputs. The first one is a method where you specify a get and a post. So let's say if I write get here, and an action. An action is a URL where the input of this form should be redirected. So just stick with me here. So let's say I have an action of submit, right? And let me just go ahead and open this in a new tab. So pay close attention to the URL. The URL right here is whatever this is, and nothing after that, right? So now if I go ahead and hit like mayhole@codedamn.com, because that's what it will accept as an email, and click on submit, you can see, well, we get submit and basically a question mark and nothing. So where did that form data go? Well, technically speaking, when you have a method of get, it should actually write all that information in the URL itself. But the reason that did not happen here is because we are missing a couple of attributes. The first attribute which we are missing is a name. So a name is like my user's email. For example, if this is something I give and this is required, and let's just go ahead and try this again. What will happen is if I write mayhole@codedamn.com and hit submit, you will see inside this URL, if I copy this URL and paste it here, you can see this is where I got redirected. Submit question mark, then my user's email is equal to mayhole@codedamn.com. So This is pretty much something which we probably are getting ahead of ourselves right now. We'll discuss this more when we start with JavaScript. But what's happening here is that we are sending the details of this form inside of the URL. So whenever you use a get, it redirects the form with the wherever the route you have specified, and all of the data is combined inside of the URL, right? Now you can have multiple such things. Now we are talking, right? Now you can say something like register and have an input type text, name, username, for example, and then required, for example, right? So now you have a couple of fields which you have to enter. And if I go ahead and refresh, if I go back and refresh this, you can say Mehul Mohan here and mehul@codedamn.com. And if I hit submit, you will see I have a username of Mehul Mohan and my users of this thing, right? So this information is something which appears, right? So this is one way, right? Where we are actually, the con of this is we are actually exposing this data inside of the URL, which sometimes is fine, sometimes it's not fine. So that's one way. Another way is we actually change this to post, but now that's something different. That's something we would actually take a look at when we are learning about servers and JavaScript maybe, or something, how to extract that information out. But for get, I think it's pretty simple and it's pretty visual as well, how it works. So that is how you actually communicate your data from front end to back end as well. So maybe this URL is running a backend script which just takes out these parameters and extract out these values with the key names as well, right? So that's how you communicate your data from front end to back end in a very simple way. But yeah, in general, that's how a form works mostly. And that's how you create these things as well. Now you can pretty much, if you want to, you can just throw them inside a div and say like your name, and throw this inside a div as well and say like your email. And you might have guessed, like from the earlier version of this, that the input fields are actually inline elements. That means they just stack against each other. That's why I just threw them into a div tag so that they appear differently. And that's it. You have a simple small form with you. But yeah, we're going to be discussing more about forms when we start JavaScript, because that's where the fun really happens, where you just stop the form from submitting and use JavaScript to submit the form in the background. Why do we do that? Because we don't want this weird page reload, right? Or maybe you just want some custom validation logic as well. So you see this page reload or whatever happens, that would not happen if you are using just a regular JavaScript thing. But yeah, that's something different. But overall, I believe this video helped you understand how to work with forms. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to only focus on a valid HTML structure which you need to follow whenever you are creating an HTML page. So far, we have been doing some ridiculous work with HTML, just throwing tags anywhere and everywhere we like, but that is not how you have to create your HTML documents. What do I mean by that? First of all, let's just go and look at any decent website like CodeDamn, for example. And if you go to the view source, you will see that there is a certain structure which is followed. And even for CodeDamn, I think it's pretty compressed. So let's just go to example.com and go to this page source, and you can see that it does not just start with example domain as h1 and p tags and all that stuff. There's a proper structure to that. And why is that? Well, this is because browsers need certain parts of the website in certain place, certain tags. Sure, if you start with just this div tag, I mean, if that is all we had on the page, it would not be a problem. It will still display the content, but this is not the complete HTML markup, right? Like I said, HTML is very forgiving in the sense it will not tell you that you're doing it wrong, but you are doing it wrong. So what's the catch? What you have to do? Well, the minimum you have to create in order to be actually a valid HTML document is follows. So you have to write a doc type HTML. This doc type HTML, you can see it's not technically a tag, because just like comments, it also starts with a tag and then an exclamation mark. But this just tells that, hey, your website is using HTML5. HTML5 syntax is the most latest supported browser supported syntax. This is not exactly, a make or break thing for your website, but you should have this, right? Then once you have that, then you need to have an HTML tag. This HTML tag by itself does nothing, right? It's just a root container for everything. Then inside of head tag, this is where our styles and JavaScript would ideally go. The JavaScript can also go in the body tag, and so could styles. I mean, there's no exactly fixed rule for anything here, but technically all your meta tags for search engines, your scripts, your style sheets should technically go inside of the head of the document. And by convention, your title tag also goes inside head document. So my title. So head is like something which is not content, which does not appear in the UI, but modifies your UI somehow in one way or another, or modifies your meta tags or search engine, stuff like this. Now the body tag is the actual tag which actually consists of the real content on your website, right? So whatever you're writing, h1, hello world, stuff like this, this is what appears on the page for the user, right? So all of your stuff, all of the good stuff actually goes inside the body tag. And yep, that's pretty much it. I mean, you need to throw a couple of meta char set UTF-8 things. This is mandatory because otherwise your page would actually break. And let me show you a fun way of actually breaking a page like that. I'll tell you why this meta char set UTF-8 is important. And we actually have a lab on this, I believe, in the other code, in the other course. But let's say I copied this emoji, and if I pasted it right here, you can see it does not parse properly. Why? Why is that? Because the browser does not know that what these characters are. Because technically speaking, every single thing is a character, right? In memory, this is a string. This is some sort of string, but your browser does not know what the hell is this. This is not a custom font. This is just an emoji, right? And your browser, although can represent this, but it still needs a character set of what this page is, right? And the most popular character set is UTF-8, right? The only thing you need to know about this at this point is that UTF-8 supports emojis, right? So what you say is that, hey, the character set of this page is gonna be UTF-8. And the moment you do this, ta-da, it turns into, regular emojis. And we have this as a lab as well in the further courses, I know, but you can see that the UTF-8, UTF-8 and capitalization doesn't really matter. However, it could not be just, UTF and stuff. It has to be UTF-8. It's a character set name. But yeah, anyway, that's it. Once you have this simple structure, now this is a valid document, right? Now this is a valid complete valid HTML document. So yeah, you should always write complete code whenever you are shipping it to your users. Just don't write like this, because it will just create all sorts of problems, right? So do this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, real quick, I'm just gonna go ahead and complete a small challenge for you, which you should also see most likely, until and unless we haven't just replaced it with something different, inside your exercises as well. So you would be attempting this, right? But if you want to attempt this, you can just mark this video as complete or done and just move to that challenge. Otherwise, I'll just quickly go ahead and tell you how to complete this challenge. So first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by creating our HTML document structure like we discussed. I'm going to create a head tag just for the clarity. I'm going to create a body tag just for the clarity, and then I'm gonna finally start working on this. So the first challenge says that my attribute page should have an element with the corresponding ID as main. Now, although I know that we haven't discussed ID and classes that much, because that makes a lot of sense when we start with CSS, but just understand that ID and classes are just two attributes which you can use with pretty much all the HTML tags, right? And also let's just go ahead and throw a doc type HTML while we are at it. So let's just say I have a div ID main right here and a closing div, right? All right, so that is done. Now let's just move ahead and see. I should see an element with the corresponding ID title, which contains a string. Okay, so I need to have an h1, you know, pretty much you can have anything, but I'm just making my best choice here. H1 ID title, which is, let's say I'm creating a attribute page on my own, right? Which is dedicated on me, but you can write Elon Musk. Let's do it for Gary V. Why not? Right? And let's move ahead. I should see either a figure or a div element with the corresponding ID img div. Let's go with a div tag. There we go. Within the img div, I should see an img element with the corresponding ID image. Img ID image, right? Within the img div tag, I should see either a fig caption or a div element with the corresponding ID img caption that contains textual content describing the image shown in img. Okay, so I can say img caption, and I can say a photo of Gary Vaynerchuk. And inside of this image, let's just search for Gary Vaynerchuk. Let's just take his photo, and this one's good. And just copy this and stick it right, not as an ID, but as an src right here, right? And although I do know that this is not something I recommended, but for now, unless we start with CSS, we can just stick with the width and height attribute, but we should have better ways of doing that. Okay, I should see an element with corresponding ID tribute info, which contains textual content describing the subject of the tribute page. All right, so we have a div, and then we have an ID of tribute info, right? At this point, we can also use some of the more HTML tags. Instead of just keeping on using div, you can also use section. For example, section is another HTML tag. These tags, these are something which we discuss in further courses, but yeah, you can explore a little bit on that. But okay, let's stick with the HTML thing. So we have the tribute info with us, which contains the textual represent describing the subject of the tribute page. So this is a tribute page to Gary Vaynerchuk, who is an awesome guy, right? Okay, I should see an anchor tag, anchor element with a corresponding ID tribute link, which links to an outside site that contains additional information about this page. Yeah, I mean, you can choose to follow that, or you can just probably link it back to codedamn.com, right? And I'm just gonna give it an ID as well of tribute link. Like said, go to Gary's favorite website. Why not, right? And it also says you must give your element an attribute of target and set it to blank. So the only thing this target blank is actually doing, if you even Google it, you will see that whenever you open this in a new page, when you click on this, it opens it in a new tab instead of just, you know, replacing the original tab. So whenever you want to open a link in a new tab, you just give it a target of blank. That's it. The img element should responsively resize relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. Now this is something which will involve a little bit of CSS, so excuse me if this exercise actually includes a little bit of CSS. You can just skip these two tests if you want, or what you can do is just go to the CSS file right here and make sure you link the CSS file as well. But don't worry if you don't understand about this yet, we will discuss this. What we can do is right here, I can say the image ID should have a maximum width of 100%. Don't worry about this if you don't understand it, it's fine. We can discuss that later. An image element should be centered within its parent element. So if I go to image div and say text align center, you can see our image is now centered. Awesome. So now if I click on run test, let's see how many we pass. Okay, looks like we just failed this one. The image element should responsively resize relative to the width of its parent element without exceeding its original size. Okay, and one last thing is that we can just get rid of the width and height attribute right here. And the final change which we will also make is a height of auto. And what this height of auto means is that just adjust your height according to the width of the image, right? So like you can see, if I resize this now, the height is fine. If I give it a height of a fixed height, for example, then at some point your image would look fine, but otherwise it will just stretch, right? We don't want that. We want it to replace, we want the height to automatically work. Hence, we can just specify a height of auto. So the moment we do that and run the test, this should hopefully pass it now, and also throw a display block in here. Let's see. And now you can see that we completely pass the challenge, which is fine. I mean, we can definitely work on this challenge. It should not have required a display block or anything, but yeah, it's fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it. A very small tribute page to Gary Vee. A very, very small tribute page rather. But I recommend you adding more information, more images, more text, more links for your tribute page, and eventually styling it with CSS as well, as and when we learn in the next section. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another video in which I just want to say you that you have successfully completed the first section of this course, which is on HTML basics, and you have completed the basics of HTML. Well, does that mean you are just good to go and start earning from millions of dollars by freelancing and getting placed in Google? Well, not yet, but you are getting there. You have completed some of the fundamental concepts of HTML, tags, attributes, how to work with most common HTML tags, and understand how web pages work. Now, like I always say, programming and web development is not a single pass thing. It's a multi-pass learning where you would be learning about these things more and more again and again when you're working with them again and again. That means you cannot learn about HTML 100% once and then move on to CSS and then learn CSS 100% and move on to JavaScript. That does not happen in programming world, especially in web development. You will be now mixing your knowledge of HTML with CSS, then playing with both of these technologies together. Then you will be introducing JavaScript to the mix, playing with them, all of these three together, and then moving on to different technologies. And whenever you mix a new technology, you would actually realize you understand a lot more things about the previous one, because the previous one only made sense to discuss whenever that new technology is introduced, right? So for example, one of the things is a class attribute. So most of the HTML tags support a class attribute, but this class attribute makes no sense until and unless we introduce at least CSS in the mix, right? So yeah, it's time to start with CSS because we have done HTML basics. That does not mean we are stopping with HTML. That only means we are introducing a new player which should unlock more of the HTML things while we are learning about that as well. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you had an exciting and practical learning of HTML basics. And if you did, make sure you rate this course through the rating button somewhere you could see. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I would go ahead and show you how you can start working with CSS. And before we actually get into that, let's just actually understand what CSS is and why that is needed. So if you take a look on any other regular website, on any website basically in today's time, you will see you have all sorts of layouts, you have all sorts of colors, you have all sorts of effects going on, and even sometimes a little bit of animation. And that is all because of CSS, or at least some part of CSS. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheet. That's probably the first and the last time you need to know the full form of CSS, because the only thing you need to know is how to work with it as an effective developer. Now, whatever you create with HTML, you see you can provide some sort of structure to your document. That this should be a heading, this should be a paragraph, this should be a section, and so on and so forth. But the problem here is that you can only provide that structure which, the tags give. We don't have a tag which says a container where the header is 200 pixels in the height, right? Or 200 some unit in the height, because that will be just too much tags, right? if you have a header 200 tag, for example, which creates a 200 pixel length of header, then let's say I want to have a background tag, then maybe we have a BG black, something like this, and then a color white, right, or color blue or yellow. So you see, it will quickly go into tag hell. Now, to avoid this, what we came up with was that we said, okay, let's just go ahead and separate the HTML, that will be the actual structure, the actual document of the page, and create another programming language called CSS, which the only responsibility of CSS is to style the layout, to style the elements, to make sure we are able to customize a lot of parts of the website. And so far it has played out very well. CSS is a very awesome language if you're able to understand it properly. And that is what we're going to do in this section in this course. Make sure you're attempting all the exercises, because we will be doing a lot of layout stuff, a lot of amazing stuff with CSS, and it's super important that you are practicing as well as you're doing. And that is the most important part of learning on CodeDam, that you're able to practice as you go ahead. So make sure you're completing the exercises, the small projects in between as well. And we will have a lot of big projects as well later down the line. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let us just go ahead and take a look at what are all the ways you can include CSS in your document. Now, first things first, let's take a look at the easiest way. Now, the easiest way is you actually go to the element which you want to style. For example, in our case is this element, let's say, and add an attribute called style, right? Now, the style attribute exists pretty much on all these tags, body, h1p, is valid on all these tags, on HTML as well. Because this attribute right here allows you to write CSS right inside of the HTML document as a value. So it's basically, it looks like just another attribute, but by browser, it will be parsed as a CSS string. So if I did something like background yellow, don't worry about this, we'll discuss what this means, but you can see that it turns the background to yellow. So that is how you can do it in one way. But if you think about it, you will soon realize that, let's say if I have another tag, hello world again, and if I want to use background yellow again, then I have to copy paste this. And let's say I have 1,000 such tags and I wanted to change the color from yellow to blue, I would manually have to go ahead and do for every single one of them. So this does not seem very friendly, right? This is why we have the second approach. The second approach is where we do not give these tags a style name, but actually we point it with the help of the selector which we have. So what do I mean by that? First things first, we'll create another tag called style, and don't worry about them again because we will be discussing all of them in detail. So the style tag, whatever you write between the style tag would be parsed as CSS, right? And in CSS, the first thing is that you have to select a selector. And what do I mean by selecting a selector? Just like we wrote style right here, and it made sense for the browser to understand that, hey, this style attribute is for this element, right? Because that's a property which is written inside this tag. Similarly, the moment you do a selector in CSS, your browser knows that, hey, this selector, the styles which you will be writing in this selector are targeted for these elements which are matching them, right? In this case, it's just h1. It will not match for p because this is not the selector. So let's say I give the same background as yellow. And you can see now, instead of me going to both of these style tags and h1 tags and giving them a style attribute, I can just pretty much change it from here, right? And that's easy. But this method also has a problem where, let's say my website has multiple pages, multiple HTML pages. I still have to copy paste all these styles to different HTML documents, right? So the third way, which is the best way out of all these three, is to actually maintain CSS in a completely different file itself, right? So what you can do is you can create a file, any file which ends with a .css extension, and copy paste these styles directly here. And you need not have to just wrap that into style tag because this is not an HTML document. This is a CSS document. So it's understood that browser will automatically understand what this is. Now, well, that's fine, but how do you link this file to this, right? Because now you might have multiple HTML pages, but you also need to make sure your browser understands that this HTML page is linked with all of these HTML pages are linked with the style sheet. Well, you do it from the HTML document, obviously, because your browser only receives the HTML document at this point, right? It does not know about the existence of this file. So what you do is you use something known as link rel style sheet, which just means that we have got a link. The relationship of this link to this page is that it's a style sheet, and we give it an href of style.css. In our case, because it's in the same directory, we can just give it like this. So not exactly in the same directory, but because if you open this in the URL, you'll see that your style sheet is actually present at the root, right? It's basically the same file. So that's why you can see it gets applied as well. And if you change it to yellow, for example, you'll see it just works fine. So that is how you're gonna start working with CSS. This is also kind of like a hello world for you for CSS. We will also discuss in depth what these selectors are, what these properties are, so don't worry about them yet. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at Css Tag Based Selector. Now, what does that mean? So first of all, let's just realize that CSS needs a selector in any case in order to style an element. A selector is a fancy word of saying which element do you want to pick on the page. The last time we saw, you can just inject a style tag inside the tag itself, which works fine. But the other way is you actually write a CSS file or, inside the style tag and use a selector. We have multiple types of selectors in CSS. One of the selectors is the tag selector. Now, a tag selector is pretty much a selector, which is the name of the tag itself, right? So let's say we use let's say any HTML5 like tag. For example, I know aside is a tag in HTML, which is pretty much like div, but it just is semantically equivalent to a sidebar kind of thing, right? So let's say I just wrote hello world inside aside, right? And if I have, for example, the same thing but for a div, right? So what I can do now is go back to my style sheet and just directly target aside, and I can say as color as green and background as black. Right? So you can see this turns green and black, but nothing else, right? So this means what I can do is I can take any tag on the page and target its selector right away. So for example, if I take body, for example, and I give it a background of, let's say, pink, you're going to see that it just turns pink, right? So that's it. That's how you work with things in CSS on the first level. That is, you just take up the tag and just start styling it. So in fact, even now, when we have not really learned about a lot of CSS properties, just color and background, you can see you can create some funky looking pages, right? So yeah, I mean, we'll be learning more about CSS properties and what we can do, but this is one way of actually starting to style CSS. And you can see CSS follows a specific syntax. The first syntax is you write a selector, you have an opening curly brace, you have a closing curly brace, and you have a property, colon, value, semicolon. You can see I'm not using quotes here. I'm not writing these values in quotes. You don't have to write them. It will not work otherwise. Some values need to be written in quotes. We'll learn about them eventually as we are going ahead, right? But most of the values you can just use without quotes as well. So that is one thing. And yeah, I mean, in the next video, we'll discuss very briefly, we'll discuss something super important with CSS, which will help you in order to debug your code as well. But we'll take a look at that in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and quickly take a look at one of the things which I think is important that you know, although we will discuss it in much more depth in our using DevTools course on the full stack learning path, the front end learning path, whatever it is. But we will be briefly taking a look at DevTools in this one video. What do I mean by DevTools? Well, if you're using a browser like Chrome or even Firefox, when you right click on anywhere on the page, you will see this inspect option right here at the end, right? And when you click on this, you'll see a window opens on the right. Maybe for you, it is at the bottom like this. For me, it is at the right. You can switch it by clicking these three dots and selecting a layout which you prefer. Anyway, this window right here, you could see it pretty much looks like the HTML you wrote here, but it's not quite that. And we'll take a look at that in some other video, in some other course. But for now, you can just consider that this is the same HTML, what you wrote inside of your HTML document. But what I wanted to discuss in this video real quick is sometimes it might happen that your styles might not work or something might not work on your page in CSS, right? So let's create a situation where I have a background of black, but it's not working, right? So you can see it should technically give me a background of black, but it's not. So how do I debug this? Well, the way to debug this is, first of all, you have to open, let's just refresh this. You have to open the inspector like I did, and you have to click on this, select an element in the page to inspect it. Now, when you're hovering over the page, you will see it just, sticks to all the elements, and just go to the element you want to debug. In this case, this is our green text, and I have this aside inside the site, right? Just right here inside of the styles part, you will see the CSS assigned to this. And right here, you can see Chrome gives us a warning and it says that invalid property value. So now we immediately know that, hey, our background black is not getting applied because it has an invalid property value. Now you can go back and change the code and it will work fine. Or you can just click right here and change the code, right? And Chrome will just give you a small preview. Of course, this does not stay. If you refresh it, it will go again to the broken value, but it can just, you can use this area for quick debugging or quick checks. Even, writing something like background yellow just to see how it looks like. So you can do some real-time changes on the web. And this is how most of the, if you have ever seen that on internet, most of the fake screenshots kind of stuff is also generated, where you would right click on a page, change the bank account from $0 to $999, take a screenshot and, just show off kind of. So that's how it works. People just open this inspector, change the value and use it. But of course, that is not something which is in real world, because if you refresh the page, it will reflect back. But yeah, now I can see that, hey, we had a wrong value because we were using quotes. So I'll go ahead and remove that. And once we do that, it will just work fine. Because just like HTML, I mean, for CSS, the browser kind of helps you, because for HTML, even the browser does not tell you what's wrong. But for CSS, you can get a little bit of help, little bit of hints from the panel. So if you use any wrong value, your browser will say that it's an invalid property value. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the CSS part. In the next video, we'll try to explore more ways of working with CSS, more properties, and so on. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at CSS properties. So what we have been doing so far with background and colors is actually styling certain elements with the help of CSS properties, right? So these things, background, color, and whatever we'll discuss in the future as well, these are called as properties, and these are values in CSS. So like I said, CSS always follows a property colon value format. Always, you will never find something weird here. And yeah, this is the underlying thing of basically all the styles which you see on the website: a selector, a property, and a value. And that can be used a lot of times. A couple of things you have to note here is that all these values end with a semicolon. There is no exception here. In CSS, your code will work fine if your last value omits the semicolon, then it's fine. But if any other value omits the semicolon, you will get errors, right? You can see it says me semicolon expected, and also our styles are broken here. So it's, as a rule of thumb, just make sure you're ending all your values with a semicolon. That is one. Another thing is that we have a bunch of properties in CSS. Some of the common ones which you can think of are, related to dimension. For example, we sure have background and color, but we have, for example, width, where I can width, where I can give, let's say, 200 pixels as a width. So you can see it's a little shorter than before. If I increase it to 300, you'll see it just increases a little bit, 350 and so on, right? So you can see that you can play around with width. You can play around with height, width and height. For example, it's a side tag now. You can also play around with certain properties like margins and paddings, which we'll also get into, and we'll discuss how they work in terms of their shorthands. But yeah, for now, I think it's a start with background, colors, width and height, right? So now you can have 4 tags. For example, let's just go ahead and create a P, a side, div and h1, right? And now let's just give them different widths. So h1 is width and height 200 pixel and background as green, for example. Then for a side, we can have the same thing, but for, let's say, 150 pixel. And then for div, we can have the same thing as blue, red, and this would be 250 pixel, right? So you can see we have a mix of styles here, and it's already a lot colorful than just, plain HTML page. So yeah, I mean, we also have a property which comes to my mind like border radius, and border radius is just either in pixels or in percentages, the amount of curvature you want on the borders. I'm going to give it a 50%, and you can see it turns it into a circle. Now, obviously the content is overflowing, which we don't want. So maybe we can fix it later down the line, or, just keep it as it is. But you can see now you're able to play with CSS a little bit. And there are tons of properties, right? There are tons and tons of properties. So I would probably not be doing just one property per video, because that will just be a really boring course in itself. So what we will be doing is we will be actually discussing these properties as and when we are building stuff with them, right? Whether you are building them in the exercises where you will see the properties names and the description in the exercise description, or whether it's a video where, of course, I will be telling you what the property does. So that's how we'll start working with CSS properties, by actually making use of them. There are a lot of them. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at classes in CSS. And classes in CSS will make a lot more sense the moment we realize what is happening right now. So for example, right now you can see that what we have is that we are trying to create multiple tags for selecting those tags inside CSS and styling them. Now this might seem okay right now, but if you think about it, if your website has hundreds of elements, then it probably makes no sense to actually come up with hundreds of such tags and then style them differently, because that will be just insane amount of work. So what we came across is that we said, okay, you could pretty much use a bunch of tags only, like div or p or span or whatever we discussed, and you can still select them in a unique way or in a collective way by using classes. Now, what does that mean? Let's say this is a div, again matching it with the one below, but let's say I also want this to just have the blue circle which it had earlier. So what I can do is I can give it a class of blue, right? And right now what I'll also do is I'm gonna give this a class of red. So far you see nothing happens, because that's it. That's all class does, right? It just gives an attribute which you can pick up in CSS, but we are doing no such thing in CSS so far. So what we can do right now is, instead of aside, I can say I want to target this blue class. But remember, the moment we write blue, CSS is trying to actually look for a blue tag in the HTML. It's not looking for a blue class, right? So the way CSS looks for a class is you have to start that with a dot, with a period, right? So this full stop, this dot, this period, whatever you want to call it, this denotes that, hey, this selector right here, it's not an HTML element, it's not an HTML tag, but it's actually a class name. So go ahead and take a look at the DOM and see all the elements which have this class of blue, whatever you want to call it, right? You can very well call it green, and it'll still work if you just make the right changes. So if you call it green, you can see it still works. So it's basically, you can pretty much name it anything as long as it starts with a string. I think that condition is also relaxed a little bit, I'm not sure. But yeah, make sure you just keep your class names sane, not really just go all wild characters or anything. So that's how you use classes, and you can see we already have this as red because we are targeting div. But even if we go ahead and target, for example, .red like this, it'll still work, right? And now the advantage for this is that I can also use the same class, for example, with this another tag, right? And now I did not need to go ahead and write more styles for the same thing. So you can see it kind of makes it reusable. It kind of makes your CSS code reusable, because now you can just slam a class to any of the element you want and it will be just turned that way. Similarly, I can just go ahead and give this h1 a class of blue, and right here you would see that suddenly this green color went away for h1. And why is that? Why that happened? That is because of some cascading style sheet rules, and we'll discuss that. But for now, you can just imagine, you can just say that whatever comes last is applied, right? If there's a competition between h1 and .blue, then blue is coming at last, then it gets applied. But this is not the full statement. We can kind of override this as well, but we'll take a look at that later down the line. You don't have to worry about this now. At this point, I would say not to put conflicting styles. So probably a good idea is to just remove any conflicting style at all. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at IDs in HTML and CSS and what does that mean. So in the last video, we saw about classes, and if you understood classes, that's awesome, because IDs is pretty much the same concept, right? It's exactly more or less the same concept. But the thing with IDs, the only one constraint with IDs is that you have to give an ID to only one element on the page. So one unique ID, one unique value of that ID belongs to only one element. So what do I mean by that? Well, I can give this a class, but I can also give this an ID, and I can say this is only paragraph, right? So this ID right here, technically, I mean, of course, nobody's stopping me and going ahead and create this paragraph 2, but this is wrong in the eyes of browser, right? The browser will not like this, and that's all the browser can do, to be honest, because they don't complain about HTML, right? But this will actually come and bite you when you're working with JavaScript, because JavaScript, just like CSS has selectors, JavaScript has methods to pick up the elements from the DOM, right? We'll come to what DOM is, what did I just say? But what you have to realize is that just keep it in mind at the moment, although you can cheat the system, and I can tell you, like, if we go and only do a font size of, let's say, 30 pixel, you will see it works across both of these paragraphs. That works fine, but trust me, don't do it. If you are using IDs, just keep the ID to a single unique value on the HTML document. You can give it another one, only p2, that's fine, and then style it. And you know, I might have skipped this, but the way you style an ID is by using a hash symbol here, right? So we had a full stop, a dot, a period in the class name, and we have a hash symbol for the ID. So that is basically it. That's all the difference between a class and an ID, the way you refer that, number one. And number two is that the fact that you can only keep it one unique value per page. In most of the cases, I usually prefer people to just go ahead and use class, because it's just less cognitive overload. You don't have to think a lot about that, and it's fine. I mean, IDs have a very slight more performance on the web page, but that's basically negligible, right? You would never ever feel that. So just technically speaking, IDs are faster because browsers can maintain a hash map of the IDs on your page and directly go to the element in that tree. But don't worry about that. Trust me here, you can pretty much just forget all about that and focus only on classes. But I'm telling you that IDs exist just because you should know if you see an attribute, that should be a unique ID on the page, and you can style that using CSS just like you would do a class, but using a hash symbol instead of a dot. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's talk about an interesting concept in CSS and in HTML, which we also have talked about a little bit before, which is the inline and the block elements. So just to quickly revise, if you have forgotten what inline and block elements were, block elements are the elements which pretty much take the whole width of the screen. I mean, in this case, we have obviously just customized all of them with a given width and height. But if you take a look right now, for example, for blue, if I give it a background of blue, you will see that it takes the full screen width, or I should rather say the width of the container it is in. So for example, if I go ahead and close this in a div and give it, let's say, a class of parent, and right here, if I go ahead and do a parent and width of 200 pixel, you can see, well, the blue is also taking the 200 pixel width, right? If I switch to 400, the blue element is also taking 400, but this one right here is taking the full width of the body because the parent of this blue element is the body, which is 100% obviously. Now, this is a block element. An inline element is an element which, for example, is a span, right? The span right here, you can see, well, we have a red class as well. So let's just get rid of this first of all. So right here, you can see this span right here is an inline element because it does not extend the whole width to the screen. With CSS, what you can do is you can change these behaviors. So we know that span is an inline element, right? But we can make span a block element. How do we do that? We make use of a property called as display. And we set this property to display block. And you can see the moment we do that, this span spans the whole row. No pun intended. But yeah, that's how you can change the behavior. Similarly, you can make a block element inline as well. So if I go ahead and decide to, let me just go ahead and remove this parent and switch this blue from a block to an inline element, you can do that. So the moment you do that, you can see they have stopped taking up full 100% width, but this span right here takes up the 100% width, even though technically span is an inline element, right? It's not a block element. So you can see that with CSS, that's just one of the many things you can control, right? You can, for example, in this case, H1, you can go ahead and target H1 and give it a font size of 16 pixel and, you know, font weight, which is if the font is bold or not, and you can say normal, right? So you see that you have converted an H1 into just a paragraph, and you can pretty much just reverse apply this to your red parts and say that they are 32 pixel, for example, and font weight bold, right? So you have basically converted these red class elements into headings. So you see, with CSS, you can bend the rules. You can just break HTML in multiple ways. HTML says that H1 should be the heading, it should be the largest element, but well, there are no rules to that, right? With CSS, you can change that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That is all on how you can switch between block and inline. This display property is very useful, and it is also useful for creating layouts with CSS, which we will see how we can do that. But yeah, that's how you switch between block and inline elements. And we will take a look at a couple of more values which we can give that, but later down the line. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at layouts in CSS. And we're going to be starting off with Flexbox. Now I'm going to give you a quick understanding of how layouts used to work, I think we have barely just, in one video touched upon this when we discussed tables, right? So in the very old days when the web was still new and young and, the support wasn't there, what we used to do as web developers was we used to create all these layouts with the help of table tag. Because just like I showed you in the tables video as well, we can find it above in some other section, that table gives you the opportunity to use things like row span and call span. So these things allow you to kind of bend the rules and display nice UIs, but that is not useful at all because tables are not responsive. They just don't make sense on a mobile phone or, different width devices. And that was a real problem in 2021 and beyond, because we are actually using a lot of mobile phones and weird screen devices, not just fixed display devices. So we needed a better layout solution. So what we came up with in CSS 3, which was the latest version in which Flexbox was released, was a different sort of layout. Now, how that works, let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and create a div where I'm just going to name this as a class of new layout. Yeah, I mean, we can keep that. That's fine. And let's just give this div, create 4 empty divs here, right? Just to set the picture, set the stage. And right here, I'm just going to remove all of that. I can just give the body a background of pink. I don't know, kind of like, it's a smooth color for the tutorial. So anyway, so we have the new layout, and right here, what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to also tell you about a different kind of way to select elements. The way you can do that in CSS is you can write a dot new layout like this, and then give it a space and then div. Now, what does this mean? If you hover over this, you will actually see it gives you a simple tip as well, that it element class new layout and any element after, any child div inside that. So what does that mean? This says that any div, any sort of div which is inside the new layout can be used, right? We're going to be discussing more about all the selectors later down the line, but for now, this is a start. This is how you can pretty much select divs inside a new layout class of div, right? So right here, I'm just going to give it, let's say, a background of red, a width of 200 and a height of 200, right? And you necessarily do not need to give this, a width and a height both if it contains some sort of content. But in our case, because these are just empty divs, we don't have any width or height because of the inherent width or height because of the content. And you can see that it looks like we have just one div, which is super tall. And that is because all of these divs got stacked with each other, right? So what we can do is actually also give them a border. So I'm going to say it has a border of 1 pixel solid black. Again, a new property, I guess, for you, which we did not discuss in this, which is border. It takes up a border thickness, then a solid, which is the kind of the border which we want. We also have dotted, and I think we also have dashed. So these are like 2-3 values, but solid is like, the most common one. And then the color of the border, obviously. We can give it a 2 pixel and it'll just double the thickness. So you can see. All right, the next thing is we can also give this a little bit of margin. So margin is this property right here is actually a shorthand of 4 properties, right? Margin left, margin top, margin right, and margin bottom. So I'm going to show you real quick what this means, not in here, but actually opening this in the new tab and opening the inspector again, which we have already discussed. So if I go to this div right here, which has been styled, you can see, although this width and height is fine, we have these arrows on the right of these 3 properties. These arrows means that we are using a shorthand version of the property, even for background, right? So you might be surprised what is the actual property name. So in case of margin, for example, if I click on this arrow, you can see that what exactly was the shorthand which I used. So I said margin top is 10, margin right is 10, bottom and left is 10. So if you use all of these 4 properties, Or if you just use this one property, this is equivalent, right? Browser considers these four values, these four properties, and this one as same. For border, you can see it's a lot of properties, right? I mean, this is something you can leave out, but you can see these are the actual expanded properties, right? And you might be wondering, like, why do these properties even exist? Well, they exist because CSS gives you extremely fine control over how the layout should look like. So you can say that you want a different width of the border. You might want a different color of one side of the border and no border at another side color, and so on and so forth. So theoretically, you can customize each and every aspect of these things, right? So that's why. But in most cases, you don't necessarily need to worry about them. For margin, sure, this will be something which we'll use a lot. But for borders, I think this is a very common thing which you do. For background, again, you can see nothing's fancy. You can just forget about all these properties. But background actually is background color, not just background. Why? Because background also allows you to give an image as the background, but background color, well, just gives you the opportunity to set the background color. So anyway, coming back to the video of layouts, what I wanted to introduce you in this video was the Flexbox layout, which we still did not see yet. So the build up is done. And now what we can do is we can just go ahead and give it a display of flex. Remember, we had a display of block earlier, right? Because this is also a block element. So by default, div takes a display of block, right? But what we did was we did not change this to inline, but we changed it to flex. And flex is like I said, is a new layout system. Flexbox is a new layout system, which allows you to stack elements in a row or in a column, depending on how you want. So by default, you can see it changed its direction to a row. So Flexbox by default just stacks all of the things in a row. You can change it with a flex direction of row, which is, the default value, or column, where you would see it just gets stacked just like before it was, right? So yeah, that is pretty much it. If you take a look at a row, for example, you'll see it just sticks it like this, and column would do the vice versa. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what exactly is flex basis, because flex basis is going to be a property which you will be using a bunch of times when you're working with Flexbox. So in order to understand that, first of all, let's understand a concept about Flexbox, that is the axis. So you see, when you have a flex direction of row, whenever I add a new div here, you will see it gets added inside that row, right? So it's all the new divs are getting added in this direction towards my right. So this means this direction towards the right is actually the main axis of this Flexbox container. All right, so once we have that, understand that the axis perpendicular to this, that will be downwards right here, is the cross axis. So we have two axes, the main axis in which the elements are getting added like this, like these divs, and the cross axis which is perpendicular to this. So what we have here is a width and a height, right? For the sake of clarity, I have given different widths, and let me just go ahead and actually just keep it to just two divs to actually make it even more clear. And we have a width and a height. Now we have some property known as flex basis, and let me just go ahead and give this a width of 300 pixel, right? So you can see the divs got slightly larger, right? And this width got ignored. So with this width is ignored, and the reason for that is because flex basis actually is width in this case. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So we discussed about the axis, right? So in our case, this is the direction from left to right in which our main axis lies. Now what flex basis does is that it defines the length of the item in the direction of main axis. So it is width in this case, which is, if I change this to 350 or 340, whatever, you will see it becomes longer and longer. And if I shrink this to, let's say, 50 pixel, you will see it become shorter, right? So basically width is completely ignored. Similarly, if I have, let's say, the flex direction of column, what will happen is that this flex basis right here actually becomes the height of the element. So if I change this to 200, for example, you see the height increased. And now if I have the width as 50 pixel, then it stays the same, right? So now in this case, height is irrelevant because the moment we change the direction to column, the main axis becomes this from top to bottom because this is the direction where new elements are going. Therefore, flex basis property is gonna point to the length of that individual item, which is what we are selecting right now, in that particular direction, right? So in this case, we are saying that, hey, this should be 200 pixel. So if you are using this, in this case, it does not make sense to use height, right? Because height is just meaningless for this. So this is what flex basis property is. Super important stuff and super fundamental thing you should know about flex basis is that it only works in the direction of the main axis. And how do you find main axis? A quick simple rule is that whenever you add a new element to the container, in which direction it is getting added. If it is in the row, then the main axis is like this. If it is in the column, then the main axis is like this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at flex shrink property. And I'm going to tell you what does that mean. So first of all, let me just go ahead and change this to row. And I'm going to just show you, let me just go ahead and also not a width, but a height because our width is defined by flex basis. Let me just go ahead and shrink this. So you can see by the end of almost, the browser window collapsing to 0, our boxes also get almost shrunk down. Now, this is fine because Flexbox is considered to actually not just overflow until and unless really needed, right? So it tries to adjust the width of every single item in the container. You can control this behavior by using a property known as flex shrink. Now, first of all, let me just go ahead and move this as first and this as second, right? And what I'm going to do is say for the first box, I want to say that its flex shrink is 0. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. Let's just see this at this point, both of them are 200 pixel, right? But what I have said is that the first, which is this div right here, should have a flex shrink property of 0. So this means this flex shrink property is basically a proportion of, compared to other elements, how much a particular element should shrink to fit. That's all this is. So a number 0 is saying that, hey, don't really adjust at all. That means never really change your width to shrink to fit. So that means only the other element has to basically, shrink all the way to 0 or whatever their minimum width is. Now, if I give this a 0.5, for example, you're going to see that the first element just shrinks half as much as the second element. Not half as much, sorry. I should rather say, for example, if the second element, because the default property of flex shrink is 1, let me make it a little bit simple. So I can give this a flex shrink of 1 and this a flex shrink of 2. So you can see that this basically is shrinking twice as fast as this element right here, right? So they start with the same width, but right here, this element is also shrinking, but you cannot, this element shrinks much faster than that because it's shrinking as twice as fast. So these are absolute numbers. They do not have any units because these are proportions compared to other elements. So this is what flex shrink is, right? That means if you want certain element to not shrink at all you have to do is just set their flex shrink to 0, and these elements right here will stop shrinking. That means they will just start overflowing the parent container if they have to, right? So that's how you can maintain a fixed width with a Flexbox. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can use flex wrap. So in the last video, we saw that if I do a flex shrink of 0, this basically says that, hey, you're not supposed to change your width from whatever flex spaces has set. Therefore, just overflow if necessary. So what you can do in order to kind of fix this is on the container, you can say a flex wrap of wrap. And what this property means that just go ahead and overflow this element to the next row if it does not fit in the previous one. And it's kind of fine with certain card-based layouts, for example, where width matters and you want to just push it to the next row if possible. Or before, for items where you don't know the size of the element beforehand, or rather the count of the elements beforehand. So that would be useful in that case. But yeah, it's as simple as, just setting up flex wrap on the parent and not worrying about what would happen if we have more elements, because now if you just try to add more elements, it'll try to fit as many elements as it can within the single row as long as possible. But the moment it is not possible, it'll just push them into next rows. And there's that. You have a free kind of free responsive layout available to you. Not exactly responsive, but you will get the idea that this is something which is much better instead of just having a user just keep on scrolling on the right of the mobile screen. So that's one step in the future. So yeah, that's pretty much it. You need to do flex wrap. That's it. Once you do that, it'll just work fine. It'll work the same way with flex direction column as well, but browsers are weird and they are basically made for top to bottom reading, not from left to right. So this is why flex wrap makes much more sense in a row-based system, but it'll still work in the column-based layout as well. So don't worry about that. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you liked it. If you did, make sure you're leaving the review to the course if you haven't left a review yet, and leave the comment. Just invite some of the people to watch this HTML course, CSS course with you. I mean, it's completely free, right? And most likely you're enjoying the practice sessions as well. So if you are, make sure you share a word with your friends and family. That will really help the platform grow as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at how to center a div. Now, this might seem like, a easy thing, but it wasn't easy at all back in the days when there was no Flexbox, when there was no advancement to CSS layouts and all this stuff. So it's super easy now, which we'll take a look at, but it's still a running joke in developer communities that how do you center a div with HTML? People just like to throw the statement all the time. So I think you should know the answer to that. But anyway, what you have to do in order to center a div in another div, let's first of all have some divs here. So let's say this is parent, right? And this is div ID child, right? And now we want to center the child inside the parent. So first of all, let's just go ahead and give parent some background of red, width of 100% or 100 VW, and height of 100 or 50 VH. And let me just quickly go over these units as well if I haven't gone over yet. So you could see that we are pretty much using units like pixel. Now I'm using something known as VW. What exactly is this? So in CSS, there are multiple ways of specifying what the dimension should be, right? Just like we have centimeters and then we also have meters, and although they're technically convertible, there are usually certain ways you can also specify widths and heights dimensions in computers. One of the ways is pixels, which is the most common and the most used as well. So pixel is just basically speaking a single dot on your screen, which is responsible for emitting a light. So 100 pixels just means 100 pixels across and 50 pixels wide. And more or less, sometimes you just have to play with these numbers to kind of get the feel of it. Then we also have percentages in CSS. 100% just means complete width of the container it is in, and 100% is basically similar to what 100 VW would mean, with the only difference between VW is actually the viewport's width. Now what this means is the screen size of the of the container, right? So right now in this case, you can see there's a little bit of overflowing. If you see on the right, the div actually overflows on 100 VW, but does not overflow if I specify 100%. Now the reason for that is because 100 VW is true screen width, right? And right here we have some default browser margins available to us. So the first thing we'll do is actually just go ahead and set margin 0. And let me just quickly go over this selector as well, although we will go over these selectors in depth in our next course, which is Advanced HTML5 and CSS3. But this selector pretty much here means everything. So what we are saying is by default, every single thing should have a margin of 0. Well, that sounds wrong, right? If you think about it, we don't want every single thing to have a margin of 0. But the good thing is that CSS selectors actually comes with something known as selector specificity. And again, this is something which we will discuss in the advanced course. But what you have to realize is that the star, that is everything, has the lowest specificity. Why does this matter? Because this means anytime someone wants to overwrite this style, they can easily do with any selector. They don't have to worry about it, right? So that's a handy thing you should know. So anyway, we have VW and let's say 50 VH. VH is just 50% of the screen. If I give it 100, for example, you will see it converts fully to red screen. 50 makes it just half of it, right? Now, the next thing is we want some child dimensions as well. So I'm gonna give this a background of yellow, width of 200 pixel and height of 200 pixel as well, right? And there's our child div. And now what we want to do is we want to center this child div inside this parent div. And as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and see all the positions possible with Flexbox alone for this, right? So it's going to be a fun exercise, and you will also realize what all you can do with Flexbox in terms of positioning and in terms of layout. So let's say I want to center this first of all, because that seems like the simplest. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make my parent a Flexbox by saying display flex. Now the moment I say that, this means that my parent now is a Flexbox and all the children inside it are automatically Flex children. However, I haven't specified how or what should the layout be, right? So by default, it just takes the flex direction as column. Therefore, if I have a second child there, and if I go ahead and convert this to a class and make this a class and create a second child, you will see that by default, not in the column, but in the row. By default, they just stack in the row, right? That's the default Flexbox behavior. But anyway, we don't need to worry about that. What I want to do this time is I want to say justify content center and align items center. Now let's just go ahead and take a look at what these two properties are, because most of the work would involve these two properties. So the first thing we are doing, if I remove justify content align item center, you will see that our main axis was from left to right, which is what we discussed in the first Flexbox video, from left to right. So justify content, whatever value you provided, you could see that it actually centers that on the main axis. Now this is important. Why? We'll take a look at that, but justify content centers on the main axis, and align items center would pretty much center it across the secondary axis. Now let's say if I have a margin of 5 pixel here just to make some space, and now if I go ahead and create another child, right? And let me just go ahead and actually make this full screen. Why not? Right? So we have these two divs. Let's just remove align items for now. We see that justify content does it in the main axis way, and we don't have align items. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to say flex direction as column, right? So what this means is that switch our direction from stacking items in a row to the column side, right? And immediately you can see, because our main axis was now this, you can see it centered it in this main axis row, right? earlier our main axis was this, therefore it got centered in the main axis. So justify content always works in the main axis direction. And to be very honest, it's just a property which you don't necessarily need to remember where it centers. You can just figure it out on the go as well. You can just apply it, see how it is centering, because it will center the children in your Flexbox. Until and unless you're doing some funky stuff here, it will work just like it is supposed to. But again, like you can see, align item center right here would actually center it across the secondary axis as well, all the items rather. All right, so this is that. Let's just go ahead and take a look at, let's just go back to the one child itself. And in this case, it does not matter what flex direction you have. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to start messing around with these values. So I'm going to say justify content flex start, and let's just remove this as well. So you can see flex start is basically like saying nothing because it just keeps it right there, right? So it's basically the default value. Then you have justify content flex end, which just pushes the content towards the very end, right? And that is all what justify content can do. On the main axis, it can allow you to align all the child items. Then we have align items, right? And align items, just like you would have guessed from justify content, also has these values: flex start, which is basically doing nothing, flex end, which is basically pushing it on the end of the secondary axis, and center just centers it, right? So you see you have three possible values here, and you also have three possible values here. Therefore, it means that you can pretty much have 9 combinations here, right? And if you think about this, flex start, flex end, and center, if you have 9 combinations, then you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this is like this square right here, then this square right here, then this square. So you can pretty much possibly place the object all the way in a kind of a symmetry, right? So let's start very quickly from flex start and flex start, and we'll go in this direction. We'll form this loop, right? Then let's say if I want to push it all the way to the center first, so I'm going to give this a center. Then we want it flex end. Then we want this to be center because it brings it down. Then I want this to be flex end. Then I want this to be center because it brings it in the center. Then this should be flex start. Then finally, this would be center. And then finally, this value would be also center. So that's how you get a div in the center of a parent pretty nicely. And I hope you understood a lot of properties along the way as well. Justify content and align items. And of course, they will play a little bit differently if you have a couple of divs here. But obviously, the idea remains same. If you just start again with flex start, you will see that if I do this flex center, it's basically just not flex center, just center. It basically just moves both of them together, flex end, and so on. You know, you get the idea. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and actually take a look at some of the common layouts. And I want you to be confident in how you build layouts with Flexbox. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create some sort of layout structures for you, some basic hands-on layouts which you should be aware about. And as you practice, as you build more sites with the similar layout, you will realize that this is super important stuff which you should learn. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, like if you go to Google and carefully look at this web page, you will realize that this area is in the center of the screen. Then you have a footer, then you have a kind of a small header, and so on, right? There's a big gap between this footer and the these navigation buttons and so on. So just to for developing that understanding of how to create these layouts, you need to fundamentally understand how you work with Flexbox. So what I'm going to do is let's just shift this to pink, for example. And what I'm going to do is go ahead, or maybe just a little darker shade on the reddish side. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and create, first of all, a simple google.com like layout, right? And I'm going to leave the elements, filling elements part to you, like creating this button, creating these input fields, because we have seen them all, creating these anchor links and so on. So let's just start with parent. I'm going to go ahead and remove the margin from everything. And we have the parent like this and child. And in fact, we don't need this as well. Okay, so the first things first, I see that there's a navigation bar. Now, make sure you're understanding this tutorial in a way how I am thinking, not what I'm telling, right? Super useful, super important. Just make sure you are able to see how I'm thinking. So I got a navigation bar. I start from the top to bottom of the site. I see first things first, which I have to place is this navigation bar. So I'm going to go ahead and create some sort of navigation, right? I'm going to use a nav HTML tag, which we'll probably see in the advanced course as well. Nav, and I'm just going to add a couple of links here. Home, about, for example, right? Nothing fancy. Now, the next thing I need to do is there are two ways developers approach a project. The first kind of people, what they do is they just code up the whole HTML structure, thinking about how the CSS would make them look like. And the second one just takes one step at a time. Code a structure, then go to CSS. Code a structure and go to CSS. What you do is completely your choice. My case, I usually prefer to just write the whole HTML structure and then arrange it, but it's fine. You can pick whatever you like. For the sake of this tutorial, I'll just go ahead and stick to my own style, but you can pretty much do whatever you like, right? Then you have an area, which is the center. So I'm going to have, actually, let's just get rid of the parent as well. It's not exactly needed. We can just style the body tag itself. Then we have a section, which is probably in the center of the screen. I will say just this is div ID logo, for example, right? Then we have a footer at the bottom. And we also have a footer tag in HTML. And you'll just know about these tags. Don't worry about them if you don't understand that, hey, this tag also exists, or hey, that tag also exists. For the most part, you can stick to div, but we'll also discuss about these tags briefly in the next course, in the advanced HTML CSS course, and how you can know them as well. So don't worry about that yet. So for the footer, I would say we have a layer 1. So I'm going to say div ID layer 1, for example, or div class name. It's, to be honest, it does not really matter. You know, I can even give this a class of layer because they pretty much have the same background color. So class layer again. So we have our basic HTML structure at this point. We are not doing anything with the CSS, and you can see pretty much nothing looks like Google, right? But let's fix that. So the first thing I'm going to do is arrange this navigation part, right? So I'm going to say this nav has a display flex, and flex direction by default turns it into a row, but what we want to select is this nav UL. Why? Because li, or whatever you write here, would be the children of ul, not nav, right? The direct children. And what I can say is for these nav ul li is list style none, which will disable their bullet points, right? And just a quick heads up, if you know about what you need to do, for example, this thing, you're stuck. Hey, how do I remove this bullet because this is overwriting? How to find this is to go to Google and write that question. How do I remove bullets from UL or from LI, whatever? Use Google when you're building projects to answer these common, simple questions. Don't just get stuck or rely so much on a video, whether it's Codedam, whether it's any other place which you're watching, because we can just teach you so much. You will run into small issues which you would have to debug yourself. So make sure you're using Google properly for every single question. So anyway, let's restore that so that we have a nice clean looking thing. And yep, that is pretty much it. What we can do next is I can say flex direction, flex, not flex end. We already have a flex direction of row, so that does not matter. Justify content, flex end, right? So this puts us right here. Now you could pretty much go ahead and play around with a little bit of padding. Padding is, like I said, we will discuss about the content, the box model in CSS, again in the HTML and CSS, advanced HTML and CSS course. So stick with me. I'm pretty sure a lot of things would get clear once you're done with this course, the exercises, and the next course. So I'm going to go ahead and put a padding of 10 pixels, which gives us a little bit of padding on the sides. And you can also put a margin of 2 pixels. And if you want to see like how margins and paddings are working, you can always give this a background of yellow, for example. So now you will see that this white space, or let's give it a darker color, this white space in between this is the margin, and this gap between the text and the boundary is the padding, right? So if you increase these values, the gap increases. But if you increase these values, the space between them, between the elements, increases. So it's your call what you want to use on a white background. I mean, margin and padding visually both look same here, but they are not, just to make sure you know that. All right, so once we have the navigation part figured out, the next thing we need to do is the center thing. And lucky us, we have just discussed how to center something on the body or on the, the page. So we will not be following that because I want to show you a different strategy. I mean, kind of, we will be following that, but let's just go ahead and for now, I'm going to go ahead and say logo has a width of 80 VW and a height of 200 pixel, right? And just giving it a background of red, for example, just for our placeholder. So this thing should technically be going right here, but we'll take a look at how we'll do that. The next thing I will do is I'll style the footer, which we have, right? And the layer part, we know that this is a little bit of grayish color. You can extract those colors out as well, but I'll be just a little lazy here. We don't necessarily want to style footer. We want to style the layer part here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say this has a background of gray, which you can of course just lighten a little using this picker itself. And yeah, I'm just going to give this a width of 100% or 100 VW, whatever you want. I would recommend not getting confused a lot with percentages and VW. Just try to pick something and maybe like percentages and stick to it. But for the most part, you'll realize that you don't necessarily need to give widths or heights to these elements. The only reason I'm doing this is because these things don't have some content contained, right? For example, if we really had an image right here, it'll automatically have its own dimensions, right? So that's why we don't necessarily would be giving a lot of width and height in the real world projects. But yeah, it's a good idea to just know about them as well. So we have a width of 100% and a height of, again, let's not give this a height because like I said, we are lacking content. So I'm just going to add a footer 1 and a footer 2 notice. So you can see the moment I do that, because we have some content right here, it automatically appeared on the screen. Now you can go ahead and give it a padding of 10 pixel 0. And what this means padding top, right, bottom, left. So padding top is 10 pixel, padding right is 0, padding bottom is 10 pixel, padding left is 0, right? Top, right, bottom, left. If you have two values, if you just have a single value here, then it's top, right, bottom, left, all same. If you have two values here, then it's top, right, bottom, left, oscillating, right? For example, if I give 20 pixels here, see that we have more space on the left, and you can see really right, but we do have, than compared to top and bottom. So anyway, we can give this a 5 pixel, and we can also give it a border bottom of 2 pixel solid gray, for example, right? There we go. Now, it still looks horrible compared to the original site, but we'll do one neat trick which will kind of fix them all. So what we will do is we will go ahead and select body first of all, and let's just go ahead and give it a height of 100 VH, or kind of like minimum height. At least we want the body to be 100 VH. The next thing, which is gonna be interesting, is I'm gonna set this to flex, right? And you see the moment I do that, it kind of breaks it. It breaks the layout. But we don't want this flex to be row. We want this flex direction to be column, which is what it was earlier. But now what we can do is we can stretch this section to take up as much width as it wants. Now we can go ahead and say that, hey, don't go ahead and take out any sort of width from nav and footer. And how do we do that? We say flex shrink 0. I don't want my header or footer to be shrinking, but what I want is that section, go ahead and take as much width as you want. See, Now what happened here? The reason why this layout is looking like this, if I go ahead and open this in a new tab, you will see, and we have not discussed the Chrome DevTools yet. Don't worry about this. There is another course in the full stack learning path on this DevTools, but just stick with me here for the sake of visualization. So we have a body, right? It has got a nav, it has got a footer, and it has got a section. The thing which we said here is that nav and footer should not shrink. And if you do not understand this, just go back a couple of videos. You will find me discussing these concepts in great depth when the Flexbox was starting. So we said nav and footer should not shrink. That's fine. So what should happen to section? I say section should take up as much place as it could, right? And we know that body at least has the height of the full screen. Therefore, section is taking up a lot of space here, right? That is cool, but how do we center this now? I mean, that should be simple here, right? Because this is again a reduced problem where you have a div and you want to center this, and we have discussed this. So what we want to do is we want to just say display flex here, justify content center, align item center, and boom, you're done. That is it. That's how you create a nice little Google-like layout for yourself. You can see now it pretty much matches a lot. I mean, not exactly in terms of the fonts or the layouts or whatever, but in terms of the positioning, right? So that is what you want to do, right? You want to go to different websites, like even like Codedam, for example. I would recommend that. Like go ahead on Codedam, try to create this layout. Again, you should be able to visualize how these nav items would be placed, how the search bar would appear, how this gap would be created in between, and so on, right? So try to go to different websites which you see, like in the case of this footer, just take example of the footer and try to construct them. For now, you can also go ahead. I'm not sure how long it will stay like that probably, but if you go to codedam.com/projects, you could see certain projects which you can also build, which have certain helper files available to you in order to build those things, and certain guidelines available to you. So these projects would be also very useful, very beneficial when you're learning layouts and stuff like this. But a bunch of them also involve JavaScript. So I'll recommend just holding your horses until and unless you do JavaScript, but you can take a look at them, how you can create them. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss about a very important concept in CSS again. I think some of the fundamental things, just like layouts is one of the fundamental things. This is also something which I consider one of the fundamental things you should know in CSS, and that is the concept of positioning. Now, let's just go ahead and create, I'm going to explain the positioning part from the last video which we did, and create a span right here, right? Just a simple span tag. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and first of all go to section span and create a background of yellow or blue, for example, because it could give this a little bit of better looking thing. Width of 100 pixel and height of 100 pixel, nothing fancy, right? So we have a small square here, and obviously because this is a part of a Flexbox, so it's kind of following the flex direction. Now what I want to explain in this video, however, is not related to Flexbox. It's related to a property in CSS called position. Now by default, what happens is all the elements come with the property of position static. Now position static doesn't mean anything. That's just a placeholder kind of value, for example. So what is position, first of all? Well, I believe you will be able to appreciate and understand it in much more way if I just kind of used it right away. So we have a value called position absolute. Now position absolute, like it sounds, it actually picks your element and picks it apart from the layout tree which you have, from the layout structure which you have. Now if you think about HTML, in fact I don't even need Flexbox and all this stuff in this one. If you think about HTML a little, let's just keep body, you will realize that even though if you don't have any styles or anything, that CSS just starts to, not exactly CSS, but HTML just starts to stack elements together, right? On one after another, and so on. But with CSS, you can change this behavior of elements. You can pick an element, bring it out of this behavior, and position it anywhere on the screen by giving it coordinates. Position absolute kind of allows you to do that. So if I go ahead and give this a top of 0 and a left of 0, you will see that this blue square just got stuck to the top of the screen, right? And if I try to, actually, let me just go ahead and open this in a new window, because that will be much faster how I can explain. And don't worry about this weird looking dev tools panel. We will discuss how to work with that in another course. But you can see right here, at least, we have an area where I can see the styles, and I can set this to 1 pixel, right? And now if I take a look at here and the behavior, what's happening here. If I increase this value with my keyboard, you will see that this element is sliding down, right? So it's pretty apparent that this top value is exactly controlling the coordinate of the top left pixel of this element, right? Similarly, the left value is also controlling the left attribute of the top left pixel. So if I give it a new value, you can see it pretty much just, you know, it's just increasing, and it's just placing the element at a new place. Now you might think why this is necessary. I mean, would there be any real use case of this at all? And yes, there is a use case, even if what I'm about to tell you did not exist. Still, CSS absolute property is super helpful. But anyway, there's a special use case of this, and the use case arises when the whatever element has an absolute value has a relative parent. What do I mean by that? I mean, for example, let's say I have a 10 pixel top and 10 pixel left, and I go ahead on section and give this a position of a relative. You see what happened here. If this did not exist, if this block did not exist, what this blue box was doing is it was just taking up the 10 from left and 10 from top from the screen, from the window, right? But the moment I give this section a position relative, which is the parent of the span of absolute, it actually considers this red box as its ultimate, 0, coordinate system. This is important because what position absolute does actually, in fact, is that it tries to go ahead inside your HTML and tries to go ahead to all these parents and tries to find which one has a position relative stuck to them. And the moment it finds a single parent which has a position relative, it just uses that as the coordinate system of, just placing it from top and left. If it does not find anything, then of course it's just the screen, right? And you can do some interesting stuff with this. Now you have position absolute, for example, if you know the dimensions of a container, you can pretty much just play around with this, mess around with this as well, right? You can just place it anywhere in that particular card. For example, you can give this a negative value as well. So if I give, for example, right as negative 10 pixel, well, we have the width as 80 VW, that's why. But if you take a look here, you can see that this div just slides outside this div. And, I'm not sure if you have seen, but there are certain sites like would just post like certain numbers like new course, and that's kind of a nice looking label for that, right? So that's how you style these elements. That's how you pick them out of the tree and do all sorts of funky stuff. So yeah, that is how you use position absolute with position relative. Super important stuff which you should know. That is how position relative works in harmony with position absolute. And so that is all for this video. Make sure you are leaving a rating to the course. If you haven't, share it with your friends and colleagues, and practice along the way. Practice is super important. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at another value called position fixed, which is kind of like position absolute, but slightly different. So what do I mean by that? For that, first of all, let's just give our body a minimum height of 200 VH. That means we will now be able to scroll this body, right? Now, let's just go ahead and change this from position absolute to position fixed. And you will see a couple of changes here if you're careful. The first change is that the box has moved slightly up for some reason. And the second change is now when I'm scrolling this, the box is actually stuck to the screen, right? And that's what position fixed does. Position absolute takes it out of the coordinate system, takes out the element out of the regular HTML coordinate system, right? And puts it to the nearest relative parent. Position fixed goes one more step ahead and just pretty much takes out the element out of the screen and gives it to you and says that, hey, just go ahead and position however you want it. And you can see, because I have given top as negative values, top and right, it is actually going out of the screen, because for position fixed, the coordinate system is in fact the screen and not the parent element, which has a position relative or absolute or whatever. You can pretty much put whatever you like here, but position fixed does not has a coordinate system which is bound to an element, but it is only bound to the screen. So you can only style it with the help of setting up coordinates on the screen. And the fun fact about this is that it kind of sticks to the screen, right? It just sticks when you're scrolling and so on. That's how pretty much a lot of these sites, even for example for CodeDam, I guess we use slightly different technique here, which we will again discuss. But you can see this kind of effect where the header stays the same is kind of like position fixed. Not exactly, because you can see you cannot get this effect where you have something at the top and then it starts sticking, but it's pretty close. If that banner wasn't there, for example, if I remove this, now you can see, it seems like this is position fixed, which is pretty cool. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just wanted to quickly tell you one more CSS property, CSS position property, that is position sticky. Now, I don't know why I wrote all these styles in line, but it's fine. You can also write them in different style sheet. But because this is just going to be a quick video, I just wanted to show you one way you can bring the benefits of position fixed. That is just having to scroll, just having a fixed element which just scrolls with your scroll bar, and the benefits of position relative, that is relative to your scroll bar basically. For example, take a look at codedam.com's this header. We have something at the top in purple, but the header is position relative as long as I don't start scrolling and it does not reach here. So the way we do it, you can do it with JavaScript solutions as well, but the way we actually do it now is using CSS position sticky. So for example, let's say I have a YOLO div sitting just right in the middle, and let's say this has a style of, I don't know, like display, not display, but background yellow. Now what I want to do is I want to make this as position sticky. So when I scroll past this YOLO, it just sticks at the top. And currently it's not possible, because if you use position fixed, then it will always stick at top, right? Or always stick at wherever it is. And otherwise you need JavaScript solutions. But now you can go ahead and use position sticky and give this a top of 0. A top of 0 just tells it how much distance you need from the top when the stickiness starts. So if I go ahead and go, and you can see now, even I'm scrolling, this just sticks at the top. If I give this a top of 20 pixel, you're gonna see, and I probably know this is not the right way to write CSS, it's too cluttered, but I hope you're understanding, because as developers you also need to understand a little bit of way of working with bad written code, or at least bad formatted code. So anyway, if I give this a top of 20 pixel, you can see if I scroll down, it starts scrolling just before 20 pixels in the height, right? So you can just also see a little bit of green background at that time, and it has a distance of 20 pixels from the top. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That is literally how the CodeDam's header also works in case of this thing, right? This is not position fixed, this is position sticky. So now you know one way of how to make cool elements on the web, right? So yeah, anyway, that is all for this video. I hope you understood something. If you did, make sure you are leaving a rating to the course. If you have done that already, that's awesome. If not, just leave a rating and help some people in the comments if you can. Hey everyone, congratulations on completing this milestone, which is completing your very first programming course in web development. Now I'm assuming some of you are extremely new to programming, and if you have completed this is a huge feat. So don't think that this is a small thing. It's a great achievement to complete your very first coding course. Now the question is, people usually ask, what's next? And we are improving the Codedamn's UI. We are improving this whole interface to make sure you actually understand what's next. But if, for the matter of fact, if it's not there yet, or if you're even seeing this video, that means there needs a little bit of update in the UI, which tells you where to go next. And in this case, what you have to do is go to your learning path and pick up the full stack web developer learning path and take a look at the next course. In this case, it's Advanced HTML5 CSS3, but it might be something different in your case, right? So make sure you do that. Make sure you jump right into the next course and keep continuing your full stack, your front end, whatever you are doing, that particular journey. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood a lot of new things in this course, and hopefully that starts your front-end web developer or full stack web developer journey, whatever you're doing. That is all for this video. Hopefully see you in the next course really soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the very first video of this new course on JavaScript, which is the part of full stack web developer learning path on Codedam. You can find this course on front-end web developer learning path as well, doesn't matter. But what matters here is that we'll start from ground zero. We'll start from basically assuming that you have no information about JavaScript, and we'll build that solid framework of understanding along the way in this course. Before that, make sure you have done the first 3 or whatever amount of courses you have before JavaScript in this learning path. And the best way to follow this is from Codedam's learning path, codedam.com/learning paths. So make sure you're following the learning path in order, because if you're trying to learn JavaScript before actually getting to HTML or CSS, or even I would say internet fundamentals, which is important, then you will have a hard time later on. So that is all for the introductory part. Super excited to start this course with you. Hopefully you are too. This is going to be an interactive course. That means you will have a bunch of exercises and projects to complete along the way. And I highly recommend to do them and not just watch videos only. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll quickly take a look at how you can set up your development environment so that you are able to learn in this whole course and beyond that as well. Now for the VS Code, the offline setup, I would highly recommend if you go back to the HTML CSS course and try to look to that video, because we go in depth on how to set up VS Code for your local system. Otherwise, what I do recommend and what I would also be using is the Codedam's online playground. So you can go to codedam.com, try to look for playground. It might have a little bit of changed UI maybe by the time you're looking, because we are iterating very fast. So maybe it changes. And once you go ahead, you should see some sort of HTML or CSS playground. Just go ahead and open that. The moment you open it, you will be able to see that you get a live IDE within your browser, which also saves your work. So it's completely fine to use it for practicing and come back to it later. Similarly, you will find the same IDE also embedded as exercises, right? So you would see this IDE interface in the practice labs further ahead. So this will also feel a lot home to you. Now, in order to edit this IDE, edit the files inside this, you can see we already have these 3 files: index.html, script.js, and style.css. Well, we are familiar with these 2 files, and JavaScript is all about learning what goes inside the script.js and a little bit of, the HTML file. So don't worry about this if it seems confusing. You don't necessarily have to look at the JavaScript syntax yet. We will go through this one by one, whatever means. But yeah, once you have this screen up and running, you can see whatever changes I'm making are automatically synced to the right side, and you don't have to worry about anything except the code here, which you're coding. So that is cool. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just start with the fundamentals. Why do you even need JavaScript? We will go into the depth of this a little bit, but just to give you a very real world example of why you need JavaScript is this right here, right? So if when you change this text right here, you see the page on the right refreshes, right? So on Codedamn, you can see whenever you're making some change, it happens automatically. And this is one of the examples where we use JavaScript. What we do, we just simply in the Codedamm's source code, this ID source code, we are simply seeing that, hey, if there's any change in this file, refresh this page. Well, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but you get the idea that if there's any change in this file, refresh this page. So you see, programming is all about logic. It's all about building those chain of logic and links and if else and going down that rabbit hole. If you understand that, you will be able to understand JavaScript in no time. So our aim with this course is not only just to learn JavaScript, but also learn programming in general, because you would realize once you start learning JavaScript, a lot of things are transferable. Or if you're somebody who has a bit of experience with some other programming languages, you will be able to relate that JavaScript is very similar. So that's the idea. We also want to develop the core understanding of the language, not just the basic language itself, because that's something you can do pretty much anytime, anywhere, right, with any language. But what really makes a good programmer is if you understand the core fundamentals. But anyway, let us start with a hello world, of course, like we always do. And for this playground, at least, what I can tell you is, whatever the syntax here is, you can leave a bunch of these script files if they are still present by the time you're watching this. If they are still present, just leave them here. This script file exists because we want to have these browser console logs reflected right inside our area. We don't want to go into the Chrome DevTools, but we'll see how we can work with that. Anyway, I'm going to remove this, and as the hello world program for JavaScript, all we have to do is we have to make use of something known as console.log hello world. And don't worry, we'll also take a look at what this is. But you can see we get a hello world here in the console of the screen, which is basically the console of your browser, right? So if you open this in a new tab, you will see we get nothing. But if you go to the inspect, which we have already done, by the way, if you are coming from HTML course, we have used this panel, right? So if you go to console, you will see we get this hello world with us. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at a very simple thing in JavaScript, which is variables, and very simple but fundamental things in programming languages as well, which is called as variables. So what variable is, it's basically a placeholder that holds a value. That's all it is, right? So you can have, let's say if I give you 10 plates to hold, it's not possible, right? You would hold 2 plates in your hand and you need, for example, some table or some sort of thing to just put the rest of the 8 plates. Similar thing exists with computers, with CPUs precisely. CPUs cannot hold a lot of information all together, right? They need some place to put the temporary information, and that's the temporary information is called as the RAM, right? So your RAM inside your computer holds that temporary information, random access memory. In programming languages, analogous to that, we have variables which hold temporary information which we might or might not use later in our program. It depends on us, right? So how do you create these temporary containers? Well, in JavaScript, we make use of 2 keywords to create these. And let me also introduce you with JavaScript syntax with this, and that is using let or const. These are the 2 keywords which we use to create variables in JavaScript, and the syntax is const, let's say my first variable, then an equal to sign, and then the value which you want to set it to. Let's say 250, for example, which is just a number. So a couple of things you can see that I have a name of the variable. I have a keyword which basically says that, hey, this whatever thing you're writing is in fact a variable. And then I have a value with an equal to symbol. That is how most programming languages work. I mean, there might be some difference in how the variable is declared or how the value is assigned. But for the most part, you will see that's how this works. Now, once you have this variable, you can pretty much do a lot of things with this, right? You can maybe add a few numbers, you can subtract a few numbers, you can do a bunch of stuff. But with JavaScript, you can not reassign a variable which has got a const value. For example, let's say for a moment, let's pretend that you understand what console.log is, right? For now, we'll just consider console.log as a simple function which puts the value here, right, in the bottom area. So if I go ahead and console log this, you will see that I get 250 console logged here. Now, if I go ahead and try to make this 251, what you will see is that we get an error which says assignment to constant variable, right? So this const right here means that, hey, whenever you create this value, you have to keep this the same value all the way. And you might be thinking, like, what's the use of this? I mean, if variable actually stands for a variable, right? And you're saying this is a constant variable, which is, I don't know what's the word called in English, but it's like, you know, opposite. So you're saying constant but variable. But this is super important because of number of reasons which we will discuss later down the line. But this just means that once you initialize this variable with a value, you cannot change it later down the line in your program, right? Now, of course, there are a bunch of edge cases we need to be careful about, but we'll discuss that later. Now, the second part which we discussed was how you can create a variable with let keyword, L-E-T. This keyword right here, what this does, it does pretty much the same thing, but you're seeing that I did not get that error anymore. So what has happened? Well, you see that with let, you actually tell the JavaScript that, hey, okay, I'm setting this variable, but you're free to just change this value later down the line if you would like to, right? So now if I go ahead and console.log this, my first variable, you would see that we get two console logs. The first one is 250 and the second one is 251, right? So that is how it works. That means with let, you can reassign the values. With const, you cannot reassign the values. And if you look carefully, what you will observe is that I'm not using the let or the const or any other modifier after I assign it once or after I use it once. And why is that? Because JavaScript already knows that this variable has been created, right? So we only need to use this initializer keyword or whatever you want to call this, let or const, only for the first time. If you try to do it right here, if I try to do let here, you would get an error which says that identifier, my variable, my first variable has already been declared. This error message simply means that, hey, go ahead and see if you already wrote my first variable somewhere before in your code. Similar thing with const. So if you change this to const, you will get the same thing, you know, the same error basically. So that means you should always use let or const once for declaring the variable, and the rest of the places you just have to use either for accessing it or for reassigning it. You just have to use it without anything basically, right? So this is all you need to know about variables in JavaScript. There is also a third way to make variables in JavaScript using var, right? So this also used to be a way in JavaScript, but please don't use it, right? For the reasons which we will discuss later, this is deprecated. This is no longer required. Do not use var to create variables in JavaScript. It is supported and it will be supported for a very long time in future as well, but don't use var, right? Use let or use const. And finally, you would have observed that you can also create variables without actually defining anything, without actually putting anything here at all, which might seem like, you know, that I just wasted your 6 minutes now, that you did not need to do that at all. But don't do this again because of the reasons which we will discuss. These reasons are due to scoping, and we will discuss these issues later down the line. But for now, the best rule of thumb you have to remember, at least for now, is always use const or let, some sort of identifier here. And yeah, that's all you need to remember at the moment. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be looking at a very important thing in JavaScript and in programming languages in general, and that is the data types supported. Now, JavaScript is a language which can store a lot of types of values in a variable. Like I said, variable is an empty container which you can use to just hold values temporarily, right? As long as their scope lasts technically. We will discuss about scoping, so don't worry about that yet. But what I want to discuss here is all the kinds of values which you can give this variable and what does that mean. And we'll also just keep an eye on the console at the bottom so that we can see what's happening. All right, so first things first, numbers are simple, right? We understand numbers like 1, 2, 3, and so on, right? So whenever you store a number, you will see that you never use quotes or anything, right? Single quotes, double quotes, nothing. That's it. You just put a number, you put an equal to sign and put a number. Now, I want to store a string, which might be my name, which might be anything, right? So for example, for my name, I will just write Mehul, right? So this is a string. And the way you store strings is that you enclose them into double quotes or single quotes. JavaScript does not care if you use double quotes here or if you use single quotes. It doesn't matter. In some languages, it matters, does not matter in JavaScript. The next type which we have is Boolean, which is either true or false. So something like you're above 18 can only be true or false, right? It does not make sense to have an integer answer, or maybe, a string yes or no is also fine, but for the Boolean values, for values which can only have two possible outcomes, we usually go with true or false. So you can go ahead and give this value as true, again, without the quotes, or false, right? Without the quotes as well. So you have numbers, you have strings, you have Booleans, which is like, for example, my age could be 22, am I above 18 could be true, and my name could be Mehul, right? So this is like reflecting three different kinds of variables, and you can see we get an error that my first variable is not defined because we are trying to console log something which is not there, right? So another important thing which I would just pass on as a quick hint is always try to read error messages. If you see an error, if you see the code is not working, try to see what the computer is telling you. In a lot of cases, it might just seem practical for you to just skip over it, but trust me, computer wants to help you. So make sure to read the error messages. So yeah, we have the three fundamental types with us: string, Boolean, and number. Let's take a look at a couple of more. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna write a variable called friends, right? And I know that my friends, well, they could be a string. That means I can just separate them in a comma, but that's not the best way to store something which can have a lot of values. A better way for that is to use an array. Now what this is, an array, if you're seeing this for the first time, an array is a collection of usually the same data type, right? And why do I say usually? Because JavaScript is lenient. JavaScript allows you to store an array with different kind of values as well. This is completely fine. So if I go ahead and console log friends, you will see I get 22 and true like this. If I add Mehul here as well, you will see I get Mehul logged in as well. So what is an array? What is this weird syntax and why do I have to write these square brackets right here? Well, you see, if you just write like this is wrong syntax because, well, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? This square bracket just denotes that, hey, this is a start of an array which consists of ordered items. That means the order matters here, and you can access them with something known as index, what index they have. And we will discuss about arrays in great length. But just to give you a quick look at this, let's say if I want to access true from this array, so what I will do is write friends of 1. That is friends, and then in square brackets, I will write 1. And you can see I get true because indexes in computers and in JavaScript especially start with 0. So if you want to get 22 in the console below, you will write friends of 0. If you want to get true, you will write friends of 1. If you want to get Mehul, you'll write friends of 2. This brings me to the next data type in JavaScript, and that is what would happen if I write friends of 3 here, right? So let's just go ahead and take a look at friends of 3. And you see we get undefined, although we don't have a string here called undefined, right? So what is this? Well, this is not a string. This, you might get confused here by seeing that this is a string. This is another kind of data type, you can say, or kind of value which you can provide to the variables, and you can say some special value as undefined, right? And again, you can see it's not in quotes. That means it's working fine and it's fine. So if I console log this, you see we still get undefined. But what exactly is undefined? Well, undefined is basically a value of a variable which has not been initialized. So here we are obviously giving it specifically the value of undefined, so that's why it works. But let's say if I go ahead and remove this, right? Well, in the case of const, we get an error that it says that missing initializer in the const declaration, because remember I told you that const cannot change its value later down the line, right? So you need to give it a value then and there. But if I switch this to let, for example, so I say let some special value and I console log this, it says me undefined, but later down the line I say, okay, you know, it should be 22. Then if I console log this, then it gives me 22. So undefined is basically, you can see I did not assign this a value, but it got undefined by default. So it's a value for something which has not been initialized yet, right? So that is all you need to remember in terms of undefined, and we can move forward with that. All right, the next one which we have is big int. Now, what do I mean by that? That means big int number. This is a number which is big, which could be really big, right? So for example, in this case, you see my age is 22, which works fine, but JavaScript has a limit on the size of this number, right? So if you have a number which is of a certain magnitude, let's assume 1000 in this case for the sake of simplicity, JavaScript would kind of not work well with 1001 and 1002 and 1003, right? The math breaks for JavaScript. And why is that? Because computers have finite memory, right? So JavaScript has to cut off after some point, that it has to say that, hey, I'm not going to store any number beyond this. And it's a really big number, right? It's a really big number. This number is actually 2 raised to the power 53 minus 1, right? Which is a huge number. But if you are working with large sets of data in JavaScript, you might need even bigger numbers, right? So you might need a lot of bigger numbers, which are much bigger than 2 raised to the power 53. And if you try to, let's just get rid of this. If you try to console log this, I mean, this would work fine, but the way I said it is that arithmetic, for example, addition, subtraction, multiplication would break on this number. So the way you make this as a big int number is you write an n after this. And the moment you do that, you would see that, well, we do not get a console log here, but if I go right here in this console, you would see it grays out kind of, but we do get a console log. And the best way to verify that this is a big int is using something known as a type of operator, which we'll learn about very soon. There are a couple of more data types you can say in JavaScript, which are objects, which are functions, which are symbols, and which is also null. One more data type is null. Just like we have undefined, we also have a value called null, which you just go ahead and use. You will see you just get null, right? So the difference between null and undefined is basically null is like explicitly saying that this value does not exist or should not exist, right? Whereas undefined just means that this variable has not been initialized yet. So that's the difference, right? Null is basically saying that this should be blank or this is empty and this should be empty. Undefined is just saying that, hey, this hasn't been initialized yet. That's all. But yeah, there are, like I said, a bunch of more variables and data types in JavaScript, which we will discuss. Do not worry about them, but we will pick them up as the time comes. But for this video, I think that is all. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at type of operator, right? So like I said, we can create multiple variables. I'm going to say type of my age as the variable name. And I'm going to write my age here, first of all, just to give you an idea of what I'm trying to do. You see in JavaScript, what you can do is you can assign the value of a variable as another variable, right? Or maybe a bunch of more variables. Let's say you want to add a few variables here. So you can do that. That's completely fine. But what you can also do in JavaScript is you can write the keyword called type of, and you can see it immediately turns red because this IDE knows that this is a special keyword. And what this expression evaluates to, if you just take this expression right here, what this expression right here evaluates to is a string, which is the data type of that particular variable. So a couple of things to mention here, remember here, is that this thing right here gives you a string value, just like Mehul is. And the second thing is that the string value is actually a data type of whatever the variable you wrote after type of, right? So you can see in the console, if we take a look at this, we get number because my age is in fact a number. If I use type of with this, you will see we get Boolean. If I use type of with Mehul, my name that is, we get string. If you use type of with friends, you see we get an object. And the reason we get an object and not an array, because in JavaScript, arrays are object, right? So don't worry about that yet. It just means that, you know, it's some sort of special value. For some special value, which is actually null, you see we still get object. This is interesting. This is a weird edge case in JavaScript as well, which might get caught you off guard. So how do you distinguish? You might ask, how do you distinguish between an array and a null type? And there are ways, don't worry about them. But what you have to remember here is that if you write this as undefined, you will get the value, the type of, as undefined, right? So null, both null and arrays are type of object, but undefined has a type of itself, right? That is important. Then if you move on to big int number, you would see that we get big int, and that's it. That's pretty much all we have at the moment in terms of whatever values we define. So yeah, that's pretty much it for type of. It's not super handy. I wouldn't say that you would be using this a lot of times, but this is something which is irreplaceable when it is needed, because this can help you in data validation, or this can help you in determining what kind of data you're dealing with without actually taking a look at the code above, which sometimes is not even possible, right? If you are using some library or anything, or you know, just user input from untrusted sources. So that's a good way to just validate what kind of data type you are getting. Alright everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's do a little bit of math operations with numbers, because numbers are fun and you will be using a lot of numbers in your journey. So I'm going to start with const, and I'm going to show you what is possible. So right now I'm going to start with my age as 22. And what I can do is let's say I want to increment, a year has passed and I want to increment my age to 23. So I can do my age plus 1, right? Which is basically what you would also write on paper, kind of, right? If you are doing math problem or anything, and that's what you do with programming as well. You just write plus 1. But you can see that I still get 22 even though I tried to do my age of plus 1. And the reason for this is we are not assigning this value back to my age, right? Because this plus 1, although it does increment this to 23, but we are not storing this value anywhere. So how do we store this value? Well, you might think that, hey, I can just go ahead and use like something like this. And this is completely fine. But remember what I told you about const is that you should not, or you cannot actually reinitialize its value. So how do you fix this? You have two solutions right now. The first solution is you change this to let. And the moment you do that, you will see that it works just fine. Why does it start working? Because let allows you to change the value after you initialize it. Const does not. The second way is to actually create a new variable called myUpdatedAge and then do a myAge+1. And in the console log, the statement, just pass in myUpdatedAge. And the moment you do that, you will see that you get a nice updated value this time. I think this is the first time we are seeing something in the console which we did not explicitly write in the code, right? So this is a big moment where you are actually computing something for the very first time. This is the very first time you're computing something, right? You're telling the computer that, hey, go ahead and add something to it. And this is a revolutionary thing if you think about it, because a computer which can add once, it can add twice, it can add so many times, and it can do it at an exponential speed, right, compared to a human. So that's why computers are, well, used, because they compute. That's what computer actually stands for as well. But anyway, that is a very simple operation, right? You can also add 2, you can also add 3, 4, 5, whatever you would like to do, you can do with this. And the next thing you can do is you can also subtract things with a negative sign, which is just a simple dash. Not sure if zooming in here would really help, but I hope that you all know that what addition and subtraction is. I'm not probably going to go ahead on that in this course. So the next thing you can do is multiplication, right? So 22 times 5 is 110, and you see that you get that in the console. And also you can do division, right? So you see if you divide 22 by 5, you get 4.4 as the output, which is again fine. What you can also do in JavaScript is you can use double asterisk right here. And this double asterisk symbol, you can see it gives you a huge value because this is setting this to a power. So this essentially means setting 22 to the power of 5. 22 to the power of 5. And I think we haven't discussed what I just wrote here, which is called as a comment in JavaScript. So we'll do that in the next video. Don't worry about that. But essentially what this means, if I have, let's say 2 and I have 5, then this should give us 32, right? Because 2 multiplied by itself 5 times is 32. 2 times 2, 4, 8, 16, and 32, right? So this is another operator. These are super handy. For example, if you want to have, let's say, an average of a few numbers, what we can do is let's write a very simple program, right? A very manual but very simple program. I'm gonna write my friend's age, and I'm gonna have, let's say, 20, 19, 22, 21, and 23, right? And I want to calculate my friend's average age using a computer. I can do it with a pen and paper, but let's use a computer. Now remember, I told you how you can access the elements in an array by using index. So I can get 20. If I just use average right here, you would see I get 20. If I have a 1, we get 20, 19. If I have a 2, we get 22, and so on. So what we can do is, before calculating average, we can calculate the sum of them. And I'm doing this very manual way. There are obviously better ways which we will look at later. But right now you can see I can just go ahead and keep on adding them 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? So there we go. So now we have a sum which consists of all these sum. And I'm going to say total friends, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have 5 total friends, and the sum of their ages is this. So what I can do right now is I can say, again, we have not discussed console log much, but stick with me here. We will very soon, and then it will be much more clear. But you can also pass all sorts of values in console log, right? Separated by comma, and they will all appear down here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say sum of friends age and just pass a comma and a sum, which just shows us this value 105, which is good. And I'm going to say console log total friends, and this will be not 5, but actually my variable total friends here. And then finally I can say average is equal to sum by total, right? And if I just do console log average friend age is average, and you can see in the console we get 21, which is fair enough because 105 divided by 5 is 21. So you have written your very first JavaScript program by just calculating the average of a few numbers. And yeah, that's a great start. I mean, you have figured out what math operators are and how to perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, divisions, and exponential, and actually write a great program, a great small program as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. In this video, I will quickly discuss something known as increment and decrement operators, right? Now, these are just fancy way of doing something which we have just done in the last video. So first of all, let me just clear this out. And let me just go ahead and say my age again as 22. Now, we saw that if I just make this let, I can do my age is my age plus 1. And if I console log this, you will see that my age in fact comes out to be 23. Now, there is another fancy way of doing the same line, which line number 2 does, and that is by writing my age plus plus. That's it. No let, no reassignment, nothing like that. Remember, I told you that, hey, my age plus 1 would not work because we are not storing this value anywhere, right? You can see my age plus 1 still gives me 22, but my age plus plus gives me 23, right? So this is because these two pluses are special. These two pluses actually evaluate to the same statement which we wrote, my age is my age plus 1. So you might ask, why do we need that? Well, we technically don't. I mean, we would still be able to write code if that did not exist. In fact, a lot of languages also does not include the support of doing plus plus like this, but I mean, just another feature, right? Just like your phone has tons of features, a programming language also has tons of functionalities. Does not necessarily mean you have to use them always, but it's good to know that it exists. Anyway, there's another operator called minus minus, which exists, which is, 22 goes to 21. You might think there might be a star operator, but it would not make, I mean, I don't know, like it could make a lot of sense if you just want to square the number real quick, but no, that does not work. These increment and decrement operators only exist with addition and subtraction because these are the most common things which people usually do, especially in loops, which we will see. When you want to loop over a certain statement, you want to maintain a counter which just keeps on incrementing by 1, 1, 1, 1 until it hits a certain condition. So there is where we use these conditions a lot, but you should anyway know about this. Plus plus adds 1, minus minus removes 1. And the fun fact about this is that you can add these plus plus after the variable or before the variable. And there is a slight difference in these two ways, which we will discuss maybe later down the line, but nothing you should worry about at this stage, right? You can add this before the variable. You can add this after the variable, but of course you cannot add this before and after. This would not work, right? This is like a weird syntax. So if you want to increment it by 2, either do it twice or just write a single statement which just says my age is my age plus 2, right? So that is how you would work with it, and that is how increment and decrement operators also work. Hey everyone, let's just go ahead and quickly discuss about console.log in this video, which we have been using for a long time, but I haven't really gone over through what exactly we are doing here. So you can see that console.log is actually just putting some value here, but it is especially very helpful if you are doing this offline or just, just trying to debug something, some value. What console.log does is, before actually getting into that, let's just discuss about what a console is, right? So if you see right here, I'm not sure if you have used this before or not, but we briefly discussed this about in the Internet Fundamentals, that you have a concept of a terminal, right? So this is a terminal, which is essentially a command line access to a computer, right? So whenever you are running a programming language, you can tell that programming language to output certain code or certain outputs, whether it's mathematical, whether it's some object, whatever it could be, into this terminal, into the console, right? So this area right here, whenever JavaScript is running, it has a special area, not exactly the terminal, but it has a special area called console, which pretty much looks like this terminal, right? So where is this console in the browser? If you go ahead and open this in the new tab, right click on this page, go to inspect, you will see that there is in fact a tab called console, right? So you go to console and you will see all the logs which you generate right here as well. So for the sake of ease, what we have done at Codedamn is whenever you use a console log, we just put it right here in front of you, right? So you don't have to just switch between codes and console all the time. Therefore, you can use it from right here. So anyway, the point is that this console.log is a function. We will discuss about functions in JavaScript in the next video probably. But what a function more or less is, this function is that you can write console log, open a circular, open a parenthesis, not a circular bracket, and go ahead and supply these values, whatever you want to console log, separated by commas, right? So let's say you write the second value as 2, 3, Mehul, whatever, right? So whatever you write here, you can see it appears in the console as well as in the browser. If I refresh this, you will see we get this. So this is cool because now you are able to see whatever kind of values you are writing in the console, right? Or you have in your program. Why this is helpful? Because your program can contain intermediate states. For example, let's say, let's take an example of the last case itself, right? Where we were calculating averages of the friends. So we had a sum variable, right? We had a, let's say, the total count variable and so on. So we had all these variables and these were not the values which we could actually see, right? Which we could inspect from the code itself. Therefore, we could use console to just print them out and check the values in a running program, what those values are. So in a way, console log actually helps you to introspect a running program as well. So it's kind of used as a debugger as well, right? It's not a debugger, but you can use console log for debugging purposes. If something is not working, you can print the values, which are temporary intermediate values, and see what value is going wrong. So that's the use of console log. And of course, you can print funny messages here as well. Want to work with us? Come join us at careers.codedamn.com. You know, stuff like this. I think companies do this all the time, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at functions in JavaScript. What functions are, how you can work with them, and what do they mean. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and create a very first function, first of all, and after that, I'll explain it to you what that means. So I'm going to go ahead and put this console log statement inside this block. I'll name this function and I will say make console log and like this. And if you don't understand what I'm doing, it's fine. What you have to realize is what's the syntax of this. The syntax of this is I have a keyword function, then I have a name, then I have these two brackets with me, and then I have an opening a curly brace, right? So this is the syntax of how you write a function in JavaScript and a closing curly brace. Now, whatever you write inside of this function is the function's body. Now, what is the use of this? Well, consider the statement console log of hello world. And let's say you want to console log hello world, but you also want to console log a variable there, right? So you have two statements and it is possible that you might console log this multiple times, right? So let's say we have another statement which says total count, right? So if we go to the browser logs, for example, let us see if this is still attached to our index.html script. And yep, it looks like it is, but you can see that we do not get any logs, right? So why that is happening? Now, the reason that happens is because this console log, this function right here, is a function. And a function is a piece of block which does not execute until and unless it is called. So how do you call this function? You just write the name of the function. In this case, it's make console log, and write these two brackets, right? Opening bracket and a closing bracket. And the moment you do that, you can see we get the first statement and the second console log. If I write it again, you will see that even though I haven't really copied pasted this console statements, but we still have two sets of console logs. That is because we are using two console logs in this function statement. This is as simple as it can get. So I can go ahead and write this. I can go ahead and let's just go ahead and make another function where we will say function print all variables, right? And the only use of this function is to write all the variables. My age is my age, right? My sum is sum, and total count is total count, right? So now what I can do is whenever I want to print all of these variables, instead of writing these statements over and over again, I will say print variables. Then let's say if I make a change to my age, then when I make a change to my age, you will see that, let's say if I make it 23, and then if I say print all variables again, you will see that my age first of all was 22, then it comes out to be 23. Rest of the variables are same. So this is like one of the most useless use case of a function, but there is a lot of use case of functions in terms of you will be using functions all the time in your code. So it's important to get the basics right, how you create a function, what is a function body, anything which goes into these two brackets, and how do you call a function. This is like a very 101 function 101 for you. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and see how you can pass certain parameters to a function. And what does that even mean? So you see, functions are okay. This code block is okay, that if you want to execute it multiple times, you don't have to write all these lines, which is fine. But the true power of functions come in the fact that they can work with dynamic data. That means you can create a generic function for a certain operation and pass in some inputs to it and get a completely different output. So how do you do that? The way you do that is you can pass certain variables to this function or certain parameters. And let's say in this case, I have a function which adds to my age, right? So right now, the only thing it does is that it just adds my age is equal to my age plus 1. So that's all it does, right? So I can say add to my age, and if I console log my age after this, console.log my age, you will see that we indeed get 23 in the console. Now, let's say I want to make this number dynamic, the amount of age I'm adding. How do I do that? Well, I can just say that, hey, get my, or not get my, but something like increment by, something like this. Now this is just a keyword. I just wrote it in these two brackets, in these two parentheses, right? Now what this is that it is an argument to this function. And what are the argument? What are arguments in general? Arguments are specific values which you can pass when you're calling a function like this. So for example, in this case, if I want to populate this increment by with 5, I'm going to pass this like this. So if I access this function, if I access this variable right here, if I go ahead and console log this, you would see that we in fact get 5 as the console log. And you can see we don't have a let or a const here. We don't need that in an argument. So you can just go ahead and name your arguments like that. It's fine. Now the true power is that I can just go ahead and replace that 1 with an increment by. And now you can see I get 27. If I have adds to my age and then 7, for example, you will see that we get 34 now, because 7 plus 5 plus 22 is 34, right? So this is how you pass an argument to the function. Now you can pass multiple arguments, right? It's not that you just have to pass one single argument. You can say, for example, something like multiply by, right? And if you just pass this as 2 and you do something like, you can do weird stuff if you would want, but this comes out to be 54, right? Because, well, 22 plus 7, 22 plus 5 times 2 is 54. So that's cool. I mean, that's completely fine, but you can see that you can pass multiple values here. And remember what we discussed about undefined data type in JavaScript. Let's say if I did not pass this value right here, you will see that first of all, what we get in the console is undefined for this argument, because like I said, it's missing. So that's what undefined means. It's not initialized or it's not passed like that. And second, we also get a not a number. So if you see NaN anytime in your console, that stands for not a number. That means you're trying to use a mathematical operator on something which is not a number, right? In this case, it's undefined. In our case, it could be string, it could be function. You might be multiplying it with a function or anything, but yeah, that's what it means. So anyway, I hope you understood the concept of functions. You can create very simple functions once we discuss one more part about them, that is the return statements. We'll do that in the next video, and then we can get into a little bit of basic math with functions as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can go ahead and make use of return statement in a function, and what does that even mean. So first things first, you can see I'm assigning this variable which is outside directly, and then we just try to console log it, and that just console logs perfectly fine. But this practice, although this is a bad practice because this function is not pure in the sense that it is mutating the state outside it. But anyway, leaving that aside, let's say if this was const, right? I don't want my variable to be modified, right? Now we are getting an error that we are assigning it to a constant variable. And we can fix that. I mean, not exactly fix, but we can just remove this assignment and say that, hey, this is fine, right? Because this is allowed. We are not changing the my age here, the variable here. But how do we get the value of whatever this is being computed outside this function? That means, let's say this function says that it adds to my age, right? This is the end goal of this function. So how do I get out the final end goal value? For that, we use a keyword known as return in JavaScript. So what this return does is, let's say if I add this return keyword, what this does now is that if I store the result of this function in another variable, my new age, for example. So what I'm doing essentially here is that I'm saying that, hey, whatever this function returns me, which is done by this return keyword, store this in this variable. So I can say my age comma my new age like this, and you can see we get 22 and 54 like that. So what's happening here is that because I'm returning this computation, I get that value returned into a new variable. And if you do not store it, then it's very well lost, right? It's basically lost at this point. So yeah, I mean, if you need to store it, you need to give it a variable like this. Now, another thing with the return is that if you do not return anything from a function, if it is empty or, if it just has a bunch of statements like this, you can guess what it returns. It returns you undefined, a value which is not set, a value which is not initialized, right? So the default behavior of JavaScript is, if you do not have a return statement in your function, it just returns undefined implicitly. If you're coming from a different programming language, which might throw some errors, if you're not having a return statement, that's not what happens with JavaScript. You don't necessarily need to return always from a function, but you should. I mean, it just makes clear that, hey, this is where you are pointing that it's the end of the control or end of the function call, right? Even if you don't have anything to return, for example, let's say if you just want to increment sum by 100 and that's it, you can just mark an empty return statement, which is also pretty much just means return undefined. If you don't write, anything out in front of return, it just means return undefined, right? That's it. That's all it does, right? So this is one thing. And another important thing is any statement after return never executes, right? So if I try to, for example, if I try to console log sum here and total count here, you will see we have 305 because sum was incremented. But if I have, let's say, total count as total count plus 200, you would see that in the console, we still get total count as 5, which was the initial value. And the reason for that is because, like I said, after return, no statement gets executed. And you can also see our editor pointing us saying that unreachable code detected. That means your program cannot actually reach this part of code ever, right? It's an impossible condition. Why? Because, well, you always return, so you're never going to reach below that. So that is something you should keep in mind, that whenever you write return, you cannot execute anything after that, right? So that's important. So yeah, that's pretty much it in terms of return. We will take a look at examples of return, how they work. You can return any single thing, any single value in JavaScript, right? It's not that you have to return numbers or you have to return strings. You can return all these types. You can return arrays. You can even return functions, which is interesting. And we will discuss about that probably when we are discussing about closures in JavaScript. But you can do all sorts of fun stuff with JavaScript when you're doing that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing a very important thing in JavaScript and in general in programming, and those are conditionals. And conditionals just means to add if-else logic. If this is true, then that should happen. If that is true, then some other thing should happen, right? And as developers, all your work would more or less involve building up this logic and setting up this logic in the code. So this is super important stuff. Let's just go ahead and discuss this. So let's say I have a function called should I get a license, right? And this function accepts an age, and it should return a true or a false depending on should I get a license or not, a driving license. So what I want to do is I want to return true if the age is greater than 18 and false in the other case. So what do? Is I make use of a statement called if age is greater than 18, then I say return true, else return false. And let me just tell you what's happening here. So you see how I start an if block is I write a if keyword, then a bracket, the condition which should be matched. And this is a symbol for, greater than symbol. I hope you understand this from your math class. If the age, whatever I'm passing here, is greater than 18, just return true. Otherwise, return false. Else just means that if this condition does not match, then do that, right? And if I go ahead and now pass in, let's say if I start console logging it. So let's say I have, should I get a license as 100 of age 100. So we get true here, right? Makes sense. If I have the same statement with me, but with an age of 17, you would see that the second statement we get is false. And see that I'm console logging this function call itself. This is just a shortcut of saying that, hey, I want my result to be stored like this, and then console logging result. These two statements are same, right? So I just eliminated one step by taking this value directly and putting it inside console log. So that would work, right? There's another way we can structure this code a little. If you remember from the last video when I said that whenever some function returns a value, it will not execute anything below that, right? So technically speaking, we don't need this else thing. If I remove this, it's still equivalent. Why? Because take a look here. If the age is greater than 18, then we return true. And we know once the function returns, it will not go below this. Therefore, the program ends. If we do not return, if age is less than 18 or less than equal to 18, then we never enter this if block, and this if block essentially ends, right? So it's technically acting as a else block itself. This would not have been else block if I just wrote, for example, instead of console logging, if we just did, instead of returning, if I just did this person is above 18, and let's say if I did this person is below 18, right? And if I just had a single statement here, single function call rather, not even console logging it. you can see I get both of these statements. This person is above 18 and this person is below 18, even though this person is only above 18. So why does this happen? Because I'm not using return here, right? So it enters this if block, but it never returns, and therefore it executes the lower block as well. But if I had a return statement here, you would see that we only get a single console log, which just says this person is above 18, because the moment it happens, we just return, right? And that's it, the execution ends. Or what you could have done is you can just remove this, write an else, and shift this line right here, and it will still have basically the same meaning, right? You can still see we do not get a duplicate or, a second console log. Now you might think, what's a good way to go about? And in programming, generally, what you will see is that there are multiple ways to do a single thing. So you have to stick to a style, you have to stick to a pattern. And what I would recommend at the moment, at least, you can be as much explicit and as much clear as you can when you're using this if else blocks, right? Because you clearly tell the other person who's reading your code, another human, that what you want. This is also fine, and I use it personally all the time, this behavior of early return. This is basically what we call as early returning. But yeah, I would just say just stick to if else at the moment. You will also get a little bit of practice. So yeah, that's pretty much it for if else introduction in this video. Hopefully you were able to think about how you can put in some logic using if else. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at logical operators in JavaScript and what do they mean. So like I said, we have this function called should I get a license, right? And it just accepts an age at the moment. Let's just go ahead and extend this. And I'm going to say, let's say we also have a bribe as the second parameter, right? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a condition here, which will try to count for both of these factors. So we're going to say that if age is greater than 18, we will say that, well, okay, this person is above 18, that's fine. Else, you can include else or exclude it because you already have the return statement, so it does not really matter here. Else, we are not gonna go ahead and do this right away. I'm gonna say inside this else block itself, you can go ahead and say if bribe is greater than, let's say 100, we can say console.log you pass, right? Else we will say this person is below 18. Simple as that. Now, if I go ahead and write 100, then obviously it will pass. If I go ahead and write 5 and 100 like this, you will see that this statement right here, let's see, we get the statement that this person is below 18 because this check fails because bribe is not greater than 100, it's actually equal to. So if I pass in 101, you will see we get the statement you pass, right? And this is fine, but we can rearrange this code a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rearrange this code and I'm going to write a should I get a license version 2, right? And in this case, I'm going to start with the bribery condition. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say that if my age is less than or equal to 18 and I have a bribe of greater than 100, then I'm going to console log you pass and return. What's happening here is that we are using a double ampersand sign, right? Which just says that this condition should be true as well as this condition should be true. If both of them are true, then I'm going to enter this if block, right? Otherwise, we just say that else, if any one of them is false, then we enter this else block and we say that, hey, this person either is greater than 18 or they have a bribe of less than 100. So what I can do is I can go ahead and check else if, and see, I can write if here as well and else if here as well. That's also a second syntax. So else if age is greater than 18, that means in this case, age is just greater than 18. So I'm just going to say console log this person is above 18. And finally, I'm going to say else. I mean, this you can write here that if bribe is less than 100, but from the logic, you should understand that this if would run if and only if both of them are true, right? This if would run if this condition is true. And we for sure know that if this if did not run and this if did not run, then this if would run and always run because the bribe might be less than 100, right? That's the only condition that these two ifs would not run, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just write else if bribe is less than equal to 100. You know, I'm just going to say 2 less, or not exactly 2 less, but the original message which we had, right? This person is below 18. And if I remove this code right here, and if I switch this from license to license v2, you can see we still get upass. And for 100, you will see that we get this person is below 18. And for basically 100, we just get this person is above 18, right? So you can see that these two functions are technically the same, but you might find one more readable than the other. Well, it could be the first one, it could be the second one, it's your choice. But that's what I'm saying. Whatever feels more readable to you or logical to you, you should probably use that. This one is a little bit flatter in structure. That means if I just even remove this, you can see there's a single if, else if chain right here. This is a little bit nested, but might be a little easier on the eyes, right? It depends on you. But what I wanted to focus on in this video was this double ampersand thing, which just means that this condition and this condition both should be true, right? So let's say I'm aged 50 and I give $1,000 as the bribe. I still get into this block, right? Why? Because my age is not less than 18. So what we can do is we can write this. Let's say if I have this as the first condition, or I write the bribe is greater than 500. So what does this mean? This means if you think about this, I want you to stick with me here. If this gets confusing, just stick with me here and see what's happening. We have the first condition, age less than equal to 18, which is not gonna pass, right? So the moment JavaScript sees that this is gonna fail, it just evaluates this whole expression as false, right? Now, the next thing JavaScript sees that it says, okay, I don't have just this expression. I have this another expression with me, which has these 2 bars, and these 2 bars are logical OR. So it means if false or bribe is greater than 500, and in this case, we are passing 1000 here. So this is in fact true. So we evaluate this part as true. So what we say, if false or true, and false or true just means that it just needs at least a single value as true, right? So we end up with true and we just get upass, right? So this is the breakdown of what's happening here. That's it. That's why you get pass here. So if you are passing like 300, you will see we get this block because, again, just to quickly run you through, this is false, right? This is false. False and anything is false because and requires every single argument to be true. So this becomes false, and bribe is greater than 500. That's not true because it's 300. So 300 is not greater than 500. So this also becomes false. And finally, we end up with this. So we don't run this if block. We go to the next else if block where we say if age is greater than 18, which is in fact the case. Therefore, we run this block. And that's what you see, right? So, yep, that is how logical and logical OR works in JavaScript. And there's another Boolean operator, which is like, whitelisted. For example, I have a whitelisted variable. And I can say that if the person is not whitelisted, this not operator, then I'm just going to say console log you are banned, right? And just return from here. So what does this mean? You can see we already got you are banned, and if you can guess why, that will be awesome. We got this console log because if we just log this value as well, you will see because I'm not passing anything, I'm getting undefined as the value. So if I pass this as true, you know what this means? This means that the person is in fact whitelisted. Therefore, not of true is false, right? Not of a boolean is the other boolean. So if it's true, then this expression is false. If it was false, then this expression was true. So because this was true, we end up with this, right? And this expression becomes false. Therefore, we do not enter this block, right? So we move ahead and we get our regular output. But that was not the case. If I pass in false, you would see that we get you are banned just like that. And that's it. Now, what you have to understand in JavaScript, when you're dealing with this not, this not operator, JavaScript considers true and false as the values, which is fine, but it also considers pretty much every other thing as a value as well. So you can, technically speaking, pass in a string here, and this will work. Now, the reason it will work is that JavaScript is a dynamic typed language. That means JavaScript tries to understand what is the type of the variable at runtime, right? It does not make efforts for you to just, make sure you're using the right values and the right types of values, basically where they are required. So if you're using a string here, JavaScript would try its best to convert the string into a boolean, whatever rules are assigned inside JavaScript's engine according to them, and then try to evaluate this. So I'm just going to give you a cheat sheet here telling you a few things which you have to remember. That is, if you pass in 0 here, this would be a falsy value, right? And let's just change this to whitelisted. So you can see if I pass in 0, we get you are banned because 0 is a falsy value. A falsy value is a value which will evaluate to false if casted into a boolean, right? Which is what happens here. So 0 is a falsy value. Undefined is a falsy value, like you would have seen when we did not pass any argument. Null is a falsy value. False is a falsy value, right? And there are a couple of more, right? So you will discover them, but for the most part, always try to stick with booleans whenever they are used like booleans, right? You can use a string here, but it wouldn't make sense, and JavaScript wouldn't tell you that it's what's right or what's wrong. So yeah, that's pretty much it on your first introduction to some logical operators and how to use the not operators with conditions in a function. And I think you have made a lot of progress. So if you understand this, that's awesome. If you don't, then don't worry. Try to rewatch some of the content, practice all these labs, and I'm pretty sure you will get the hang of this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at arrays in JavaScript, how to work with them a little bit, although we will see how we can work with the arrays in a different section, but this is like just a quick start for you. So I'm going to go ahead and remove these two functions, and I'm going to create a new function called add my friends, right? I'm going to have an array here. Let's say my friends is equal to this array. And what I'm going to do is whenever I call this function add my friends, this will accept a friend as the argument, and I want to add this friend to this array, right? So what I can do is I can say my friends dot push my friend. Now what's happening here? Let's take a look at the console as well, so that we have idea what's going on. So what I'm going to do is first of all write my name right away, right? So you can see the moment I do that, I get the console log as Mehul inside these square brackets. So what this means is that I have just added one element to this my friends. If I call this function again, someone, for example, you will see I have Mehul and someone in this array, right? And a couple of things which I mentioned about arrays is that they are ordered. That means this order matters. What is first, what is second, what is third, and so on. This order matters. this push function right here helps you to push values to the end of the array, right? If you want to push a value to the start of the array, you use a function called unshift. So these are a couple of handy functions which you should know, and you can clearly see that the order got reversed from the last one, right? Because earlier you saw that Mehul was first element, then someone was second because they were getting pushed at the end. Now if I go ahead and add the third friend, you will see that this person gets added to the front of the array. So unshift adds the element at the top, which is like at the front, and push adds the element at the end. So this is one important thing about arrays. Second important thing about them is that they start with a 0 index. That means, and we have briefly discussed this, my friends of 0 would be 3 in this case because we are unshifting this, right? So this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2, right? So if you do a 0, 1, 2 cycle, you will see that you get these different elements together. Super important stuff. Another thing is that you can always get the size of this array, how many elements there are in this array, by writing a dot length with this. And this comes out to be 3. And this 3 is not this 3. Let's just change this so that it makes more sense. You will see we still have this 3. This 3 is the length of this array, right? How many elements are there? So we added only 3 elements, but if I had some default friends here, you would see our length was actually 4. Why? Because we already added 1. We already had 1 and we added 3 more. And when we console logged our friend's length, we had 4. So this is how you work with arrays in general. Now let's say I have a function, or I wanted to remove this last value from this array. So what I can do is, if you can think about it, one way is I can just go ahead and I can say my friends of 0, 1, 2, 3 is undefined, right? That's something I believe is fair enough to think about. And if I console log my friends, you will see that now we still have 4 elements, but the last one has got undefined. So how do I really remove this element right here? Well, we can use something known as myfriends.pop as the method. And this is a function, right? This is a function. So when you call this, what's gonna happen is that it's just gonna give you the end value, the last value which you pushed, and it's just gonna remove that, right, from the original array as well. So if I console log this as final array and console log my friends, you will see that our final array does not contain this default value, right? This is removed. And I also said that it gives you, pop actually gives you the last value. So I can just say last value is this, because this returns you, if you remember from the last return video, it returns you that value. So last value, if you console log this, you will see is in fact the default, right? So what it did is that it took the last value, assigned, if you want to assign it to a variable, it's fine. If you don't want, it's fine as well. And then it also removes it from the primary array which you have, right? So if I do a couple of more pops, for example, if I write this 2 times instead of once and move this, you will see my final array is just 2 elements. If I do it 3 times, you will see it's just 1 element. If I do it 4 times, I lose all the elements. And if I do it 5 times, well, it does not matter. After your array is empty, this function would just return you undefined, right? You guessed it right, because there is nothing to be returned. So it returns you undefined and it removes nothing. So you will always just keep on getting this empty array if you write a lot of these statements. So that's how, in general, how you work with arrays in terms of pushing, popping, and inserting elements. One final thing which we can take a look at is we can also insert or modify values based on the index. So like I said, you can access the first value like this, where you have someone like this. You can also modify this. So if you say something like I said, I had a typo here. So if I say something like someone, and then I console log my array, you can see that my typo was updated from the last copy, right? So you can change the values which are stored in an array if you know the index of the value which you want to change. Index is basically everything in an array. If you know the index, you can pretty much do anything with that particular element. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to be introducing you to loops in JavaScript, one of the most important things again in a programming language. And what loops allow you to do is it allows you to run a bunch of statements over and over again. So you might think that's what functions did, right? We can just call a function again and again, which is fine, but you still have to write functions certain number of times, right? You are writing this once, then you're writing this twice. What if I wanted to insert 100 of such friends? Then you would need to write 100 such calls. So sure, I mean, you can create a function call of 20 and then call it 5 times and so on, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about actually repeating a piece of code a set number of times, or even infinite, or even arbitrary if you want. So how do we do that? We do that with loops. So what a loop is, there are kinds of loops, but we'll be taking a look at for loop in this video. So I'm going to start with writing for as the keyword, and there's a set syntax you have to follow here. So I'm just going to show you that once. So I'm going to say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than 10, I plus plus, right? And I'm just going to console.log I here real quick. So let's take a look at what's happening. Well, you see, first things first is that in the console, we get 0 to 9 as the values printed, right? We never wrote 0 to 9 anywhere in the code, but it got printed. So that's our first observation. Our second observation is this line number 8 right here. What the hell is happening here? So you can see that we have the first block as the initializer. This is the place where we initialize a variable which will control the loop, right? This case, it's I. I is a convention. You can name this anything you want. Then we write a semicolon, very important syntax. This could not be left out or missed. In the second part, we have a condition. This condition basically says until how long this loop should run, right? So we start at 0 and we have to run the loop as long as I is less than 10. That's fair. And what do we want to do? As long as, this loop is running, on every single iteration, that is every single time we complete everything inside this loop body, we want to run this part. So whenever you complete it, you run it. Whenever you complete it, you run it. And the fact that you can see that we start at 0, this means that the very first time this loop runs, the very first time, then only this runs and this runs. This statement always runs after an iteration has completed, right? So that's why we get 0 first, then we check, hey, if I is less than 10, nope, it's not. So we get into this console log and just puts out 0. In the next part, we increment this, so I becomes 1. We check if I is less than 10. Nope, still not, because I is 1. So we put out 1. Again, we increment, I becomes 2. We check if I is less than 2. Nope, it's not. So we put out 2. All the way, this happens till 8. So we are at 8. We just console logged 8. We go back, we make it 9. We say, is 9 less than 10? Yup, it is. So we put out 9. We go back, we make I 10. We say, is I less than 10? Nope. I is not less than 10 because 10 is not less than 10. 10 is equal to itself, but it's not less than itself. So that's where we know the loop should stop, and the loop stops. That's it. So this basically gives you 10 iterations, which is 0 to 9, which are 10 in count, right? And you can do pretty much anything you want. You can multiply this I with 2. This is just a number, right? Which just gets populated. You can multiply this, or you can raise this to a power of 2, whatever you want to do. I mean, you can pretty much have a lot of fun with the numbers part here. But what you can also do is probably like do a myfriends.push as I, right? So you're just pushing 10 numbers into an array. and you can say my friends like this. So you can see we have a default, and then we have a 0 to 9 numbers available in this array, which is like a quick way of initializing an array with some set values. But yeah, that's how you can do it. And yeah, that's pretty much it for your introduction part to loops. You can pretty much control all of these variables. If you want, you can make this 20, right? And we have already discussed I++. This could very well be I is equal to I plus 1 as well. That's completely fine, right? Nobody's judging you or anything, and it'll just work fine. But in loops, what we usually do is we use these plus plus or minus minus incrementers, right? And like I said, you could also do plus plus I, and it would not make a lot of difference. It's one and the same thing for the loop at least, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly discuss about continue and break, two important statements in loops which you should know, and how to work with them. So if we take a look, you would see that we run all the way from 0 to 20 in this case. Let's say I only want to push even numbers to this array, right? Let's say this is just even numbers. And if I remove this function as well. Now, what I want to do is I just want to make sure that we have 0, 2, 4, 8, 6, 10, 12. These numbers right here. So how do I do that? Well, the first way to do that is you actually change this condition. So instead of incrementing it every single time, you increment it twice, right? Every single time just once, you increment it twice, which gives you pretty much the same result, which I just said, right? That you need to get even numbers. So that way you are reducing your iteration count as well as the numbers you're pushing, and that probably is the best solution, right? Another solution is that you can go ahead and say here that if I modulo 2 is 0, and I think we haven't discussed the triple equal to or double equal to yet, so stick with me here. We will discuss that later, but this just means that we are saying that, hey, if you divide I with 2, do you get the remainder as 0? If you do, then we know that it's an even number, because even numbers when divided by 2 gives us 0 remainder. Otherwise, we know this is an odd number. So I can say let even numbers, let odd numbers, and I can say odd numbers dot push I, right? And if I console log them in both in order, you will see we get even and odd numbers separated. So that is another way you can do that. That's fine. But a third way to do this is you just skip an iteration, right? Which is pretty much what we are doing here. If I do something like this, this is pretty much what I'm doing, right? But let's say I have a function here which says skip number, and I have a number like this. And whenever I pass a number, for example, let's say I have this even numbers inside this array, and I remove this, and I just return even numbers, right? Fair enough, simple program, and we know all the parts here. And let's say I have a skip number of 10. Now, what I want to happen is that whenever 10 arises here, I don't want to push it, right? I don't want to do anything. So sure, you can do something like if I mod 2 is equal to 0 and I is not equal to number, then push it, which is again, magically it works, right? And again, this means that I is not equal to the value here. This means that this result is in fact equal to the value here, right? Just making sure you know about the triple equal to and not, and then double equal to symbols here. These are important stuff, right? So make sure you understand them as well along the way. But what I wanted to discuss is a little bit of alternative. Let's say I don't want to push this in a condition. I always want to add this, and now we have a problem because now we get all the numbers. However, what I can do is make use of a couple of handy statements in the loops, and that is the first one is called as continue. So what continue does is that it says that I can say if I mod 2 is equal to 1, then I want to continue. So remember, just like return just does an early return from the function itself, For example, if I just wrote return hello from here, you wouldn't see all of this stuff happening and we will only get hello in the console. Similarly, anytime you are inside a loop and the loop body contains a continue, or the, when the code is executing, it encounters a continue, the iteration is marked as done, right? So it's kind of like I won't say a return because it keeps the loop running, but it kind of like skips the current iteration, and when whatever has been done, it's done. Okay, that's fine, but it moves to the next one, right? So if I just keep on writing continue here, you would see we actually get a blank array, right? Because nothing happens in this loop. For all the 20 cycles, we just waste them. So instead of that, what we do is that we say that for every single odd number, we want to just skip the cycle. If I switch this to 0, you will see we only get odd numbers, because for every single even number, we skip the cycle, right? Similarly, what I can do is I can say if I is equal to the number, again, I want to continue because I don't want to add that number. And if both of these conditions don't match, then, well, the code will come here, it will execute, and it will add those numbers. So right here, you can see we get 0, 2, 4, 8, 6, 12, whatever that is not added. If I supply 2 here, you would see we have a 2 missing now, and so on. So that's how continue works. Let's say we have a number which is break number. Now what I want to do is I want to break out of the loop if I get that number. If I don't get that number, then it's fine. So far you can see, let's say if I have a I mod 2 condition with me, that's fine. But what I want to happen is that the moment I get this number, which is passed here, it should break out of the loop, right? So how do I do that? Well, for that, I can write if number, or rather if I is equal to number, then break. Now, pay close attention to what's happening here. You're seeing that I passed in 10, and the results which you get is 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. Because the moment this I became 10 and this number got 10, this number was also 10, then we ran the statement and it braked out of this loop. That means it came to the next line and it just said return even numbers. So that's why we get all the previous work which has been done by this. If I write, for example, 2 here, we will just get 0. Why? Because the moment I becomes 2, we just breaks out of the loop, right? That's what we do. Now, there's a very slight difference between break in a loop and return in a loop, which is in a function. Because if you think about this carefully. I told you how return works, right? Whenever you write return, nothing works under that. So that's kind of true, but in a more logical way, what I should say is that the moment your function executes return, nothing else runs, right? Nothing else runs, everything else stops. So if I return here instead of breaking, what would happen is that we will get undefined. Why? Because we are not returning any single value. So let's say if I return and say early return. So, or even better, like instead of early return, I just say even numbers. So what's the difference between doing this and just writing break here? The difference is that if there is anything which is in between these two loops, which might be some important work, like, just console logging that final numbers length is even numbers.length, right? If we have this statement, then the statement would never run because you just returned out of the loop, right? And you did not just return out of the loop, you also returned out of function. So that statement never runs. If you want it to run, you just want to break out of the loop. You don't want to return out of the whole function. So the moment you change that, you will see that we also start getting the final numbers length as 1 and so on. So this is a kind of introduction for break, return, and continue in a loop which is running inside a function. Return can only be used with functions. Break and continue can only be used inside loops, right? If you just write break here, it wouldn't make sense and you will get an error message. If you write continue here, it wouldn't make sense. Break and continue only make sense for these loops, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for the language syntax. Hopefully you are able to understand how the language and how the dynamics are working out. If you do, then make sure you're leaving a rating to the course, recommending these to other people in your family, in your circle, in your peers, whoever wants to learn JavaScript. That really helps the platform. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about equality in JavaScript and how that works. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, make some space here, and I'm going to start with just a console log statement. We're going to keep this simple. So I'm going to say, starting with 1 is equal to 1, right? And you can see it console logs true. So whenever you are checking for equality like this expression in itself would give you a Boolean value. What do I mean by that? For example, if I have a result 1 equal to 1, and if I do a type of result, you will see that I get a Boolean, right? So this can even be either be true or be false. And in this case, we know it's true because, well, 1 is in fact 1. You would have seen that I'm using 3 equal to signs here, and I'm using 1 equal to sign here. So what's the difference between these 3 and 1? So what you have to remember is, in JavaScript, whenever you use a single equal to sign, that means assignment. That means you are assigning a value. In this case, you are assigning result to 1, right? If you're using double equal to or triple equal to in JavaScript, you are comparing a value to something else, right? This is important because JavaScript also comes with a double equal to variant, and double equal to variant is a little less strict. I mean, this still evaluates to true, but if my 1 was a string, then also it will evaluate to true, right? And depending on how you are looking at this, it might or might not make sense. But if you use a triple equal to, it will not try to typecast things, right? JavaScript will not try to typecast things, and it will give you false. Why? Because string and number are inherently not the same thing. However, if both of them are strings, that's a different story, right? But yeah, in general, always make use of triple equal to until and unless you know what you're doing. That's the best practice. You will find thousands of code pieces and a lot of things with a double equal to sign and double equal to usage. That is fine, but whenever you're writing new code, always use triple equal to. Don't ever use double equal to. That's just not a good way or good practice to go about. Plus, you will have a bunch of buggy code if you're not careful with the types. Like I said, if you're comparing strings and numbers and, you know, doing bad comparisons all the time, JavaScript has a history of not reporting those errors to you. In fact, JavaScript just tries to use its own little brain, which it has, and sometimes it results in horrible disasters. So you don't want to do that. Try to stick with triple equal to, which will just reject your results if they are not type equivalent or value equivalent. And yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all I wanted to discuss. I mean, you can compare all sorts of values, FG, FDG, you know, anything you like, right? And it'll just work out of the box. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start with objects in JavaScript. So far we have seen the primitive data types and used functions as well. But objects are super interesting, super important, because objects is everything in JavaScript. Your function can be an object, your arrays are object, and objects are object. So very simply speaking, an object can be created as follows. So you can say my object like this and just create an empty, this curly braces, right? Now, the objects in JavaScript are stored in the following way. You have certain keys and then a colon and then certain values. So you have a key name and then a value, right? And you can put this key name in quotes. Again, right here does not matter whether it's single quote or double quote. So the moment you do that, what's going to happen is that this is an object which has a key called key name and a value called value. You can define multiple values and multiple keys here. So I can say key name 2, for example, and then a value 2. So now if I try to console log this object right here, you will see that we get the full object, key name as value and key name 2 as value 2, right? Simple as that. Now, how you can access the value in object and what does it even mean? What you have to remember in objects is that the way you access a particular value is through its key. So the premise is how you store the object is that you store it in such a way that you know the key more or less, or you can derive it, and you don't probably know the value, or you want to store it against the value. So what I can do in order to access this value right here is I can use the square bracket notation just like we used with the arrays with numbers 0, 1, 2, but instead of writing 0, 1, 2, I will write key name like this. And when I do that, you will see that I get value in the console, which is the value of this. And this could be pretty much anything, right? It could be a string, it could be a number, it could be a function, it could also be a function, right? It could be a function like this, which is an anonymous function. It could very well be another object itself, right? So you can have another object. So if you want to go into, this object, for example, key name, let's say 2.1, and you say hello world. Then if I go ahead and copy this and use the square bracket notation again in a nested fashion, you can see this gives me this object, and then key name 2.1 gives me hello world, right? So that's how this works. The object, extracting the value out of all these keys. There is another way you can make it work, and that is, first things first, you don't need to have quotes around the key name if it does not contain spaces or any weird characters, or if it does not start with any weird characters. So what do I mean by that? If you have a key name like this, key name 2.1, you have to use the quotes in this case, right? Because this is now just bad syntax. But if you don't have any spaces or anything, you can pretty much use and set the key without quotes in JavaScript, right? So similarly for this is also valid syntax. Now, similar alternative exists for us here. So you have an array-like notation here, which is fine if you want to access. But if your key name is valid, that means it does not contain weird characters or does not contain spaces. What you can do is you can use something known as a dot notation. So you can just write a dot and the name of the key which you want to access, right? In the second case, we have to use the square notation, because if I try to use the dot notation, you will see it does not make a lot of sense, because this way it does not know there's a space. It does not know where it ends, right? So in this case, we have to use a square notation, and this should obviously be in quotes, because otherwise it will be evaluated as a variable, right? And you don't need a dot then. So yep, that is pretty much how objects work in JavaScript. You can define nested objects. You can do basically any sort of and all sorts of nesting here. These values could be null, these values could be functions, these values could be undefined, these values could be nested objects, strings, booleans, everything you can think about, right? And you can look them up with the help of their key names, and that's how this works. So hopefully this was a good introduction for you for getting started with objects. And there's a lot of use of objects in JavaScript. We will be working with them all the time. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss a very important thing, a very important concept in JavaScript, and that is known as how the objects are passed in a function and in general here and there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a function called mutate, which basically mutate just means to change something. And I'm going to have an object being accepted here, right? And let's just go ahead and create an object like, let's name it something else, my profile, for example. So I can say this is name as Mehul and age as 22, right? And in this object, whatever object I pass, for example, I have a second profile, let's say second profile where the name is John and age is 42, right? So now if I go ahead and say object.age, just console logging that, what you will see is that when I do something like mutate my profile, we get 22 in the console. If I do mutate of second profile, we'll get 42 in the console. Fair enough. Now, before doing any sort of work in this, what I will do is I will do a primitive mutate, and I will have a primitive value here, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add 1 to it. So I'm gonna say primitive ++, right? And what this primitive mutate does is that it will accept a number. So let's say I have 100 here, and I do a primitive mutate of number, right? And if I console log this primitive, what we see in the console is 101, which is, you know, understandable. You increment 100, you get 101. But if I console log the number here back, you will see that this number is not changed, right? It is 100, although it was made 101 inside this function, but this function actually has this primitive variable in scope. Plus this call, when this call was made, this number got copied into this function's execution context, right? So this means this primitive is a copy of this number. It's not this number which we are incrementing here. With objects, however, this is different, because with objects, if I try to do the similar thing, object.age++, what's gonna happen is that you will see that if I console log second profile here, we will see that the age in fact gets increased by 1. So it was 42 before. I passed it inside this mutate function. I just incremented the age, object.age, the age property of this object, and I console logged it. And you can see it suddenly turned 43, right? But if we go by this logic, it should not have modified the original variable. But that is not how objects work in JavaScript. The way objects work in JavaScript is by reference. So when you create this object, you can think of, when you're passing this in a function, you can think of an address being passed. So instead of the actual object, let's say you have passed an address, something like 0x123456, for example, right? This could be anything. Now, whenever JavaScript is trying to access the property of this object, it will try to go to that location in the memory and search for that property and then increment it. Now, the reason this increments the older object as well, the outside object, is because both of them are pointing to the same object in the memory, right? You just pass the address here. Whereas when you're using a primitive, you actually copy the value. So if this is a number, if this is a string, if this is a Boolean, if this is any primitive type, big int, it gets copied. So the original value isn't mutated. But in case of objects, the address gets passed or the reference gets passed, and that is basically where the change takes place. So this is very, very, very important behavior of JavaScript, which might catch you a little off guard if you don't know about this. So this is super important to know. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to understand that whenever you pass an object, you are always dealing with a live copy of that object. And whenever you pass a primitive, you're actually dealing with a fake copy of that object, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about scoping in JavaScript, which is again a very important concept. So what scoping is? Well, you see that when you're trying to work with JavaScript, a lot of times you would see that you have to create this opening and closing curly brace. Now, a general rule of thumb in JavaScript is that whenever you see these opening and closing curly brace, that means that this is a scope. And what is a scope? A scope is an area in which a variable's lifetime is, right? So if you create a variable, for example, hello, and assign it a world, you can do whatever you want with this variable here, right? You can console log it, you can, if this is a let, you might also be able to change it and so on, right? So if I run this function, this works fine. We will get world in the console. But if I do console log hello outside this, you would see we get an error that hello is not defined. Why? Because the scope of this variable is bound inside this opening and closing curly brace, right? If I take out this line out of the function, you can see that we get two console logs. The first one from the function call and the second one here, right? So why this is working now? Because in JavaScript, what you have to realize, the scope of this variable is actually the scope which it is in, that is in this case it's globally, plus any other scope which is defined as a child of that scope, right? And all the scopes are basically children of the global scope. So that works fine. What do I mean by that? Let's just take a look at another example. Let's just say I had hello inside this function. Now what I can do is I can go ahead and say that if something is true, then console log hello. Now, if we take a look here, this statement will always run because this is, well, if true will always be true. But what's happening here is that I can access this hello variable inside this scope. See, we have an opening curly brace and a closing curly brace. Therefore, this is also a new scope. But this is a child scope of this function because it's inside this, it's embedded inside this. Therefore, I can access all the variables defined above, just as usual, right? You see, it works. However, if I move this inside this, you would see that this statement right here, the second one, starts giving us error. Why? Because now this hello variable is in the scope of the variable, or not exactly variable, but in scope of the statement of this if, right? So you cannot access this outside the if block. So you have to remember, like function creates a scope, this if else also creates a scope anywhere where there's a opening and closing curly brace, and loops also create a scope. What do I mean by that? Let's write a simple loop, i0, I less than 10, I plus plus. I'm going to console.log I. So what you can see here is that we get, let me just remove this. What you can see here is that you get 1 to 0 to 9 and the console log. But if I console.log outside this loop, you would see it gives us an error, right? And although it might seem like this is just outside loop and not inside these parentheses, but the loop variable is also tied to the scope of the loop. So you can access this I, you can do pretty much anything you want with this I inside this loop, but this I would not be available outside the loop. Why? Because its scope is not defined outside the loop. If you could have defined I here, for example, and if you remove this declaration, you can leave this space as empty. It's totally fine, right? And if you do something like this, now you can see that when I console log this, I get I as 10, the last value. Why? Because our scope wasn't expired in this for loop. We can access it, right? So this is one way of creating a scope. If else block is another way, like I showed you, and functions is also a way. If you want every single variable to be accessible everywhere, you can just go ahead and create all the variables at the top. So any variable you create in the global scope can be accessed in the functions, right? Until and unless they are shadowed, which we will discuss in the next video. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I hope you understood what the scopes are, how the scope work. And it's basically the same thing for const and let both. So it's fine. I mean, I just showed you the example of let, I guess, but it works the same for the const. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at variable shadowing in JavaScript and what that means. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and actually just clean this up. And I'm going to say const my variable, or let's say my age as 22, right? And I'm going to create a function, print my age, right? And I'm going to console.log my age. And whenever I call this, you see we get 22 in the console, which is fair enough. That's what we would expect, right? But what happens if I try to create my age as 25 here? Well, you would see that we get no error because, we can see in the console we get 25. So why do we get an error when we do happen to create a variable in the same scope, but no error when it's in a different scope, or in a nested scope rather? Well, there's no why to that. That's just the rule that you can create any sort of variable in a nested scope. But the problem here is that now there is virtually no way to access the older variable, the older value. I mean, you cannot access my age as 22 because it has been shadowed by a local variable. And why? The way it works is as follows. If you don't have a local variable, that is a variable in the local scope, JavaScript will go to one scope above and it will ask, do you have that? It will say yes, and it just prints that. This can be shown in an even better way if I wrap this whole thing in if true. So if I wrap this like this and give this an indentation, what you would see is we still get 22. And if I move this a little bit up and define my age as 27, you would see that we get 27 now, right? Because it takes a look here. It says that, hey, I did not find it. Do you have it? It says, yes, I do. Therefore, we print 27. If I remove this, you would see we print 22 because this also does not have it. So it asks above and that got that. So it prints 22. Now, the only thing which we need here to shadow this variable is just a declaration, right? Not even an initialization. If I just have a let of my age, what you will see is that we print undefined, right? I did not initialize this. That's it. You just need to define it somehow. The moment you define it, it gets shadowed, right? So the above variable are not used or cannot be used. So this is important in order to, just make sure you understand that you don't shadow over variables which are required, because then there's no way to access that global kind of variable, right? So that's how shadowing works in JavaScript, variable shadowing. Nothing fancy, but you should just know about how this works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start with the most important thing in the browser JavaScript, that is document object model. And what document object model is that it connects your HTML to the JavaScript world. So far what we have done and what we have seen is that you can use JavaScript to do calculations, to call, to calculate prime numbers, to do all sorts of mathematical and computing stuff. But that is not what we learned JavaScript for, right? We are learning this because we want to make sure we use this in web development. And we have already seen that HTML and CSS are the rock stars of web development. Whatever you write here, the browser processes them, parses them, and shows them on the right. Now, the big question is that how do you let JavaScript control this HTML world? And the simple answer is that JavaScript by itself does not ship with any way to interact with an HTML document. So how does it work? Well, you see that your browser, in this case Chrome, actually exposes another set of API to your JavaScript world in order to interact with this HTML. Simply put, I'm just saying that there is a special object here which exists, which allows you to tap into the HTML world. And that object is not coded in the JavaScript world itself. It's coded in the C++ and C world of the JavaScript engine, which is a relatively lower level language compared to JavaScript, right? So what is that object? That object is called document. And we will take a look at this document object a lot. We will use this a lot of times. So if you console log this document object, you will probably be seeing something like this mess. But instead of seeing this mess, what you can do is open this in a new tab and go to the console of this tab right here. And you will see, if you ignore this error, you will see this as the document console. Now this looks awfully familiar with what you would see in the Elements tab, right? So this basically means that there's a variable in JavaScript called document, which pretty much is this representation of some kind, but not exactly, because let me just quickly go over through what is the difference between this representation and the HTML you are writing. So what happens is when you load a page, your server sends this code to the browser, right? This is just plain HTML code. Now, your browser, first of all, needs to report to two people here. The first person is JavaScript and the second person is CSS, right? CSS needs to style the page, JavaScript needs to add interactivity. But before both of them can do their work, the browser has to create a certain tree-like structure from this text document representation so that the CSS or the JavaScript can navigate that tree and reach to the exact node they want to work with, right? Because this makes sense. If your CSS code has to be performant, if it wants to be, fast, it needs a good way to reach to the correct elements fastly, right? You cannot just, brute force or hack your way into this. So what JavaScript does is that it creates a tree-like representation of HTML document which you sent it and calls it document object model. That is what DOM stands for. Document object model is a programmatic representation of the HTML document which is sent by the browser, and basically it is the real view of what you're seeing on the screen as well. So if you remove an element from DOM, it is gone from the screen. If you add an element to the DOM, it appears in the screen. The synchronization of the DOM and the screen is done by the browser, right? You have no control over that. You cannot change that behavior, but you can control DOM, which indirectly controls what appears on the screen, right? That's it. That's the thing. That's all JavaScript does. It can manipulate the DOM, which in results can lead to good or bad user experiences, depending on how you do that. So that is all. That is what DOM is. And we will discuss a little bit more about DOM and all this stuff in the advanced course. But yeah, we will discuss a bunch of APIs in the next few videos. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can actually get hold of an element on the page. Now, in the last video, I told you what document is. It's basically a way for us to tap into this HTML code, which is represented as DOM in the browser. So we have this document with us. Now this is an object, right? That means it comes with certain properties, which could be functions, which could be just regular properties and so on. And the implementation of all of those properties are defined in the C++ code, not in the JavaScript world. So you cannot pretty much recreate them yourself. You have to use them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say document.querySelector, and then I'm going to write h1, right, which is the name of the tag we have here. Now, if I do a const of heading right here, and if I just console log this guy, what you will see is that I get hello world in the console with an h1. So what does that mean? That means we are targeting this element. This heading right here is actually holding a reference, not a copy, a reference to this. What do I mean by that? That means anything I do with this heading now will automatically get reflected on the browser. So let's try a couple of properties. I know that there's a property called heading.innerText, and I can set it to whatever I like. So let's say I set it to hello Mehul instead of hello world. You can see that's what appears on the screen immediately, right? So yep, that is how you select an element with a document.querySelector, and that is how you update any of the property of that element, right? And it automatically gets reflected on the screen. Now, a quick point here about querySelector. This thing right here, what goes in here is basically the same thing which you write in your CSS style sheet. And I have a couple of styles from previous videos, but what you have to remember is that whatever you write here actually goes as the same thing what you write in a CSS selector, right? So if I had, for example, this as h1 id hello, then I could write this as hash hello as well for selecting id, right? And it'll still work. If this was class, h1 class hello, then I would have to change this to a dot, right? And then it'll work, hello Mehul, right? So So it's basically the same selector which you use in the CSS, which you can use with query selector. And this is like just the one way of many ways of doing this. But yeah, that's how it works. But yeah, that's pretty much it. In order to get your first element, grab your first element with a CSS selector, store it in a variable, and then start manipulating it. We will do a lot of manipulations in the coming videos, so don't worry about that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just keep on doing some DOM manipulation. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you another variant of this, and that will be query selector all. So what does that mean? That means, let's say I have a UL tag here and I say list item 1, list item 2 and 3, right? So let's say we have a bunch of list items with us. And what I want to do here is I want to say that, okay, what I want to do is I want to replace all the text inside these list items. So what I can do is I can get all list items via document.querySelector ULLI, right? But if you try to console log this, you will see that we only get the first item in the console, no other item. And why is that? Because by default, query selector only returns you the first matching element, right? So it starts from the top, it sees, okay, not found. And there we go, boom, we found the element. But if you use CSS, you will realize that CSS actually targets every single one of them, right? So CSS, if I give a background of yellow, for example, it will target all of them. So strictly speaking, this is not exactly like CSS then, right? Well, it has a variant called document.querySelector all, which can act as the following, right? So right now you can see it console logs it as an object, but truly speaking, it's not an object, it's a node list. So let's just open this in a new tab and actually see a good console from the browser dev tools until we fix that in the CodeDams environment. But in the browser dev tools, if you go to console, you will see that we get a node list as a console statement. Now this node list is pretty much very similar to an array, but has a couple of differences which we will discuss when the time comes. But for now, for the most part, you can think of node list as an array, right? So you have 3 elements you can see and the 3 list items here as well, right? So what you can do now is just like an array, you can iterate over this with a for loop. So I can say for let I is equal to 0, I is less than all items dot length I plus plus. What's happening here is that we are trying to loop over this until we exhaust all the elements in the list, and I just plus on the I, right? Because this length will give us 3, which is basically the amount of items we have on the screen. So the next thing I can say is I can say list item is all list items of I, because remember, like I told you earlier, that you can access the nth element or any element with the index, right? So on the first iteration, this would be 0. So all list items of 0 will give me access to list item 1, then 2, and then 3, and then so on if there are any more. Okay, so once we have this, I can say dot inner text is yo, you know, and the moment I do that, you can see all of the 3 items turn into yo, right? So that's how you can make use of query selector all and iterate over it and get awesome results. When we learn a little bit about ES6 in one of the sections in this course, there would be a neater way to do this. I mean, for loop is fine, but we also have some declarative ways to run the loops now in JavaScript. But this is also completely 100% fine, right? If you want to use this, this is 100% fine. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood how query selector all works. This returns you an array of HTML nodes. Query selector only returns you a single HTML node, which is the first matching element. And that's a big difference you have to remember, right? Sometimes this would be fine. Sometimes you might need this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at a couple of more ways to actually get to the elements, and we'll start off with the get element by ID, which is I think the only popular other thing apart from query selector which exists. So what getElementById does is that, let's say if you have a paragraph like this, and this has got an ID of para, well, you can access this with const para document.query selector para like this. But what you can also access this with is document.getElementById, and then just the name of the whatever the name of the ID is. And one quick notice you have to see here is that query selector tries to use the CSS selector like format, but getElementById does not use that, right? So that means it's a little different. And the reason why this is a little bit different, because this only works for IDs, right? It will not work for classes or anything. And this is slightly more performant than query selector if you run it into millions of elements, right? Because, I mean, not that you need to know this, but technically speaking, getElementById creates a hash map of all the IDs on the page with their corresponding references, right? So this is like a truly O1 kind of lookup. If you know what I mean, that's fine. If you don't know, that's fine as well. So that means this is a slightly faster lookup compared to this one. But for almost every real world scenario, you'd never need to know the difference in speed. You will never really observe the difference as well. This will only come handy if you're doing a lot of loops and DOM manipulations maybe in millions of times or tens of thousands of times per second, right? So anyway, you can stick to just query selector if you would like. That's what I wanted to say. But yeah, this exists. That's one thing. Another thing which I wanted to discuss is that whenever you have a node with you, for example, you have this tag, you can pretty much use the query selector again on that. So what do I mean by that? That means, let's say you have a UL, for example. So I'm going to do UL as document.querySelector UL, right? And if I console log this UL, fair enough, it gives us the UL tag. But if I do an LI, I can do something like this, or what I can do is I can just say ul.querySelector LI, right? Or ul.querySelector all LI. And if I console log this LI part, you will see we have a bunch of LIs. Or if I just do a query selector of a single one, we just have the first matching result. Now, the reason this works is because if you think about it, when JavaScript constructs a DOM tree, every node is also a kind of a small tree, right? Body is a small tree, which consists of these three children, and these three are the child of this UL as well. So you can think of body as a small tree. Similarly for UL and any other nested elements. So that's why JavaScript exposes the query selector method on these nodes as well. But what you will not get is a getElementById method. So if you write getElementById, you will see that this method does not exist on the node which you got, right? And why is that? Because like I said, because this is a bit performant and it uses hash maps and indexes, JavaScript does not give access of this method to everyone. Therefore, you can only use this when you're using document, right? So you have to use getElementById with document, but you can use query selector with pretty much any node you like, query selector and query selector all. So these were a couple of points I believe you should know. But yeah, that's pretty much it. All you want to know about query selector and going into the depth of the tree at this point. We'll take a look at a few examples which will clear this out even more in future. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at event listeners in JavaScript, which is super important, super interesting and amazing topic. And what this does is that it finally allows you to use your cursor in an interactive way on the page. So what do I mean by that? That means that now you can create, let's say you can create a button called click me. And let me just get rid of this as well. And you can have an H1 saying counter and then a span ID counter like this, right? And whenever you click on this counter, this button, the counter goes up. So how do we do that? Right now, nothing happens, right? So the way to do this is actually, let's just give this button an ID of increment. And I want to get this button first. So I'm going to say increment button is document.query selector increment, right? Now I want to attach an event listener to this. That means whenever some click happens on this button, I want a function to be run. So what I can do is I can write increment button dot add event listener and then call it as a function. So what the name says, it literally says add an event listener. And what we can do is I can specify the first argument as the type of listener I want to attach. In this case, I want to attach a click listener. That means whenever somebody clicks on this, I want something to happen, right? And what do I want to happen? I want to run a function. Now the function which we specify here can be an anonymous function. Anonymous function is a function which does not has a name. So you just start writing a function like this, right? So it could be an anonymous function, or you can define this above. You can say like function increment counter like this and just pass the name of the function. You don't want to call it because this will actually call the function. You just want to pass the name of the function, right? So the moment you do that, whenever you run or whenever you click this button, what will happen is that you get all these console logs, right? Which says run, right? So this means you have tied a function call, a function to an event on the page using browser APIs. Now this is interesting because now you can do all sorts of fun stuff. You can create a counter which says 0. You can increment this counter, and you can finally, what you can do is, let me just get the counter element first, document.getElement by ID counter, right? This was our span tag right here. And we can increment the counter variable, which is our global counter. And then I can also say counter element dot inner text is equal to counter, right? So now whenever I click on this, you can see we are incrementing the counter on every single click. Why? Because this function gets called, this function gets the element, it increments our older counter, and we add that counter as the inner text, right? And whenever we set it with an equal to sign, it replaces the value. So on every single click, we increase the counter. Now you can do a pretty much a similar thing, and you can develop a decrement counter like this. Create a copy of this. You can create a decrement button. We will get a decrement button like this. This would be decrement, for example, and we will have another button here called decrement, right? So this would be increment counter, this would be decrement counter, right? So now whenever somebody clicks on decrement button, what I want to do is decrement the counter. And the decrement, in the decrement case, we just have to decrease the counter, right? And that's it. That's all you need to do in order to play with this counter. And if you see that you are using this counter multiple times, you can also take out the reference to the global scope and just get rid of them, right? Now it's much more cleaner and simpler to use. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually keep up with our counter experiment and build a little bit of understanding of JavaScript using this example. So the first thing we'll do in this one is actually try to add an element to the screen using JavaScript. And what do I mean by that? That means actually constructing an element in the HTML world, which is on the screen, with the help of JavaScript. So first things first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a UL here, which just has an ID of list items, right? And every single time I click on increment counter, we will add a sentence in this UL. So how we will do that? Well, let's see. So again, the first thing we need to do is actually grab this UL element. So UL element is document.getElementById as list items, right? So the moment we have this UL element, then we need, on the increment part, somehow we need to append a list item to this. So first of all, let's just see how you actually even create an element. So the first step is create an element, and second step is append that element. So in JavaScript, in order to create an element, we have a special API called, again, on the document object, and that is known as document.createElement. So this create element right here is a function which takes in the name of the tag which you want to create. In this case, we want to create an li. So I'm just going to go ahead and pass this li as the element, right? So that's first thing. The next thing is we just append that element, right? And the way we append that element is again using a .appendChild special function. And this .appendChild special function pretty much exists on every single node which we have, right? So we have selected these nodes and all of them contains .appendChild, but we want it to happen on the UL element. So I'm going to say UL element .appendChild and then li, and this should be, the second sentence, and that's it. That's all it takes to create an element and append to it, right? So now if I click on increment, you can see these bullet points getting created because a list item is getting appended every single time I click on this, right? Although we cannot see anything because we haven't really added any text content, but that's how it works. That's how you create it. So yep, that's how you would create a list item dynamically. And now let's just go ahead and take a look at how you add text to it. Now, what you have to understand in JavaScript is that everything can be a node, right? In the DOM world, not in JavaScript, but in DOM world. So these HTML tags, which you see in the DOM world, document object model world, these elements are nodes, right? Even the text which you have are nodes. These text nodes are special and are actually called text nodes, right? So what you do if you want to append a text node to this li, you first of all create that. So you say a text node is document.createTextNode, and then you write the data, the text which needs to be put in. So in this case, I would say a sentence, and then I would specify, let's say, counter, right? So that's to just keep the count of where we at. And then what I will do is I will say li.appendChild text node. Like I said, every single node which you have has an appendChild method, even the ones which haven't been appended to the DOM yet, right? So this node, when it is created, at this particular point, it's still in memory. It's still in JavaScript. It's not appended to the DOM, therefore it's not visible. Once we do all the processing and everything, then we finally append this, right? So the moment we do that, something like this happens. Now you can see that on every single click of the counter, the sentence is increasing with the counter, which is pretty cool, right? And now this just keeps on increasing. Now that is cool, but let's say now I want to make the sentence bold. How do I do that? Now I have to create another tag, right? I have to go and create a document.createElement, create element. There should be a b tag. Then text node is there. B tag should append the text node. Li should append the b tag. And then finally UL element would append the li, right? And in fact, not even this, because we have the text node like this, li append the b tag. We would create a text node too, because we don't want the counter to be, bold. So I'm going to say create text node counter, and I'm going to say li.appendChild text node 2, and then finally this happens, right? So if I now click on this, you can see that sentence is bold. Why? Because sentence has been appended inside of a bold tag in HTML, and the counter is not bold because it is just directly appended inside the li. Now this seems too much, right? This seems like too much work at the moment. So what you can do is you can pretty much replace all of this very easily. You can say that instead of all this hassle, what I want to do is this li element should have an inner HTML of the following. And you can say this is b something and then plus a counter. That's it. And if you do something like this, the result is pretty much the same thing as you did with all of these lines, right? So what's the difference? Well, the difference is that this code is actually what the browser has to do anyway in order to understand what every single element is, right? Document object model is consisting of all these nodes and text nodes and everything. So when you do this, you're explicitly telling the browser what needs to be done. Right here, when you do this thing where you pretty much just say li.innerHTML is a b tag sentence, b tag close, and then counter. When you're doing this thing, then you are implicitly telling what the browser should do, and then browser takes this, puts this as the HTML, this whole thing as the HTML of the tag, right? And constructs or reconstructs rather the DOM tree of the browser, right? So this is super important. This is super important that inner HTML can be used for these small shortcuts, right? So you should remember that. It has its own trade-offs. That means this is not exactly equivalent to the other thing which I showed you, because for example, let's say you want to add an event listener on this B, then there is no way you can do that. But in the other example, if you are creating every element individually, you can add an event listener. So that's one trade-off. There are a bunch of other trade-offs, but for this example, it gets the job done, right? And for the most part, you should just know the both ways you should go about, but that's obviously easier. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood how you can add elements to the screen with just JavaScript. We will be taking a look at more on this later down the line. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can go ahead and remove these sentences as well. So for now, if I decrement the counter, you can see nothing really happens, and I can just only increment it and then only the sentences get added. But what if I also want to remove these sentences as and when they get completed? Or, you know, not completed, but as and when I click on this decrement. Let's see. So the first thing is whenever somebody clicks on the decrement button, what you have to see is that this decrement call right here is made, right? So we have to do some magic inside this function. All right, that's the first thing. The second thing is we need to get to an element which we need to remove, right? So in order to do that, we need, well, we do know what the element will be. It will be a sentence with a counter in the front of it, but that's a little harder to catch, right, from the contents of it. So what we can do is we can go back to our basics and understand that in the HTML side, anywhere when you have a data star attribute, that's just a custom value or a custom attribute for you. Like, I mean, sure, you can have an attribute like Mehul too, and you can probably grab that from JavaScript as well, but this is not valid HTML5, right? A valid HTML5 document would be data Mehul 2, for example. So anything you write after data dash is allowed. Basically, it's just for custom data. So what we can do, and then we can use, basically the idea of this is using this attribute to get access to the HTML. So what we can do is this, at this point, when you are creating an element, I can say li.set attribute, and I'm going to say this as data dash counter to counter, right? So this is the name of the attribute and this is the value of the attribute. So when I do that, what's going to happen is that if I console.log this li right here, what you will see is that when I click on this, we get an li which has a data counter attribute set to 1, and then 2, then 3, 4, 5, and so on, right? That is awesome, because now what we can do in the decrement counter function is we can grab the reference of that particular item. So I can say const li is document, or if you want, you can also just start with ul item if you want, ul element dot query selector, and then I have to catch it via its data value, right? And the way we can do it is again by using CSS attribute selector syntax, where we write the name of the attribute, specify the value like this, and say this is just counter, right? Because let's say the counter is 4. Now when I click on this decrement counter, this gets called. The counter right now is 4. We have the data counter equal to a value of 4. We get to this and we have this li with us, right? And then that's simple. The next thing we have to do is just call a remove on this, right? And that's it. That's how you can remove basically any element from the page once you have its reference. So now let's try this out. I clicked on it multiple times, and when I click on decrement counter, you can see we just remove the elements in order, right? So when I click on this, the counter is 7. We get to the 7th sentence. That's what this li is. And then we finally call remove. We decrement the counter and we increase, repaint that on the screen. That's it. That's all it does in terms of removing the element. But what's important here is that you are able to set the attribute using a function known as set attribute, right? Similarly, you can also get the attribute. So you can say number is get attribute, li.get attribute and data counter, right? You can do something like this. But this number right now is actually a string, right? This number is a string because this attribute value, although a number, but is stored as a string in the HTML world, right? So we need to parse this as an integer. So how do we do that? We use a function called parseInt, and the reason we write 10 here is because we want to parse this number in base 10, right? So that's recommended that you write this 10 here. So once we have this number, what I can say is if my number modulus, let's say 2, is 0, then I want to remove this. That means it will only remove even elements, not the odd ones. So let's just go ahead and increment the counter and let's start subtracting. So now if I click on decrement, you see that it does not remove 19. But if I click on decrement again, it removes 18. Again, 17 does not get removed, 16 removes, and so on. So if I keep on clicking this, you will see that it leaves me only with the odd elements because of this check right here, right? So yep, that's pretty much how you can retrieve the attribute. That's how you can set the attribute and manipulate it in various ways you would like. And basically you can do this with pretty much every or any single attribute, right? It does not need to be a data attribute. It could be class names, it could be IDs, it could be anything. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at how classes can be manipulated with these get and set attributes, right? And how you can change and add some dynamic behavior in with the help of class manipulation. So what you can do is, let's just say for a yellow class which we have here, and let's just say we have a red class here with the background of red. So what I can do is I can set the attribute to class, and I can say this is red or yellow depending on what kind of counter value we have. So I can say if my counter is 0, counter modulus 2, that means for every even ones I want to set this class to be red, and for every odd ones I want this class set to be yellow, right? As this is just just another simple example of showing you how you can manipulate with JavaScript. So you can see now we get alternative red and yellow stuff. Here we are doing a little communication with the CSS world indirectly through HTML, because we have already defined a couple of classes in CSS and we just communicate that via HTML attributes, right? So that's how it works. Now, this is one way of manipulating CSS with JavaScript. Another way of manipulating the CSS with JavaScript is that you actually set the CSS style sheet yourself. And how you can do that is just like any other property, like in a HTML or in a text, there also exists a property called style. And the style includes a bunch of useful, CSS values, which you can see. We have maximum height and width, opacity, overflow, padding, all sorts of values exist here. Whatever you can do with CSS, you can also do here with JavaScript, right? So in this case, I just want to do background and I want to set this to red, right? And in this case, in the other case, I want to set it to yellow. So that's it. Now, when I try to do something like this, we still get the same result, but instead of relying on the CSS classes, now we are actually directly communicating with the CSS world using JavaScript. So we have skipped the HTML step where we add the class and HTML communicates to CSS. But here we are just directly using our knowledge of CSS style sheets in JavaScript to, just add some styles here, right? And you can also customize it even further. li.style. Let's say padding. You can say as 10 pixel in this case and 20 pixel in the other case. So in this case, what will happen is when I click on increment counter, you can see the red boxes are a little smaller than the yellow ones because red boxes only have 10 pixels of padding. So that's how you get an awesome, nice result. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you work with CSS in general inside of JavaScript. We won't get into a lot of these properties because if you do, then you can spend a big part of the day here manipulating just CSS with JavaScript. But yeah, you should read a bunch of documentation about this on Mozilla Developer Network. You should Google about this if you're interested. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this section, we will take a look at some of the most popular ES6 plus features which you should know about. So what is ES6 plus features? Well, ES6, if you don't know what ES6 is, it stands for ECMAScript Standard 6 or ES 2015, which you might have guessed came out in 2015. So why the hell are we talking about something which is so old? Well, that is because ES 2015 brought a major upgrade to JavaScript standard and added a lot of cool features and new syntax to it, right? And even though JavaScript updates every single year after that, but still the majority of upgrades were brought into ES6. And all you see, the lit, the const, all these stuff are actually from ES6 update, right? So the first thing which is awesome about ES6 is destructuring syntax. What do I mean by that? That means, let's say you have an array like 1, 2, 3. You have an array which is 4, 5, 6. And you want to create a third array, which is the mix of both. So how do you do that? Well, instead of running into loops and trying to figure out the logic, you can just destructure an array 1 and an array 2. And when you do that, and if you console log this, you will see that the elements of both of them are merged, right? Let's try to do one without destructuring and see what happens. So when you do it without destructuring, you can see that you get 1, 2, 3 as separate elements, but 4, 5, 6 in itself is a big element, right? So it's an array of arrays. And if you don't even destructure this one, you would see that it pretty much is an array which includes a couple of elements, and both of them are arrays which include 3 elements each, right? So the way you destructure it, is using these 3 dots inside an array, and it just it just temporarily blows out these boundaries of the array, right? And it just puts them right here in that particular place. So you end up with something like this, right? So it works awesome with arrays. Even if you have an array of object, for example, let's say you have an array like name Mehul, and let's say you have an array like, an array of objects name John, for example. And if you do the same thing, you will see we end up with a couple of arrays, a single array with a couple of objects, which are now merged together, right? Awesome. The next destructuring which you can do and merging is between objects. So you can have an object 1 where name is Mehul. You can have an object 2 where age is 22. And you can have an object 3 where you want both of these properties. So how you can do that? Well, you can use the same syntax. You write 3 dots and name, and you write 3 dots, not name, sorry. You write 3 dots and object 1, 3 dots and object 2, right? And the moment you do that, you console log object 3, you will see you got a single object with both of these properties. And for some reason, if the properties overlap or collide, so if this was John, then whatever properties written the last, that means in this case object 2 is destructured the last, will hold more weightage in the sense of overwriting. So you see the name finally is John and not Mehul, and the age is 22. Why is that? Because John overwrote this name property because both were same, right? So that's something you should also know about. And one final thing which I think you should know here is that in ES6, if you have the name of the key is same as, let's say this is key name, is same as school, for example, this is the value. If the name of the key is same as the value of the variable which you want to set it to, for example, if you want the key name to be key name, what you can do is you can just omit this key name and a colon syntax and just leave it like this and keep on with your business. For example, some other key as 100, right? So this is perfectly fine. You can see key name is still cool, even though you did not write key name as key name. Even if you did write it like this, it's not wrong, but ES6 allows you to skip that part and just stick to a syntax like this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at ES6 arrow functions. Well, ES6 arrow functions is interesting because it changes how we define functions in JavaScript. Well, not exactly changes, but also gives us one more option. So what I can do is I can create a function like this, right? Which is pretty cool, right? I can just do whatever I want with this. But the arrow function also allows us to create a function like this, where we specify the function in this manner, right? And pretty much whatever you write inside this function as the body would remain same inside the arrow function. You can have variable declarations, you can call other functions, you can return values here, it's fine. It'll do the same thing, but there are a couple of differences here. The first difference is that you can see it's defined with a const or a let, right? So what this means is that you can call this function below its declaration and it will not give you any error. But if you try to call this function above its declaration, then you will get an error that cannot access this function before initialization. This thing is not a case when you have a function with a function keyword. So if you call this below the function, it will not throw you an error. If you call this above the function, it will still not throw you an error, right? Now the reason for this is because by default, JavaScript takes all the functions which are there and hoists them at the top, right? The word is hoists them at the top, right? So this concept is what JavaScript does, and that's why you're able to access this function before even kind of it is declared in the order, right? Because JavaScript changed the picks this function and puts it at the top so that it's available for every single code. But it does not do that with these functions, which are arrow functions defined by const and let. And therefore you have to, you will get an error like this. So that's one thing. Another thing is also a difference in lexical scoping of this, but we'll get into that in the more advanced course. That's fine. But one more interesting part about this function is that you don't have to write a return keyword if you skip the function body as well. So you can just write 200 here, for example. And if you console log this, you will see that it returns you 200, right? If you pass in a number and you get an argument like argument here, you can also just power it to a 2 and you can see we get 10,000 here, right? Which is what is returned from this function. So this explicit, you don't have to explicitly write return here. It is implicitly returned if you don't have a function body. If you do have a function body, well, then you have to just write return just like any other person or any other function. But otherwise, this will work just fine. Another cool thing about these functions is that you can omit the brackets if you have only one argument, right? So technically speaking, that's as simple of a function as it can be in JavaScript in today's time, right? And yeah, it looks pretty cool. It's clean, it's decent, and I can understand that it takes an argument and powers it to 2, and that's it. It returns the value, right? But this does not work if you have a couple of arguments. If you have another argument, then you do need brackets. Otherwise, it will not work. Or even if you have no arguments, then also you need brackets, right? The removal of brackets only work if you only have a single argument. Then it's fine. It's even fine with brackets, but yeah, it's your choice, whatever you want to do. So yeah, that's your introduction with arrow functions, and you can pretty much use them just like regular functions. For example, if I have a const button as document dot get element by ID of increment, I can say button dot add event listener, click, and instead of specifying a function here, which might be a little verbose, I can just specify an arrow function like this, right? And I can just say console.log clicked. Now, whenever I click on the increment button, you can see I'm getting all these clicked console logs, which is pretty cool, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about array functions in ES6. And what does that mean? So you see that we have an array which can consist of multiple elements, and you can do whatever you want to do it with it. The best and the most versatile way is to actually start a for loop on these arrays, right? I less than arr.length, I plus plus. Now you have the current element with arr of I, and you can pretty much do anything you want here. You have ultimate freedom, right? But sometimes you might not want a lot of verbose syntax like these. So in those cases, we have certain helper functions which are declarative in nature. That means you just tell them what to do. You just specify a condition and they will just do it. So let's take a look at first. The first one is a new mapped array. And the way this works is you write arr.map and then you specify a function. You specify a function which is called with a functional element on every single pass. Now, what do I mean by that? When you call this function, and if you just console log this, log the element, and you return, let's say 100 for now from this function. So right now, if you just console.log arr as well, and console, oops, not here, console log arr and the new mapped array, what you will see is right here, because of this console, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever, which are the elements here. And the final console log is the original array and with a new array, which has all the elements set to 100. Now, why is that? Because you can see I'm returning 100 from this method. And like I said, whatever you return from this method actually takes the gap or actually takes the place of the new or the older value, right? And very important thing is that this map does not change or does not mutate the original array, right? So that's important. This new mapped array is completely different from the older one. So now if you want to square an element, you can every element, you can just simply use this. You can see this is now the square of all the individual elements. Or you just want to say 8 times real quick. I love codedamn, for example. If you want to say this 8 times real quick, that's how you do that, right? And it'll be just there. So this is one important function, new mapped array. How we can create its equivalent in this for loop. Let's just do that. So I'm gonna say, let's just say we do a new mapped array for equivalent, because we need first of all, we need a new empty array because we don't want to modify the existing one. So what I can do is, for the map part, I would just say for equivalent dot push and then the expression which I have here, right? So if I have just I love codedamn, I will just do this. If I had something like, which we had earlier, element times 2, I would just do el times 2 power 2 and be done with it. Now the advantage of this function over this is that this can be reduced a lot. So I can trim this down to an arrow function where it just gives me an element and just returns me the square of every single element, right? So that's all we need to do in order to get the new mapped array. But with for loop, we have to do so much more work, right? So that's why these elements or these methods are interesting. Let's quickly go over through another one, which I find really interesting and useful. And that is the filtered array. And what this does is, just like map, it takes in a function, but in this case, you don't return an element, but rather you return a Boolean value, either a true or a false. So let's say if I return false here, the filtered array right here would be empty, right? Why? Because for every single element in this array, we returned false. And whenever you return false, it will exclude that element. It will filter that element out, hence the name. So if I return true, you will see that we get all the elements back. So if I do something like if element is less than 5, then this expression will evaluate to true. Therefore, we only get 1, 2, 3, 4. If element is greater than 5, then we will see 6, 7, 8. That's it, right? So that's how you can filter out elements like this. So for example, you could have an array which is like friends, and you just have these friends as name X and age 17. Then you have a second friend which is named Y and age 21. And you have a third friend which is named Z and age 22, right? And you just want to filter out only friends which are above 18, right? So the way you would do that is you will write friends.filter element. Now this element is the single object, right? So I'll say element.age is greater than 18. And the moment I do that, I will see this filtered array actually consists of only 2 people, Y and Z, right? Which are the people basically 21 and 22. It removed the X. And the thing you have to note again with filter as well is that it does not create or does not mutate the array. So our original array actually consists of, the X element, but the filtered one does not. So that is important. But yeah, that's pretty much it about filter and map. There's another one called .find, which is also interesting, which just finds the element until and unless it gets a match, tries to find. So let's say I want to find my friend X, right? Find X. So I go ahead and say friends.find the element, find the friend, or you can just write friend here if you want. I want to find that friend where the friend dot name is X, right? So when I do that, you will see that if I console.log this guy find X, you will see that it returns me that exact element present in that array. right? So I just get name X and age 17. If I had something like some more prop as true, for example, then I'll also get that right away because it just gave me that object right away, right? So that's how you use find as well. Pretty simple, allows you to do a bunch of things. Then finally, we also have a method which does not return you anything. In all these above cases, it always returns you something, right? But this method right here does not return you anything, but just acts as a for loop, kind of, right? For loop as in just gives you a quick access to all the elements. And how do we do that? We do a friends.for each, let's say friend, and right here you can just use this information to print, do whatever you want, right? So if I do a friend like this, it'll just print out these individual records, right? These 3 records in 3 different lines. So it's just a simple iteration over your array. Now this could be your regular array as well. In this case, you will just get a number from 1 to 8. But yeah, that's how you do that. So yep, these were a few methods which I believe would be helpful for you when you're working with arrays in JavaScript. And that is all for this video. Hopefully you understood how to use them, what's the difference, how to work with arrow functions, and why you would probably want them over a generic for loop. For the most part, for loop is also fine if you want to include it, but sometimes just to keep your code a little decent and clean, you can use these methods wherever appropriate. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and take a look at ES6 template literals, which is probably my favorite feature of ES6 introduced. And that means you can now, after ES6, you can now first of all create multi-line strings. So earlier, if you had to write a paragraph about me, what you would have to do is this is me, and then if you try to go to new line, this will break, right? You can see all sorts of syntax highlighting problems as well. In order to fix this, you would have to escape the new line characters with these backtick symbols. Not backtick, sorry, these backslash symbols. But there's a new version of creating a string introduced in JavaScript, which is about me latest. And in this case, remember I told you that quotes don't matter in JavaScript, right? Whether you write double quotes or single quotes, it's all the same thing. But in JavaScript, there is also a third type of way you can create these strings, and that is using backticks. And these backticks are the symbol which are probably on the left of your 1 numeric key. And when you do this, you will see that this is me and this will not break. And you see, we don't even need to escape the new lines. It'll just work fine, right? So this is pretty awesome. What's another awesome thing about this is think about something like this. My name is Mehul and I am 22 years old, right? And let's say I had an object here saying person, which had a name property as Mehul and an age property as 22. Now I want to inject these 2 properties in the sentence dynamically. So how do I do that? I would have to concatenate it like this. I would need to say person.name and then the same thing for person.age. And it's fine at this point, even because we just have a couple of things to concatenate, but this gets real. This gets ugly real quick if you have a bunch of variables you want to concatenate, right? And even bad if you want to perform some math or anything. This is super convenient with string literals or template literals here. The way we do it is I say my name is a $, then an opening and closing curly brace, and then write any JavaScript expression you want. And I am, and you see we don't have to ever close or open the quotes. So it just naturally sits in the sentence. My name is this and I am this. And here you would see that we have to include all these pluses, these quotes, we have to open and close the quotes and so on. So template literals also allow you to include variable output just like that. And you can see that about me latest is pretty much just like you would expect it to. My name is Mehul and I'm 22 years old. And a similar thing exists with about me as well, right? Basically the same sentence. So yeah, that's pretty much how the template literals work in JavaScript, and that's how you can use them. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we will probably discuss one of the most important things in JavaScript, that is a promise. And we will also discuss about fetch API within this video. So first things first, let's say we have an external file or an external API route from where we want to fetch the data, right? In this case, it's data.json. In some cases, it could be even a remote URL, right? So what we want to do is we want to make use of something known as fetch API, which is a function provided by the browser. And this function just takes in a URL, in this case data.json, and returns you a special object, right? This object is not the response data because network requests are unstable and asynchronous and can take a variable amount of time. So this does not return you a response right away, but it returns you a promise object, right? This variable returns you a promise object. So a couple of things. This is an object and this is a promise. You know one thing about these two things. What is an object, right? An object is basically where you can access further properties or methods, right? So what is a promise? A promise in JavaScript is basically an object which promises, it does not say that it will definitely, but it promises to resolve to a value in future, sometime in future, right? So what it says that, okay, right now I am this promise object, but I swear within 2 seconds, it says within 2 or 3 seconds, maybe more, I will have a definitive value. That's fair, but how do I know that it has got a definitive value? Well, in order to do that, what we have to do is we have to write a .then on this. Even if you write .then, you see we have 3 things here, .catch, finally, and then. So we start with .then, and this .then, what it does is that it accepts a function of which the first argument is data, right? And what is this data? This data is actually the resolved value, right? So whatever this promise said, if it resolves anytime in future, then this function gets run, this arrow functions in our case. And this arrow function will run with the first argument being what this promise resolves to, right? So in this case, in our case of requesting data, it resolves with the data, which is actually the response. So if I console log this response right here, what you will see is if I refresh this, let's see, you see we have this response right here logged with us, which pretty much has a bunch of useful information, but it still does not contain the body of, the response. So how do we get that? Well, you see right here, let's see if I can see it here, not really. But this response actually consists of something known as response.json, right? And this method right here is another promise. So I can say this is promise object 2, right? So this is another promise which returns us the actual data, right? So again, this promises to do that sometime in the future, not exactly right now. So again, we can bind it to .then and say, once it has data, once it has resolved, just let me know, right? And I can just console log the data finally here. And when I do this, you can see, I see record and value finally in the console, right? So what happened here? Let's just quickly revisit. First things first, fetch is an API from the browser, which returns you a promise object. A promise is an object which promises to deliver a value sometime in the future. It might be in a second, it might be in a couple of seconds, it might be in 30 seconds, it might be in 30 minutes, right? it's not fixed when this .then would run. It could run as soon as it has the data. Well, as soon as it has the data, this .then runs. And in this case, in case of fetch, in order to read the response, we can use a .json here, which parses the response as JSON automatically. And then response.json also returns us a promise. It does not return us the data right away. Therefore, we have to do a .then check again. And then finally, we console log it. Now, a great thing about promises is that you can chain them. That means every single .then call always returns a promise. Even though you are not returning here anything, if you return null, if you return undefined, even if you do something like this, then also this is a promise object again. This is the beautiful thing about .then, that no matter what you return from here, it always returns a promise with the value being what you return from here, with the resolved value being what you return from here, right? So what do I mean by that? I can say a .then here, and then final data, for example, final data, and I can say console.log final data is, and then final data. All right, so what's happening here is that you see final data is null, right? Why this is null? Because you can see I returned null from here, from this promise object. If I returned 1337 from here, you would see my final data is 1337. So that's what amazing about promises, that if you return a static value, then also it will be a promise. If you return an actual promise, then also it will be a promise, right? With the value being what happens when it gets resolved. So if you think about this a little, what you can do is instead of doing a then check here, you can simply return this promise object. So you can say promise object 2 is returned. Why would you want to do that? Because now this gives you the advantage of saying that you can nest these promises instead of just, chaining them in one go. So now you can see it looks much cleaner than previous iterations, and it's much better to read as well, right? And you can just keep on going, technically speaking. You can just keep on going and going and going and going if you want. You can just keep on going that and it'll still work, but there's no need to, right? So that is a very basic and general introduction to promises. We get a little bit of more introduction and in-depth introduction to promises in the next advanced practical JavaScript course. So don't worry about them yet, but yeah, you should know about promises and working with Fetch API like this. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video course, an interactive course, I should rather say, not a video course, on Codedamn, which will be on React. Now React is very special, it's very close to my heart because I have been using React for a very, very long time. In fact, the very first versions of Codedamn, this platform which you see, were built purely in React. And yeah, I mean, it's a great framework, it's a great tool to have on your list, and I'm super excited to start this course in order to tell you the best way to work with React.js. And whether your goal is to get a React developer job, build your own projects, get an internship, whatever it is, I'm pretty sure that this course would be a solid foundation to that goal. So in this course, you will find videos and you will find hands-on lab exercises like this, but for React.js, which you have to do within your browser. So make sure you are doing those labs, you're completing these exercises, you're practicing, because practicing is super important and I don't want you to get stuck in tutorial hell. Therefore, we will be completing labs in this course as soon as we understand or as soon as we cover an important concept. There would be projects to build, there would be labs to complete, and I'm excited to start this course. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and set up your development environment first. How would you develop? How would you write this React code, which I'm talking about? So first things first, React is a JavaScript library. That means it's not as different as writing in HTML and CSS in JavaScript, which we have been doing so far in the last 3, 4, 5 courses. But with React, let me tell you what happens. With HTML and CSS and JavaScript, you know these are 3 static files. You can create an index.html, style.css, and script.js, include them into one another, and you're done. With React, there's a build process in between to convert the code you are writing, the JavaScript you are writing, into something which browser can understand. I mean, browser can also understand React directly, but let's just assume for now, you can assume that you write React in a way and then the browser understands it in a different way. Although both are JavaScript, but there's some differences which we'll address. So in order to make that JavaScript compatible from what you're writing to what browser sees, we need an intermediate server, a build process, right? So for that, we need a little bit of special setup. So in order to do that, what you can do is A, you can set it up on your computer, which I'll just quickly show you, or B, you can use the Codedamn React Playground, which we will be using in this course. So the best way to follow along is to just use Codedamn Playground, and your labs would also be in that interface. So that will be pretty much what you would probably need. But in case you want to follow locally, that's how you can do it. Go to your terminal, your shell, whatever you have. If you're on Windows, you can open PowerShell or command line and write npx create React app and then the name of the app which you want to create. Let's say I want to just create Hello World and hit enter. Now, the moment you do that, you will see that npx uses npm and sets up create React app, but create React app actually uses yarn internally. And these are like both package managers. I'm sure if you have seen the NPM course in the learning path, which you are following on Codedamn, if you haven't seen, it's probably ahead. But we will cover NPM and yarn in depth in those courses. But anyway, the moment you do this, you will see it will take some seconds. Sometimes it's fast, sometimes it's slow, depending on your internet speed. But once it's done, you will see that a folder is created for you, which you can cd into and start your project. And looks like we are almost done here with just a few more updates. There we go. So now you can go into Hello World. And if you open this in VS Code, you will see you can start programming, right? In order to start the server, you have to write these commands: yarn start, yarn build, yarn test is not required, yarn build is also not required. Just yarn start will start the server. This is how you set up locally. Another way, which is the recommended way, which will help you avoid all this clutter and setting up on your computer and slow internet speeds, is actually go to Codedamn Playgrounds right here and click on this React Playground, React 16 Playground. We'll update this to React 18 and beyond real soon, so you don't have to worry about the versioning. I mean, it might seem like it's React 16, it's too old, but we'll update this to React 18. Anyway, so the moment you open this, you will see that you have a playground booted up in seconds, not minutes, in less than 10 seconds. So once you do that, you will see that you also have a terminal at the bottom, which we can use pretty much to control all the parts, you know, just restarting server, or if you want to navigate in the server, if you want to do ls and stuff, you can do that, right? In our case, we don't want to do anything, so we just start back our build process, which I mentioned. Like, we need a build process in the middle, so we started that back. And right here in the hierarchy structure, you can see we have a bunch of folders we can take a look at, and it pretty much matches very closely to what you will have inside of your local setup. Public src node modules. We hide the node modules folder because that's something you probably don't want to enter. If you do want to enter, you can use the command line anyway, right? So anyway, once you do that, if I open index.jsx right here, you would see that there is a bunch of code already present in these files. So what is this all code and how does this work? We will take a look at that in the next video, because that's the video we'll be writing Hello World. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is tell you how you can write a hello world program in React.js. And before that, let's just take a look at what exactly is happening right now at this point when I open this in a new tab. So you see that we get a nice little page for us which says edit src React.js, but how does this even work? I mean, if you remember from in the internet fundamentals thing, you know that your server needs to send an HTML file first, right? In order for anything to start. So if we take a look at this page source, you can see we have a bunch of HTML right here, right? Which is probably auto-generated. So we won't go into the source that much. What I would go into is basically this public and index.html file. So what this file is served whenever you load that website, right? You load your development setup. So what this file is, it's pretty much boilerplate. It's a template, right? You would not be working in this file, in the HTML file. Why? Because what you have to realize when you're working with a framework like React, you do not basically write HTML in HTML files, right? You construct that document object model, the DOM thing, which I was talking about, inside of JavaScript. That is important, that when you're using React, we don't write HTML and manipulate it with JavaScript. We actually create the whole HTML or, most of the part from JavaScript world itself, right? So for that, all we need to do in this case is we have an index.html file. We have this special tag, which you don't need to remember. Like, you don't have to remember this information, which I'm telling you, but this is just me telling you how everything is working. We have the special tag, which is pointing to a file /dist/index.js. And you might wonder that I'm not able to see this directory anyway, right? I'm not able to see this dist directory anywhere. So how does this work? Well, the reason this works is because, remember, I told you that these are not static files. I mean, these are static files, but they are served by this server called Snowpack in our case. Now this server could be any server, right? It could be create React app, which we saw in your local setup. In this case, it is Snowpack. It could be ESBuild. It could be any sort of server. The point of the server is to build or slightly or lightly build your code, which is being shipped to the browser, right? Even in the development mode. Why? Because if you take a look at this thing right here, you see we are writing some sort of HTML in the JavaScript world, right? And of course, this is not supported in JavaScript out of the box. I mean, you cannot really write JavaScript. You cannot really write this HTML-like thing inside JavaScript right away, right? It will not work. So why does this work? Well, because this is the Snowpack right here, which is sitting right in the center, injects some sort of code or manipulates or, just creates this behavior, which allows your browser to understand what is going on here, right? So this is like super important stuff in the sense that you should always remember that whatever you're seeing in this public.html, public index.html file, it might or it might not be true. What do I mean by that? For example, in this case, /dist/index.js, this file when accessed is not actually looking at a file system file, but is actually served automatically by this process right here, right? Which just sees that, hey, if this page is accessing this /dist/index.js file, let me go ahead and serve this page this generated code out of the build process. So anyway, what you have to remember at all from this video is that you will always work with JavaScript files, or most of the times you will work with JavaScript files when you're working with React, right? You would not be interacting with .html files for the most part, right? So this is super important. But yeah, I mean, once we have this, in case of just doing hello world, let me just go ahead and first of all delete this so that we can do a little bit of minimal hello world. And I'm just gonna say react.render h1 hello world, and h1 closes. That's it. That's all I would do. And we could probably remove this as well. Let's see if I refresh this page, because we had some major changes out there, deleting files and stuff. you can see we get a nice little hello world right here. So we'll go into this, what is happening here in this program and how everything is working. But yep, this is your hello world, the very first hello world you have done on React. And I mean, you don't even need these CSS files. If you really want a really minimal hello world, then what you can do is, let's see, something like this. Yep, I mean, you can do this and you get a very basic hello world in React. So all you need is a bundler, which is Snowpack, which is running in our case, an index.html file, which is like the first file which is served, and just a single file saying react dom.render hello world, and there you go. And this is basically this element. We'll get into this, how this is working. But if you're smart, you would be able to see that we have a div id root on the page, and that's exactly what it's targeting, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to write hello world in React yourself. If not, we would have a lab after this where you have to write. So that's how you would be able to practice with me. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at how the hello world program works in React, because it's super important stuff and super fundamental to get right when you're starting off. So what I want to do first is start from the very first line here, which is importing React from React. And for those of you who don't know what this import syntax is, I'm sure we have discussed this in the JavaScript basics course, some course before. So if you're watching this and if you know, that's fine. But for those people back in the audience who are relatively new to this, this is just the syntax of new ES6 import syntax. If I go ahead and create a file, let's say calculator.js, right? And if I go ahead and create a function, add num1, num2, and if I just console or, just return num1 plus num2, what I can do is add a keyword called export in front of this. And now any single file in this project can import this function, right? So it's basically making your code more modular. So I can go into this index.jsx and I can say import add from calculator, right? And what I can do is I can say console.log add 5.6, right? And what this will do is, let's see, I don't think we'll get a result like this. So maybe we can just probably alert this. So what this will do is it basically give me an alert of 11, right? Console log is probably being blocked by Snowpack here. So alert just works. So I'm able to import this function from this file. Now quickly, I was able to see that I had to write these curly braces when I'm importing. Now we would probably discuss this more in the ES6 syntax, ES6 import syntax, but the TLDR here is that if you use just export, then you have to add these curly braces because you can do it for multiple functions or multiple variables, and looks like we need to disable this alert. There we go. And if I do a subtract, for example, and return num1 minus num2, this will also work. So I can import it like an object-like syntax, but not really, right? So if I do something like this, this will also work. You might sometimes see that your import is not working. Just give it a refresh and it should. And if you use something like export default function abc and return 100, for example, then in order to import this into some file, you just use that without the curly braces, right? That's basically the crash course on ES6 import export syntax. So right here, you can see, I mean, there's a lot to it. Don't really just, consider this as the ultimate tutorial. I have kind of like oversimplified a bunch of things here as well, but that should be enough to get you started. But what I want to do here is I just want to show you this React and React DOM, what they are doing. They are basically importing these two important packages, React and React DOM. And further down the line in the further advanced tutorials about React, what we will understand is that React is nothing but a UI library which handles trees, right? That's all React does. React knows how to differentiate, how to diff not differentiate, how to diff, that means take difference of two virtual DOM trees and just tell the renderer, in this case the browser, what are the differences which needs to update on the screen, right? So let's say if you had 1,000 hello worlds and I click on the third hello world, you do not need to repaint all the 1,000 hello worlds, right? You just need to repaint that third hello world. That's it. That's all React tells to browser, and that's all React does. And that is the function of React. Now, people realize that this behavior is awesome and we can actually make it generic, right? So they took React out of the browser and started using it in places like mobile. For example, you have React Native. Now, when they did that, they also realized that this has to be generic, like I said. So what they did is they split React into two parts. The first part is the reconciler, which is basically what I said, that this uses the diffing of trees to understand what's happening. And UI consists of trees, right? Whether you're on web, whether you're on mobile, it consists of a root element, then you have a bunch of elements and so on and so forth. And what the second part was of the equation was the renderer. So in this case, React needs to know how to create elements on the screen. For example, React needs to know about document.createElement, right? When you're writing this h1 hello world and React has to render everything in this div id root, then React needs to know how to create this h1, right? Or how to create that div. So React DOM has that job. React DOM tells the React how to create these elements on the screen, right? So yep, that is how it works. And what is happening here is that React DOM has to get a first initialization point of how React should start, or where React should start rather. So what it does is the first argument it takes is a root element, and the second argument it takes is basically the place where you should mount that React tree, right? Whatever that is. So you have one root element which can contain multiple elements, and you need a place to mount that on the screen. So you just create some random place. It could very well be body, but it's usually recommended that you just keep it some div or something so that you can still use other paths in your HTML. So that's what we do by default. Document.getElement by id root, and there we go. So that's all it does. That's all Hello World program does, but it does a lot of things, right? And soon, by the end of this course, or maybe in some other course, we will also discuss about the React 18 and beyond features, which include a bunch of interesting stuff, right? It includes concurrent UI and stuff like this, where this definition actually changes, where you don't have React DOM.render, but something known as create root. We will learn about that. Don't worry about that. It's ahead. But this is like the old and solid way so far of creating React. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just want to upgrade to React 18 so that we can also use a bunch of React 18 features as we go ahead, because that's the latest React right now. And I'll probably update this whole course, or parts of this course, if React 18 also becomes outdated. But anyway, at the moment, what we have to do in order to just upgrade to React 18, first things first, you can see we have a yarn.log file. That means we are using yarn as the package manager here. So I'm going to say yarn add react @alpha. And why I'm doing alpha, because React 18 is an alpha at the moment, and that's what we need to have, right? Similarly, I'm going to do yarn add react DOM @alpha, right? And the moment I do that, you will see that basically if I cat package.json, you will see our React and React DOM both are on React 18, right? Awesome. So once we do that, let me just go ahead and restart the server here real quick as well. So yep, if I refresh on this, you see that we still have pretty much no change at all. Hopefully it's just the bundler is just starting off the build process. So there's that. But yeah, I mean, it should probably give us the same output more or less. Let us hope. And there we go. There we go. So we have an h1 rendered on the screen, but right now we are running React 18. You can see it in the terminal, and we can also verify this real quick on how you can use a new React feature, which is known as create root. So what is this root API? For now, you don't need to worry a lot about this if you're starting off, but I'm just showing you this so that you can show off to your friends that, hey, you are on the latest and greatest React. So I'm going to say container here is my root element. And instead of React DOM.render, I'm going to say React DOM.create root of this container, right? And I'm going to say this is my root element. And then I'm going to finally say root.render. What do I want to render? H1 hello world. There we go. And boom. We basically have the same hello world, but in a different syntax, right? Earlier we used to have react.createElement. Now we have react.createRoot. And if you're confused, it's fine. I mean, it's fine to be confused, because the real benefits of react.createRoot would be out there when you actually understand React internally very well, right? Which is the aim of this course. So anyway, I just wanted to put this out that we are using the latest course, the latest technology, so that you don't feel like you're watching some course from 2017 or something. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to go ahead and explain components to you. Now, what component is? It's basically the fundamental building block of React. Now, how React works is, think about this in the following way. Let's say I go to codedamn.com, which you can see right here. Now on the screen, you can see that if you think about it, you can split this layout into multiple components. The first one is this header, which is sticking at the top. And inside even header, we have these links right here, right? The next layout which you can think of is these repeated areas, right? You can see these areas are repeated multiple times. Then this is this block right here on the right, which is floating. So you can split pretty much all of this into multiple components. And finally, we have a footer at the end, right? So what you can do is, in React, the way you work is that you split this whole UI into different sort of components and then code them all individually and then use them together, right? So the first step you need to do in order to start your programming journey basically is to just go ahead and create a folder. Let's say components right here, right? Inside this, I'm going to say I start with header.jsx. And if you're wondering about what this JSX is, the extension, it just stands for JavaScript extensible JavaScript. Now what this is, it's basically the syntax which you are using, right? So if I say, for example, function header like this, and I just return header just like regular HTML, and I just say hello world, or not hello world, too much hello world is there already. This is header. So what's going to happen now is that when I export this, export default header, I could go ahead and use it right here like this, right? And of course I have to import it as well. So I'm going to import it like components header, right? And the moment I do this, you can see on the screen I get this is header, which is pretty awesome, because now what I can do is, instead of creating this as header, I can also create my initial app.jsx component, right? And what this app.jsx component will be, it will pretty much be what we are doing right here, but instead of app, basically I would say a div, and instead of h1, I would just embed our header right here. So it might seem that I'm just going a little faster, but we need this boilerplate code in order to understand it better. But the moment I do this, you can see now I can switch from header to app, and all I need as my root component is this app right here, right? And there is no change basically in the header part because it still renders fine. But now I can split this website into multiple parts. Header, for example, I can include a footer, and in the middle there will go the content. So I can say this is div id content, and I can say that this is pretty much like hello there, right? So if I have a p opening and P closing, you would see that we get a hello there, which is pretty awesome, right? Now you can make all sorts of changes here and this will work just like that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's how you work with functional components in React. All you need to do is make sure that you create the root component as a single component, and then that component will be kind of like, you know, your bootstrapping way of layout. We can include header, which are different components. We can include a bunch of regular HTML, and we can include footer, etc. as well, which we will see very soon as we proceed. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore about JSX in JavaScript and in React basically. So what this JSX is, it's basically this weird syntax which you're able to write, which looks like HTML, but it's not HTML. So what happens with JavaScript, or in React in this case, is that earlier when React was new, what you had to do is you had to import React first, and then you had to do some weird stuff like react.create class, and then pass in basically an element and stuff like this. And I don't even know if this was create class or create element or something like that. But what you had to do is you have to actually write in JavaScript to create the HTML-like structure, right? Just like with DOM, what we do let's say a UL is document.create element a UL, right? Then for an li, I do the same thing, document.create element li. Then what I do is ul.append child li, right? And then what I would do is, for example, I would say li.append child document.create text node and so on, right? So this is super verbose, right? All this code, all this 4 or 5 lines of code is generating this syntax, ul li 3 dots li ul. That's it. So much information is there, even though we had so much better syntax like HTML already in place. So what React does is that it combines the best of both worlds. That means you get the best of JavaScript world, that you can compute and do all sorts of stuff in a function. But at the same time, what you're also able to do is you're able to write HTML-like syntax here. Now your browser does not understand this, right? Your browser by default does not understand this. Therefore, we have Snowpack, Babel, stuff like this running, which converts this, compiles it down into different syntax, and that is what is understood by your browser. Now, that is awesome because now we can, as developers, we can write in great looking syntax, and the browser can understand in the syntax which it wants, right? So this looks very, very close to HTML with a couple of differences which you will understand. But yeah, that's great, right? Because now you can write HTML-like syntax in JavaScript. But the problem here is, or rather I should say a great feature here is that you cannot write invalid HTML, right? Let's say if I remove this div tag, you will see the whole code breaks, right? Now, this is because of the internal validation performed by JavaScript on this JSX syntax which you're writing. But nonetheless, this is awesome because now you cannot write broken HTML. Technically, this would work if this was in an index.html file, but it does not work in a React case. So that's awesome. So anytime you're seeing this error message like, you know, unterminated JSX contents, that probably means that you have messed up somewhere in your HTML-like looking syntax. So this is one thing. Another thing which is super important and critical, and which you have to understand, that in JavaScript, in React, at least for now, at least right now, when you want to create a class to an element or assign a class name so that you can style it with CSS, you don't use the class keyword, right? You don't use the class keyword. You use the class name keyword, right? And why is that? Because class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript, and there are reasons for it. The way JavaScript is compiled, how it gets transformed. So React developers just said, screw it. We will not allow people to use class, but rather just go with class name. So a lot of places when you're reading React.js code bases, old and new, you will see that they are using class name instead of class. This is not a special attribute. If you take a look at the DOM, for example, if I open this in a new tab, and let's say I inspect this by taking a look like this. And if I increase the size, you will see if I go to elements, we get a class of DSF, right? Not a class name, but rather a class right here. So this is another thing. The third thing you should know about JSX is that you can write actual JavaScript expressions right here, right? So you can do hello 2 plus 2 like this. And you will see that it actually spits out hello 4 right here instead of hello, 2 plus 2, literally. So in order to write a JavaScript expression, all you need to do is open a curly brace and close a curly brace and write whatever you want here. Now you might think, what can I write here and what cannot I write here? So think about this in the following way. You can write whatever you want here as long as this is something which you can also pass in a function call, right? What do I mean by that? Let's say you had a function called dummy, right? With just console logs, whatever you're printing. Let's say this is one argument, right? Whatever you're sending. So you can call this dummy with 2, correct? You can call this dummy with this, a string value, correct? You can call this dummy with an array, like, correct? You can call this dummy with x greater than 5, or not x, but let's say 4 greater than 5 is true, then hello, otherwise world, like this, like ternary operators and stuff. You can do this stuff, right? But what you cannot do is you cannot write if something, then do something, right? This does not make sense. You cannot pass this as an argument. Similarly, you cannot write this if-else statement like this right here in this stuff, right? All you can write here is what you can probably pass in a function call as well. And we will actually understand later down the line that that is a very good way to realize this, because the syntax is actually converted by Babel and others, is actually converted into a function call argument itself, right? So this JSX expression actually becomes a function call argument. So anyway, that's it. That's all you have to remember. So you can say that if I am I above 18, if this is true, for example, I can say am I above 18 is true, then I am above 18, for example. Otherwise, I just return null. And null is a special JSX element which does not render anything, right? It would not render anything on the screen. So if I make this false, for example, you will see that this is then gone, right? Because, well, I'm not above 18, so it renders null. So instead of this, you can say I am too small, right? Something like this. So now you can see if I toggle between true and false, you will see it just changes into I'm above 18 and I'm too small, right? So on and so forth. So yep, that is your introduction with these JavaScript JSX, how React uses it and how you can work with it as well. We will be using a lot of these components and a lot of stuff, and we will be playing around with some dummy applications as well. So make sure you are able to understand this, you are able to complete the practice labs on CodeDam and move forward from there. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and learn about something important, which is known as short circuiting in JavaScript and how does that work, because the further concept which I'll be discussing is based on that. So we need to understand this fundamentally in JavaScript first. So in JavaScript, what happens is, let me just go ahead and actually do nothing here except for a simple console log in the browser. And I want you to guess the output of what would happen, right? So just checking up once, you can see we get 1, so that's fine. What I want to do is I want to say true, and let me just switch it to terminal so you cannot guess it right away, and false. So I want you to guess what would appear in the browser, in the console. If we take a look at the console, you see we get false, right? Now the reason we get false is because when you use double and in JavaScript, what it tries to do is that it tries to keep on checking the argument as long as it does not find one falsy value. What do I mean by that? if I have, let's say, hello double and Mehul double and undefined. If I have an expression like this, you see we get undefined in the console. Now the reason for that again is because hello is a truthy value, right? It evaluates to true when you force typecast it into a boolean. Similarly, Mehul is a string, it's a truthy value, but undefined is not a string, or it's not a truthy value, it evaluates to false. That is why ampersand, these double ampersand will keep on checking which one is a falsy value, and the first value which they find, they will stop at that. What do I mean by that? If I don't have any falsy value at all, you see we get Mehul in the console, which is the last value. So pay close attention what's happening here. If I have an expression which is just this, so if I assign this to a variable, which is just this, we will get undefined. If I assign this expression to a variable, we will get Mehul as the value, right? If I have undefined in between, you will see again, we still get undefined, because remember I mentioned it will go ahead and keep on looking until and unless it does not find the first falsy value. And in this case, it just finds it because it's the second value, so it does not look forward. So this is known as short-circuiting behavior in JavaScript. And why this is important? Because what it allows us to do is do conditional rendering. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say I have a div here instead of just an h1, which just says h1 hello world, right? And what it does is that it has a paragraph which may be visible, right? So this paragraph may or may not be visible. And the way this works is that, let's say if I want to make this an expression, a JSX expression. Remember we talked about how you can make a JSX expression with these curly braces. And in fact, as a matter of fact, you can write HTML-like tags of JSX within these expressions as well. But what's powerful now about this is that I can bind this to certain expressions. So I can say something like true and double and this thing. Now, what does this mean? Taking a look at this, it will try to evaluate and just keep on evaluating as long as it does not find a falsy value, right? And in case it does not find a falsy value, it will just return you the last one. So in this case, this whole expression actually just becomes this single p tag, right? Similarly, if you had a false here, then you see nothing appears on the screen, right? Because by default, falsy values just are not visible in a JSX expression, right? Even if you have something like 0 here, which is also a falsy value. So you can see here this is a little fun. Why? Because you can see 0 gets rendered on the screen because 0 is a falsy value. So this whole expression becomes 0 and React just shows you 0, right? But in most cases, if you know this is a Boolean expression, this is a common pattern which people follow, right? A Boolean expression, for example, like age greater than 18 and this thing. So what does this mean? Let's say if there's a variable called 18 age, which is 18, you can see it does not render it. But if I change this to 20, for example, you can see now we get the p tag on the screen, right? So this is super interesting and super important stuff, which is one way of doing conditional rendering in JavaScript. Conditional rendering just means that sometimes the element might appear on the screen, sometimes it might not, right? Another way of doing conditional rendering is using ternary operator, which you should probably know about. So this basically also requires you to specify the false case. So you can say that if age is greater than 18, then you want to do this. Otherwise, you want to just render null or any false value, right? You can also write false here, but null is basically what you should write, because null is a JSX element, a JSX component, a valid JSX component as well. All right, I think this is pretty much it. All you need to know in order to conditionally render elements. We will learn more about them when we work with state in JavaScript. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what props are in React and how they work. Now we will be spending a lot of time with these things, so you don't have to necessarily worry about them right away, but it's good to know about them. So What props are is basically in React, what happens is just like in HTML we have discussed, if you go to a page source, for example, you see we have this HTML, then it contains a head, then it contains a body and so on, right? So what we know here is that HTML constructs a tree-like structure, which is called as DOM, right? Similarly, what React can also do is it also constructs a tree-like structure, which is also called virtual DOM. But the point here is that React can also have custom components, right? So let's say we have a new component here, which is custom.tsx, or not tsx, but jsx for now. So if I have React from React, and if I do something like function custom like this, what I can do is I can just return h1 hello Mehul, right? So let's say this is a greeting component, which is like a very common example, but there you go. So now what I can do is I can just say custom like this, and it will just render hello Mehul right after importing this like this. But the problem here is, let's say I want to change this name to something dynamic, right? So this should be supplied by an API or something. So what I can do when I'm rendering this component is I can actually pass it custom data alongside this component, which helps it to render properly. Now, this data could be optional, this could be mandatory, depends on how you have created the component. But in this case, what I can do is I can give this function a new argument, the first argument called props. Now this props argument is a custom object which is supplied by React to this function when this is rendering, right? So you could pretty much use these props in here, and React will make sure that these props are available when this function starts rendering. Now we know this props is an object, but what is it exactly? Well, this is an object in which keys are the keys which you pass in here as attributes. So I can have something like name, and the values are in fact the values which you pass in the attribute value. So I have decided that I would just write name equal to Mehul for this custom function. And what this would transform the props into something like this, name as Mehul, right? So what React is doing under the hood is that it will transform this calling signature, and it will make sure the props which you receive in this custom component is in the following object format. So all I need to do now is that go ahead and just write a JSX expression here called props.name, and voila, you can see that I get hello Mehul instead of hello Mehul, which was also before, but we could change it to pretty much like anything and it will immediately reflect, right? So this is pretty powerful, because now what you can do is you can create a very generic component, like you know, I think we discussed an example of e-commerce website, right? So this could very well be a item in the website, right? It could be a singular item, and then all of the data which it needs in order to render, whether it's price, whether it's title, whether it's description, whether it's rating, all of that could be supplied by props. And how would we get that data in props? Through an API, through a fetch API call or whatever. We'll discuss that. But yeah, this is your introduction to props. And one more thing which is possible here, which is usually not possible in the HTML world, that is that you can supply this JSX expression as well, right? So we discussed that you can do weird stuff like 2 + 2 here, and it will evaluate into 4. You can pretty much do the same thing. You can pass like variables, you can pass expressions, you can do anything you want, and you can see it renders correctly. If I pass an age like this, if I square this, you could pretty much do a bunch of stuff here with props. And of course, I mean, you can pass multiple props here. So you can say greeting message as hola, for example. And what you can do is just replace this with props.greeting message, and this will also work, right? So you can customize it as much as you want. It's up to you. But yep, that's pretty much it for your introduction with props. We will be using this a lot, again, like I say, with JSX expression and everything, because this is more or less how JavaScript works in React and how React itself is used a lot, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can basically add a DOM event listener kind of thing in React world. Now, this is basically how you would do exactly in JavaScript, but with a little bit of differences. In JavaScript, you would have remembered that we use add event listener to add certain events, right? In React, we do it in a little different way. The way we do it is that we don't use add event listeners and anything, but we directly go ahead on the element. Let's say this button says click me. And on this button right here, I would just go ahead and start writing on click and see that the C of this on click is capital. This is important because if you make this small, your handler will not be called. So what this is that first things first, you can see that I'm directly giving it a JavaScript expression. Now the reason for that is because I want to pass in a function here. It does not make sense for this on click to be a string, right? So what I'm going to say is let's say this is button click function, for example, and just create this function outside our component, which just says console.log I was pressed, right? Just like that. So now what I can do is I can just go ahead and start clicking this button, and you can see in the console, I start getting I was pressed. So all you need to do and all you need to remember in React is the way the event listeners work is that you have an on and then whatever the event is as an attribute or as a prop, rather, I should say, right? So this is a prop which you're passing to this button, which React internally binds to actual event listener on the page, right? Now the funny thing about this is that if you actually open this in a new tab and try to take a look under the hood of how this is working, you will not find this on click attribute in the rendered DOM, right? So if you take a look here, you would see there is no on click attribute present here, right? And the reason for this is because this binding, although it works, this is internally binded using add event listeners and stuff, right? It's not just directly an inline HTML sort of function binding. So this you should remember. But yep, this is how you would work with it. And one more thing which you would often find a lot of people doing is that they would be defining their callback functions for events right into the component. And this might seem like a crazy thing to do, that defining a function inside a function if you have never seen it before. But this is pretty common in React world, right? What you want to do is you want to keep your functions as tight as possible. So you would just try to keep everything enclosed in a single scope. So this is perfectly fine practice. And in fact, this is actually mandatory if this function wants to access any state variable or anything, which we will take a look at very soon. But yep, this is pretty much it, how you should go ahead and attach a click event listener, for example. And that is how React binds it to your real elements on the page. Hey everyone, welcome back. This is an important video because in this one we'll be starting off with introducing the concept of state in React. So far what you have seen is pretty much useless till certain extent because we are not using React to its full power, what React is really capable of. It's capable of creating these static pages and static stuff, it's fine, but the true power of React is realized when you actually add interactivity and stateful components. Now, what is a stateful component, or what is state in general? So you see, most useful applications or most applications which involve some sort of user interaction need to be stateful. That means they need to remember what has happened in the past. For example, in games, if you're playing tic-tac-toe, your game needs to remember the past, that is which box is square, which box is occupied, which box has not been occupied, who's the winner, and so on. Similar thing you can do with React components as well by introducing the concept of a state. So let's take a look at a very simple example in this one. Let's say I have a counter like this, which is just a number, like you can right away see that I did not use a 0 right inside this, but I gave it a number, right? And we can get rid of the custom component. You can see I have a counter of 0. Let's say this button increase the counter and the next button decrease the counter, right? And I have this first function which just, you know, pretty much just console logs I was pressed. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import a function called useState from this React library, and I'm going to say, stick with me here for a while, counter set counter is useState of 0. Now there's a lot that needs to be explained here, so let me just go ahead and explain it first of all before we even move forward. So first things first, useState is a function internally provided by React. It's a function, right? It's a regular function you can think of, but this function is called a hook in React, right? So anything which starts with use, it's a convention technically speaking, but React considers anything which starts with use as a hook, right? What is the difference between a function and a hook? Nothing on the technical sense, but if you're using a React linter, React will warn you if the use state hook, or, you know, if any hook, as a matter of fact, is conditionally rendered. That means all of your hooks needs to be at the very top of the function, right? Anyway, what we need to discuss right now, we can just forget about the hooks complexities for later down the line, but what we need to discuss right now is that this hook right here, useState, accepts a default value. So what this default value is that when this app component would render for the very first time, this is the value which would be used as the default value for counter. And the way I have destructured this, you would have observed that this useState actually returns you 2 values, right? So I could have also done something like counter set. And then I know this is an array. So in order to display this, I would do a counter set of 0. So what this does, you can see it gives me 0. If I make this 100 and refresh this page, you will see I get a counter of 100. Why? Because this is the default value which is available to us, right? And the counter set of 1 is actually a function. So what that function does is that if I call that function with any value, that is what the 0th value, or, you know, the counter value becomes. Now this is important because let me just go back to the previous syntax, because that way you would be able to see it in a much better way. So now I have counter, for example. Now what I'm telling is that, let's say in this function, I say the counter becomes -250, right? So the moment I click on this button, you will see that this right here updates to -250. So let's go, and you can see it updates to -250. So what happened? This is the exciting part, and this is the part where you have to be most careful. You just told React declaratively what you want to do, and React automatically matched it to your UI. Super powerful stuff. Why? Because what you have here is just a counter, right? And a set counter function. The moment you click this button, you call this set counter function with a new updated value. And what React did under the hood is that it repainted this UI, it recreated this function, it actually recreated this whole function, right? It called it again, and it saw that, okay, this counter variable now, in the last render, it was 100, but in this render, it's -250. So I'm gonna go ahead and show this on the screen. Now, the important part here is when this function is called again, so this is like, we can mark this as the first render, right? So in the first render, what happened was that this useState, the array value which this returned was something like 100 and then a function, right? This is what this function returned. But in the second render, which happened when the moment I clicked this button, second render, let's just make this an underscore so that it does not complain. What this useState returned was -250 and a function. Important, the same code, everything same, but React knows that this is the second render, right? React is aware about the state of the render. So this allows React to, basically allow us as developers to use const even though this variable technically changes in the next render, right? So this is why you have to remember why you can use const with state variables, because state variables are not mutated. They are actually created again in the next render. So in this case, in the second render, this is what useState returns. Therefore, your counter is -250. React creates a new tree, new render, which shows you -250 here, and everything else is same, right? So yep, that's pretty much it. That's how I think that's more than enough on what you should know about when you're starting your first, introduction with React state. We will be using state a lot, so it's just getting started. But yeah, that's pretty much it for state in React. That's how it works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and complete our application, which we were trying to develop, which was just increasing the count of this counter, right? So what I want to do is for you to think about how I can increase the counter's count by 1, because that's what we are trying to do, right? So if you think about it, the most obvious thing which might occur to you is that, hey, let's just go ahead and let's start it with 0 first. And let's just go ahead and set it to counter +1, right? Because it makes sense. I mean, and in fact, it also works. If you just click on this button, you can see it starts on increasing, right? It keeps on increasing and increasing and so on. Now, this is absolutely fine for this application, and it will work just fine as well. Similarly, what we can do is we can create another function. So we can just say this as increase. We can just say this as decrease, increase like this, decrease like this. And in this one, I would just say this as -1. And now we have a little application for us, which increases and decreases the counter declaratively. And the reason I just keep on saying this word declaratively is because you can clearly see nowhere we are mentioning that the UI should update or, document.query selector .inner text is equal to counter +1. We are not doing any of that. We simply say that this is a state variable to React, and we control the variable. We only control the variable. We do nothing else. And that's it. React handles the rest. And if any one of you have any doubts about why don't we set like counter ++ or anything like that, you can clearly see that we are using const. So counter is a constant. You cannot do this. And we also discussed this briefly in the last video. But yeah, I mean, understand this carefully, that state variables always need to be updated by their setters. You cannot update them directly. You can technically create this as a let as well, which would allow you to do this thing, but React will not care about this expression which you wrote, and this will be a bug, right? Your UI would not update. So just a quick help tip out there that you need to update your state variables with the setter defined. All right, once you have this application, you can see it pretty much works flawlessly. But what I also want to discuss in this video itself is that there is another way you can increase or decrease or do whatever you want with the setter function. Now, this will be a little hard for me to explain right away all the details why this works. But what you have to understand is that the setter function also accepts a function as the value. Now, this is slightly different from an integer or a string or anything like that, because if I go ahead and set this counter, for example, if I set this to the string, right? And if I click on this, you can see we get this random string. If I set this to, let's say, I don't know, like, some random number, and again, when I click on this, I'll get that random number. But if I set this to a function, then something special happens, because React internally is configured to see that if there is any native Boolean string object, any such value like that, then pretty much just set it directly to the variable. But if there's a function supplied, then do a little different things, right? So maybe if we can just figure out the algorithm of how the set counter works, or the pseudocode, this is probably something like this. So set counter is a function, we know that it has a value, right? So what React kind of does, I mean, Of course, you can consider this in a different way. React says if type of value is a function, then I want to do something else. Otherwise, it just basically says set counter as value, right? Which is basically just internally setting the value as the same, or basically just saying counter is equal to value and then basically re-render, kind of like this. So what happens here if this is a function? Well, if value is a function, this is what React would do. So React would say updated value is value of old value, and then counter is updated value, and then re-render. So what's happening here? What's the difference? You can see a couple of things. The first thing is React will actually call this function which you have passed to it. And the second thing is React will call this function with an argument which is equal to the older value. Awesome. So in this case, what we have is a code where I can accept an old counter value, which I just told you, right? And whatever I return from this function would be set as the new counter value. That's the thing. So if I return, for example, 200, what's going to happen is that it's just going to set this counter to 200. And I had to just do a quick refresh of the page. But anyway, we are back, and you can see I returned 200 from here. And if I click on this, you see we set this to 200. Now this is important because now what I can do is I can also say old counter value plus 1, right? And if I click on this, you can see now we are actually doing the same thing, right? But in a different way. This also works fine, but here we are using the older approach. Now you can reduce this a little bit using arrow functions. So you can say this is basically old counter value as old counter value plus 1, something like this, and an old counter value minus 1. And you're going to see that both of these things work just like before, right? This thing is also working like before, and the other one is also working like before. So the question now is that which format should you use? Should you use the functional update, or should you use the, the value assignment thing? Remember, for now, for reasons which we will discuss in future when you have a little bit of advanced React knowledge, whenever possible, use the functional updation criteria as long as the newer value depends on the older value. So what do I mean by that? In this case, you can see the counter depends on the old value. That means this is a dependency. The new value cannot be computed if you don't know the older value, right? That's why we were using counter plus 1 here, right? Similarly in decrease as well. As long as the value depends on the newer value, try to use the functional updation way. And there are a bunch of good reasons for this, which we will discuss later. But yeah, this is just a general rule of thumb. If your value does not depend on the older value at all, I mean, just like I wrote 200 here, for example, if you're doing something like this, where it does not depend on the older value, you might as well just go ahead and do it like this. It doesn't matter, right? It really does not matter. But yeah, functional notation is super important if your newer value depends on the older value. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just quickly want to create a very small project which might help you just understand a bunch of things in React again. Very simple stuff, and that will be a random quote generator, right? And I just want to think about how you would create something like this. So what this would involve is pretty much nothing. It will just involve a button with you, which will just say click me, and it will involve an area. It will involve an area called div where the quote appears, right? And this quote is a random quote. So first things first, we know because this quote is going to change, this should be a state variable, right? Because only state variables, when those are updated, then React re-renders the component, right? So we can import useState from here, and that's it. Now what I want to do is I want to go ahead and create an array of quotes, which will include all the quotes which you want, right? So something like, if you are good enough, never do it for free. Even though you're getting this React course probably for free, right? But yeah, I mean, the better courses and the hands-on labs would be paid, but you get the idea. Then let's see, what else do we have? I am not afraid of a man who practice one kick, you know, something like that. 1,000 kicks one time, but rather one kick 1,000 times. Something like this. This is like one of my favorite quotes. So that could also be one. Then we can have something like ABC, because I'm lazy, DEF, GHI, and so on. But you can pretty much use an API or anything like that. So what I want to do is, first of all, we can initialize this with the, you know, the first quote if you would like. But second thing which I want to do is I want to go ahead and let me just refresh this real quick. I want to go ahead and create a function, randomize quote, and call it just when I go ahead and click on this button, right? So right here. Now what this button would do is that it will just set the state to a new quote. And remember that in this case, we don't have to depend on the previous state, right? So we don't need to necessarily use the functional approach. So we need to generate a random element in this array. And the way you generate a random element in an array in JavaScript is like following. So you say random quote is quotes and then math.random into quotes.length, and then you just wrap it down into math.floor. So just to explain you what's happening here, if you haven't seen this code ever before, this right here, math.random, returns us a number between 0 and 1, and it will never return you 1, right? It will always return you 0 and probably a number like 0.99999, whatever. So it will never return you 1. That means this number will always be smaller than quotes.length, right? So this means if this length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this number at max could be 4.999999, whatever, right? But it is finite. And then finally, if this is always less than 5, or, you know, in this case, the length of the array, then math.floor will bring it down by 1, right? So it will make the 4.99999 in worst case a 4. In any other case, this will always lie between 0 and 5, exclusive of 5, and this will just floor it down to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it pretty much, depending on what math.random does, you're going to select one out of these. So it's a random quote. It's a truly random quote, and you can just set this quote like this. Now, when you click on this, you can see every single time randomly you get a quote, right? So yep, I mean, you can now use your CSS, imported CSS, and style this a little if you want, but that's how you pretty much create a random code generator with React. So yep, that is all for this one. Hopefully you were able to follow along. Pretty simple stuff, nothing fancy, but yeah, covers a bunch of important concepts in JavaScript and React. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create a side effect when something happens. Now, what is a side effect? Well, in general, if English is your first or second language, you know that side effect is basically something that happens after you do something, like maybe taking a wrong medicine or anything like that. So similarly, in React, what happens as a side effect is, let's say you update this variable, right? And you want a side effect to happen in your code, which is, you know, not necessarily bad, like in the analogy, but you get the idea. So the side effect is basically something which happens after you have done something. So what you do in order to do that, in order to have that listener setup or a callback kind of thing set up, is make use of another hook called use effect. Now, what this use effect hook is let me just go ahead and actually show you before even explaining this. So import it just like this, and use effect right here just sits as a standalone hook. It does not return you anything. It does not do anything. It has two parts, however. The first argument is a function, which can be anonymous functions. In the most cases, it's just anonymous. And the second function is a dependency array. Now, if I go ahead and console log I was ran, right? Or I ran or whatever. So what you can do is refresh this page, for example, and you will see the first statement which you get is I ran, and that's it. So what's happening here? Well, you see use effect, although I told you that this is a side effect, but this also runs all the times after the component is mounted for the first time, right? So you see it was mounted for the first time. When I increase the counter, you know it got mounted again because we discussed how the first render and the second render works. So this is a second render, right? But we did not get I ran again because we have no dependencies at all. This function is not listening for any dependency, or it's not observing any dependency. You can see I can just keep on decreasing the counter and nothing happens here. But pay close attention to what will happen here the moment I give this a counter variable as the dependency. And remember, this is an array, right? This is not a regular, just a single value. This is an array of values. That means it can accept more state variables if you would like it to. So anyway, now when I click on this, you can see any single time this counter variable changes, we get an I ran information. And if I try to console log the counter here as well, you would see, give it a refresh. We start with an I ran of 0, which is fine. I mean, it makes sense. Now, when I increase the counter, you see we get the console log of I ran of 2000. Careful on what I'm gonna say next. Now you can see that the second console log, which we get I ran of 2000, means that this use effect actually ran again in the second render of the function, right? So when you call the set counter and updated it to 2000, it did not run in the first render. How do we know that? Because if it did run in the first render, we would have got a 0 here. Why? Because counter was 0 in the first render, right? In the second render, we know that this copy was created. This copy was created again by React internally. So this was like app, and in this case, this was 2000. And now we know that this returned at 2000, and therefore this function, when it ran, it console log 2000. Therefore, we know that this function actually ran in the second render and not in the first render, right? Another thing with use effect is that it runs after the component gets mounted or repainted. So what do I mean by that? This means in the second render, this whole thing was mounted and visible on the browser before the console log appeared. Now this might be hard to actually prove or justify until and unless we put a debugger statement or anything, something like that, but you can trust me on this one, right? That the use effect actually runs after the UI is mounted, right? So what's the use case of this? Well, let's say you have a to-do list where whenever you update a list order, you save the order or anything on the back end, right? So in that case, all you need to do is create a use effect, add an order or something like that, which a variable which defines the order of the list, and then basically just write a fetch request here that whenever something changes, or maybe like a local storage save request here, you just update it automatically. Again, this is super declarative. Why? Because you're telling it that this code has a dependency on this one. You're not telling it how to execute it, what should happen, when should it re-render, and so on, right? All of that is managed automatically by other code in your code base, right? So I hope this makes sense. If it does not, then don't worry yet, because there's so much we need to do and we will do in order to solidify these concepts. But yeah, this is a start. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, and I think in this whole section of mini section which we have, we will build a to-do application from scratch using all these videos. And by the end of this section, you would probably also have a full-blown lab where you have to create the same application, pass the test as well. I'm super excited to start this, and let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can build one. If you want, what you can also do is open that lab at the end of this section in a new tab or anywhere and start building it as we learn, and use these videos as a unblocker. If you would like to, you can feel free to just go ahead and start building it yourself as well. You pretty much know all the information more or less you need to know, but we'll cover a bunch of concepts in these videos as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start creating our to-do application in React and how it can work. So first things first, what I'm going to do is create a div in this application space, and I'm just going to give this an h1 of best to-do app ever. Like, why not? All right, so what we want to do is we want to do a couple of things in this app. The first thing is this should have an input field, of course. So this would be an input type text. You can give it an ID or a class if you want to style it with the CSS, but I'm just going to keep it raw at the moment. And what I want to do is also create a UL unordered kind of list, which just shows us our tasks here, whatever we enter. Now, a couple of things here. First thing is, whatever I'm typing in this, I need to have a reference. I need to have a track of what I'm typing. Why? Because the moment I hit enter, I want to take this text and append it as a task. And second thing, I want to just take care of all these to-dos in themselves, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and create a state variable called to-dos and set to-dos. And we know that these state variables can be pretty much anything, right? Any sort of data type which we have in JavaScript. So I can keep this as an array of to-dos, right? Instead of just having a single string, which you would probably need to split and do something, which will also get ugly. Arrays is best suited for this task. So now, once we have this to-dos, what I want to do is I want to render this inside this UL tag. And how do you render elements? What is the standard practice? How do you do that? Well, what you have to remember here is that ES6 array methods play a very important role when you're working with JavaScript inside of React, because whatever we write is a JSX expression, right? We discussed in JSX that we can only write expressions which we can also pass in as a functional argument, because technically that's what it gets compiled down to. So what we usually do when we are writing JSX expression is we do not make use of for loops like this, for let I is equal to 0, I is less than to-dos dot length I plus plus, because you see, we cannot really write this sort of code, right? What we need to write here, or what we can write here, however, is the array methods, right? So what we can do is I can write, for example, to-dos dot map to do, and then I can just return an li which has this to do. So let's just take a look at what's happening here. Let me just add my name, Mehul, and let's say John as the second name. So what's happening here is that we took both of these elements, right? For each of these elements, .map runs this function and returns a new array, right? A new array of information. So you can see I ran this and I, just put an li around them. Now this thing right here is equivalent for me storing li's directly inside of the state. This is also fine and completely acceptable. So if I do something like this, and I just go ahead and directly try to use to-dos here, those two examples are the same thing, right? If you write these elements directly in the state like this, or you just map it over and then use it here, both are same things, because this thing, as I said in the JSX video also, gets compiled down to a JavaScript-like representation anyway, right? So this is one and the same thing. But the reason we avoid storing it in this way is because this gives us less flexibility. I mean, sure, there are ways to extract out, this text from this, but it's ugly, right? It's complicated. So what we do is instead we keep it in the simplest data type we can, which is string in our case, and then we construct it on the fly what we want to do using functions like map or filter or anything which returns us an array, right? Because JSX can display an array with, you know, the JSX elements, right? Like I showed you, you can have a couple of LIs here and you can just display that array as it is, right? And it will render properly. So that's important. So anyway, for now, I can just say this is my example and be done with it, right? So that's it. Now, if I add another name here, let's say hello, for example, you'll see we have another one. So what we want to do is, once we have this set up, is whenever I write something and press enter, then this should basically append it right here. So I'm going to divide this task into two things. First of all, I'm going to just create a button which will say create to do. And then we will also add the enter functionality, which I was talking about. So with button, we know how to access the event, which is using onClick. So let's say this is create to do like this. And what I do is inside of this create to do, I say, I want to append this to do whatever we have written. Now, before we are able to do that, I also need to extract out this value, right? And in JavaScript, or in React rather, I should say, how you do that is you set an attribute called value to a state variable or to any particular value, right? So let's say if I set this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what will happen is that even if I try to edit this, I will not be able to edit this input field. And trust me, I'm typing on my keyboard at the moment, but I'm not able to edit this because this value attribute, if this value attribute is not undefined, then React will consider this as a controlled component. That means this value has to change here itself if you need to update the UI, right? And because this is a string static value, this will never happen because, you know, the string would not update automatically. So this has to be a variable. And the way we do this is the follows. So I'm going to say this is, let's say, my task. And I'm going to say set task. And I'm going to initialize this with an empty string, right? Because that's what our value would be initially. So this is my task, right? Now, still, you would see this is not very helpful because I'm still not able to type. And the reason for that is same, because, you know, this task is empty string and we are not updating this. So what we want to do in order to make sure this controlled component behaves properly is we want to say something like on change, and then I want to do something here. So on change event receives a E, which is just like the JavaScript event which we receive, which we have also discussed in the JavaScript course. And what this E does is that, you know, E or event or whatever you want to name it, this event contains useful information about what has happened or what has been entered in this text field. So what I can say is I can simply say set task to event.target.value, right? So event.target gives us this input field and the value gives us the current value which is in. So now if I start writing, you would see that I'm able to write pretty much just like I would used to, you know, in a regular input field. But the advantage here now is that on every single keystroke, this onChange runs and we always have the updated task value, right, with us. And yep, this is important because now I can access this task value directly whenever this create to do is called. So what I can do is I can just say console log the task value is this task like this. And if I go to browser logs, for example, and start typing and click on this button, you will see I get the correct task value right here, right? If I update to 1, 2, 3, click, we get the correct task value always. Now it's simple right here to update this because all we need to do is we need to set the to-dos and append one more to-do here, right? Now remember what we discussed about the set state. In this case, the future state actually depends on the current one. Why? Because we want to append this to the existing array, right? So in this case, we will use the functional updation methodology, right? So I would say old to-dos, and what I want to do is return all my old to-dos, but also add my task like this to that, right? So what's happening here is that I'm just appending this particular new value to these old to-dos, right? And that's how I'm doing this. So if I try to go ahead and add a task 1 here, click on this to do, you can see we have a task 1 added. And if I go ahead and try to add task 2, click create to do, we have a task 2, and pretty much you can do anything you want here and this will be created. Now it has a bunch of things we can improve and a couple of optimizations as well. Hey everyone, welcome back, and let's just go ahead and proceed with our optimizations and things which we can add in the to-do application which we looked last time. So first things first, what I want to do is whenever we have this onChange event fired, I also want to probably just blank out the task, because right now if you add it, you see the task still remains here. So that's one thing which I want to do. So the way I would do that is just by setting the task as empty like this. And here, what might happen is you might think that, hey, what if this code runs before this code and then this task is old and it does not get appended, right? And you might be right? So if we go ahead and try this out and create a to-do, although this kind of works, but I would say we are in a scary territory because it is not given that React executes this part of the code synchronously, right? It might very well be executing it asynchronously. So if I go ahead and console log 1 here, and if I go ahead and console log 2 here, and if I go ahead and write a statement and create a to-do, you can see we get 2 first and then 1 later. That means React is not executing this function synchronously, right? So a safer way for updating this would be actually to set the task as empty here and then use the task like this, right? So this is what is probably we'll stick to as well. But yeah, the moment you do that, create a to-do, it's working just fine. Now, the second thing which we can do is, like I said, right now the enter does not work, right, for us. Now there are a couple of ways to fix this. The first way to fix this is you actually have a key down event on this input field as well. So you have something like on key down and you just say try to check for enter key, something like that. And the way this would work is that you would just go ahead and try to look at the event which you receive here. So event received is this event right here. Now if I try to go ahead and type something here, you can see that we have a lot of console coming in. So instead of looking there, we would probably stick to the native console right here. And what I would do is write 1, 2, 3, for example, and let's just ignore this exception for now because this is because of the web console script, which is custom to Codedamn editor. You would probably not see this by the time maybe you're watching this video. But anyway, what this event contains is you can see the key and the key code. So if I try to hit enter here, you would see the event which we get has a key code of 13 and a key of enter, right? So we could very well just use key code right here. And I can just go ahead and say that if e.keycode is in fact 13, this means that we have got a enter input in this field, right? So you pretty much just want to run the create to do function because we already have done the work in that, right? And yep, that's pretty much it. So if I go ahead and give it a refresh, for example, try to enter something and hit enter, you would see it just works just like if I enter something and click on the button, right? So this is pretty cool. This is one way. Another way, which is less JavaScripty, is to actually go ahead and stick to the basics, stick to the native things. And what is that? Well, you might have seen that in HTML world, you already have this behavior where you enter something, hit enter, and the form gets submitted, right? If you go to very old sites which are just constructed with HTML, you will find this behavior where you just enter something in the text box, hit enter, and the form gets submitted, right? The page reloads. Because HTML actually includes this functionality internally. So how do you execute this thing? You wrap the whole thing inside a form element. And this is just HTML. There is no JavaScript or there is no React part involved in this one, right? And the second thing which you do, this is fine, you can keep this input, but the button, which is the button which on click or should happen, or it should be present, how it should be present is of type submit, right? So this button should have a type of submit. Why? Because if this does not have a type of submit, then this form does not know what should happen if you hit enter on an input field. So right now what's happening is that this on click would work fine, but if you hit enter, you will see that your page reloads, right? So if I hit enter, you see it gets entered, but our page also reloads. And why is that? Because that is the default behavior of forms in HTML, right? They just reload the page without any attributes if you don't give it a path or anything. And even if you give it a path, it will reload it at that particular location. So what we want to do is we want to add an event listener on this. So I want to say on submit, I want the create to do to run. And right here, what we will observe is that we no longer need the on click on this button. And why is that? Because whenever you click on this button as well, the create to do function fires, right? So if I write this, click, you can see it refreshes. Or if I write and hit enter, it adds the text and it refreshes. Now the only thing which is left is we want to first of all remove this, and second of all we want to just make sure that the page is not refreshed. So I can also remove this enter key function because we no longer need that. And all I need to do here is grab the event which React gives us on the submit and just say event.prevent default. Now all this is going to do is say to browser that, hey, we don't want the default behavior which happens when this form is submitted. That's it. Now if I go ahead and write hello and hit enter, you can see it works fine. World works fine. 1, 2, 3 works fine. Works fine, right? I can pretty much do anything and everything I want. So this is also a neat hack, or not exactly a hack, but this is actually a standard practice which you should know about instead of just relying on key down, right? Because this is also technically speaking a bit performance beneficial, right? It's a performance is better than just having on key down on every keystroke and doing that stuff. But yep, that's pretty much it. That's how you're gonna detect all of the enter and button clicks and everything and create a very basic to-do app. In the next video, we'll see how you can also remove these items, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what we're gonna do is go ahead and take a look at how you can remove these elements as well on a click or anything, right? So what I'm going to do is instead of returning just an li, we could probably return a div or something else, maybe a div inside li or li inside div, doesn't matter. But what I'm going to do is do a couple of things. The first thing is I'm going to go ahead and remove them. And the second thing I'm going to do is actually change the structure a little bit. So instead of setting the task like this, what we will do is we will add a to-do as task, an ID, and an ID as a unique ID, right? For example, in this case, it could just be a global counter or a global ID. And we can start it from 0. And why am I doing this? I'll let you know in a moment. But once we do this, now we have an array of objects, not just an array of strings, right? So in order to render this properly, what we need to do is just say to do, or not to do, but let's say this is item, and then say item.todo, right? So now if I go ahead and hit enter, you can see it still works fine, but we have done a bunch of changes. Now, the second thing we can do is we can say the key of this item is in fact item.not to do, but item.id, right? Now this item.id, like we saw, is a global ID counter, which basically is unique now, right? So we don't have to worry about just having an index pretty much like this. So we can just have this as global ID and we can just keep on working like we used to do. So once we have done that, what we want to do next is add a button right here which just says delete, for example. And what I want this button to do is whenever I click on this, it should delete item, somehow, which we will see how we can do that. So it's just an empty function for now, which will get called. But now what I can do is when I enter this, well, not at the moment, but let's just see if I give this a refresh, enter this, you can see now we have a small delete button with us, right? So what I want to do is the moment I click on this delete, this should just disappear from the screen. This should just be deleted. So how do I do that? Well, in this case, we need to give it a little bit of more context, right? What we should do is that we should go ahead and instead of calling it like this, we should go ahead and call this with the ID of the item. So I'm going to say delete item, and I'm going to specify you what the ID of the item is, right? In this case, it's whatever the ID is at the moment. Now, what happens now is I'm receiving the item ID, right? Which we increment every single time. So DSF has an ID of 1. Maybe we can also display it just for the sake of clarity, right? At the time of rendering. So now you can see the IDs of these elements as well, which are also the keys and which are also the values which we are passing to this function. So all I want to do now is I want to set the to-dos to certain list which does not include that ID, which I have, right? And again, you can see the new state depends on the previous state. So again, I'm going to use the functional notation. So I'm going to say set to-dos, old to-dos, and then what these old to-dos would be is old to-dos dot filter item, and then item dot ID is not equal to item ID. Now let's see what I'm doing here. First of all, I'm using the functional updation notation. So that's what this functional call is. Second of all, I'm trying to return an array here where I'm trying to filter out all the items where the ID is not equal to the one which has been passed, right? Which will result in not copying the only ID which I have clicked. All right. So once that has been done, if you click on the delete now, you can see it updates and all the other IDs stay same. So it's 0, 2, 3, 4. Now the reason I did not use index as the key and as the ID and as the thing which you need to pass should be clear now, right? Because the index would change. The index would become 0, 1, 2, 3 again, right? So it is something which is not unique, right? So we broke our contract with React when we said that, hey, our key would be unique to the item which we will bind. Because if this was just index, which we used earlier, then this element would become index number 1. Let's just go ahead and refresh this and use some real items. So I'm going to write apple, mango, banana, pizza, and burger, right? And I can see all of these IDs here. And if I go ahead and delete banana, you can see that pizza still stays at 3. But if I was using index, you could clearly observe that pizza comes at 0, 1, 2. So it will be 2, right? So that's why I told, let's just go ahead and create an ID out of it. And whenever possible, you should use a locally unique ID, right? Not exactly globally, but a locally unique ID. But yep, this is pretty much it. That's how you can create and add more elements and remove them as well with a click of a button, right? And yep, that completes pretty much more or less your basic version of to-do app. I mean, sure, you can have a bunch of functionalities here where, you have a little bit of layout as well. And you can also store this in local storage and stuff. You can do that, but this is the bare bones structure which you require, where you learn about a lot of React concepts. And this is, pretty much touches on a lot of important React concepts as well. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to follow, because after this video, you will probably also have a lab where you have to create this to-do application. So make sure you do that by yourself. It will reinforce all the things which we have learned here. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be learning about something known as React Router in React and how you can work with it. So you can see I have a fresh project with me here with basically nothing set up apart from React itself. So we can start with scratch, right? So routing is a very common practice, right? You can see even if you take a look at the URL at the moment in the browser, it's codedam.com/playground/something. So what this means is that I'm on a route which is having certain parts, like the path is playground, then inside of playground I'm inside React Snowpack v3 and so on. So you can do the similar thing in React, right? And there are pre-built solutions for you to handle that, right? And one of those is React Router. So first of all, let me just go ahead and clean this up a little bit so it's not as scary as it looks. So it's hello world, for example, right? And let's just replace this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to set up a React router for us here. So I'm going to split my terminal and I'm going to start writing by saying yarn add React router DOM. Now remember, I wrote React router DOM because that's the name of the package, right? Now what this package does, what this package truly does, is that it allows you to work with certain browser APIs to, for the lack of a better word, fake a URL into user believing that you are actually on that page. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. Just stick with me here. Let's just first of all, once this installs, let's just do a hello world here, right? So it is done. And what we can do now is we can import a bunch of components which allow us to do basically what I'm talking about. So I'm going to say import from React router DOM. And what we need is a couple of things. The first thing we need is a browser router. The second thing which we need is a route, right? So what does this mean? This means that I have a router component, which is going to be a top level component, which is contain all these routes which we will define, right? So the first thing I have to do is I have to define this as the top component in my app, right? Now, once I have defined this component as the top component in my app, I have to define these individual routes, which needs to be, matched. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with a route and end it with a route. And I'm going to say the path, what this path should be, what the path should match, right? So this path should match, let's say, hello world in our case. Once I do that, anything I write here inside of this would be rendered only and only if this matches the hello world route. So let's say this is I am on route hello world, right? And let's just go ahead and actually wrap this whole thing inside a div as well. And I can just say right here, I am just h2, right? Something like this. All right, so once we do that, if I give this page a refresh, what you're gonna see is once Snowpack is done compiling a bit of dependencies, let's see. All right, so it's done, and we can see now that it just spits out I'm just an h2. So if I open this in a new tab, you can see we still get I'm just an h2 because we have defined hello world on this route. So let's just go ahead and visit that. Hit enter, and you can see that we get a 404. And let me tell you why do we get that. Now the reason we get a 404 when I visit a hello world is because Snowpack right here is not configured to send our index.html file, which we have here, on every route, right? So let me tell you what's happening here exactly. When you visit a route like this, or in general, a home page like this, what's happening is that Snowpack, or your backend server in this case, which is Snowpack, sends this index.html file, right? Which contains certain scripts, which boots up React, which boots up this component, and this component realizes what path you are on, right? So in order for this component to run, this needs this index.jsx file. This index.jsx file needs this index.html file. Therefore, in the first place, your backend server should send this index.html file for pretty much everything. But it does not happen in the case of front-end applications, or you have to configure it somehow. So in this case, that's why we get a 404 error when we try to visit that URL directly. But what we can do instead is we can use another component here which can allow us to fake redirect or fake navigate from our application itself. So what I can do is right here, instead of doing I am an h2, we can define a small navigation, and it would be nav like this, right? You can also put it in div, it's fine, but I'm just going a little fancy. So what you can do is you can say link to and then hello world. So it's like ahref, but it's for React routing, internal React routing. And I can say go to hello world, because we only have a single link at the moment. We can also define something like link to slash, and I can just say go home. Right, so the moment we have something like this, you can see the first thing we see is an error that you should not use link outside a router. So let's just go ahead and fix this by bringing the router, or actually let's just make the router the actual, the main child of the page. So once we have that, you can see we have our links coming up, and we can actually just throw in a unordered list here for it to just be a little bit prettier, right? And let's see, looks like I have to configure prettier on this editor, right? It's just a waste of time manually formatting all this code. Maybe we'll do that probably sometime later, but now you can see that it has started looking just like you would want it to look like, right? So now if I click on go to hello world, you can see you get I'm on the route hello world. And if I open this in a new tab, take a close look at what happens to the URL up here when I click on hello world. You can see the URL actually in fact changes to I am on hello world, right? I'm on route hello world. And if I go back to home, you're gonna see the URL changes back and forth, right? Now if I refresh on this page, you're gonna see we get the similar error. And I explained you the reason why, because in this case, when I click on this, if I go to inspect in the networks tab, and if I, let's say, remove this, and if I refresh this one more time, or maybe go back to the home page, oops, refresh, clear this out. And if I click on this go to hello world now, you're gonna see no network request has been made, right? You can see I'm on all, there is no filter, and no network request has been made. That means React code did not go to server to check if this route existed or not. It handled this routing internally with the help of the browser router, right? So yep, that is what is happening. When you refresh this, it actually goes to the server, right? And the server says that, hey, I don't know like what this route is. If somehow you were able to go ahead and return pretty much the same index.js file for this route as well, this route right here as well, you would be able to serve the the right code even on refreshes, which is exactly what you want on production applications. But it's fine on development if you want to skip it. But yeah, you can configure that here as well if you would like. But yep, that is pretty much it in terms of introduction to the browser router and how you configure it. We will pretty much take a look at a bunch of other things in the upcoming videos. But yeah, that's a solid start. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go over and take a look at an exact route match. What does that mean? So let's say I define a route, which is our home page, and I just say, I am on home page, right? And if I go ahead and refresh this tab right here, what you will be able to see is that we get I am on home page, which absolutely is fine. But if I go to the hello world route, you can see that I get I am on route hello world, but I also get I am on home page. Now, why is that? Well, this is because by default, the behavior of these routes is to match the route first as a path, and then pretty much anything after that as well. So what do I mean by that? That means if you're on home page, basically what's happening is that you are pretty much routing, the router matches the slash, which is at the end of the URL, but anything after the slash also matches, right? So this route here would also return you I am homepage if you visit this with a link, right? So I can just go ahead and, for example, create a go to random link, and I can just say this is some weird route. And if I refresh this again, and if I click on that random link, you can see I still get I'm on homepage. Why? Because it matches anything after this slash, which is pretty much anything. Similarly, this route would appear every time I'm on hello world, or I'm on pretty much any other route as well. So I can copy this, actually revert back and change this to this. And if I refresh this, click on the link, you would actually see that I still get I'm on hello world, even though I'm on some weird route. Now, in order to fix this problem, all you have to do is always, it's a good practice, set this exact attribute on your route component. And this basically just means exact true, right? In JS6, you can just omit the true bit if you like. It's just a style. So even if you just write exact like this, it just means exact is set to true, right? And the moment you do that, you're gonna see that now it's actually much stricter. Now if I click on the hello world, you can see we no longer get I'm on homepage. I get it here, but I don't get it here, right? And on the random link, you can see we pretty much get nothing. So this has solved our problems, which is, the weird behavior which we were getting with the routes. So this is something more or less what I feel is a common practice which you should anyway do, right? Whenever you're defining routes, just put an exact keyword, because in most of the cases, it'll do what you expect it to do, right? Instead of having these edge cases. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at dynamic routes in React, which is also pretty helpful, especially in case when you're building dynamic apps, which you probably will be when you're working with React. So let's say you are building a social media app or whatever, and you go ahead and you want to have a route which basically catches everything after user, right? So it could be a username, Mehul, or any other name which you want to capture. Now, if you think about it, if you remove the exact keyword, that would kind of fill our purpose, but this is a bad hack, right? Because now you're not only just catching Mehul, but you're also catching Mehul slash this or slash this or slash this, right? So this is clearly not a solution. So we do need exact, but what we can do is we can define a dynamic route or a dynamic piece of the path here. And the way we do that is we put a colon and we write the variable name which we want it to be called, right? In our case, let's just say, we just say username as the variable name, right? And what do I mean by variable name? We'll see. But what this means is I can just go ahead now and I can just say, I want to render a custom user component with me, right? And I can just go ahead and create this function user component probably in a separate file. Yeah, let's just go ahead and create it in a separate file. User.jsx function user like this. We can just import React real quick. And once we do that, we can just say, I am a user component, right? And don't forget to export this. And once you do that, you will be able to see that if I refresh it, let's see, or I haven't imported it yet. Yep. Also need to import user component from user.jsx, right? So the moment I do that, you're gonna see that if we just go ahead and create a bunch of links here, let's say profile 1, which is user/Mehul, right? And let's just create this link a couple of times. File 2, 3, 4, right? Mehul XYZ Codedam Playground, whatever, right? So we have 4 profile links, And now whenever I click on one of them, you can see we get I am a user component, right? That is fine. I mean, that's great progress, but how do I capture this part, right? On which path I'm on? That is what this variable name is, and that is what it could help you with. Now, in order to capture this, what you have to do is you have to use a custom hook in React router, right? And the way you do that is you call this hook, but you know what this hook is called, rather I should say, is use params, right? From React router DOM. And actually I'm in the wrong file. This should be user.jsx. So import this and I just go ahead and call this right here. Now what this use param hook returns, this returns us an object of all the parameters which we supplied, right? So if I go ahead and take a look here, you can see we only have a username as the variable. So this will return us an object with the username being the value of the path, right? So I can say this is username, I destructure it like this, and I just say the user is something like this, right? So you can see now I'm on the user component playground. If I click on profile 3, I'm on CodeDam, XYZ and Mehul, right? So this helps us to pretty much set some context, right? And now you can use this username component, for example, in use effect or, you know, React query. If you're using React query for performing fetch request, fetch some data with user name variable, right? Like their account details or anything, and pretty much just use it to display some dynamic data right here, right? So that is how it works. That is how the routing part works, right? Maybe it's a public profile or anything, and that's how you can do that. But yeah, that's the basic of it, how you would grab a dynamic path, how you would render a component, and how you would use hooks to grab out that information, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to go ahead and show you how you can use fetch request to fetch basic data in React.js. And mind you that we will be learning about React query in a different course, which is an actual library. Just like we use React router DOM for performing routing, we will be using React query for performing all these fetch requests. But React query is a big library in itself, right? So we have a dedicated course on that. Don't worry, that is included in this learning path which you're part of. So it's fine. You would be able to access it once you complete the React course. But anyway, just to give you an idea of how you can do it right away, even without React query library, I gave you a little bit of idea of how this would work in the last video when we closed it, but let's just take a look at that formally. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and right here, I'm going to create a file inside of this public folder called users.json, right? And this is just a static file, which I'll just make it myself. And I'm going to say something like Mehul as name, Mehul, and age 22, right? Pretty much similar things for John, and let's say for CodeDam as well. So we can just change the name of them as, you know, John as John, and this could be 40, right? Anything. So what this does is that this allows us to have a static file in place which we can fetch, because remember, all the assets in this public folder are available on the main domain. So if I go ahead and write users.json right here, you're gonna see that we get this users.json file, which is pretty awesome, right? So what we will do is we'll dynamically fetch this and we will try to render the content from it. So I'm going to say fetch, what do I want to fetch? Users.json. And then when I fetch the data, I want to set this data to, let's say, a state variable, user data, set user data, which is pretty much use state of empty object at the moment, right? And we can just import use state as well. So once I fetch this, what I want to do with data is I want to get the data of username, right? Which is what our parameter is. And I want to set user data to that, right? And finally, what we can do is we can have a provision where we are trying to do something like paragraph. I just say name is user data dot name, right? And the age basically, which we also used, is user data dot age, right? So you can see right now we don't get anything because we are not on we are on CodeDam, right? But if I just give it a refresh for this use effect to run, and if I visit the profile one, you can see I'm a user component, which, because we are doing it the wrong way here. It has to be passed at JSON first, and then we can use the data, right? That's a fault, but yeah, the moment we do that, you can see now for Mayhole, it starts rendering the correct value. If I visit XYZ, it does not render anything for XYZ, but can you guess why that happens? Well, that happens is because this function does not run once the username changes. And a quick fix for this is you just add username as a dependency to this one, right? Now, if I click on Mayhole, we get the name. Now, if I click on profile 3, we get the updated data again. Playground, well, we don't get it because we don't have that. We have John instead. So let's just replace it with Playground and give it a refresh. And let's just see if I click on this now, you can see we get John now, right? So we don't have data for XYZ, that's why. But yep, that is how in a bad way, kind of, you can perform a fetch request. I know that this can be improved a lot. We are just using a single file, so we don't need to perform multiple fetch requests again and again. But think about this in the following way. Let's say if you had mayhole.json and playground.json and all those files there, then you would have to perform all these multiple fetch requests. But yep, this is how you would perform a fetch request inside of React, store it in state variables, and render the data after that. We will take a look at a much better way of handling network requests in the React query course, which is part of this learning path. So don't worry about that anyway. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Things which I want to discuss in this video is just the basics of what we are doing in this course, what Tailwind is, what we'll be doing, and how you can practice using CodeDam's Playground interface. So Tailwind is an interesting framework for CSS, which allows you to pack your UI and your styling of the UI into the HTML itself, right? So the traditional way of working with CSS is something like you give it a class of hello, let's say, and then you go to your CSS file. Let's say you create one, style.css, you create a file, and then you say hello, and then you give it a background of yellow, something like that. You go back to the HTML, you link the CSS, like link, let's see, link rel style sheet href style.css, and then your styles automatically start reflecting once you put in some content over here, as you can see. So this way is fine, but what Tailwind allows you to do is that it restricts your ability in a way to use certain number of styles only. Now, what do I mean by that? And this is also not fully true statement, but let's say I wanted to create a nice looking button over here, which says something like click me. Now I could have any amount of pixel padding here, which is like, if I say display inline block, I could have any amount of pixel padding, for example, padding 5 pixel, right? I could have any amount of margin 2 pixel or 20 pixel. I could have any sort of color in the whole spectrum of colors of RGB and, you know, web supported colors, which is, to be honest, you know, a huge choice to pick from. And I could have any text color. Now, in theory, this sounds awesome and this sounds wonderful, but in practice, when you're doing styling like this, it becomes very tiresome to actually build a UI system yourself, where the margins are pretty much, standardized, the paddings are standardized, the colors are standardized, the color palette is there, and so on. So more than anything, Tailwind does two things for me, which I personally like a lot about. And if you go to the source code of Codedamn, you would pretty much see Tailwind being used all the way. This page is not rendered on server side, but if you go to a page like this, you're gonna see on Codedamn we pretty much use Tailwind in a lot of places. Flex, px2, you can see it's Tailwind all the way, right? So one of the things which I like a lot about Tailwind are these two things, the most important things. The first is that you can cut this UI and paste it in some other project which is also using Tailwind, or some other page which has Tailwind enabled, and you don't have to include style sheets and everything over there, because this is like a complete widget in itself. And second of all, it binds you in certain best practices with CSS itself. That is, what should your margin values ideally be? What are your colors which you should be using in your project, or which you should be using in your site, and so on. So these abstractions and these value binding, plus the ability to get out of these bindings, that is also Tailwind provides. So that's completely fine. This is super important stuff and super awesome of Tailwind as a framework, because I'm not a UI person. I don't like to work with UIs as a developer. I can rely on Tailwind's measurements and units and ability to create nice UIs. So this is why I believe Tailwind is an important library for you to learn only if you like it, because it will boost your productivity a lot. That is all for this video. In the next interactive videos and labs which we have in this course, we're going to be discussing a lot of new features of Tailwind 3, as well as the fundamentals, the core understanding of Tailwind as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing about how you can get started with Tailwind CSS. And this course in general would also be divided into two parts. The first part is where we are actually learning about Tailwind in HTML world. And the second part will be where we will look at the Tailwind configuration. And we'll also tap into React in that, section or in that particular video. So right now I'm going to stick with the basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript playground, which we have, just to keep things simple. And I'm going to include a Tailwind CSS JIT compiler, which I'll tell you in a moment what that is. And we're going to be learning all about Tailwind using this interface, right? And then further down the line in the course, we'll actually see how to use Tailwind properly with React, because React is the technology which we are learning inside of this full stack or front end or whatever learning path you are enrolled right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at how the new Tailwind CSS you can use in your basic HTML project. So in order to do that, what you have to do is all the stuff we'll do when we are working with React. But for now, we're going to be going all the way down, and I'm going to be going to this place CDN link, and I'm going to be adding this script tag called this script src cdn.tailwindcss.com, right? And I'm just gonna make some space over here and also remove the style sheet because we're not going to need that. And let's just get rid of these few meta tags as well, because we are not shipping any website or anything. So there we are. Now Tailwind is pretty much available to us right away. What this script tag does is if you open this, you're going to see that it redirects you to cdn.tailwindcss.com/version3. Now, you might be thinking that if Tailwind comes with all the pre-built classes and, the things which I mentioned, all the restrictions, then why is it loading a JavaScript bundle instead of CSS? Well, up till Tailwind 2, there was nothing known as JIT compiler. And what a JIT compiler is, it stands for just in time compiler. This just in time means that Tailwind is actually generating your styles just in time. That means as you're writing it, Tailwind is generating those styles in memory. Now, this is important because with CSS, obviously, even if you restrict it, even if I restrict it to 10 margin classes, let's say if I have margin 1 to margin 10, right? And then if I have something like padding 1 to padding 10. So you can see over right here, I have padding at x-axis, padding at y-axis. I would have padding at, maybe both axes and so on. So this would pretty much start to get a lot heavy very soon. And this is one of the problems which Tailwind 2 faced as well, which led to the just-in-time compiler mode. That is, the bundle size of Tailwind in the developer environment was so huge, was probably in megabytes, that it was no longer a viable option to, just keep on loading the whole bundle, whole CSS bundle every single time. I mean, in some cases, it was also approaching the browser limits of how much CSS the browser can handle. So something else needed to be done. So what the smart people at Tailwind did is they come up with a just-in-time compiler, which pretty much allows you to write all the CSS which you want of Tailwind, but it will parse that on the runtime and it will just create styles for those particular classes which you are using instead of just loading all the bundles. So this is why this is a script tag and not a JS and not a CSS bundle. Okay, so how do we verify if this is working or not? So let's verify it with a very simple, let's say h1 tag. I'm going to say my name is Mehul and you are watching this on Codedamn, or rather I should say watching plus practicing, right? Because you know why. So if I go ahead and give it a class of bg gray 800, you're going to see something nice happened. Automatically, the background is very dark and it is a shade of a gray, but the text is not visible. So I'm going to give it a text of white as well. So you see, it's almost like intuitive. If you read it, it says like background gray of 800. 800 is the intensity of the color. So if you can guess, less intense color would probably be like something like 400 or 300. What you have to realize is that when we talk about intensity of the stuff in Tailwind, it's always in the multiple of 100 except for 50. So there is a shade available of BG gray 50, which is a very, very light gray. I'm not even sure if that is visible in the video, but if it is, I mean, I'm saying the truth. There is a color of BG gray 50. There would not be a color of BG gray 49 or anything. This will just probably not render anything at all because, you know, it's just CSS not found. But 50 is there, 100 is there, then 200 is there, 300 is there, and so on. So as you move above, this color gets a bit stronger and stronger, right? So it just keeps getting stronger. At a point, because you have text white over here, it's advisable to give it something like 700 or 800, right? So these are the classes, and the good thing about this is if I give it a padding of, let's say 2, and I'm going to come to these units as well, a margin of, let's say 4. Now the block which we have created over here, and let's say if I also give it a shadow, and bear with me over here, it'll just become a little bit easier in no time. Now, the good thing about this h1 tag, or a nice thing about this h1 tag, is that this tag would always render this particular layout, and all I have to do is cut and paste this in any place, in any environment where Tailwind is running, right? So this is the awesome thing about Tailwind, that you pretty much have you know, an independence from importing all the CSS styles and stuff like that. So this is one of the aspects which I like a lot. So yep, let's keep this video to this because we have done enough. We have imported Tailwind's JIT compiler. We have understood why JIT is needed. We have done a bit of hello world kind of stuff with Tailwind as well. And we have done the hello world thing. So yeah, that's the most important part of starting something new. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and try to understand what exactly is this 2 and 4 and all this stuff which is going on. I'm going to head back to the Tailwind documentation, and this is like one place where you should be spending a lot of time as a developer, not just in Tailwind, rather I think in pretty much anything. which is like the official docs, and especially with a library like Tailwind, which has a very nice interface and a lot of things documented, it's always a good idea. But anyway, if we go to something like, let's see, if we search for padding over here, you're gonna see we have all these units over here. Now you can see that Tailwind does not has a continuous limit, a continuous unit, as in you can create a 0.75 rem in Tailwind utility, but you cannot create a 0.76 rem, right? So when I say that Tailwind restricts you in a way where it would not give you pretty much all the things to do, this is what I mean, right? You cannot just blow up your design by having a left and right width padding of 0.75 and then top and bottom of a weird 0.76, something like that, which does not seem normal. But you can see all of these units, these are like class names on the left. All of these class names actually have a corresponding rem unit, not a pixel one. There were a couple of pixel units at the top if you took a look. That is padding right pixel, padding top pixel, padding y pixel, and so on. But all the other things are not in pixel. Similarly, for margin, you will find similar units, and for space between and all the other utilities which involve any sort of padding or margin or any sort of unit, you're going to see that they do not include pixel. Instead, they include rem. Now, there's an important reason for that. Let's say if I start with this example itself. If I tell you to read this example, how would you read it? Background of gray, text of white, padding of 2. This means padding 2 pretty much everywhere on the side. Let's say if I wanted to have a padding of 10 only on the x-axis and nothing on the y-axis, you can see it reflects. And then on the y-axis, let's say if I wanted to have a 24, which is like a huge padding, but sometimes you will see that 25 would not work, right? Why? Because 25 is not a class. So for that, you would have to check either in the documentation, or if you're working locally on VS Code, your IDE should also give you hints. We are in the process of adding the auto completion and IDE part of Tailwind in the playground. So if for some reason you think that your style is not working, make sure to double check whether that style even exists in Tailwind or not. So you can see over here, after 24, you're going to see there's a direct jump to 28, right? So the values are also continuous initially, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they also have gaps, right? So this is something you have to remember when you're using Tailwind, that sometimes if the class is not reflecting, it is possible that you have written the wrong style. So I'm going to go back to 24, and you can see we have a nice little div, and this margin over here also follows the similar format of margin X and then margin Y of, let's say, 10, and you're going to see it gives me 10 units of margin on the Y part and 4 units of margin on the X part, that is the X-axis. Or if I have a similar value, I could just drop X and Y and directly use this. Alright, that is fine, but the question still remains, why do we have rems in Tailwind and not pixel? Now the reason for this is because rems are more customizable than pixel. One rem, essentially one unit over here, if this is 1, then that is 16 pixels by default in pretty much every screen. So you see, when you have a padding of 1 rem, you actually are doing 16 pixels of padding. So if I go ahead and actually take a look at this H1 over here, and if I shift to computed, which actually shows us what the real CSS is being applied, real CSS, right? Not the fancy stuff which Tailwind is doing. This is the real CSS which is being applied to the element. You can see we gave it a padding X of 10, which means padding left and right of 10 units. 10 units, according to the documentation over here, means that the padding is 2.5 rems, and 2.5 rems should technically be equal to 40 pixels of padding. So if I go back and if I check out padding left and right, you can see it's 40 pixels. It's in the computer tab. That means this is what is being applied. Now here's the fun part with rems. The fun part is if I go to the HTML tag at top and if I change the font size of HTML tag from 16 pixel to let's say 18 pixel, you can see every single thing on the page which was using a rem automatically got adjusted. If I go back to this computed, you're going to see the padding left and right became 14 pixel. Why? Because the calculation now is not happening on 16, it's happening on 18, which is the base size of the page. Now let me tell you that most systems always have 16 pixels as the default value, so you don't have to worry about it. But you remember, or if you have ever seen, that you can go to the browser settings and toggle that area where it says I'm not able to read font at 16 pixels, so let me just increase it a little bit. So you have those sliders for people who want to see things a little bit bigger on their phones or on their screens. That is where the browser would start injecting this particular thing. And this is, if for example somebody wants to have a 24 pixel kind of thing, it will automatically adjust according to their preference in their whatever setting they have chosen. Again, let me remind you that probably 95% of the world does not keep it at 24. They will keep it at 16 only. But for some people who want to do that, still your website would look awesome. On the other hand, if you were using pixels, then padding, or not font size actually, if you were using padding left and right of 16 and padding right of 16 as well, this would actually not reflect properly, right? This would actually break in a way where I think in this case it would not really matter as much because h1 is a block element, but still in case of margin you will see the difference, where if I change this margin left and right to different values, you're going to see that the margin and padding, everything would remain same and your site would not scale properly. So this is why Tailwind uses rem as a choice, and this is why you don't really have to worry a lot about rem and pixel. And to be honest, I did this video, I wanted to convey this concept because sometimes you might be confused what is the significance of this unit and everything. So the significance of this unit in itself is that 4 of these units is actually 1 rem, right? So it's 4 is 1 rem. So it's basically like saying every 1 increment is an increase of 0.25 rem, which in itself is something like 0.25 times 16, which is 4 pixels, right? So kind of, if you want to think about this in an intuitive way, when you go from 1 to 2, you're actually increasing 4 pixels, then 3, 4 pixels, then 4, 4 pixels, and so on, right? If you wanted to think about that in that way. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, before we get into all the Tailwind CSS styling and shadows and this and that, what I want to discuss about is a fundamental way Tailwind works with responsive design and with devices of different widths, and that is using these classes. Now, in Tailwind, what you have to understand is that a lot of metadata to the existing classes is attached using colon, right? So let's take a look at these set of classes. This set of class say that SM, MD, large, extra large, and 2 times extra large have these particular breakpoints as the, a minimum width, which is important. And what this means is that if I am in this particular class, and if I say that, hey, this SM should be BG Gray 700, which means anything above 640 pixel should have this style applied, right? If the screen size is above 640 pixels, then only the style should be applied. And this could be visually seen as I drag this. And if I make this above 640, you can see the moment my screen goes above 640 pixel, we get the gray. And the moment it goes down 640 pixel, we pretty much lose the gray because it is lost, right? I mean, this becomes white. If I give this a background of, let's say, BG yellow 900 like this, you can see this is yellow right now as long as it is, under 640 pixel width. And the moment I cross that, you can see it becomes gray. Now this is like a media query, and this is in fact a media query under the hood, which says that anything which is minimum width of 640 should have this particular style, right? And in this case, it doesn't matter the order in which you put. You can put it above as well, because media queries have a higher specificity than a single style. So you can see this would still work. But this is important because using these selectors, using these SM, MD, LG, XL, 2XL, you can customize the behavior of your website, right? So you don't have to write explicit media queries in CSS. You can just write the behavior over here and be done with it. For example, one quick example I can also show you is something like SM, and then you can say text 2XL, right? So you can see that if I increase the size of this div, the text automatically increases because the text is set to 2XL. If I change this to 4XL, for example, you're going to see it becomes much larger the moment we cross that small boundary, right? So you can see you can play around with a lot of styles in Tailwind using these selectors. And the good thing about them is that there is no limit pretty much to whatever you enter here. So for example, if you enter a background as a normal class, you can also enter that as a background in SM or MD or XL or extra large or anything, right? So you can pretty much apply all the styles, whatever you want, with these responsive selectors as well, and that'll just work out of the box. And this is like most common with layouts and sometimes with font sizes as well, and with paddings as well. A lot of times less common with colors and stuff, because ideally you would not switch colors based on the layout. But yeah, I mean, that's something you can do. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take out some time to discuss about all the colors which are available in Tailwind and how you can set them as background or text colors, right? So I'm going to get rid of the responsive styles for now so that we can focus more on the colors part. So if I go ahead and take a look at this colors section in the, let's see, there should be a dedicated section for colors, I think, inside theme, inside colors. There we go. So you can see that Tailwind by default, and because we are using JIT, we get this complete color palette right out of the box, right? So you can see we have slate color, we have gray, zinc, neutral, all these colors, and we have, like I mentioned earlier in the, I think in the introduction video, we have a very light shade in terms of 50. Then after that, it just increments from 100 in terms of 100, right? 100, 200, 300, all the way up to 900. So one of the best things about Tailwind is that it also gives you a nice color palette, which are carefully chosen colors with nice, color theme and nice background contrast with the text colors as well. Obviously, you can add custom colors. We're going to learn about Tailwind configuration later down the line. But for now, the way this works is that you pick up whatever the color you want. For example, in this case, let's pick up this keyword, which I don't know how to pronounce, but looks awesome. So I'm going to paste this over here, lowercase, and I'm going to add an intensity of that particular color, right? In this case, I just chose 900. You could have pretty much chosen 800, 700, and it will work out of the box. Similarly, for text, you can see that white works out of the box because Tailwind just provides that, although you can see that white isn't like really written anywhere, but that still works. But in general, you can play with the gray or the slate variants as well. Text gray wouldn't work. What you have to do is text gray and then an intensity of that as well. So in this case, this is just a little bit gray, so that's why it appears almost like white. This is like even more closer to white, but this over here is pretty much a solid dark gray, right? So you can play with these colors in terms of background and text colors. You can also give background gradients as a color, which is like a really cool and interesting thing you can do with Tailwind. Although I would admit it's not like completely customizable and controllable. If you want anything which is more customizable, you would have to go into CSS files. But here's how the background gradient part works. So for the gradient color, what we can do is say BG gradient to right, which means it should start the gradient from left and to write, and that is also clear in what we're about to write. And then you have to say from the color and the intensity, whatever that color is. So you can see that already the gradient is working just fine. It fades into the transparent color, but that's usually not what we want. If we are creating a gradient, it should probably go all the way. So I can say something like 2 blue 600, right? So blue and cyan is basically, a little bit on the similar side. So it forms a nice gradient over here. Similarly, you can have gradients not only just between different colors, but between same colors as well. So if you do something like this also creates a gradient in terms of just increasing the intensity. So that is also awesome. And what you can do, this is pretty much all you can get in terms of the gradient stops. This is like a 50% kind of 50% in between transition. You can also specify via and then cyan, let's say 400. So what you have the option over here in terms of customizing the gradient is specifying either 2 stops or 3 stops and the colors, which is from the Tailwind color palette, right? So this is pretty much it in terms of what you can achieve with gradients, which is also pretty awesome, right? If you just want to create a nice looking gradient. In fact, if you go to CodeDamn's website, you're going to see at the home page, this gradient, this is actually a gradient which we have in the background, right? This particular thing. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's look at hover classes in Tailwind as well, because hover is also one of a common action, especially on desktops where you have a mouse pointer. So Tailwind makes it easier to customize your styles based on hovering as well. So instead of writing CSS for this, we have inbuilt support for Tailwind. And just like you would do it with a responsive breakdown, you would do the similar thing in Tailwind with a hover and then a colon. And then whatever style you write over here would reflect whenever you are hovering. So if I have text gray 900 and a BG hover, remember that you have to write hover multiple times, BG gray 200. If I do something like this, then when I hover over this, you can see the text turns gray, but the background does not turn gray because you can see we have a gradient. So that might be taking a bit of more specificity. So I can probably give it BG cyan 900, something like that. So now if I hover over this, you can see the text turns black and the background turns gray, right? So this is how you would work with hover in general. Nothing fancy, nothing complicated. You just specify the styles which you want and they will start working the moment you pretty much hover on any other element. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be discussing about how to build Flexbox layouts in Tailwind. And this goes without saying that we would not be discussing Flexbox in general, but only about using Flexbox because we have already done that in the CSS course. So if you're not following the full stack or the front end learning path on CodeDamn, it is high time that you do, because that is a path, that is a structure in which you will be following, or becoming a full stack or a front end developer. But anyway, let's start with the Flexbox in CSS. And just like other classes, it's pretty simple to use Flexbox with Tailwind because they provide out of the box classes and out of the box utilities for most common things. Let's just go ahead and start developing a very simple layout. So I'm going to say something like, let's say this is a div and I have another 3 divs inside this, right? What I can do is at the same time, I can give them all a width, or let's say a height of 10, something like that, with a background color of gray 800. This could be blue, this could be red, something like that, right? And on the top, I could start giving this some flex input, right? So right away, you can see that the moment I give it flex, everything just disappears because these do not have widths with them. Now with flex, what happens is that if I go ahead and let me just refresh this. If I go ahead and open this, you're going to see that this flex class actually just says display flex and nothing more. So what we want is that every single one of them to be equal width by saying flex1. Now, what does this mean in real world CSS is if you go ahead and take a look at flex 1, it gives you a flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis of 0. So just a quick revision with Flexbox, flex grow 1 and flex shrink 1 means that you should try to take as much space as you can, and flex basis is basically a kind of like a width equivalent in Flexbox, and giving it a 0% just means that you fall back to flex grow and shrink. So this gives you a nice little layout. You can see I can also go ahead and increase this, let's say a little bit, only if this is available. Yep, or maybe we can use the highest one, which I think is 96. And you can see now that we have a nice little layout. Now, a nice thing which we can do in order to combine this with a responsive based layout is I can say that, hey, whenever this is by default, this is flex column, but nope, not flex column, actually flex row. That is the default flex behavior. But whenever I am only on a larger screen, for anything which is smaller, it should be flex column. And in this case, you can see because we don't have a definitive width, I can also go ahead and do something like on SM, this is flex 1, but otherwise it just takes the full width as a block element. Alright, so what's happening over here? You can see the moment I cross that small barrier, the moment I cross that, all of them get this class removed, or not exactly removed, but the effect of this class gone. So this is why you get a flex call. I mean, this is basically in a stack, in a vertical stack. The moment we grow over this class takes over, and then this renders in a row, right? So if you know how Flexbox operates, this would be useful for triggering mobile based layouts, right? Whenever size goes below 640 pixels. So yep, this is like pretty much how you can work with Flexbox. There are a bunch of utilities: flex none, flex auto, flex 1. On hover, you can also kind of like modify the style and the bit of functionality. But for the most part, you probably would see yourself working with this flex property, flex call, flex row property, and the modifiers associated with them. Flex 1, something like, you can also do something like, if we go to this area and get rid of this, then I can say something like flex grow, and then I can say to this, for example, something like width 24, and then this could be width 24 as well, right? So now you can see that this one takes all the available width, and these ones are 24 units of width in this case, right? So you can play around with this, and it's easy to build such layouts. You can see this works just fine. But yeah, that's pretty much it, how you can get started with Flexbox and with Flex in general with Tailwind. All you have to do is understand which class is doing what sort of trigger. So flex triggers display flex, flex calls trigger the direction. Then with responsiveness combined, you can change the direction. Then flex grow, flex shrink, flex 1, all sorts of things can help you trigger various kinds of layout in your file without even changing any sort of external CSS or anything. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and take a look at grid as well with Tailwind, how you can work with grids. And grid is also a great way to build UIs, especially two-dimensional UIs where you want, a lot of customization and control over a grid sort of formation instead of just a Flexbox, which allows you to either work horizontally or vertically. So in this case, we're going to start off with a very simple example where we could probably create something like this only. So I'm going to start off with the same thing, but let's say if I give each of them a dimension of 20 as well, get rid of the flex grow thing. So we can go ahead and do something like this. And over here, instead of flex, I'm going to change this to grid. Now this allows us to use all the properties which we have, right? So in this case, you can see I can use grid columns 4, which means that this should be organized in columns of 4. So if we have like a bunch of more such elements, right? I can say grid calls 4 or 3 in this case, and you can see they equally line up in 3 different grids, right? And I could just probably say this as W full instead of restricting the width, and you're going to see that it combines. And of course this is not visible right now, so what we can say is gap of 1, which is like a grid property which allows you to give a little bit of gap between all these elements. Similarly, you can play around with other properties of column start, template start, row start, and row end. So for example, in case of call start or call span, I can go to a particular grid and give it a property of, let's say, this one right here as call span of 2, and get rid of this one over here. So you can see that the second one now spans 2 columns. So you can play around with more properties of grid by looking at the documentation and whatever your layouts demand you to do. But it's basically CSS, right? You can see the equivalent CSS as well over here. Sometimes the CSS might be a little bit more complex in a way, because Tailwind might be using variables and all sorts of stuff in the CSS. But if you understand the premise of what Tailwind is doing, it's easier to build complex layouts over here as well. So you see it has pretty much support for all the grid properties which we have learned in the CSS module in the CSS section. And it also has property support for Flexbox, which we also looked at in a couple of videos before. But I think we skipped over the justify content items and this sort of stuff, which is also like pretty basic and one of the few things which we discuss like almost immediately once we start working with Flexbox. So I hope that you remember the justify content and left and right and center and all that stuff from the CSS module. If you do not, then go back into your full stack learning path or front end learning path and take a look. And these properties basically just plug and play and allows you to write those particular styles. So yep, that's pretty much it for grid as well in Tailwind. In the coming videos, when we'll build some apps or something with the Tailwind CSS, we're going to be using a lot of this stuff. So make sure you keep an eye out on not only just this course, but in other courses ahead where we would use Tailwind to build stuff. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how to build a simple sort of carousel in CSS with Tailwind, which is not exactly a carousel because it will lack controls and stuff because we need JS for that, but mostly a nice widget which will snap itself in place just like this particular widget does when I release the scroll, right? And this is because of the new addition of scroll snapping feature in Tailwind, not in CSS. It has been available for CSS for a while, but this scroll snap align, which is possible now inside of Tailwind, is available in version 3. Let's take a look at how we can build this particular app right here. You can see when I leave my mouse, it snaps itself to the center, not exactly center, to the start, because that's what the snap says. But let's see how we can build it with a couple of divs over here. So I'm going to get rid of this code right here. We're going to start a little bit fresh. I'm going to start off with something like, for example, let's build up a few divs. So I'm going to say something like width of 100. Hopefully that is available. Height of, let's say, 48. Then a BG gray 800, something like that. Right, and it looks like it's just way too big, so probably something like, or maybe it's not available. That's a more plausible explanation. Yep. All right, so we have the first div. We're gonna do a bunch of divs with different colors: green, red, blue, yellow. Right, and I'm gonna give this upper div a class of flex. So what this means is that this is now a Flexbox, and you can see that obviously it does not follow our widths set in Flexbox, right? So what I can say is something like overflow x auto, which just means that, hey, you're allowed to scroll out of the original width of your container. And finally, to allow this element to actually use its own width instead of just shrinking to fit, what I can say is flex shrink shrink 0, right? So the moment I say that, you can see now this area is scrollable instead of, just getting shrink down to the individual widths. Awesome. So now, right now you can see in terms of scrollable, this does not do much except for scrolling. So in order to add those snap possibilities, what we can do is give it a direction first of all. So I'm going to snap this into X direction by saying that, right? So this sets certain properties which are required for enabling the scroll snap in CSS. But you're going to see that it still does not work because you have to give where that particular element should snap on an individual level. In this case, let's say if I give it a snap of center, you can see now if I go ahead and try to scroll, this green over here snaps at center, right? When I scroll and I leave my mouse. Similarly, this red over here snaps at center as well. Similarly for blue and similarly for the last one, yellow. If I change the direction from snap center to snap start, you're going to see it starts to snap at the start. Similarly for green, you can see it snaps at start and so on. So if you give it something like space X of 4, for example, you can see now it is like much nicer in terms of visibility. And even if you give it a nice scroll thing, you're going to see it always lands in the starting part of the particular div, right? So that's awesome. You can also add a margin, a scroll margin to it. So you can see the scroll ML6 creates a left margin of 6 units. So if I go ahead and give this to all of the divs over here, you're going to see that now they pretty much have a 6 units of snap margin to themselves. And if I match this with the space X, that is the padding, this would pretty much mean that, it'll just keep that area to itself and it'll snap to the white area instead of the actual boundary of the element. So yep, that's pretty much it for scrolling in CSS with Tailwind, scrolling and snapping the scroll. So pretty exciting, pretty neat feature of Tailwind version 3. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about the CSS typography with Tailwind, which is also an important thing because most of the part of a website is actually text. So let's start with the regular H1 tag over here. And if you have not observed it yet, when you include Tailwind, you're going to see that you automatically lose the ability of nice font sizes, which the browser provides, which is not exactly very nice. But you can see here H1, H2, H3 all are of same font size and same font weight and so on. So the reason for this is because Tailwind wants you to explicitly style them according to your layouts or whatever your need is, and it provides you with a rich set of classes to do that. So font family, starting with font family, I'm just going to cover a few important ones. You can see that you can specify a particular font directly with whatever is available inside of Tailwind. And of course, you can add more fonts later down the line as well with configuration, which we'll talk about a bit later in the advanced section. But mostly you would not be setting or hovering, changing fonts on hovering, right? Fonts once set for a website is usually set. So we're going to be moving on to font size, which is super important. And this is what you will be using all the time. So you can see that Tailwind gives you the variants from extra small all the way up to 9XL, which is 8 rems, so 0.75 rems to 8 rems, right? Which is the default system. So usually you would obviously have something like text 4XL for a heading, then maybe text 3XL for an H2 and so on, right? But it's up to you. So let's start with a single H1. Let's say the quick brown fox sentence, whatever that is, because it includes all the alphabets, but I don't know the exact sentence. So specifying a text font size actually increases the size of the thing, which is awesome, right? You need that. The font style is something like you can set it to italic or not italic, depending on what you want. Again, just you have to write a single keyword. Font weight allows you to set a weight. That means how thick the font should be. So you can see the equivalence of this is actually in the font weight of CSS. And this would only work well if you have imported the correct fonts with the correct weights. Most of the fonts sometimes don't have all the variants, so the browser somehow just tries to make up for that. So make sure, yeah, if you are looking at custom fonts, make sure you have imported the correct weights of the font. So for example, take a look here. If I do font extra light over here, you're gonna see that this is much more thin compared to what the default was, right? And if I say font extra bold, this becomes much more thicker than what it was, right? So depending on what kind of heading you have, you might want extra bold at some places and extra light at other places. So again, this is something you can pick up with the help of Tailwind. Then of course you have basic utilities like text aligning as center. So if you give a text center to this, it will center your text instead of just writing another part of CSS manually. So that all sorts of alignments and stuff is there. But text color, you can see that it specifies text white and all the colors which you have already seen in the current color palette. So that is awesome. So you can just pick up any sort of style and you're going to see the moment you apply it, it turns the style into that color. Similarly, if we move over to text decoration, you're going to see this kind of is a new feature, how you customize the text decoration color in Tailwind CSS 3. So if I just copy, let's say this one over here and paste it right here, you see it'll underline it, and let me just give this a gray of 800. It'll underline it and it'll underline it nicely, right? You can see the cues in the sentence don't get cut off, so that's that looks good. And on top of this, you can also specify the style of the decoration. So you can see you have a bunch of styles. You can have a double decoration, you can have a solid decoration which is the default style. If you opt in into double, you can see you get something like this. You can also have a wavy style, which is, you know, something like if you want to show a grammatical mistake or a sentence, something like that, you can do that. That's also pretty awesome. You can have a dashed decoration, dotted decoration, and so on. So it's almost like whatever you can do with a border kind of thing, you can do over here. And similarly, like, you know, this can be applied on hover. So that's pretty awesome as well. So if I hover over this, you can see it changes its style. So that's awesome. So these utilities over here is pretty much a lot of what you would need along the way. The font size, the type, the decoration, the colors, the alignment, the thickness, and, you know, basically how you want it to present can be done with all of these utilities in Tailwind CSS. I'm going to keep this video short and until this point only. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's talk about shadows in Tailwind, which was being awaited for a long time. And finally, the support for shadows is here, and the color shadows, I should mean, because the regular shadow, which was just the black shadow, was already there. But now you can have colored shadows with Tailwind, and this is awesome. So let's try to create a button like this in our Codedamn Playground over here. So I'm going to go ahead and write something like, this is the best programming website, you should get a pro account, right? And it seems like it's just too much text, but that's fine. So I'm gonna go ahead and now create a button which would say subscribe via Stripe, something like that. And this would be our subscription button. But right now you can see that it does not look very fancy. So we're gonna start building this button over here. So I'm going to walk you through with the example of how it is done on the main site, on the Tailwind site. So it's gonna need a little bit of padding on the x-axis and on the y-axis. So you can see we have given it, you know, roughly like 12 pixel, assuming that my device is working perfectly fine. So it's 12 pixel padding on the x direction and 8 pixel on the y direction, or rather we should just say 3 units and 2 units. Then we have to give it a background color as well. Let's give it an indigo as the color, and BG indigo 500. That's the opacity. we need the text to be white, and we need a little bit of border around this as well, border radius, right? Which is what we call in CSS. In Tailwind, it is just called rounded, right? And rounded can give your borders a little bit of rounded, but you can also increase the intensity of rounded by having a dash and then, you know, LG or MD or, you know, SM, these sort of modifiers, which you also see in the responsiveness view, right? Then we would do something like shadow. So when I say shadow, it'll automatically create a shadow which might not be just visible just yet. So I can just give it a shadow of large. You can see now the shadow appears a bit, but that was it. Earlier in the Tailwind earlier versions, that was the only thing you could do. But now, let me just center this first. But now you can, let's just give it a margin top of 8 or 12 so that we have a little bit of gap. But now you can, in Tailwind CSS 3, also give color of the shadow. So the way you do that is you just say shadow, then the color, in this case indigo, and then the intensity of that color, right? So you can see it's 500 right now, but it appears like it's too thick of a color. So in order to control the opacity, you have to give it a slash and then the percentage of opacity. So let's say I just want 90% opacity, right? So this is like 90% of the original shadow. If I give it 10, then this is like 10% of the original shadow, which is pretty much like non-existent. So let's just give it close to like 50%. And this will give a nice shadow effect. What you can also do is on hover, let's say you want the shadow to become a bit more intense at 80% opacity. So when I hover over this, you can see the shadow increases, which is pretty awesome. Now just to complete the demo, you can also play around with the font size and font semi-bold, just to give it a little bit of bold area, bold text. And you have got a nice stripe button, subscribe via stripe. And obviously this is something which you can copy paste anywhere on your website, and this button would render exactly like this as long as you're using Tailwind. So this is the magic of shadows and Tailwind in general. Pretty awesome if you ask me. And now, you know, this shadow could look pretty amazing on different sort of backgrounds as well. So if you have a dark background on the body, you can see that you can have a nice little text gray of 100 as a text color and a nice stripe button over here, right? So yep, that's pretty much it, how you can create shadows in Tailwind CSS and how you work with a lot of this stuff, a lot of buttons and a lot of classes. I think we have done this for the first time in having so many classes on a single element, but that's, you get used to that stuff. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and discuss about functionality in Tailwind CSS, which was only possible because of just-in-time compiler introduced in the last version. And now it seems like a no-brainer a lot of times when you want to opt out of the default styling mechanisms. So what dynamic styling with Tailwind means is that instead of sometimes what happens is that your default styles, which Tailwind provides, are not enough, right? Whether that's maybe a 1 pixel margin which you wanted to give, or a custom font size, or a custom color, or something which you wanted to give, which is not available, and you don't want to go into your CSS files or mess around with that. What you can do is instead use these placeholders with properties. That is like one way to go about. So if I give something like 200 pixel, and remember that I'm doing this inside these square brackets, what Tailwind would do is that it will try to infer what the property did earlier. For example, this property did margin top, and there used to be the value for this particular property, right? So instead of the value, it found that, hey, I have this weird square syntax. So this means that this is a dynamic property. This means whatever the value is inside this is actually the style which should be generated. So if you open this in a new tab, and if you take a look under the hood, you're going to see the style which is generated, the class name which is generated over here is a dynamic class of .margin_top of 200 pixel, the same class which you used, but the style is pretty much the same thing which you would expect it to be, right? Similarly, you can have 3em, for example. It doesn't matter what you want, and refresh. You're going to see it's going to generate the same class as your class name, but it's going to dynamically populate that particular style. So this is pretty awesome. Why? Because it allows you to opt out of Tailwind's default boundaries. Although it should not be used pretty much with every single style, because then what's the point of using Tailwind? But sometimes it's a great escape hatch, right? For example, I want to give a custom color to body. So instead of going all the way, to config files or to CSS to add it, what I can do is something like this, where I just specify, or I think I don't know, a black color. I think FT was the one. Yeah, not sure. So for example, let's just have a background of black or something like, which is a little bit nicer or a little bit less black, 3E. So I can have a 3E as a dynamic background color, and this will just work out of the box. So I don't have to add it as a new color or mess around with my CSS and so on. Similarly, for text, I can have a 72 pixel as a size, and it will just work out of the box. But like I say, it's more of a replacement of a existing value, and Tailwind would understand it out of the box. So this is pretty awesome and pretty amazing, which escape hatch, which allows you to work with all sorts of values within your Tailwind. So this is one way of having a property which Tailwind already knows and assigning it a custom value. In Tailwind CSS 3, there is another way of having completely dynamic property and value assigned to your div element or whatever element. So you can see in the dynamic section of the Tailwind docs, it actually says that you can pretty much throw in a full utility, the full property and the value pair, and it will just make it work, right? So if you want to try it out, what we can do is something like background and then the same color, just like that, and it should still work. And yep, it does work. So this is pretty awesome, right? You can have a black background over here. So at this point, you are literally just writing CSS, but in a way which is combined with Tailwind, right? So you can have background black and then display flex, something like that, and it will just work out of the box. So not display flex, I think that won't be visible very much. Opacity 0.5, and then what I can say on hover, opacity is 1. So again, this is like an escape hatch which works pretty awesome, but you should probably not use it because Tailwind also already has support for opacity and opacity 100 like this. So try to not use the escape hatches if they are not required. BG Gray 900 would be a good option as well. So yep, I mean, but in case you wanted to do that, just letting you know that this is completely fair, completely possible, and completely valid in Tailwind CSS version 3. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to show you how you can use Tailwind CSS with React. And that is pretty much what you would be doing in this learning path all along, because we have chosen React as a technology. So in order to use Tailwind with React, you have to set it up according to what your environment is. For example, if I have React Playground on Codedamn, at least for now, we use something known as Snowpack as a bundler instead of Create React App because it's a bit faster. If you're running it in a Create React App locally, then you have to follow it a bit differently. If you're running it on Next.js, there's a little bit of different procedure and so on. So if you go to Tailwind CSS installation section under docs path, you're going to see you have multiple options. We have been doing so far with the play CDN, which is not optimal for production and fine for just, having a little bit of experimentation. What you want is go into this frameworks guide and pick up whatever framework you are using. In this case, we are using React, not on server side, but on client side, and that also with Snowpack. So I'm just going to follow this quick Snowpack guide, which in essence is pretty much similar to what your Create React app guide would be. So I'm going to fire up a second terminal and start writing these commands. If you want to follow along, you can do the same thing in the Codedamn Playground, at least if we are still using the Snowpack bundler. You can see that we are using Snowpack because of the Snowpack keyword. So I'm going to install this. The next thing which we need from the Snowpack bundler is the configuration part. So we can do something like yarn tailwind init, I believe. And you can see it has created a Tailwind config for us, but not a Snowpack, not a post CSS config.js. So let's go ahead and create that ourselves, post CSS config.js. And over here in this file, I'm just going to keep it like this. And in the Tailwind config, we have to specify the content part. This is a little bit older configuration, Tailwind version 2. In Tailwind version 3, you just have to specify the content part of all you want to have. So let me just go ahead and copy that instead. So right here, we need, what we want to say is that look inside the src folder, and anything you find with JS or JSX, just try to extract out Tailwind styles from that and apply that, right? That's what we are saying. And yep, that is pretty much it in this setup. And finally, it says us in the Snowpack configuration, we have to add this as the dev options. So let's go to Snowpack, and over here you can see inside dev options we have to add this Tailwind config, and inside the plugins we have to add the Snowpack plugin over here. There we go. Finally, we have to go to the public global.css in this case, and if that is not a file, then we'll create that global.css, import the Tailwind utilities, which are the base utilities, and then finally add this as a global CSS file inside our index.html. Okay, once we have done all of this, hopefully when we restart our server for Snowpack, it should pick up our Tailwind. So for this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say inside src folder, I'm going to remove all the CSS files, right? Including this global.css. I'm going to just close this. And inside app, I'm going to remove this, refresh this. Even inside index.js, let's remove this file and refresh this. And for global.css, it says us not found. There we go. Okay, so now you can see that global.css is pretty much empty at the moment. So looks like it did not propagate the changes. So let's just go ahead and copy these utilities one more time to see if it is not being overwritten. And okay. Now if I go back to app.jsx, remove this app class and try to write bgcray of 800. Okay, so did a quick change in the setup, moved the global.css file in the src folder, and this index file now includes the global file. So now what we can do is do all sorts of Tailwind CSS stuff, which we did back in the HTML and CSS tutorials, and whatever we do, it will automatically start reflecting it in our React playground. So yep, that's pretty much it. That's how you would set up your Tailwind CSS thing in a React based playground. And the fun part of this is you don't have to reload, so that's awesome. But it will automatically minify and take out all the things, all the required things from your React JSX files, thanks to the configure, the content property which you have specified over here. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly discuss about dark mode configuration option in Tailwind and what does that do. So in tailwind.config.js, you would see that there is nothing over here, but what you can do is add an option known as dark mode of class. So the moment you do this, what's gonna happen is that now wherever you specify dark mode styles in Tailwind, you can make them toggle just with a click of a button. And let me show you how that is done. We have this page over here which has a couple of dark mode classes. You can see I have a dark selector and then I'm specifying a background, and I have a dark selector and I'm specifying a text color. By default, if I did not have this dark mode class, it would automatically show me dark mode. Why? Because my system is in dark mode. So what Tailwind does is that it prefers the scheme of the system. So if I did not have this class dark mode over here, and if I just wrote these couple of styles and just started my server, I would have the dark background over here. But because I wrote class, then that means whenever I add a dark class at the top of all of these where the dark class is applied, dark selector is applied, then only it gets triggered, right? If I remove that, it goes away. So in order to create a simple, toggle button, all you have to do is import a use state. From here, you can say x, set x, for a lack of a better word, I cannot think right now. And you can say that if x is true, then dark, otherwise no class. And by default, you can see we start with a false. And I can say on click on this div itself, I just toggle the X, right? So whenever I click on this div, you can see it turns from light mode to dark mode and vice versa. And the fun part about this is you can pretty much apply any sort of styles. So you can say p class dark text to XL, and this will just start working automatically. So just give it a second for the styles to propagate and make sure you have the correct name over here as the attribute name. And as you can see, when I click on this now, it increases the font size. So you can pretty much customize your website as you like in the dark mode. And whenever you toggle it on a click of a button, it'll operate just fine. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to learn something new, something interesting about dark mode in this one. That is all for this one, and I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the very first video of React Query course. Now this course is super important for all of you React developers out there who have experience with React but also want to standardize how they perform network requests in a React application. Because what you will see is talking to backends and APIs is one of the most common thing you will do when you're developing a web application. So we're going to be taking up this course. This is not a static video only based course. You are going to watch this course on codedam.com, and you will have practice sessions in between. So make sure you are practicing completing all the labs which you get along the way. Those are super important and relate to what has been taught in the previous video. And yeah, just make sure you are also working in a real playground environment, even with the videos. So you can launch a Codedam playground by going to codedam.com/playgrounds, and you can see the React playground there. Or if you want, you can just set up a quick React.js project locally on your system as well and follow along with the videos. And of course, complete the hands-on challenges along the way. But for the most part, this terminal, this environment is pretty much how a typical React setup would look like on your system as well. So I don't think you necessarily need to work on your local environment. Just spin it up on your browser, and once you're done, just, spin it down. So you don't really have to do any sort of cleaning and everything. But yeah, that's pretty much it for the introduction part. In the next video onwards, we're going to be seeing some basics, why we need React Query, what exactly it is, how to install it, and all that stuff. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at why would you even need React Query in the first place. So if you have spent a little bit of time with React.js and some multi-component architectures and multi-component file systems in your React query, in your React project, and you also have used some sort of network-based logic where you are performing fetch request and everything. You know, a very common pattern for React developers is using a use effect like this, and you know, just having a fetch request here, right? So you would probably have something like fetch this API, not then, you know, data, and then you just set data to data, and you have a state variable here. So you have data, set data, something like this, you know. So you have this stuff going on. Now, this is completely fine. I mean, this is not technically wrong. It's just inefficient if you try to consider some other factors, right? For example, what if I want to cache this API, right? So let's say if this is some sort of different page on which this API is being, you know, made call, and when I navigate away from it and then come back to this page, I want to have the cached response, because I know this API, although is slow, but the data won't change that much. So caching is difficult. You have to implement it on your own. How about something like polling, for example? Let's say I have this API, but I want to ping it every couple of seconds, or, you know, every couple of minutes or anything like that. So how do I do that, right? So that is also a problem. Refetching is also like one of the problems which can be there. For example, you know, if you just want to refresh this, you probably would copy paste this in a function and then call it again. But these are some of the high level problems. Some of the problems like caching and polling might require a lot of code for you, and some refetching might require a bunch of hacks, right? So the problem here is that React actually does not provide any standardized way of making fetch requests, or, you know, making network requests, as a matter of fact. That means you might as well use Axios here. You might as well use, you know, XML HTTP object, that primitive way of making requests. So you could use pretty much everything here, right? There's no right or wrong answer. But in order to keep things sane and in order to keep things relevant, what you can do is you can make use of React Query. React Query comes with certain practices and certain things and certain hooks which you have to follow. It makes your code more declarative. That means you're just telling what needs to be done instead of imperative, where you actually define how it needs to be done, right? So this is sort of an example of, you know, imperative request, where you are telling how it needs to be done. You might also specify a method post and all that stuff. If you implement caching on top of it, that will be imperative again, but React Query abstract all of that away from you. So with that being done, let's just quickly take a look at React Query. We're going to be installing it inside the Code Playground interface as well, in it only, by actually, you know, just going ahead and closing this terminal and doing that. So we'll be doing that in the next video. All right, so let's just go ahead and set up React Query now. And the way we're going to be doing that is, first of all, installing it. So I'm going to go ahead and say yarn add React Query in my terminal. You have to do the same thing in your terminal. And I'm using yarn because we are using yarn.log file. If you're using npm, that means you're seeing a package log.json file, then you would have written npm install React Query, but depending on whatever it is for you. Right, so once that is done, we can go ahead and start our server again, so that, you know, if I refresh this, it'll just load our React application. Once that is done as well, what we're gonna do is start making some changes here in our index.jsx file, which is the top file. And I'm gonna import a couple of things here called as query client and query client provider from React Query. Right, so these two things, basically the first one, we can just get rid of the strict mode. Query client provider injects a query client inside of our full application, right? And what this query client is, this query client simply gives your application the access to modify the cache, the query cache in React Query, right? So this is a mandatory step in React version 3, so you have to do that. But once you have done that, you'll see there's no major difference right here. So what I also want to do is import React Query Dev Tools. So I'm going to say React Query Dev Tools from React Query and Dev Tools, right? And once you do that and just write it right here, you're going to see, you might see this error, no query client set, use query client provider to set one. And this is actually a false error. So just go ahead and restart your server if you see this, right? I'm not sure why this happens on the Snowpack build, but if you refresh it, restart it, it'll just work fine. All right, so once that is done, we can just switch to the browser only mode so that it's cleaner. Now you could see that if you open this, you will also have little React Query Dev Tools by your side, which will actually help you debug any sort of network request you make with React Query, right? So we're going to be making tons of them in the further videos, but that's how you're going to do that. Alrighty everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and write our first React query. Make sure your setup is on the point, and it is on the point if you're seeing this little React query logo at the bottom, and we will be using this to debug, or just to see what our queries are looking like. So first things first, what do we do in order to write a query? Now we will not be writing fetch or anything just yet, but instead we will be importing a new hook called as useQuery from React Query, right? And you can pretty much use this whatever we will be doing now in any single component, because we have our root setup done correct, right? So you can probably have a nested component as well, where you would just import it and start using it. So how does useQuery work? Well, at its very fundamental level, what you have to understand is React Query is doing two things with a hook. The first thing it says is that, hey, developer, go ahead and specify a key to me, something like hello world, for example. This is a valid example of a key, right? And you can see some activity happening over here, which we'll discuss later on. But yeah, let's just skip this for now. So we see that, hey, use query, this is the first argument which I'm going to give you. It's a string, hello world, but it's not useful. So what is it exactly? This is a key to a request which you will make now. What does this key mean? This key is basically used every time you want to, for example, invalidate this request, or use this request again as a cached, or fetch this request again, do any sort of stuff. So basically whatever request you will be making here, whatever request you make as a second argument, it is cached and it is basically pointed with the help of this key right here. Now what this request is, this request, or the second argument, is a function. It is basically a function which should return a promise, right? Which should return a promise. That's the only condition of this function. So you can say return promise.resolve, let's say 5, for example, right? And if you do that, that's it. That's actually a valid thing. That's actually a valid condition you have, right? So you can have a hello world 2 here, and this key actually points to a resolved promise which has a value of 5, right? Now, most likely you will not be using obviously promise.resolve like this, but you will be using some fetch request or anything like that. But what you have to understand is, before getting into fetch, what I want to show you is what happens if we use promise.resolve, right? useQuery is a hook which returns you multiple values and multiple things which are super important. What these are some of the loading states, right? So we're going to start off with data, because that is interesting. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console.log data right here all along. And let me just jump into terminal plus browser and move on to the browser preview, right? So if I refresh this page now, what you will be able to see is that inside our console, you can see we are getting this 5 repeatedly, right? If I do a console log data is the data, just to distinguish it, right? So you see 5 is the data, 5 is the data a bunch of times, right? So what's happening is that React Query returns you whatever this promise resolves, right? That's one thing. Let's say this promise rejects something. So instead of resolving, it is actually rejecting you, whatever you're writing now, right? So what this will do now is that this will actually also have an error parameter, right? And I would say error, for example, error comma data is the data. And let's just go ahead and refresh this again. And you would now see that we first of all get null undefined. Null undefined is the data because it's in the fetching state. And then we start getting this 5 as the error, right? So you can see we are actually logging this 5. React query is also doing it on its own. And then the first argument, which is an error, we get 5 and the data is undefined now, right? Or maybe like, you can just do error data like this, like cool people do, right? And you'll get stuff like this. There's also a couple of, there are also a lot of states as per se, which you can use. And I'm not exactly going to get into all of them because for the most part, you won't necessarily need to know them right away. You can know them, slowly as you're building your application. But these states are, for example, is loading, is error, is success, is idle, all that stuff. So these 4 states right here, what they mean is obviously this is loading will be true whenever the request is being in progress, right? So if I have something like return new promise, resolve, set timeout, resolve 1 second. Basically, this just means resolve this promise in 1 second. Don't really stress about this if you don't understand the syntax. You can check out the advanced practical JavaScript. We discuss stuff like this there as well. But anyway, yeah, so let's just go ahead and refresh this and take a look at the console, what happens. So you can see the very first time we get data as undefined, error as null, is loading as true, is error as false, success as false, and idle as false as well. So what does this mean? That means that our request is in loading state right now. The promise is there, but it has not resolved or rejected right now, right? Finally, once 1 second is over, you can see 1:45:30, we get this message. And after 1 second, we get data as undefined, error as null. Undefined is because we are not calling resolve with anything. Is loading is false, is error is false, is success is true because the promise resolved, it did not crash or anything, and is idle is also false, right? We'll be discussing more on these states later down the line as well as we progress, but that's the crux of it, right? So it gives you full picture of where your request exactly is. So the first thing which will fire is loading. Then, if data is available, then is success will be true as well. If error is available, is error will be true as a Boolean, and so on and so forth, right? We'll be discussing is idle. It's a special case where your query is disabled. So we'll discuss that. But that's how it works at the moment, right? So yeah, for the most part, what we could just keep it to is data and error. And, whatever we do, we will be able to do it just right here with data and error for the most part, but you can bring in additional flags as well if you want, right? All right, so yeah, that's pretty much it. I think we have written our very first React query, which is technically not making any network request, but you get the idea that anything which is a promise, which it returns, React query internally caches it, uses all sorts of logic behind it, but the underlying assumption of React query is that it just requires you to return a promise as the second function, as the query function. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss a little bit about states of React query itself, these fresh, fetching, stale, and inactive, and what these means, and how React query, assumes your data to be as well. Because just getting into syntax right away won't be as much beneficial as it would be if you know about the core functionality of it first. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's just go ahead and create a very simple button component right here, which just has this. And I'm just going to return, button, I am a button. Nothing fancy here. Just want to separate this component from the actual app file, right? And if you do something like this, you can see you get an I am a button like this. So there's that. But what I want to do is I also want to have another button which just says toggle the button component, right? So I'm going to say button on click, hide button, or toggle button. So the idea is that I also want to unmount and remount this component. So I'll say just set visible, visible, and not visible, right? So this is just a convention which says just set it to the state which it is not. And I'm going to have a visible and set visible as a state variable, which will just start with true, let's say. And finally, let's just import the useState hook. So what's happening here is that when I click on this toggle, oops, we also need to use this. When I click on this toggle, it will toggle the visibility of the button, right? So if you toggle, you know, that's how it works. Now, the very first thing you could see right away is that if I toggle this, the button is no longer on the screen. You can see the inactive query right here is 1. That means React DevTools and React Query in general will move your query as inactive, as status inactive, whenever, you know, the component is not mounted, right? And it makes sense that your query is inactive at that point. Once the query is active, you can see it immediately fetches the query, right? And this is the default behavior. You can see it toggles off and it toggles on and it fetches. If you increase this duration from 1 to 2 seconds, you'll see that now if I toggle it on, it takes a couple of seconds, and then immediately once it's done fetching, that means, you know, you get the response and everything. Instead of moving it to fresh, it moves it to stale. And you might be seeing that, hey, why this is happening again and again? I mean, why is React Query fetching everything again and again? So let me just clarify what's happening here is that I'm bringing this window, this, you know, this embedded browser on CodeDam into focus and then out of focus, into focus, out of focus. So whenever you move from out of focus window, whether it's a tab, whether it's anything, and you focus it back on it, React Query would internally update that query, which, you know, has been marked as stale, right? So any particular query which is stale will be updated. That means it will be fetched in the background, and, you know, it'll just do that. It'll just show you that thing. What we can do also is that instead of, let's say, just 1337, I also want to resolve a math.random number, and I'm going to do a button with a data right here, right? So you can see right now in the sense that it starts with a random number. Now if I move out of the browser and into the browser, you will see that the number updates. Out of the browser into the browser, you will see the number updates again in a couple of seconds. But if I'm just sitting here, you will see it will not update. If I toggle it again, it will start with the cached value, but it will update again, right? So it starts with the cached value initially, and then as soon as it has the new data, it will just show that. Otherwise, if you're just starting off for the very first time, for example, if you're doing a page reload, it will not have the data with it. So the data is empty. That's why you don't really see anything. And you will have an is loading flag set to true, right? At the initial point as well. So how this is happening again is a couple of things. First of all, React Query will attempt to fetch everything which is stale when it moves from foreground to background to foreground, right? And second of all, the default behavior of React Query is that whenever a request is completed, it's fetched, it moves it to stale. And why is that? Because there's a parameter called stale timeout or stale timer or whatever it is, time to stale, which is 0 in React Query by default. That means as soon as a query is fetched, just move it to stale, right? That means the data is stale and it needs to be updated. So you can increase that, and if you do, it will move to fresh for that particular time duration and then move to stale. Yeah, I mean, right now it's an aggressive data mode. That means it always want to keep showing the user the most up-to-date data, which I think is a sane default, right? And yeah, one thing you might have observed that while it's fetching the data, it actually does not clear out the older data, which is fine because it just keeps showing the user a cached version of what was available earlier, right? So that's cool. So that means once you have loaded data with React Query, you won't really see a loading indicator if it needs to be updated. It will just update it automatically. Now, the other thing which I wanted to discuss is about the React Query Dev Tools itself, which probably we will do it in the next video, because in this video we have just focused on these 4 states, and I hope you understood how all of them are working. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at this React Query Dev Tools and how we can make use of it, more than just seeing this hello world. So if I toggle it back again, once it fetches, and if I click on this, you will be able to see a lot of more details which React Query internally stores, right? So this is like the internal state of React Query library itself, which is pretty cool. So what's happening here is that you can see inside query details, we have the query name, first of all, and the state at which it is right now, which is stale. Observers 1 basically means that we have just a single component using this query. You can have multiple components using the same query and have all that caching advantage and everything, and just a single request. So this is like a super cool feature as well, which is very, very hard to do manually. I mean, you have to pollute your global scope or something like that if you want to do it. And it's usually not required if you have solutions like React Query. And yeah, so you can use the same query in multiple components and not exactly worry about storing the data somewhere in global, right? React Query is doing that for you internally. So, you can basically make request for user profile data in your header component, as well as in your footer component, as well as in your sidebar component, and React Query will make sure that, the request only goes once to the server, but all the caching and revalidation and invalidation is delivered to all the components, right, which have subscribed to it. So that's what this observers is for. Last updated again is just a timestamp of when it was updated last, so that should make sense. Then actions is basically, something you can play around with it internally, right? So if you click on refresh, you can see, you can trigger that behavior, invalidate, reset, remove, all that stuff. You can see the data which you get is the new data, which you get every time the query refetches. And in our case, it's just math.random, nothing fancy here. Query Explorer is basically consisting of, some options which React Query is using, right? So let's see if we can find something interesting here. Options is basically query key, query hash. We'll discuss query hash, what it is and why is this is an array in an array form. We also have observers, which is, again, the same thing, more or less, that how many components are using it. We have the cache, which could be used for, cache revalidation, invalidation, and then fetching the stuff again. Queries map is also there. So this is sort of, if you want to dig a lot into internals of React Query, what all data it is storing, then you can do it from this particular point, right? And inside state, you will get, again, all sorts of stuff. What is the data currently? How many times it has been updated? I mean, you usually won't really need so many details, but it is there if you want it ever, right? So that's a good thing to have. Right, so yeah, I mean, more or less what's important here is that you have a lot of information inside of React Query within the dev tools, and it is accessible in simple terms, right? So these are simple words: is paused, is resolved. You can understand it on your own as well, that data updated count, stuff like this, timestamps, etc. So yeah, that's pretty much it for React Query Dev Tools tour. And once we start writing more queries, you will see more lines here, and you can, just play along with them, around them as well. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the query key before we actually get into query functions and in detail of building a project with React Query. So we already have taken a look at what query key is and how it works, but let's just go and formally look at it once in this video. So you can see, once you have set up, just to revise, once you have set up the query client provider, you have created a new client and you have imported the use query hook. You can simply go ahead and create any query with like key one, something like this. Just write this hook as it is. And if you open the React Dev Tools, you're going to see that key one now exists, right? Although it's saying fetching and all that stuff, but you can leave that for the moment. But you can see key one is how it is represented in the DevTools is in the form of an array, not as a string. And this is important because React Query internally uses arrays for storing the keys to the query, right? And why it does that? Because it helps you to just forget about, forget about just concatenating the key in a way, if it depends on props and something like that, and just focus on passing dependencies to the query. So what I want you to think of this is in the following way. You can have like key 1, you can have key 2, and so on. But how you should think about this is that these are kind of like use effect dependencies, not exactly, but you can think on the similar lines, that the way you specify dependencies in use effect, that whenever those dependencies change, your keys, your use effect function runs. Similarly, your use query result, the final result, is dependent on whatever keys are here, right? And if these keys are changing, then your query can be refreshed, your query can be invalidated, the data can be brought again from the server, and so on. So for example, if I had a to-do list, right, as a to-do list application, and this was just a single item, so I would probably have a prop which was like prop.item ID, and let's say I had a REST API which got that. So I will probably specify an item ID like this, right? And you can see it is null right now, but if you populate it, then it will automatically be relevant. So in this case, you would have something like to do single item as the first key, because it just marks the namespace as such, because you would be using use query later down the line, right, in other components as well. But let's say if the item ID is just 1 or 2 or just a single number, then of course you don't really want that to be just a single key, because that's just too common, right? And some other component might override that. So you just specify what the category is and then the number. So it's more of a convention also, what you should follow, and what you could follow is that the first thing could be, you're defining namespace of what is happening, what is going to happen with this query, what you are exactly fetching, and the next few keys could be just dependencies of what you want to bring in, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it. You can also throw in objects if you want here, status, data errors, stuff like this. If you have depends on your use case, but you can throw in objects. Although I would recommend try to stick to primitives. No specific reasons. I just see because just like with use effects, it's kind of a bummer or not a good practice to throw in objects, because they might get recreated on every single render. But this is not the case here. You can safely use objects, but my suggestion is just, if you could, try to stick to primitives. Just keeps the things clean and concise. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood what keys are. We're going to be taking a look at that in the practice labs and the practice projects, hopefully, which you're completing along the way. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can make use of dependent queries in React Query and what exactly does that mean. So first things first, what exactly is a dependent query? A dependent query is a query which you can control by passing in enabled, let's first of all define a fetcher function and then pass in an enabled enabled as false, right? So this fetcher function is going to be very simple. We're just going to have a promise dot resolve, let's say 100, right? Whatever. So it's just a function which returns you a promise. And if I refresh this now, let's see. So we have got our query right here in the DevTools. And what you could see is that if I go ahead and open this query right here, what you will see is that right here inside of the state, you will see the status is idle. So what this means is that whenever you have the enabled as false, this option present as the third argument, whenever that is happening, your query would be in status idle. And you can actually get out this value by saying, is idle, which we talked about as well in, I think, in the beginning videos. I can say is idle, and then just throw in right here, and inside the browser logs, you will see that is idle is true, in fact, true for us. So what does that mean? That means that is idle flag is enabled when the query is enabled false. That's something you can make use of. And second thing, what this enable actually do is that it allows you to conditionally render the hook, right? Because, you know, you cannot technically use if else right here, because React then complains that you should have equal amount of hooks. So this enable is kind of like, you know, let's say if this enabled was item ID, let's say, right, from the props. So it's kind of like saying that if item ID, then I want to run this query. Otherwise, I don't want to run this query. So because you cannot do it with a hook, you cannot use if else with a hook. That's why you have this nice little syntax with you, which just says enabled item ID, and you're done for the day. Now we can go ahead and create a very simple, you know, very small application out there. So just to test it out, and I do recommend you guys are also testing it out as you are playing around, even with the real APIs if you want, or if you can. So I'm just gonna grab the use state from React. And what I wanna do is, instead of all this, let's just go ahead and have a button on click, which just triggers this and sets this to, you know, whatever it is not, right? So this, and just say this is state, and what you're gonna see is if I remove this, we have a click me button, and you can see it's in the stale state right now. It started from the stale state and it was in the stale state all along, right? But if I click on this, you could see that, well, you didn't see anything because, you know, the moment I click on this, we got the data, because promise.resolve resolves very fast. So instead what we can do is we can make use of our nice little hack, return new promise resolve, which just returns set timeout resolve after a second, right? Or after a couple of seconds. And if I refresh this, and if I click on this, you can see it goes into fetching and then goes to stale again, right? So you can see now, because the query is enabled, we get all the behaviors which we also talked about earlier, that React query will start fetching whenever you bring the window into focus. But if I click on this again to disable the query, so this enabled is false now you can see we again lose out on that thing. And if you pay close attention to the state here of success, we have a state of success right here. But if I refresh this, you're gonna see that it starts with a state of idle, right? And if I click on this button, it goes to loading success, and then it stays at success, you know, and then is fetching true false is just the variable which gets triggered. Now if you click on this to disable it again, you're gonna see that it stops working, and because you already have the data, well, it can use that data, right? So it does not need to fetch again to use that data. So yeah, that's pretty much it on how you're going to use the enabled property in the use query hook. I hope you understood how this works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is create a very simple application using React query so that we could understand how it is exactly working, right? By actually making requests to the backend server. Now, the way we're going to do that is, first of all, we're going to define a fetcher function, right? So it will take in a name of the repository, right? And I'm going to come to that, what this means. And we're just going to return a fetch request. We're going to make a fetch request to api.github.com/repos and then this repo, right? And I'm going to tell you what this means. We are just trying to get some metadata about any GitHub repo, and this just passes it. And then once we have that, I want to convert the result to JSON. And I hope you understand the syntax, that how you make fetch request in JavaScript. You just write fetch. If you just want to make get request, you write the fetch, the URL, .then, and then whatever response body you get, you process it into .json. .json in fact also returns a promise. So this whole line is a promise, right? So you have got a fetcher as a promise. Now, what you want to do is right here, we just want to give this as a function. And now I want to say, let's say Facebook/React, right? So once we do that, and let's say we change this to GitHub data, and let's say for now Facebook/React, because that's our query, right? And let's just get off enabled as well, because we want it to be enabled like forever. All right, so let's see, I think we are missing some semicolons. No, not really. All right, so once we have done that, let me just refresh this real quick. And what you're gonna see that we have this, and instead inside of this, inside the data, you see we get all this nice URLs and all this data. And what this data is exactly, you can go ahead and take a look at. You can just open this in a new window if you want. Facebook React, and you're gonna see this is what GitHub returns you, right? On their public API. So we can extract away some information out of this, whatever we want in the UI. So what I can say is, I can say something like, name of the repo, for example, is the name which we get from here, right? And we know that we have the data from here. So I'm going to say data.name, and I'm going to immediately see that if I refresh this, you're going to see that we get a crash, because obviously the first time when it loads, the fetch request has not completed, the data is not available. So this data is in fact null, right? But fortunately, we also have an is loading flag here, which is available to us. So we can just say that, hey, if this is loading, then I just want to return h2 loading, right? Something like this. So now if I refresh, you can see for a split second, we get the loading on the screen. And then once it's ready, we get name as React, right? We can do much more than that. We have more data. So we have a description. We can do data.description, something like this, which is the description which will be available. A declarative, efficient, and flexible, blah, 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 right? And you can do, the repo stars as well. So if you want stars, that is basically data.stargazers_count. This is how the property is available. You can take a look at JSON. It's not something you won't find, but you get the idea. So now what I want to do once we have this is we can have an input type text, and then I could have, value as repo name, or whatever. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a state variable, repo name, and set repo name. And this state variable is going to hold this information, which we hard coded, right? So instead of this, I'm going to go ahead and actually do repo name and set repo name like this, right? And of course, close this out. And I can say on change, just set repo name to e.target.value. And you can see repo, we can get the event right here. And you can see right now, we get blank information because, well, we don't really have any data at all. Or, we do have the data, but it does not contain any name or description or anything like that. So that's why it just does not render anything at all. So now if I start writing, you can see FACE, and you can see obviously it's not very helpful because on every single keystroke we are also getting that. So instead of that, what we can do is probably just move it here also, div class name app. There are better ways to do that, but I'm just gonna stick it right now so that we just have to write it once, and of course here as well. So if I write now FACEBOOK/React, you can see that's how it looks like in terms of network requests. So it will start making all these network requests. And once we get to Facebook/React, we have it, right? Another repo which we could do, let's see, api.github.com/ if we just do, let's say github.com/ I can do codedam because those are private repos and will not be available. So we can do Redis, which is something new. I have not really heard about it. So if I do REDEX, you can see a bytecode optimizer for Android apps, and it has got a 5,000 stars, right? But the funny thing here is now that if I do REACT again, you can see that it immediately appears, right? It immediately appears on the screen because we already had data for this request. And you can see if I do REDEX, it immediately appears, right? Because we already had data for this and it can just fetch again in the background. So this is where, you know, React Query really shines in. It's not about just making the first request, but it's more about subsequent request in your application, right? And if you have a single page application, you will realize that people, you know, if anyone is staying for, you know, more than a couple of minutes, they're not just, you know, taking a look at the first page, but actually interacting with your application, there will be a lot of events where they would be actually just interacting with your app and your APIs, and they will be hitting the backend. And a lot of your APIs would be hitting the backend multiple times for the same thing, like user data or, you know, whatever it is, user settings, something like that. So React Query can cache it for you automatically. And you can see that what happened here was it displayed older data. I'm not sure if you caught it. If you did not, just rewind the video a little. I'm pretty sure you would be able to see it. But it started with 168.971, and then it updated to 2. And the reason it happened is because, you know, it displayed the older data first, it fetched it in the background, it updated it with the newer data. So it's very smooth. It's something which you would almost always prefer out of the box, and which is something of a headache to maintain if you're doing it yourself, right? I mean, why would you even want to do it when a solution like this already exists and it is very well maintained as well? So this is the place where React Query and things like these really shine up. So yep, I mean, that's why you would use it, right? So this was a very simple application which you can of course improve. Maybe you can have a button here which when clicked then makes the request, but for the most part, you know, you will have this working, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you learned something from this. Probably in the next video or something, you might be required to build this yourself using the React Query and all these hooks. So make sure you are doing this, because I can't enforce you're doing that or not if you're not passing the challenges and passing the labs and passing the tests and all that stuff. So make sure you're practicing along the way. And yeah, that's all for this video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be starting off by creating a small blog for you, which would be powered by React Query. And by powered by, I just mean, you know, just having those links and caching and all that good stuff enabled. So we're going to be using a placeholder API, but feel free to create a small backend for yourself and use it, right? And if you want to do it on Codedamn, you can do it by splitting the terminal, you know, just creating a server.js file here and by running node server.js in a second terminal. If you want to do that, that's possible. But anyway, what I want to do is I want to say that let's first of all take a look at what JSON placeholder is, right? So it's a sort of a API available for you to just try it out, right? You can just basically get dummy JSON response, and if you do like post, for example, right here, you're gonna see we get a bunch of posts, right? Which looks like, you know, for our use case, these are just random posts with random text, so we can go ahead and play with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to first of all try to get these posts and try to display the data. So I'm going to say use query posts, and I'm going to just have a fetcher function again. So fetcher, but this time this would be just URL, and this would be like just fetching URL, and then result is result.json, right? That's it. Very simple. So we have this, then we have something like fetcher of this, and then finally what we have is, that's it. Yeah, I don't think we need any options here. So what you're gonna be seeing now is that if I refresh this, we will have data eventually, right? Once the loading is complete. So I can say something like is loading, and you know, if it is loading, then I just want to return h1 loading. Otherwise, we have our request is complete, right? All right, so technically we should do a little bit more than just checking for is loading, because APIs also fail, backends fail, networks fail, a lot of things can fail in the way, but we can add error handling data down the line, right? What I want to do right now is I want to say data, whatever we got, we can just rename it to post if you want. So you can say post.map a single post, and then if you take a look inside the API, you're going to see we get 2-3 fields like user ID, ID, title, and body, right? So what we can say is that, hey, I just want to have a post.title, right? And the key which you can give it is probably post.id, because it seems like it's unique. So you can say post.id, and there you go. So now you have all these posts and all these titles, and you can also have, you know, a post.id right here, just so that we have a small number or something like that in front of every single post. Right, so that's done. So we have our post on the page, but we also want to link them, right? So what I can say is that instead of a paragraph tag, or, you know, maybe we can keep a paragraph tag, we can also give it an ahref so that we link it to some place on our, you know, on our screen. So either you can go ahead and create a different route, a different component, which will require us to install, you know, React router and stuff like that, which I would probably not do because this is a tutorial focused on React query, but you can do that. So either you can just go ahead and redirect the person to a post ID, or what we can do is just stick with the official documentation example, which is available right now, and just do it in place. So although we are doing it in place, that means whenever somebody clicks, we are just replacing the post into the same component. But it is, like I said, it is completely possible to do it in a different route as well. You just have to redirect that person to a different route and get the post ID from the URL instead of the state, which we'll define here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call a state, or, you know, post ID, set post ID, and I'm going to say it equal to use state null. For example, we're going to start with null, right? And what I'm going to just say is that whenever I click on this A anchor tag, we set the post ID to post.id, right? So now whenever I click on, let's say this or whatever, if I just go ahead and say, you know, if I just go ahead and say if post ID is not equal to null, then I just want to return h1 active post is post ID, right? So what's happening here is now if I click on 5, you can see we get active post as 5. Refresh, we have to refresh because we can't really go back because we are making changes in the same component. Active post is 9, and so on. All right, so once we have done that, how do we display the active post now? So to display the active post, what we can do is we can create another component. So we can say post and then, you know, post ID as post ID, right? And that's it. Now we can go ahead and create a new file that will just make things a little bit easier to see. So we can say post.js6, and this right here, we're just gonna have import React from React. I'm gonna say const post is equal to, we're gonna have a post ID sent to us, and I'm just gonna say export default post as well, right? So now if we just close this, and if we import our post from, you know, post, I hope that will work. Yep, and I just say return h1 post ID is post ID. You would be able to see that now if I click on 4, we get post ID as 4. So fantastic, that's working. Now what we want to do is we also want to say a reset post, right? Or maybe like go back, something like that. So what this go back just does is that it sets the post ID to null again, so that we have all our posts visible, right? So what I can say is that, hey, this is a div which we return, and I can just say, hey, this is fine, but whenever somebody wants to go back, we can just say on click go back, which is again something which we get from the props, right? All right, so now if I click on this, if I click on go back, perfect. So it's working. We have a dynamic post ID available in a component, and it's also working. Now the question is, how do we get more data about this post itself, right? What we can do is we can make use of use query again inside of this component, because that's where the true power will lie, that we can use use query multiple times in different places. So what we can do is we can define another use query hook. I'm going to say use query, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this is basically, we wrote post here. I'm just going to go with single post, and I'm going to specify the post ID. Now this is important because here, like I said in the previous videos as well, here the post ID is actually dependent. The query's result is actually dependent on the post ID, right? So I'm going to use the same fetcher because it'll just work. We get the fetcher right here, and that's it. We don't really need a third solution or anything. So we extract the data, we extract the is loading as well, and we just say if is loading, we have a return loading, or just loading post, something like that. Now what we want to do is we want to say that once we have, actually first of all, let's see how the fetcher would work, because this is the wrong implementation. The way we want to say is that it should fetch this URL which we have with us of post. So if I go ahead and open this, you see we get a single long list of array of all the posts. But if I go to post slash, let's say 22, so this is the post ID, right? So now we get just that single post with us. Now technically it does not really make a lot of sense because we already have title and body, but just imagine that if you had some more information or some more metadata which you could display in the post, because most likely you will. If you're creating your own personal blog, you will have some more data right here. Now what we can do is we can make use of this inside of the fetcher. So I can say something like JSON placeholder post and then the post ID. Now this is important that you're using this in the URL, obviously for obvious reasons that you want to fetch that data, but that is also important because as a dependency in the use query hook, because when it changes we want it to change as well. So now what we can do is we can finally say data dot whatever we get, title, and then we can also say p data dot body, right? So now if I click on this one which has this title, use query is not defined, very well. Import use query from React query, click loading post, boom, right? We have the title, we have the body. Go back, click loading post, boom, title, body. Go back, click loading post, boom, title, body. Go back. Now if I click on this one again, you're gonna see, boom, we have that already loaded in. Although it was stale, I agree, although it was stale and it fetched it again under the hood, but you did not see that happening because you already had some form of cache available anyway, right? So that's awesome. 33, boom, again, done. So yeah, I mean, this could be pretty much, a regular different page as well. Right now we have just hacked it into a single component, but you could just very well be redirecting it to, some /post or something like that. And then this post ID would be getting from the URL, not from the prop inside of this component. But you get the idea, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, and actually in a few videos now, we're going to be discussing about how you can interact with the React query cache, right? So as a developer, I know that when I have clicked on 3 and I go back and when I click on this 3 again, we will not make the request. I mean, we will, but not immediately and won't show any loading. But how do I, for example, modify the cache or, just get ahead of time what it is? Maybe I want to get it for some reasons. So the way you do that is by accessing this little thing which we created earlier, right? So this query client right here is the thing. So what we can do is we can just go ahead and create a React query client inline.js, something like that. And what I can say is that, hey, this little guy, or this statement right here is this, and I can just say export default client, right? And we can just have import query client from React query, right? So now what we are doing is, the purpose of this is to have a singleton representation of this client, so that we are working with the same client when we import it other places. So what I can do is I can go ahead and say client like this, but I need to import the client from React query client, right? And once we do that, you would see that it's basically the same thing in the browser preview. Nothing has really changed, but you can now also access the query client inside your app.jsx, for example. And I'm going to tell you why this matters. So we have client from React query client, right? And remember, this is the same client which is being used by the React query client provider. That means whatever you are using use query, whatever data it is fetching, it's actually linking that somehow to this caching, this query client provider. So what you can do, one interesting thing you can do with this query client provider is you can fetch and see what is available inside of the cache, right? Inside of the cache system right now. All right, so the way you would do that is you will say, let's say cached post is equal to client.get query data. Now this get query data is something which will give you a sneak preview inside of what's happening. And the first argument is just like use query, it's a key. So for this one, I'm going to give it a post, because we obviously know post is there because of this thing, but post and then the ID of whatever it is. That's what we want to get, right? That is that post cached, right? So we can have, like, let's say just 5 as the ID at the moment, right? So if we have this, if I do something like console.log cached post and then cache post, something like this, if I do like this, and if I refresh this page right here, you're going to see in the browser logs, we have the cache post and as undefined, which makes sense because, we have not really fetched this number 5 yet. But if I click on this now, right, and if I go back now, you're going to see that we get the cache post. So this means that get query data would actually return you undefined if it is not present in the cache, but it will give you something back if it is, right? And obviously it will just give you back what is present in the client. This is useful. This is helpful because now you can get ahead of time. You can not only just fetch data into the cache, which we'll see soon, but you can also get the data out of the cache as well. So what you can do, one thing I can think of is you can go inside this render function and you can say something like, if the cache post is there, then I can just say visited. Otherwise, I just say nothing, right? So this just means that, hey, if the cache post is already there, that means this value is not undefined. We will get a visited. Otherwise, we get nothing. And you could see this is actually not working because we are getting all the visitors because, well, we have visited 5. So we want to replace this with post.id, and now it works like clockwork. We get visited only on the post 5. Maybe we can, if you want, you can just take it out so that it does not appear as a hyperlink or something, but it's your wish. So there we go. So now if you have this, you can see you get a visited in bold and then a link. Otherwise you get nothing. So if I click on 3, go back, boom, right? 4, go back, boom. And it knows that we have visited because it is present in the cache. 19, go back and boom, right? So you'll also have that on 19. So yeah, that's how you get something from the cache. And you can pretty much do anything you want. I mean, if you just import this right here and try to do a cache check, it wouldn't really make a lot of sense, because you would be running the hook eventually, so why would you want to extract it? But if the use case is there, then that it's possible, right? In programming, most of the things, we are watching these videos, you're watching these tutorials, most of the things are not for you to just go ahead and implement immediately, but they're mostly for you to just know that they exist, so that when you need them, you at least know that these things exist, and you can take a look at documentation or these videos or any other text later down the line. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how this get query data is working from the client, how you can abstract it away. And yeah, that's super helpful in a lot of cases. Hey everyone, welcome back. And this is a good time to discuss about a parameter called cache time. So cache time in React query is used to determine how long your query result will be available in the cache. And this means that whenever, let's say somebody, in this case, you visit a page or you visit a component, you get a split-second loading and then this loads, but you don't get that again, right? So for how long will you not get that loading again? That means for how long will it keep it inside its cache? That's what the cache time parameter determines, right? That when something becomes inactive, that means, when this component is not mounted, this use query hook is inactive, then how much time will it keep the cache, will it keep the results in the memory, right? Because obviously it does not make sense to keep it forever, because, well, you probably want to free up memory a little, but you can customize that by using a cache time parameter, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this parameter cache time to, let's say, 0, right? And when I do that, and if I refresh this, you're going to see what we have done is we have set the cache time of this every single post to 0. That means when I click on this, I get that loading for a split second. I go back, and if I click on this again, you see we still get that loading, right? So what you were able to see was that it was no longer present in the cache, although it says visited here, because when I click back for a split second, it is present in the UI. But let's say if I click on this number 2 and go back, you can see it's gone. The visited is gone from number 1, right? Because the cache time is 0 and it is immediately destroyed as soon as this post is unmounted, right? And you will always get that split-second loading, which you see, right? You might not be seeing that much. If that is an issue, what we can do is I can just go ahead and throttle my request to slow 3G. And now if I click on this, you can see we get the loading post. I go back, and if I click on this again, you see we get loading post again. So this is what happens, right? I hope that helped you understand how the cache parameter is working. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's quickly take a look at query data selector in React query, which is a relatively new feature. So you won't find it like in previous versions of React query. And what this essentially means is that, it's nothing fancy as such, but the ability to modify the response of the query or transform it somehow. What do I mean by that? Let's go to the app.jsx, and right here inside of the third argument, which is like, the options argument for us, what I can say is I can pass in a select here. And what this will do is that it will allow me to transform the result of the query. So what do I mean by that? We are getting post, right? Initially. So we get all the posts. So what I can do is I can say post or, result, whatever you want to say it. It's just an anonymous function. And I just say result dot slice 0 to 5, for example. And you can see immediately what we saw is that we just get first 5 results here. And if you console log it, in fact, if you try to console log it, if you console log the post here, you're going to see that in the browser, not really post.length, you're going to see in the browser, you always get 5 posts, right? Now, if I changed this to 6, you're going to see we start getting 6 posts, right? Now, what does this mean is that, you can surely write .slice here if you want, but React query just gives you the ability to pass in a function which can transform your result somehow before your component actually consumes it. It might be super useful if you want to just keep your component level thing clear and if there is a transformation required. But if not, well, you can just bounce it off. But like I say, for all the things I say, that you should know that this exists, right? So you have result.slice. Maybe you can just do a result.slice 0 to 1. Just get a single post, right? You can do probably, 1 to 2, whatever, you can just play around with this and get a single post. So this basically gives you the ability, the superpowers, you can just return the first post as well. In this case, it will crash because, we are trying to map over this, but now this is just a regular post. So your call, whatever you want to do, right? This will fix it, but you get the idea. This is similar to like how the slice would work. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how the selector thing works. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let us just go ahead and take a look at what set query data does. Now, if you remember a couple of videos back, we looked at what get query data does. And that's how we implemented this visited thing. You can see right here. Now, just like get query data allows you to query the cache of the React query and extract it out, set query data actually allows you to do something but opposite, right? It allows you to overwrite this cache or update this cache if you want to say that. So what we can do is right here with this anchor tag being done, what I can say is button, and I can say mutate the title, for example, right? And I'm just going to say that. You can see we got this mutate the title button with every single thing now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say on clicking this, I just say, hey, mutate title and post.id, right? Let's just take it out of this function. It's already getting too messy. I'm going to say function mutate title. And right here, I'm just going to receive an ID, right? So what I'm going to do is, first of all, let's just alert this so that we are sure that we have the right ID. 1, 5. Awesome. So we have the correct ID. Now, the next thing I want to do is I want to make use of the same client which we had, and I want to say client dot set query data, right? Instead of get query data. And what this does is that it takes the first key as the query key, like, the first argument as the query key. So we know that this is post and then post ID, right? And the next thing it does is that it takes either new data as the thing, or just like, use state works, that use states handler can either take the new data or it can take a function which has the old data as the first argument, right? So it can do that. So we have the old data first, right? So I'm just going to go ahead and first of all, try to just console log. Yeah, maybe just console log if old data exists, right? Something like this. So let's just go ahead and keep it a little small, give it a refresh because, all that cache is already present there. So if I click on this mutate the title, we get post is not defined. And that is because, we just have to write ID here, not everything. So if I click on this, you can see that we are getting undefined in the console, right? Like right here. Keep your focus here. If I click on this, we keep on getting undefined. So this means that, hey, this is, the post is not present in our cache, right? So that's all it means, that it is, the source is not present. So if I click on this, okay, cannot read property title of undefined. Let us see what went wrong. So we have is loading data.title . Looks like we are missing something. Set post ID. Looks like a network request error, most likely. Let's try this one more time. Click on this. Yep, looks like some network error or something. We should be handling, network errors as well. I'll go through that, how we can do that. But anyway, now you can see that I've got the title, I've got the body. If I go back now, and if I click on this mutate the title, you can see now we have the post as the console logged, right? So there's that. So what I can do is right here, I can say if old data is in fact available, I just want to return, old data, and I just want to say title is boom boom mutated. I have no idea why I went with that. It's just completely random, but yeah, let's do that. So I'm gonna click on this, and looks like this is something different. Probably not exactly sure if this is a cache problem from React query, or something related to that, but let's see. If that happens again, I'll just pause the video and see it for once and get back to you. But anyway, if I click on this now, we get this, go back, I can mutate the title. So it hopefully has done it. It hopefully has set the title as boom boom title. And if I click on this again, we get that, go back, mutate, click on this again, you see for a split second we do get boom boom title, right? But it gets replaced after that. So what I can say in order to not make it replace is I can say the stale time is infinity, right? And what stale time means is just like we have cache time, which keeps it in cache. The stale time just means, hey, I'm not gonna refetch it, considering it's not stale, that is, considering it's out of the screen, or, by default, the stale time is 0. We're gonna discuss that in the next video pretty much. But for this video, if I take the stale time as infinity, and if I click on this now, go back, mutate the title, click on this again, you can see we get boom boom mutated, right? This time because stale time is infinity. And let me just actually discuss stale time in the next video in depth real quick so that you guys are not lost. But anyway, you can go back, you can start seeing stuff now. If I click on this, you're gonna see we get this, go back, and if I mutate this, click on this again, we get boom boom mutated. And bonus points to you if you can guess why the title here is not changed. Title here is not changed. It's changed inside this, but it's not changed on the out front. Can you guess why? Well, of course, you should be able to guess that. That is because posts is a different key than post and then the post ID, right? Hopefully you were able to get that. Although the titles are same in both the cases, when of course they are same, but in this case, we are modifying the post ID as the key, right? Using set query data. This is being iterated on post, which is this key right here in use query. So if you modify the post key right here, then it will make some differences, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Let me quickly jump to stale time as well in the next one so that we are on the same page. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what is stale time and what are the differences between stale time and cache time. So first things first, let's understand the fact that React query starts with a stale time of 0 as a default value and a cache time of, I believe, 60 seconds. No, not 60 seconds, actually 300 seconds, that is 5 minutes. So these are the default values React query uses for you. But what do they mean exactly? So let's see that. So first of all, about stale time. What stale time means is that whenever React query fetches a request, whenever React query completes a request, that is the data is available and it's done and dusted, what it will do is it will start a counter inside it and it will count it to stale time, right? So if your stale time is 1000, that is 1000 milliseconds, it will start the counter to 1000, that is, for 1 second, and then it will mark the query as stale. So what's going to happen is once your query is fetching, it is into the fetching state, it moves to the fresh state, and then once that stale timer hits, it moves into the stale state. Let me tell you how this works. Let's say I have a stale time of 10 seconds on every single post request. Let me just give it a refresh real quick. We have the cache time as default, so don't worry about that. Let me click on this and you can see it fetched it for a brief amount of second and it is in the fresh state for 10 seconds, right? It's going to stay there for 10 seconds. And you can see once 10 seconds are over, it moves to stale. And you can, even take a look again. If I refresh this, if I click on this, you see this post 1 is green for 10 seconds. And once these 10 seconds are over, it will move to the stale state, right? Yep, there we go. So what's happening here is for 10 seconds, it will not go ahead and refresh the query in any case. Now, what are the cases? The cases could be, if I click on this, the mount, the second one is refocus, you know, like we used to do. And the blue request which you see is of the post request, right? It's not the post one because it still is fresh, right? That's why. Now you can see if I refocus it again, both of them would be served and this one again gets fresh. So you can see refocusing, you know, unmounting and mounting, that will not happen. So if I change it to, for example, 20 seconds, and if I go ahead and, you know, just go ahead and activate and mutate function, which is already activated. And now if I refresh, what's going to happen is that if I click on the title, you know, quickly go back, mutate the title and click here. Also, before getting into that, one bug which I discovered is the cache time is actually 300 milliseconds, not 300 seconds. So let me just go ahead and remove that. And what I'm going to do, if I go back here, refresh this, and if we click on this, quickly go back, mutate the title and go to the, again, this post again, you can see we get boom, boom mutated. But as soon as 10 seconds are over and the query is marked as stale, let's see what's going to happen. So nothing is going to happen as such, you know, once 10 seconds are over. So you can see, let's see, the query is still fresh. I think it's 20, probably. Yeah, it's 20. So you can see now the seconds have passed. And now if I click on, you know, for refocusing, you could see that React query saw that, hey, the query was stale. So I'm going to refetch it, right? So this is how stale time works. If I go back, mutate this, click on this, and now if I go back and, you know, just visit this again and again over the time, until and unless this query has been marked as stale, it's not going to be refetched, right? You can see nothing is happening to this. But the moment it switches to stale, it's gonna be refetched by the browser. This is super important. This is super critical to understand. You can see now it will be refreshed. That's you know, that seems like a good choice if you think about it. Now, what about the cache time? So the cache time is pretty much what, for how long it should even keep the stale data in memory. That is cache time, right? All right, so now let's try this with a cache time and stale time both of 0, right? So if I click on this now, you can see it loads for a split second, and then you know, it's just available for you. Then you can go back and click on this again, and you can see it still loads back again for you. You get that split second loader. So this is what cache time did. If you had a cache time of, you know, fairly large number like infinity or, you know, even 5 minutes, which is like the default, you will see that if I click on this, go back, if I mutate the title, and if I click on this now, you get that boom boom thing, you know, that cached value, but you know, you did not get the loading indicator. That's what the cache time is. That will keep displaying you the stale value, refetch it in the background and replace it once it's ready. But if your cache is expired, well, then, you know, your query is just as fresh as a new query, right? So yeah, that's how the cache time and stale time work together. I hope this gave you more clarity on what stale time is. Super useful parameter. And you know, the use case really depends on your use case of what you're trying to do. But yeah, for the most part, you can push a little bit of higher value on stale time, right? You don't want to be too aggressive on data which is available on your front end. But yeah, like I said, again, depends on your use case. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood something. Let me know what you think about this in the discussions below on the Codedam website. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at how you can modify the stale time, cache time, and any other parameter value which we have seen and will see at a global level as well, right? Because let's say if you don't want to do it on a per query level, but actually for every single query, how do you do that? Well, the best way to do that is actually go to your app.jsx or, you know, whatever, not exactly app.jsx, but where you have defined the query client provider, right? And right here, you will see the client which you're passing, and we are using an external file. So what I wanted to do is I want to create an object which I pass here, with the first key as default options, right? And this default options is basically just gonna be, you know, just being merged with all the options which are available, and they will act as a default base for you to start. So you can say like stale time as infinity, you know, and basically get the same behavior which you were getting earlier. That will not refetch it again. So if I go back, click on this again, you know, oops, and made a mistake. This should also have a query right here, and we also have something known as mutations in React query, so I'll come to that. But now you're defining the default options for queries, only queries, right? So if I refresh this again, click on this, go back, and can you believe that I made the same mistake 2 times in a row? This should be queries, not query. So if I refresh this now, you can see the queries are now always green, right? Once they are fetched. If I click on this, you can see these are always fresh and they'll never go to stale. So pretty much you are locked into an application which is never gonna be updating itself again, you know, unless the cache expires, of course. But yeah, they will not refetch to the backend unless and until the cache expires. So that's it. And if you want to go like total insane mode, you can also set cache time as infinity, and now you have got a truly weird application which will never really contact server ever again once it has, you know, visited once, which might seem like something you might want to do, but not really. I mean, why would you want to do that? I wouldn't recommend that, right? So you should keep sane values. I mean, stale time infinity still might make some sense, I don't know, but cache time should be a finite value according to me. Alrighty, so that is pretty much it, how you can customize default options. I'm gonna see you in the next video where we will discuss more stuff about React query, building projects, doing something more interesting with it. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss about mutations in React query and what they mean. So we have so far just seen how, you know, use query hook works, but there's a important thing which we have not discussed yet. This architecture assumes that we want only the data from server, number one, and number two is that we want only the data whenever, you know, the component mounts. But this is usually not the case, right? If you have a form or if you have some sort of interactivity where the user clicks on a button and then the data is fetched. I mean, in case of this, we are just, you know, just changing the link, changing the whole component. But if we have something like that, then what happens? So in that case, what we can do is we can make use of mutations in React query. And I'm just going to get rid of all the code which we had, just to keep things a little bit cleaner. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw in a p tag here as well, just because I feel like it. And I'm going to start with a new mutation. And I'm going to say this is use mutation. And we're going to get this hook from, you know, from the same library, obviously, right? React query. And what you want to do is inside this use mutation, you want to pass in a function which returns you a promise again, right? So I'm going to pass in this fetcher and I'm going to say, you know, whatever it is. You can say a fetcher, or I can just say, you know, a timer. So I can say, you know, duration and new promise resolve, which just sets timeout. And don't be afraid if you don't understand anything, but this is just, you know, just a fancy way of making a timer await, right? So this is a promise which just resolves after set duration. That's it. So I can say this timer and after 1 second, right? So expected identifier but found function. What the hell? Anyway, so you see that, you know, we have a mutation now with us. But if you take a look at inside the dev tools, what you will not see is that, you know, there are no queries as such, and also this mutation has not run. And how do we know that? We can just, you know, just see that if we have console log, for example, I was run, something like this, right? And if you go to browser, you can see that we do not get that. We do not have a I was run console log here. That means the mutation is not run when it is defined. And it makes sense. Why? Because the idea of a mutation is that it mutates the state on server, right? It mutates either some database, it mutates something, right? At the end of the day, you know, this is just a convention. This is again calling just an API endpoint. In this case, we just have a promise which resolves after a couple of seconds, but this would ideally call something like, you know, /API/create post, something like this, for example, right? And then, you know, whenever you have a submit button here, you would say P on click, run this mutation somehow. And that's it. That's how you get event-based requests now. So how do you run this? Well, what you can do is you can just create a function called mutation. And right here, we can just say on click call mutation, and I can just, you know, tease you a little bit more by saying console log about to call mutation, right? And if I click on this, you can see in the console we are getting about to call mutation now, right? Now, how do we call the mutation exactly? Is we say mutation dot mutate async, and we're going to start with async right here, right? And there are a couple of methods, but that's one way to go about. So what I can do is I can refresh this. I can click on submit, and you can see that we get I was run right here. And actually, let me just go ahead and move this I was run inside of the promise which is resolved, right? So that we get that, actually not even here. We want to add it right here once it resolves, right? Kind of. So if I refresh it now, you're gonna see that now if I have, you know, console.log mutate async called, if I have something like this, and if I click on this, you're gonna see we get about to call mutation, mutate async called, and then I was run after a couple of seconds, right? Now the good thing about mutate async is that you can await on this. That's why async is there, right? So if I create an async function out of this, and if I call await on this, what you're gonna see is now if I click on submit, we get about to call, we get mutation. Oops, looks like we need to give it a refresh again. Oh, I think we are not returning this promise. That's why. All right, let's do that. And now click on the submit. You can see about to call mutation, I was run gets called from here, and then we call this mutate async. So it could be something like, you know, you are updating the post. So you can have updating post as a notification, and then you can say post updated, something like this, right? Assuming that, you know, your request is successful. But there are a couple of more things we have with mutation, not just mutate async. You can have a mutate only function, which we'll discuss in the next video. But yeah, that's how you can do some event-based triggering. And you can see pretty much nothing appears in the React DevTools because of the reason that you obviously don't want to cache mutations. Why? Because like I said, mutations is an idea that something is changing on the server, and you don't want to cache that result. You don't want to, you know, just rebroadcast it again at some interval sometime, because these are like, you know, these are actual systems which will be affected. Think about somebody who just, you know, tried to log out sometime, and then somehow that cache was invalidated and your application automatically logged them out, right? In case of fetching that mutate async endpoint. So that should not happen, right? So that's why mutations do not cache. They do not, you know, they do not work like typical queries work, and they are usually driven with events from users endpoint, like on click and stuff like that, or form submit or anything like that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at side effects from mutation. And side effects is just a, you know, a fancy way of saying some sort of callbacks from mutation. So what is it and how does this work? Well, the first thing is that you can pass in an object like this, which is inside of your use mutation hook. Now you can start defining some good stuff. By that, what I mean is you can say something like on success as a callback, and this could be a function which will just be called when request is complete, for example, right? Now, if I click on this submit, you can see we get update post, request is completed, and then post updated. So basically what React Query internally is doing is that once the mutation is successful, it internally also calls this on success handler, right? And not only just this actually gets a bunch of things. So it gets not error, actually, it gets data, and it gets variables and context as well, which we'll discuss later down the line. But most importantly, it gets data. So what we can say is if I do data console log like this, and if I click on submit now, you're going to see we get updating post, request is complete, we get data as undefined, well, because we are not passing anything in the resolve, but let's say yo is what we passed, right? And give it a refresh, because probably this is outside the function, so might not get hot reloaded. Click on submit, updating post, request is complete, data is yo, and you can access it here as well if you want, and move ahead with your life. So you can pretty much drop this at all if you just want to keep your side effects at a single place, but that's how it would work. Then of course you also have on error with this, which will accept first argument as error, and if there is any error, then this is what's going to happen, right? So it will just say error with the request, and we can just throw an error. What we can do is to simulate that, I'm just going to have a reject here as well, and I'm going to reject it with yo again, right? So now if I click on this updating post, we get I was run, we get the error as yo. This error is actually thrown by JavaScript, because we are not using try catch. But what the console log says us in the on error, we get error with the request, and we get the error as yo, right? So you also get error, you can also get error handling. But on settled, which is another one, is something which will run every single time. So it will just say request either errored or successful. I don't know, but it has happened, right? And of course you can know, because onSettle also receives data and error as a couple of arguments if you want to do that, right? So this data is basically if onSuccess was there, error is basically if onError was there, and so on. So this is how you can maintain your side effects like this inside of your mutation hook itself. Sometimes it might make sense to do this, sometimes it might not, right? Depending again how your component is laid down, your component is structured, you might want to do that. But one thing which I know is that when you combine like onSuccess mutation with something like query client.set query data, stuff like this becomes a very useful thing, because now your UI can automatically update, refetch new data after a mutation is done, which is pretty sweet. We'll discuss on that, what I mentioned by that, in more practical examples later down the line. But yes, for now, that is pretty much it. I think that is all for this video. I hope you understood something out of it. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm gonna discuss with you the syntax of .mutate. So earlier you remember that it was mutate async, but we also have just a mutate as a function available on your mutation. And this one is not asynchronous in the sense that it does not return you a promise. Well, it is asynchronous because it has got callbacks, but that's how it works. So when you call this, for example, if I refresh this and click on the submit, what you will see is if I click on submit, you get updating post updated, because this is not awaited, so it does not wait for that. And you get all sorts of logs and errors. But what you can do is you can also pass in a bunch of options, just like how you pass in the use mutation hook. And I have passed null here. I'll explain why, because we don't really need the data right here, but I'll explain it why we have passed null here and what could we have passed. But for now, if I have the same thing as above, what you're gonna see, request is completed from mutate, error with request from mutate and from mutate, right? Just to make a distinction. And now if I click on submit, you will see we get, the same things, request either errored or successful. This is basically from the original hook, and we get error with the request mutate. So that's it. an error with the successful mutate, right? So one thing you can understand is that React, first of all, internally calls these before calling the actual ones, right, on the mutation itself. And that is important if you care about order or something, but for the most part, you should not have a code that relies on that thing. But yeah, that's how you have to work with it. The next thing I wanted to discuss is, why do we pass null here? Well, this argument could be anything, right? You can have 22 here. That's completely fine. Whatever you pass in here is actually available as a param right here. So if you have, you know, like a second argument which passes some data, and you get a second argument like param like this, and if you can say, you know, yo, and then whatever the param was, you will just see that if I click on submit now, we get, you know, this outer function does not update on hot reloading, so we have to give it a refresh. Submit now, and you will see error. Oops, I think it is not updating anyway. Oh, we are using reject, not console log. Oops, so this should be right here, and maybe it does update. Let's see. Submit. I was run. Where is I was run? Yeah, it gets updated. So you can see the param was passed 22. If I change it to, like, you know, something else, click on submit, you're gonna see that in the I was run, we get the param as updated. So this mutation is just a, you know, this argument is just one way of transferring some data to your actual handler, which is something you would obviously do, right? You won't just run a mutation without any state. You would probably have some sort of form data or some sort of new post, some sort of JSON, which gets passed here, which gets passed again here. And then, you know, in your fetcher or whatever you're using, you just JSON.stringify it and so on and so forth. So that's how it will work, right? And similarly, it will also work with mutate async. You know, this, not this exactly, but this part, where you have to pass the data. So even if you have something like this right here and give it a refresh, and, you know, just click on submit, you're gonna see that you still get the params as correctly, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how mutations are working, how mutate async work, how you can pass some data, how mutate only works, how these side effects work. Super important stuff, super practical stuff, which you will obviously use when you're building some new applications, some new projects. And yeah, very, very, very standard stuff, and very high quality things as well. These are, like, you know, standard practices for calling mutations, calling something as mutations for updating data, queries as different things, and so on and so forth. So you can use all of this knowledge in production level applications. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to give you a real use case of using mutations with the help of queries. But for that, we have to write a very simple Node.js server. And I'm gonna do that all in the Codedamn Playground itself. So feel free to follow along with me, or you would probably have an exercise like that in some one way or another. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have a mutation right here, which has all of these handlers, and you know, we can just get rid of onSettled for the most part. And what I'm going to do is, first of all, define a fetcher function like this, which gets a URL and then does a fetch of the URL with a method of post, right? And probably like URL and body, because this will be used with the use mutation. We're going to say headers is content type. This is something you have to do with, you know, fetch request application JSON. Then you do a body of JSON.stringify of the body, right? And that's it. That should get you started. Now, once you have this fetcher, I can define this fetcher, and I can say this is like body, and I can say, you know, the URL is something like api.create record, something like this. And the body is, of course, the body, right? On success, we have, you know, got response from backend and the data, and on error we pretty much have the same thing, got response from backend, but the error got error from backend, right? Just to distinguish it. Now what we can do is pretty much, get rid of this, even get rid of the async await thing. We can just say mutation.mutate and with some body, whatever we want to pass in. But before that, what I want to do is I want to say some favorite languages, right? Let's say that is it. Now, what I want to do is I want to say, let's see, first of all, let's just close this up. Let's refresh this guy. And let's say that, hey, here are my favorite languages. And I'm going to have favorite langs.map language. And, just returning an li of lang, right? With probably a key of lang as well. And this should probably be lang, not lan. And the only error now we get is that favorite langs is undefined. So let's create a query as well. So I'm going to extract out the data as favorite lang. I'm going to say use query right here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the query as, the key as favorite langs, and the fetcher, we could either define the fetcher or, I can just return fetch here because it's just a single query, API get records and .then t.json to convert it into JSON. And that's it. That's pretty much it, right? Because now we just have to define this very simple server and we'll be up and running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just split this terminal real quick. I'm going to create a very simple server.js file right here, right? And I'm going to just open this, install Express real quick, and I'm going to start importing stuff, right? So I'm going to just say const app is required Express. And this is going to be just a very simple server, so don't really worry a lot about this. So app.listen, here we have to do a little bit of hacking in this playground interface for now. I'm going to tell you why that is. So I'm going to just give it a refresh, app.listen 1337, because this is the only publicly available port. You should probably not face this issue on your local setup because you would have multiple ports available, but because this interface is just connected to a single port right here, that's why we have to use just 1337. And I can just say console log server started on 1337, right? And I'm just going to say app.get right here what we had, API/get records, app.get this. I'm just going to respond with request response. I'm just going to say response.json favorite langs, and I'm going to say app.post right here with API add record. I think that was it. I'm going to first of all get the record from request.body.record, and then I'm just going to say rest.json status okay. But before that, I'm also gonna add it favorite langs.push record, right? And I can just say my favorite langs is an array, which is like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React, right? So what you can say is like, langs here as favorite langs, something like that. Alrighty, looks like we are all good to go. So what I'm gonna do is, first of all, let's see. First of all, fix our front end so that we don't exactly need a back end, because we cannot use this port and the server together. So what I'm going to do is right here, make a bunch of more changes. So I'm going to say right here, I'm going to say if is loading or if is error. I'm just going to say if is loading, return loading ... right? Or if there is an error, is error, return error with request. Simple enough, right? Now if I go ahead and close the server, and if I start the server of server.js, what you're going to see is that we still get favorite langs.map is not a function. And that is not pretty awesome, because what we would have in this favorite langs is actually the response like this, lang and then favorite lang. So what we can do is we can actually go ahead and close this, and this is a little inconvenient at Codedamn Playground, but you know, right now it just supports a single port forwarding. That's why you can only get access to 1337 on a single port. But what we can do is we can go ahead and right here just write, you know, as a third argument, select, remember we discussed this, data, and I'm just going to say data dot langs, right? Because that's what we are returning from the server, I guess. Lang, not langs. Okay, let's go ahead, give it a refresh, close this down once we have got the data, start the server, and what you're gonna see is that we get our some favorite langs ready for us, right? So we have got 4 or 5 languages right here from the backend server. What I want to do next is, once we have that in place, what I want to do next is right here, I'm gonna have an input type text, you know, with a value of add lang, whatever, you know, or maybe like temp lang or whatever. And on change, I'm just saying e set temp lang as e.target.lang, e.target.value, not lang, right? And the set temp lang is just a state variable. Temp lang set temp lang is use state of empty string. And finally, what we want to do is when I call this, I just say record is this temp lang, right? Because at the server side, we get the record like this and use it. One more thing we want to do here at the server side is actually split this down into express and app. And just before that, we want to also say app.use express.json so that we are able to send and receive JSON post bodies, right? Alrighty, so there's that. Now, once we have that in place, what I also want to do is whenever I click on submit, we should also, you know, fetch the data again. So how do we revalidate that query? How do we get that data again? But for now, you know, if I just go ahead and close this and start the server, not really close this, basically start this, give it a refresh real quick, and, you know, then close the server and start the server. Close this, start the server. Then you will see that we have all the languages available from the server. But now if I click on submit, you know, although we do make requests, but nothing really happens. And the reason for that is that we are not refetching this. So how do we do that? That is something which we'll explore in the next video, because that's all for this one. Alrighty, welcome back. And in this video, what I want to do is actually invalidate our query, our data, so that it refetches it again from the backend once it's, you know, once the mutation has been done. So what does that mean? That means that whenever we have a success, I want to say that whatever our query client was, that is this client right here, I want to say that, hey bro, just invalidate my queries. And my queries are, for example, in this case, it's just this favorite lang queries, right? So the moment I do that, what's React query going to do is that it says that, okay, I think, you know, you told me to invalidate this query, so I'm just going to invalidate this. And because this is already mounted, it will try to get that, refresh the data and show it on the screen. Also, what I can do is also set temp lang as empty once we have got success, or, you know, just press the button as well, depending on whatever you want to do. And that is pretty much it. That is all we need to do. If I close the server right here, start this again, just so that we propagate the React changes at least. And once we have the React changes with us, close this again, start the server again, you can see that we get our application up and running. So our backend is now running. And if I try to add 1212 here, hit submit, what you're going to see is that, well, it goes out and the query is also fetched, but our data right here does not contain 1212 or, you know, anything like that. So that is probably some issue with our our end on the back end. So let's just see what the record is that we get here. So if I submit it now, maybe give it a refresh, submit. Well, actually, it looks like we are not actually making any request at all. So let's just quickly see if we can debug it real quick. So I'm just gonna go to the networks tab if it just allows me to, and there we go. So submit, create record. Okay, so we are hitting the wrong endpoint. This should be create. There we go. 1212, submit. There we go. Now it works perfectly fine. So you can see we also got the record on the back end. And what's exactly happening here is that we write something, hit submit, it goes to the back end. Once it is resolved, we get the, we set the input field as empty, and we also invalidate the query. So that means it'll just refetch it again because, it sees that it is mounted. So it's going to refresh that query again, and it's going to populate it with an updated view. Super convenient, super easy to build a to-do application like this now. You just have to use a query, you have to use a mutation, and you're good to go, right? So see how convenient it gets. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably take another video and do some good practices on what we have here, right? Because we can definitely improve this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. And I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this brand new course, we'll be talking a bit about GitHub Actions, continuous integration and continuous deployment, why that is important, and how you can set up these basic pipelines for your project on GitHub Actions. Now, by the end of this course, you would not just be able to understand what GitHub Actions is and what CI/CD is, but also would have built your few small build pipelines where your project is being built, is tested, and then deployed automatically wherever you want. So let's just go ahead and get started with this mini course which we have on CodeDam, and this is part of your full stack and backend learning paths on CodeDam. So make sure you are subscribed to CodeDam if you are not yet, because we'll have a lot more things to follow up after the CI/CD course. Let's go. Alright, so in this course, I'll be following up with a simple React playground. I'm just going to say CI/CD with GitHub as the name. And you can pretty much follow along on your local system or on CodeDam Playgrounds on codedam.com/playgrounds. And once you get started with the project, what we'll be doing is not focus on the project that much, but focus on something known as YAML files in this little series, and GitHub Actions eventually. So let's talk a little bit about GitHub Actions as well. So GitHub Actions is basically a service which allows you to do continuous integration and continuous deployment. Now let's actually understand what this exactly is and why do we need this, these kind of things. Well, you see, when you're building a project like on CodeDam Playgrounds or on your local systems, what you are essentially doing is working in the best possible and the best comfortable way you can as a developer, right? So you are working on all of this code and folders and everything as a nice experience for yourself. But a lot of times your project actually needs a build step and sometimes even a compilation step to become production ready. That means trimming off unrequired code, compressing the code, making the code more performant, and so on. And all of this build step and compilation step takes time to run. So what these CI/CD services do is in a nutshell, basically they allow everything which you have coded or written, or any member of your team has coded or written, build and deploy on staging, production or preview environment, whatever environment you have, automatically once you push on a repository like GitHub. Now this is again important because you don't want, as a developer, you don't want to spend a lot of time just building and testing all the things by yourself on your local system. Why? Because it wastes your time and it wastes the capacity of compute you have on your system. So you want to make sure that your deployment and testing part is as much automated as possible so that you as a developer spend most of the time working on logic and building new features instead of actually building the project itself and testing it yourself. GitHub provides this as one of the services, but GitHub is not the only place where you can run CI/CD. There are basically countless tools out there which can do that. But we prefer GitHub. I prefer GitHub in this one because GitHub Actions actually sits right across your source code, right? So when we will take a look at how we push this project to GitHub and so on, I'll actually show you that basically, like, you know, GitHub is just very convenient to push your source code to. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and set up a Git repository in this source code first, because that is what will allow us to also then set up a GitHub action. So I'm going to go ahead and open a second terminal over here, and I'm going to start writing git init, right? You know all of this from your basically your GitHub course on Codedam. And I'm going to just initialize, I'm just going to say git remote add origin I'm just going to go ahead and create a repository first. So new repository, I'm going to say, let's say this is test GitHub actions, or, you know, maybe like GitHub actions Codedam course, something like that. I can make it public, and I'm just going to create this. Now, once I create this, I'm going to just use the HTTPS version. I'm going to say git remote add origin and paste this thing. Now, when I do git remote v, you're going to see that that particular origin is added. Now, one thing we are still missing is the git ignore file over here, so that we can just add node modules and everything. And yep, that should be it. And if I say initial commit, okay, we need to also set up git here real quick. All right, so once that is done, we can say git commit initial commit over here, and I can now just say git push origin master. And apparently GitHub has removed the support for password based authentication. So what we can do is go back and create in the GitHub settings apps, create a personal access token just for this use case. And I'm gonna of course remove this just tomorrow so that it's not misused, obviously. I'm just gonna say this is GitHub Actions token, right? Make sure you select the repo access so that it is able to access all your repositories. Copy this token right here and remove origin, because we need to add it back. So I'm going to say git remote add origin, my token @github.com, mayhole mpt, GitHub Actions Codedam course, and hit enter. Now I can go ahead and push it to the GitHub, right? Now the moment I do that, you're going to see that if I copy this repository URL and paste it over here, you're going to see that it pushes our code to GitHub, which is awesome. But now we need to set up certain GitHub actions, right? Now the way GitHub works is that it needs a folder called .github. It's not Git. You can see the Git folder is already here. We created a .github folder, right? Now this particular folder, whenever this is present, GitHub would try to see what kind of workflows this folder contains, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and create another folder inside this called workflows, right? And when we create that folder, any YAML file which is present inside this particular folder would automatically be marked as a GitHub action. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's say I create a YAML file test.yaml, right? It could be test.yml. And if I go ahead and open this, you can see that we get a YAML file over here, and I can just go ahead and write some crap right here. Let's not worry about this for now. but what this essentially means is that this particular file is now a GitHub action. And now let me go back a couple of directories and just push it again with a test YAML added. And I'm going to say git push origin master. Okay, so we do not have a workflow scope in the access token. So this might not be a problem if you actually go ahead and, just use SSH based authentication. In my case, it is a problem because I am using an access token, but you know how to set up an SSH based authentication as well. I would not recommend doing that on the Codedamn Playground until and unless we secure all your credentials, not just the source code. So maybe when you create a new token, let's say this is GitHub Actions token 2, you also give it the access of the workflow over here. So once you create this token, copy this again, git remote remove origin, git remote, basically do the same thing. And then I'm going to attempt to push on master branch again. And this time this works because now it is able to create that workflow for us. If I go ahead inside this, take a look, you're going to see this .github workflows is now created. And if I go to this actions tab over here in my repository, you're going to see we see something. Test YAML added with the cross because obviously we did not write anything meaningful inside this particular file, but you can see something happened, right? Now this is what the workflow is all about. You create a workflow with a file, a YAML file inside GitHub workflows folder, and it just gets picked up by GitHub automatically, right? No configuration, nothing needed, no toggles, anything like that. So a lot of work which we'll be doing would be in this YAML file from this point onwards. And I hope you understood so far what we did. We just created a repository, we pushed it on GitHub, we created this folder structure, and GitHub automatically picks it, right? This is all magic of GitHub. It's not the magic of Git as per se. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to talk a bit about YAML or YML, like I wrote here, and what this exactly is. So YAML stands for YAML is not a markup language, or sometimes some people say yet another markup language as well. But the point you have to remember is YAML is pretty much what JSON is, right? So you have seen stuff like package.json, right? So when you take a look inside package.json, you see there are these objects which can contain keys and values, right? YAML is pretty much the same thing. The only difference is how YAML is written. JSON is used as a thing to communicate between different kind of languages and build systems and environments, right? So package.json can be read by JavaScript as well. Package.json, this file technically could also be read by a Java program or a Python program, right? So let's say if your Node.js script wanted to spit out some data which your Python backend would read, then one way to do that is to spit out that data into a JSON format. Similarly, YAML is also a similar format for which you would have, you would require a few libraries. For example, there is no native support for YAML in Node.js, but it's more like a data exchange format among different, different languages or different systems. Now, what YAML does better over JSON is readability, right? So we're gonna see eventually, like this is also quite readable, but YAML is even more cleaner. Why? Because it uses very less special characters. Like usually there is no need of these quotes, these brackets, these commas, nothing is required, right? There is very minimal language syntax which you need, and a lot of information which needs to go in the file is just basically what your logic is for the data. So in this little section or in this collection of videos, we're gonna learn about YAML a bit because it is really important to understand YAML first before you actually start writing workflow files, because this is almost like a new kind of data format which you're seeing, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's start with YAML basics, right? So we're going to cover a few important things in YAML. The first thing is how you generate keys and value pairs, right? So in YAML, what you do is you say key name and then a colon and then the value, whatever that value is, right? So this is like a completely valid YAML file. Similarly, let's say if I have a service, my CodeDam project, then I could have, tests or script as script 1, then test 2 as script 2, and so on. So what essentially we are doing here is, if you want to compare it with a JavaScript based rendering, something equivalent in JavaScript, let me just go ahead and actually create a basic.json file because I don't want to destroy our package.json. So I'm going to go ahead and open this basic.json and I'm going to try to convert whatever we have written into the JSON part, right? And the JSON equivalent of this would be something like service, then a quote, then test, then these quotes, and then test2, then this quotes, and then closing. And of course, these keys should also be in quotes, right? So this is a JSON file, and this right here is a YAML file. And you can already see that YAML has much more condensed information compared to JSON, right? And it just gets more condensed as we nest objects and as we go ahead and start working with that. So you can see right now that we just created some top level keys and value pairs. Now it is possible in YAML to also go ahead and create nested objects, right? And the way you do that is pretty much with indentation. So you can say my app as the key of a parent object, and for these 3 keys you have to indent them. Now this is very important in YAML, just like in Python, that these indentations are actually consistent with each other, right? Whether they are spaces or tabs doesn't matter, but they have to be consistent with each other, that if you're using one thing, then it has to be one thing all across your file. The similar logic in JSON would look something like this: my app, and then an object, something like this. And yep, there we go. So these 2 files over here are technically equivalent in terms of the data which they contain, right? So this is important because now you can see that it's much cleaner and much more human readable compared to JSON. So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to keep it short because I want you to understand how this YAML file looks like and works. And in the next video, we're going to be taking a look at how you can work with more data types in YAML. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly take a look at comments in YAML. Now, one of the best things I like about YAML is the support of its native comments. So you can say this is my comment. And right here, this would pretty much be ignored by any file which is reading this particular piece of data, right? This is impossible in JSON. I mean, JSON does have some variants where it allows these comments over here, but you'll start seeing that comments are not permitted in JSON is something you will pretty much see every single language or library which does not have some additional functionalities would be complaining about, right? JSON cannot have comments. And this is one of the nice things about YAML, is that you can start it with a hash symbol and start leaving comments all the way across, right? You can leave comment over here, hello, you can leave comment, somewhere here, it doesn't matter. It just has to start with a hash symbol and it has to be like a single line, right? Whatever you write in front of that hash symbol would get commented out. There is no multi-line comment as far as I know in YAML. So most of the stuff you do can be done just with single line comments, which is, I think, is fine given that it's mostly organizing data and configuration and not actual code. So as far as that is concerned, that should be good. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at lists in YAML and how that works out. Now, lists in YAML is basically a way of organizing elements in an array, right? So for example, you're going to have something like my array like this in JSON, and you can add something like this, right? This is like a valid JSON over here. The similar thing can be done in YAML as well, basically in the same format, right? So you can copy this and you can paste it right here. You just have to remove the extra stuff. And this is like completely valid YAML syntax, over here. Now, the good thing about this YAML part is that there is another way to create an array of objects, and I'm going to tell you what that is. So let's say if you have this array as an array of objects, then you have something like key 1, value 1, and then let's say key 2, value 2, right? Let's say we have this particular JSON object and we want to create a array representation of this particular thing in the YAML world, right? So how would we do that? Now, the way we would do this particular conversion to this over here is as follows. Whenever you want to start a list of things in YAML, you press enter, give it a tab, or in this case, it would work without even a tab, and I'll tell you why. But the general rule is press enter, give it a tab, and put a dash. Now, this dash over here signifies that, hey, this is a single element in this array, right? And when you do a structure like this, and when you start mentioning key value pairs, then YAML automatically knows that this is an object, right? If we wanted to replicate the earlier example of this into this newer format, what we will do is something like 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, right? This particular thing, which I have written, is pretty much equivalent to this thing. But the reason we used this syntax earlier is because it's much more cleaner and concise. This syntax would not work with array of objects because, well, you need multiple properties over there, right? So what we do is we start it with a single dash, and then we'll start mentioning the key value pairs. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at here, and it says that key 1, value 1. So I'm going to say key 1, value 1, right? And actually, let me just go ahead and add a couple of more keys here. Key random and value random. Right now, in order to create this, I'm just going to give an enter and do this. You can see that I did not put a dash over here. Why? Because this is a single object, right? The moment I put a dash over here, this means that the new object has started in this case, right? So I can now go ahead and put key 2, value 2, and I can go ahead and say key random 2, value random 2. And this would actually represent the following data over here inside of JSON, right? So I'm just giving you a JSON and YAML comparison just because it's easier, and most people have worked with JSON in the past. So it's easier to bring those learnings into the YAML world than actually just understanding everything from start, right? So you can see that it's much cleaner. This syntax already looks much cleaner to eyes compared to this one. And it gets even better as you have more and more things going on, right? But that's the essence of YAML in a nutshell. You can have numbers over here. That's completely possible. You can have booleans, you can have, strings, which we have already discussed. If you want, you can put them in quotes. That's also completely fine. This is also fine. And if you want, if you can just remove the quotes as well, that's also completely possible. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we're going to discuss some more concepts on YAML and take a look at how, maybe things like multi-line strings or those sort of things would work out in YAML. And the good thing is there is support for that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And I just wanted to make this quick little video. I just Googled YAML validator on Google and wanted to show you that YAML needs to be proper in order to be parsed, right? Because this CodeDam editor, although it does provide syntax highlighting, currently we don't tell you if the YAML is valid or not. So whatever YAML stuff you are writing here, you can go ahead and paste it inside this YAML lint, click on go over here, and you'll see that it gives you a valid YAML message, right? Now, if I go ahead and mess around with the spacing a bit, you're going to start seeing stuff where it says, some sort of errors and something, and it also highlights the line number. I mean, I don't really have any clue about whether this website is the best one out there or not, but if you Google YAML validator, you should be able to find some nice little online website for the time being, which can help you with the just validating YAML. And you can see it already says valid YAML, but if I give it a couple of spaces back, you can see that it starts messing around, right? So that's one thing I wanted to tell you, that YAML needs to be validated. It's not like you can mess around with spaces and padding all the time. So make sure whenever you are, just executing this configuration file, whether that's on GitHub Actions, whether that's on pretty much any other thing. And if I haven't told you yet, YAML is a very, very popular way of writing configuration files in a lot of DevOps and in a lot of infrastructure as a code stuff as well. So if you did not know that, then congratulations, you have been learning a markup language, which would be very, very convenient for you when you are getting into that space. But yeah, I mean, that's the whole point of this particular video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what YAML multi-line string is and how you can work with that. And this is also one of the interesting things about YAML, that is you can represent multi-line strings. That is not possible in the native JSON format. Again, second feature which we discovered and which we are talking about. The first one was comments. The second one is this multi-line feature. Okay, so let's say this value over here needed to be multi-line, right? Or let me just get rid of this because we already have discussed how the nested objects and array of objects work. So let's keep it a bit clean. Even this top level would work fine. So let's say if I wanted to have a similar thing over here in my JSON representation. Now the only way I can represent multi-lines in JSON is by actually physically typing the new line character. So I can say something like, my name is Mehul. I am 23 years old. I am the founder of Codedam. Like these three lines, right? But in order to represent this new line, I have to write this new line character, right? I cannot give this an enter key. This would not work. JSON would complain. But this is pretty much possible in YAML world, right? Why? Because you can go ahead and start writing, my name is Mehul, hit enter, and give it a tab. I am 23 years old, hit enter, and I am the founder of Codedam. Now this is fine, but when you copy paste or create a second key, hello world, let's say, and if you copy paste this in the YAML validator, now what happens if I bring the first line also in the next line, right? Now you can see that it starts saying me unable to parse. Now in order to tell this service key that, hey, you're gonna find a lot of multi-line content in the next line, you have to give it a pipe symbol over here. Now the moment you do that, you tell the YAML syntax that, hey, whatever you're writing over here is actually multi-lines, right? So until and unless you encounter another key or the end of the file, that is a string. So in order to make this valid, all we have to do is something like this. And this is now a multi-line string in YAML, which is the equivalent of what we have written here. And now you can see the application of YAML in the human readable stuff, right? So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood the basics, the fundamentals of YAML. This is probably more or less all we would need in order to understand and work with the GitHub Actions part. So let's get started with that now and deploy some pipelines on the GitHub Actions. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and write our very first valid action in GitHub Actions. And this is kind of a hello world tutorial for GitHub Actions. So let's go ahead and take a look at how we can do that. So I'm going to go ahead and actually make some space over here because we don't need the terminals just yet. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is remove this, and let's just also remove the basic. We don't need it anymore. And we can start working with test.yml format itself. It does not really matter. Now, the very first thing what a GitHub action needs is a name, right? A name as the key. And let's say this is something like my first GitHub action, right? The second thing a GitHub action needs is when this particular action should run, right? Which is specified with this on keyword, right? And the reason you need to specify this particular thing is because there are many times you want to run a workflow file on sometimes like a push, on a commit push, or sometimes on a pull request when somebody creates a pull request on your repository, or something like on a deployment status. This action is basically, you can think about this in a way that, let's say you have a bot, like a Vercel bot, which deploys your project online and then sends you the URL of that particular project, right? Which is deployed. So you want this action to then run and maybe do whatever end-to-end testing it wants to do. But the most common and the most simple one is on push, because this says that, hey, whenever you push a commit, run this action, which is precisely what we want in this case. The next thing GitHub Action needs to know is the jobs which it is supposed to do, right? The jobs which it is supposed to run in the single workflow. Now, one important thing about this jobs is that there could be multiple jobs. You know, I'm specifying this as jobs, not a job, and I can start working in a, you know, a fashion where I specify all the jobs over here. So let's say one of the jobs is to print hello world, right? This is a single job. And you can see that I'm trying to create an object within an object over here. It's not a list. So this means they are not running in sequential. This is very important that I have not put a dash over here. That means this is not a list. This is not an array. This is actually an object. That means there is no guarantee that this would run in sequence. You know, if I have a second SECOND job, SECSECOND job, if I have a second job, then also it is not possible. It is not compulsory that these two jobs would run one after another, right? But let's stick to only a single job for now. And let me just go ahead and specify a couple of more keys. I'm going to say runs on Ubuntu latest, which is basically what the underlying image you want on the runner. And we'll discuss about that. Don't worry that much. And then finally, in a single job, you want to have multiple steps, right? Because in an ideal world scenario, this job would be something like, you know, build my project. Then another job would be check linting, right? Another job could be unit testing, something like this, right? So what this would be, let's just rename it back to print hello world, because that's what we will be doing, is we want to specify an array of, you know, steps again, because these steps should be executed in order. So I'm going to start creating an array over here, and I'm going to start saying run, and this run pretty much is the bash command over here, which you specify. So I can say something like echo, something like hello world, like this, right? So what essentially we have created is a very small GitHub Action job, which runs this print hello world job on Ubuntu latest Docker image. And there's only one step in this case, that is to run hello world. I can specify another step, and I can say this is step number 2, and this is guaranteed. And don't worry about the syntax highlighting, which is breaking, but this should work technically. Let's not keep number 2 so that it does not break the tutorial, but this is step number 2, and it is guaranteed that these 2 steps would execute one after another, right? It is not guaranteed, or in fact, not even guaranteed, it does not even happen that if I have a second job over here, that these jobs would run in sequence, right? Like I mentioned earlier. So anyway, we have a working job right now with us. Let's just go ahead and try to push it. So I'm going to say added a new job, hit enter, and I'm going to push this to the master repo. All right. So once that is pushed, I can go ahead and copy this repo over here and open this in a new tab. And what we'll see, the first thing you will see is now you have this nice little yellow dot over here in your repositories, which on clicking shows that, hey, GitHub is running your action. Now you go to Actions tab, and you can see that there is another added a new job workflow, which is running over here and which has already ran and completed. So the way you debug this and know more about this is when you click on this. But that is something I want to discuss in the next video. I want to keep these videos short and crisp. So hopefully you were able to build your first GitHub action with me over here. If yes, then that's a great thing. You have just started your journey on the CI/CD and just, you know, removing a lot of headaches of testing and building and everything, just transferred it to GitHub. So congrats on that. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at what this GitHub action did when it ran, and how you can actually work with this page as well, because a lot of times you will be working with this page as well. So when you click on this page, and this layout might change maybe in future when GitHub updates their UI, but the fundamental concepts remain same. You can see that GitHub provides you with a bunch of options. The first thing is you can rerun these jobs, which are over here. When you click on this button, GitHub would run this action again. And this is helpful when sometimes your job fails, this whole workflow file fails because of some external reasons which are now fixed. For example, let's say Docker is down or AWS is down or something is down which led to your workflow failing. So you don't want to push another commit to trigger that workflow or do any sort of other action. You can just go ahead and click on this rerun all jobs button. The second thing over here is these three dots. You can see that over here they provide you with some very minimal information. You can view the workflow file which was executed. In this case, this is our YAML file which was executed. You can see the workflow runs which this has done, which brings us back to our actions tab, kind of more or less, because we only have a single action over here. And the third thing which you can see is that you can create those status badges, which people, often you might have seen this is embedded on repositories, that build passing and test running and all that kind of stuff. So you can build those badges like this over here. Just copy this and paste it in your GitHub README files and you're good to go. So this is pretty awesome. These set of features are very handy sometimes when you need them, but the way you actually get into what has happened is you click on this step or click on this job, not the step. So what GitHub does is that it will organize all the jobs which you execute in this section over left. So you can see that if I specify another job, let's say this is print hello world 2, and if I add this and if I commit this job 2, and if I push this, git push origin master, you're gonna see the second action which gets run over here, this job 2 over here has these couple of jobs running, right? And again, they kind of appear in order, but they are not really executing sequentially, right? You can see that they started executing parallelly. So this is very, very important because this is an object. This is not a list. So GitHub follows that particular thing. But what you can see over here is that you can jump into a singular job by clicking on them. So now what this page over here does, it shows you the steps in all the jobs. Now you might be thinking that, hey, I did not specify the setup job and complete job steps, then why are they here? Well, you see that GitHub, obviously, when you specify this runs on thing, obviously needs to set up that particular environment for you, right? In this case, you can see that because we specified Ubuntu latest, it gave me Ubuntu 20.04.3. You could have technically just hard coded your Ubuntu version here as well. And then GitHub would always give you that same environment, right? And you can go ahead and take a look at all these environment variables as well, right? GitHub token also gives you a glimpse into what is possible within your workflow over here, right? We're going to discuss a little bit about GitHub token later. Then once your environment is set up, your next steps start running in sequence. Again, this is in sequence. This is not happening parallelly, right? These two commands are not running parallelly. They are running in sequence. So hello world is executed first, and this is step number 2 is executed second. And then finally the job gets completed. GitHub does some cleanup of processes and this and that. You don't have to worry a lot about this, but this is in general what your job looks like. Then there was a similar but separate job running parallelly to this one. Jobs run parallelly, steps don't run parallelly. And this particular thing pretty much executed the same stuff which was happening, right, in the job one. So there's nothing really to explain here. But yep, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, I'll actually tell you how you can execute jobs in sequence as well, because that is also like an important part. But this should get you started with at least writing your first few bash scripts in GitHub Actions. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and actually, instead of, just jumping directly on how to make interdependent jobs, let's actually first of all try to build this project, which we have been trying to do since the very starting. So I'm going to go ahead and say this job as build app, and I'm going to keep this runs on Ubuntu latest step as intact, because this is something which we need. We're going to be going ahead and removing this particular thing, and we're going to be messing up with steps a bit. Now, the reason for this is that if you take a look over here, GitHub Actions at the end of the day although it is integrated with GitHub closely, I mean, it's just a tab away, but still the environment which it prepares is completely isolated with your repository, right? This is a Docker container. This is a temporary environment running somewhere on the cloud which you don't know about. So obviously it does not has access to your repository right away, but GitHub has created some interesting and some handy actions, default action steps, which allow you to work with your repository easily, right? And we're going to be taking a look at all of them, most of them, and I'm going to show you how you can find them as well. But there is this one action which you can use called Actions Checkout version 2, right? Now, if you Google this string up, you're going to land up on a page like this. Now, if you pay close attention to the URL over here, it is github.com/actions/checkout. So this actions is actually an organization account from GitHub, which includes a lot of interesting and default runners, right? Or step, as you can say. So this checkout action over here, the only thing it is supposed to do is, clone the repository in which it's currently running. And of course, you can customize it with all sorts of options and all sorts of customizations. But the moment you specify this action, what it will do without any customization is that it will clone the currently running directory, right? So if I go back, and right here in the next step, I do something like run and I say, let's say something like ls, for example, or not ls, let's run tree, right? Because tree would show you pretty much all the output which a particular directory has. This is a bash command, right? Nothing GitHub or nothing fancy like that. So if I go ahead and run this now, new action, and if I push this to master, you're going to see that when this action gets deployed and when this action starts running, if I go inside this build step, you can see sometimes it takes a couple of seconds to start the build process. But if you come here on time, you can also see how or what it is doing to initialize that particular action. Sometimes it gets lagged a little, but yeah, right here, you can see in the second step, it ran Actions Checkout version 2. And it had these bunch of steps. You can see it initialized it with a bunch of default values. This repository over here is of course the default repository because it was able to, compute that particular thing where it is executing. And when we ran this tree command over here, you can see the output which we got was this. This means that our repository was successfully cloned, right? Because this is our repository over here. You can see the file structure. We have the src folder, we have the public folder, and this is exactly what we see in the runner. So at this point over here, we have the repository cloned. That means we can start building stuff, right? So yep, that's basically it in terms of setting up your repository on the GitHub runner. The only next thing you need to do is set up Node.js on this repository and start working on it. Start working on building your project. So I'm going to go ahead and tell you how to do that particular thing in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this one, let's just go ahead and take a look at what should be done to set up Node.js on this repository right now and start building stuff. So of course, thankfully, there is another action which you can specify from GitHub itself, that is actions, and then set up, not the @ set up Node version 2. Again, if you Google up this string, you're gonna land up on this action over here, which the version 2 is a newer version, which allows you to set up a node with any sort of version you like, right? You can specify this with property over here. Let me just copy this, or let's just write it. So I'm going to specify this with property over here. I'm going to say that, hey, this right here over is node version, and then let's say 14, right? So let's see, there we go. So what this means is that, hey, I want node 14 cloned into my repository, right? Or if you wanted a specific version over here, let's say if you wanted 14.17.0 cloned, right? Then this 14.17.0 would be available in your environment. Now in the next step, you can just have something like node v, and you can just node setup. Once you push it, you're gonna see the moment GitHub Actions starts running it, it's gonna set up that particular node environment for you. Alright, you can see if I expand this run node v section, you can see it ran the node v command and it gave us version 14.17.0, right? Which is exactly what we specified in our setup node area. So that's all fun and games, but how do we do anything from this? Well, when you install node version, it automatically comes with npm and yarn installed. So the next thing you can do is start working on building your project. Now, the good thing about GitHub Actions is that you can also specify, or you can also change the name which appears here. Right now, it just says run and then whatever command you are saying. But I can also specify that by saying name as the property instead of run directly as, build the project. And then I can specify the second property in this array of object, that is the run thing. And now I can say, if I have a package.json and if I, let's say, specify a build command, I can say snowpack build. And just to see if this is working, we can just run it here as well. And you can see snowpack build is in fact a command. And I'm just gonna remove that for now, but this should get us started, right? I have a yarn build command now, and I just have to say yarn build over here, right? And maybe the next step could be set a finish, and I can just say run echo hooray, right? So if I say multiple steps over here and push this to GitHub, what you're gonna see is now when you go to the Actions tab, it starts with a multiple steps commit. We can go into the build app job, and right here, we should see that it should build your project in the CI/CD runner for the first time, right? And of course, this fails because you can see that it is not able to find snowpack. So can you guess what you have to do over here? What we did wrong? Well, we missed a step, which is that you have to install node modules, right? And to do that, all you have to do is just write yarn. That should be more than enough. And we can add a commit missing installing node modules step, right? Git push origin master, hit enter, go to GitHub, go to Actions, go to the build area, and you should be able to see that GitHub now should be able to build your project successfully. As you can see now, it's starting to install node modules, and this is like a great place to be if you want to just take a look at how everything is working out, because GitHub gives you real-time logs of whatever is happening. And you can see now, if I expand this node modules area, we see the logs which were coming in. It built the project. That means it created this build directory over here, right? And the setup got finished and we got a hooray from GitHub Actions, right? So yep, this is pretty much it for this particular video. We have built a project, we have pushed our project to GitHub, and this just works out of the box, right? Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to go ahead and show you how you can deploy the simple React project on Vercel from GitHub Actions as the CI. Right now, Vercel does provide its own CI and the ability to do that, but sometimes it's not just enough. That means you might have to install a bunch of different things, or you might have to do a bunch of different testing, for example. So you might want to just say to Vercel that, hey, I want to run my own action as well. But you can, once it's done, maybe in this case, in React's case, it's simple because, you get a bundle of static files, then you can go ahead and deploy it by yourself, right? So what I'm going to go ahead and do, first of all, is I'm going to go to git ignore and add build folder. And I'm going to run the yarn build command locally. And the reason I'm doing this is to show you why I would be writing the commands which I would be writing now. So you can see when I run yarn build, I can go to the build folder and we have this static output over here, right? So on Vercel, we would not be deploying this project as a React project, but in fact as a static HTML project, right? Because in that case, Vercel can just skip the build and deploy this directly. So what I want to do now is go inside the build folder and actually write the command vc, or before that, let me just go ahead and add vc, that is Vercel. I hope that's what they call their CLI tool, but if not, we can check that later. But once you add this Vercel package, you're gonna see over here in the package.json that Vercel should be available. And this Vercel package ships with a binary called VC. So I can say yarn space VC, hit enter, and you can see that it tells you to log in into Vercel first, right? In my case, I'm gonna go ahead and use GitHub, right? So I'm just gonna go ahead and copy this particular URL over here, open this in new tab. And because I already have an account with Vercel, so it should just work right away. You can see I have this token with me. I copy it back, hit enter, and now my Vercel is connected, right? Now it says me to set up and deploy code, for which I'm just gonna reject for now. And that's that. So the next thing I'm gonna do is take a look and see that we still don't have any Vercel configuration. So what we can do is we can say Vercel, that should be yarn Vercel, and then the path to our project. In this case, this is build, right? The build folder. It's not the build command, it's the build folder. And then it says set up and deploy this build folder, which in my case, I want to say yes. And then I would choose my own personal account. I'm gonna say no, and we can just say test build project. And I misspelled that, but anyway. So because it's already inside this folder, I'm just gonna keep it as it is. That means it is inside the build folder already. So right now you can see that it says me that, hey, do you want to override any settings? I'm just gonna go with the default, that is no. And it starts deploying the basic setup with the basic instructions. Okay, so over here you can see it created a .vercel folder which has a project.json inside it, right? And it has a readme over here as well. Now this is all fun and games, but there are a couple of problems here. The first problem is that all of this prompting and setup which we did over here, we cannot do that on GitHub Actions. Why? Because we don't have an interactive terminal, right? Neither do we want to. Nobody wants to go to that action every single time and hit enter a bunch of times. That means this project should automatically be deployed every single time, right? When we push. So what we can do is we can create a small little script which automatically runs, and it does take no input from the user, and it automatically deploys to Vercel, right? So in order to do that, we're going to be taking a look at how we can create such a script inside our package.json. So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to continue in the next one where we will discuss this. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this one, we'll be discussing about how we can deploy with Vercel without any intermediary requirement of this keyboard or anything, right? So before we actually go ahead and do that, let me just go ahead and open and verify that our project is in fact deployed on Vercel. And you can see that we have a nice test build project.vercel.app, which loads our Snowpack production build just like we would expect it to, right? Super fast, on the edge, and deployed just like that. Now, if you take a look at the Vercel project deployment pipeline, we had 3 requirements. And in this little series, I'm just discussing about Vercel, but this particular thing basically applies to more or less anything which provider you're deploying, whether that's on an EC2 SSH machine or whether that's on something else. You can see in the project, we have the organization ID, the project ID, and the access token. Remember that token which I copied pasted in the CLI? That is the access token. So we need these 3 things supplied to the Vercel CLI. And thankfully enough, Vercel CLI does allow us to pick these from the commands itself. So I'm going to say something like deploy. And this command over here would actually run Vercel, which is also, you can also call it with Vercel or VC, right? And this command over here, this should deploy our app to production. So that is flag number 1. The flag number 2 is what is the token which we have, right? And this token over here was the value which I copied. So to get that value again, I'm just going to go ahead and copy this and paste it right here. So this is our token over here, which I would obviously remove once this video is done, so that you don't deploy on my environment. But this token is the most important part. The next 2 things, that is the Vercel organization ID and the project ID, they actually come from the environment, right? So Vercel needs those 2 values from the environment. And it's not up to me, it's the way, the Vercel CLI is built. So it's not something I have configured. So for the environment part, now this is interesting because for the environment part, first of all, let's just create a step for deploying the project. I'm going to go ahead and say run, and I'm going to make this multi-line. Remember, we can do that. And I can just start here as well, or I can give it a tab. It doesn't matter. For the run part, I'm going to first of all go inside the build folder because we know it is ready. Then inside the build folder, or actually, let's not do that at all. Let's just run yarn deploy directly. And for that, I think we don't even need a new line because we can include the build folder command just right here, right? Now, this command is fine, but it's still missing the env, the environment support, right? So in GitHub, what you can do is specify another key called env over here, and you can start mentioning the environment variables which you want in this step, right, to be available in this particular step. And this is again an object, it's not a list or anything. So what we need to specify for Vercel is the Vercel organization and the project ID. So I'm going to copy the organization ID and I'm going to go ahead and paste it right here with the Vercel organization ID. And the second value which we need is Vercel project ID, right? And the project ID over here was this particular thing. Now we have all the necessary parts in this particular deployment pipeline. We have the organization and project ID. That means we can just completely get rid of the build folder, which also contained the Vercel folder. We don't need this anymore. We have the token with us in the deploy command, and we have the build steps running just fine, right? So let's just go ahead and try to push this to the build pipeline and let's see how that works. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this Vercel build test and push it over there. So now if I go ahead and take a look at this GitHub repository, you're going to see the action which is running right now should also build and try to deploy your project on Vercel once it's done with the node modules part. All right, I think we have an error here that this is not a option. So I guess this CLI flag is called prod and not production, and we can just test it once by saying yarn deploy ourselves, and of course this folder is not found. So anyway, let's just go ahead and give it a bug fix message and push it to GitHub for it to deploy, and we're gonna be just sitting back here just seeing if GitHub is able to deploy this or not. All right, so in this case you can see that Vercel CLI is kind of misbehaving, and I don't understand why or when they changed the behavior where they would not read the organization and project ID from the CLI. So we're gonna do a little bit of improvisation. I'm gonna run yarn build again, and we're gonna deploy it from the build folder directly, and we can construct the Vercel folder on the fly, which is also something interesting you can do with, because you can pretty much script everything in the Vercel CLI. So let me just go ahead and say nope to this, or yarn Vercel. Actually, we don't need to deploy that. We need to deploy yarn Vercel build. And this is also something which we, I guess, missed in the package.json, that we don't need to cd into that. We need to build like this. Yes, Mehul Mohan. Yes, link to the existing project, and the project name for this was the project name, test build project over here, and let us see if it creates a Vercel folder over here. And if we go to the build folder, you can see we have a Vercel folder, and right here we have the project.json with us, right, which is basically the same thing. So what we have to do now is add a build step where over here, before it deploys the project, it sets the Vercel env. So we can say something like run, which is a multi-line command now. And I want to say, I want to go into the build folder. I want to make the directory, which is .vercel. I want to touch the project.json file, and I want to echo this JSON string, which I have, into project.json right? And this is just a hack, right, for deploying this thing, because Vercel, for some reason, Vercel CLI is misbehaving right now. So this is all we can do at the moment. Now what we can do next is pretty much add, commit, improvise Vercel deployment. And we have already changed the package.json command as well. So that should be fine. And I can just push it and let's see what happens. And of course, Vercel has to give one last error to us because we are missing confirm flag over here, which should skip all these automated questions. Let's do one final build and see. And there is another error where it says that the token is not valid, and today is probably an error day. So I'm going to go ahead inside Vercel dashboard and create a token manually. My Vercel token, create this token. I'm going to copy this and use this instead. And there is one mistake we have to fix, is that we have to go inside the Vercel folder after creating it, so that this is actually inside that particular file, right? So once we do that, we can do a final fix and let's wait for it to deploy. And as you can see, Vercel has started deploying on the test build project project folder, which was our typo for this particular URL. And once it deploys, you can see that it's ready. And of course, we did not make any change, but when you make any change on this text now, it will automatically reflect. So this right now is an example of a fully functional deployment pipeline over here from GitHub Actions. You just have to make some changes, push your code, and it will automatically deploy it. But it has some obvious serious flaws, like exposing all these secrets like this, right? So we still need to fix that, but we'll take a look at how we fix that in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to discuss a very interesting part about GitHub, that is known as GitHub secrets. Now, GitHub knows that a lot of times we will need sensitive environments and sensitive values to work with. In this case, the three sensitive values we have is the project ID, organization ID, and those two are not so much sensitive as well compared to this one thing, which is the token ID, right? Which is very, very sensitive. So the way we approach these sort of things in GitHub Actions, especially with something which is like a public project over here, is that you go ahead and convert these things into secrets on GitHub. Now, to do that, what you should do is go ahead inside the settings on GitHub in your particular repository and go to this particular manage access. And let me actually, now I think about this, I should have made this repository private, because anyone at the time of watching this video, creating this video, could have just gone into the repository and copied my Vercel token and remove all those projects which I have. So hopefully nobody did that yet, and that was my bad on my side. But anyway, so now the repository is private. At least we are sure that nobody's messing around. Now what I can do is go ahead inside settings and inside secrets over there. And you see over here, this is a place where GitHub allows us to add secrets to our repositories. Now a secret is basically, you can think about this as a kind of a variable, but this is encrypted. That means this is not visible in the logs, and this is not visible to anyone who's using your code as well, right? So I can say something like Vercel project ID, right? This could be named anything, and this goes as a secret. Now you can never see the secret again. You can only overwrite it, but never really see it. And then Vercel organization ID. And there we go. There we go. We have the two secrets now. And the third one is my Vercel token, right? In this case, this token would be this particular thing. And of course, once you add secrets, you should obviously just refresh all the values so that, somebody just does not go into Git history and check out what you have done. Now, in order to access these secrets, you first have to bring them into your runner's environment, right? These secrets are not just available into the environment right away. So in order to bring these secrets into the environment of your YAML file, you have to do two things. The first thing, like we already did a little bit earlier, that is, you have to, in case of the deployment part, we want to do this, you have to add an env block. And the second thing is you have to specify what the secret name was initially in the GitHub secrets panel as well. So in this case, I want to say that, hey, I want to get this back as a Vercel project ID as the env name. And what this value was from secrets dot the same thing, right? Why? Because this thing right here should actually match this thing over here. This thing could be anything, right? Whatever this is the name of the environment variable. In this case, I'm also keeping the same, but this has to match the secret of the GitHub, right? Similarly for token, we can get the token like this, secrets.Vercel token, and then secrets.Vercel organization ID. This over here, this secrets variable is automatically filled by GitHub. So you don't have to do anything over here. But the moment you do that in an env block, now these three environment variables are available, right? And of course, you would want to do this one block above, that is in this particular job itself. Now, when you specify the environment variables on a job itself, then of course they are available for all the steps. When you specify it within a step itself, then it is only available for that particular step, right? So we want to do a little bit of change over here. I want to escape these codes real quick like this. And I'm going to say over here, this is Vercel project ID, right? And this over here is Vercel organization ID, I guess. Yep, there we go. And now we are filling this from the environment. And finally, because this yarn deploy is also running in a step, which is controlled by GitHub action, we can go ahead and use the Vercel token variable directly as a bash variable, right? Because now this is an environment. So this also secures this now secures all of our environment variables as well. So I can go ahead and add, commit, and moved to secrets. And I can say git push origin master. And this should be more than enough to protect our stuff. And as you can see over here, whenever GitHub tries to echo out a secret variable, it automatically masks it in the input. That means if you use echo Vercel project ID or anything over here, GitHub would not show it in the logs, right? It is still technically, obviously possible that you echo it to a file and then perform an HTTP request and extract it out somehow. Sure, that's possible. Otherwise, how the hell would the command itself use it? But for the most part, the logging part is protected, right? You cannot just log a secret and be done with it. So yep, you can see the builds are still reflected on the main project itself. And now we have a fully functional, secure deployment pipeline, where if I say something like hello from Codedam, this is so awesome, all I have to do now is add the change and push it to my GitHub pipeline, and this would deploy my project. It'll build it, it'll minify it, it'll do all sorts of amazing stuff on the Vercel CLI itself, on the GitHub action itself, and deploy it on this particular URL, test build project, which is our typo. You can see right now it's not reflecting because it's not built yet, but this would be built soon, and then it'll basically be visible on the screen. All right, so once built, you can go back to the page, hit refresh, and now you can see that it reflects your production build, and it's on Vercel deployed app, on the edge, super fast, super scalable, all the good stuff, with a good, nice deployment pipeline setup as well. So yep, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you were able to follow along, and this video is deliberately, this whole series with Vercel and everything is deliberately done with the Vercel CLI. Otherwise there was a Vercel action as well, just so you know about environment variables and all this hacky stuff and all that stuff. So this is just a way to learn. Ideally, you should probably be using some easier solution like Vercel action directly, or even just using Vercel runner if you want. But yeah, hopefully this teaches you a bit about how to work with GitHub Actions, which was the purpose of this series. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can create dependent jobs inside of your workflow. Now this is interesting because a lot of times when you start a second job, you don't necessarily want to run it in parallel, right? For example, this might be a build app, this might be a test app. And you cannot really test a web app until it is built and deployed, right? Then that is the point where you will run the Cypress end-to-end test and all that stuff. So in this case, if I also specify I run something as Ubuntu latest, and in this video, let's just keep the steps as very simple. I'm just going to say run echo YOLO, something like that. What I want is that this YOLO waits until the build is complete, right? And the way you can create these dependent jobs is by using something known as needs. Now this needs key is a special key for GitHub, which says that, hey, if I specify this build app over here, it's going to wait for this particular job right here to finish. So now if I deploy this dependent job and push it on GitHub, you're going to see that if I go back to GitHub, it's going to wait for us. It's going to wait for our build to complete, and then it goes to the test app. And you can see this with this little link which GitHub creates, right? Earlier, you knew that when we created this job, both of them appeared here parallelly and they were executing. Right here, you can see this test app is actually, a little dimmed, right? And it will only become active the moment this, the first job actually succeeds, right? Or not exactly succeeds, but it completes. And succeeds is also a correct word, because if it fails, then the next step would not run, right? Which is the test app job. You can see now the moment it completes, it jumps to the test app version now, and now you see a dependent job, and it runs the YOLO command, and that's pretty much it. Now this is of course fun, but how do you get the data from previous job to the next job? Because that is pretty much, you would be doing a lot of times. So there's a way to do that. And we're going to discuss about that, how you can get some information from between the jobs in the next video. That is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how you can pass information between two jobs. Now this becomes super important and super interesting, because in this case, for example, we want our second job to run end-to-end tests, and the first job just builds and deploys, right? Now the reason you need to pass information between them in a special way is because if you take a look, all the different jobs run in completely separate environments. You can see it starts from scratch. It does not share the file system or the underlying anything, variables or anything as well from the previous job, from the previous build, right? So this becomes really important that you understand why we need to transfer this information in a special way. Now the way you do that is using a special syntax. We echo a special variable we call as, we're going to say set output. We're going to set this name in form of a pair, right? So in this case, let's say if I want to send this link or send some information, send some text over here, and this text should be hello world from build job, right? A simple enough text string. Now, the way I have exposed this is that there is this variable text in this particular job, which can be read by any other job which needs it. This step is also important. So if I copy this text and mark this as a export kind of thing, now again, we know that YAML is not strictly speaking a language, but you can still use these features because GitHub provides them out of the box. You can add an outputs key over here and say that, hey, my text variable would be a variable which would be available from steps dot, and then you have to add the ID of the step which you want, where this particular variable is exported. In this case, we do not have an ID on this. So we're going to say something like ID as final step, or, let's just say finished, something like that. And then steps.finished, and then the name of your variable, right? In the output section. So this is text. So what we are essentially saying over here is that the output, we are setting the output variable of text to this particular string job, and we are marking that, hey, this particular text is the output of this whole job itself, this build app itself. Now you can consume this particular output inside of your, basically in your next job, which needs this particular thing. And the way you do that is with another special syntax of GitHub, just like we used in the secrets part. So I can say my job output as needs, remember this needs thing which we did, dot build app dot, and let me just go ahead and mark this as build app because the dashes makes me a little nervous because that's not how you usually write in programming languages. Build app, and we will also need to change this to build app then. Needs.build app.outputs and .text. Why? Because outputs.text is the property which gets outputted, right? And once you do that, and once you try to use this right here, it should just spit out this particular string from the last job. So now if I go ahead and say dependent jobs with data sharing, then this should pretty much be everything you would probably need in most of the cases. This is all you would need to work with GitHub Actions in general, right? You have a build step, you have a test step. You can use this area to not just send a static string, but something like the dynamic deployed URL of the staging or the preview. Write it here, read it from here, and send it to your Cypress runner or something. And why stop here? After test app, for example, you can have another step which says like the email the deployment status, where you get an email from GitHub. I mean, you by default also get emails from GitHub on the default action status, but yeah, I mean, you can, why not just add it as a step? So you can see our build app step is completed. Now we are waiting on the test app part. And right here, if I take a look, you can see it says me hello world from build job, which is exactly what we wrote as the string over here. So yep, that's pretty much it for dependent jobs with data sharing. Super important stuff for building your custom pipelines. That is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. If you're still watching this video, make sure you comment down in the comment section, I watched this video till the end. Also, if you're not part of Codedamp's Discord community, you're missing out a lot on events which we organize on a weekly basis to code. You already know the drill. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and thank you so much for watching. Hey everyone, welcome to the Linux CLI Fundamental course. This is a part of Codedamp Backend Learning Path. And in this course, we're going to be learning so much about Linux CLI fundamentals that you are more productive and you are more familiar with the command line interface. If you're somebody who's new to Linux CLI, or maybe you just know some sort of commands, you can change directories here and there. Trust me, you're going to be 1,000 times more productive once we are done with this course. So let's see why we should go ahead and start with this course in the backend learning path before we do anything else. First thing is that you usually work with CLI with servers. So if you're working on any sort of technology, whether it's Node, Python, PHP, anything, if you're working on cloud, if you're working with actual real machines, you have to SSH into them. And the moment you SSH into a server, you are into the CLI of that server. Now, there are some ways people use GUI to work with servers, but when you're working with Linux servers, the most common way to interact with them is using command line. You can pretty much do anything a GUI does and more, right? So you have so much power with CLI to customize your operating system, customize the actual configuration files which your operating system reads and writes. And a lot of time you do not have that luxury with GUI. GUI can do a lot of things, but not everything. And CLI tools are easier to build by developers, and they're easier to ship as well. So CLI does a lot more than a GUI can do. Operations with CLI, a lot of times they are much faster, and you as an individual can be much productive than a GUI. For example, let's say if you want to append a certain string to every name of the file in a folder, and you have, let's say, a 10,000 file list in a single folder. With GUI, it would be a nightmare unless you are using some sort of automation program. But with CLI, if you know the right commands, you can go ahead and start doing those things very easily, and within a couple of seconds, maybe less than a second, you'll be done and would be much more productive. And finally, you get those hacker feels, right? When you're working with CLI, you actually have that sort of vibe within yourself that you are actually doing something, stuff. So this is like the coolest thing of knowing CLI and working in front of your friends and colleagues. The objective of this course is gonna be introduce you to Linux CLI as a backend developer. Now this means that we're gonna be working with a lot of CLI in this whole learning path, but this course would specifically focus on some of the things which we might not just cover directly in other modules, right? So we're going to be focusing on the most common things which we will not cover. We're going to be using CLI for the whole part and would be learning for the whole backend learning path. But this course just dedicates some time, a good amount of time, to learn CLI in a much better way. Then we will be working with and writing simple bash scripts so that you actually understand the nuts and bolts of things you're working with. Most of the time you would not be really writing bash scripts, but instead actual programming scripts within your programming language, but you should still know how to interact with bash scripts or ZSH scripts or whatever shell you're using. So we'll be working with that as well. We'll also be using common Linux commands, which are super powerful and helps you dig a lot deeper into your operating system, your application performance, and allows you to monitor a lot of things. So that is pretty cool. We'll also be learning about shell configuration files, along the way, how you can configure your shells, how those configuration files actually work, how you can look back into past, which command you ran, stuff like that. And finally, we will also be creating some small project apps, that is some tasks to do with the help of Codedamn classrooms, where you, instead of the static video content, will be actually going ahead and taking a look at hands-on practice very soon. So this is the objective. This is the whole picture of what is going to happen in the course. I'm pretty excited to start everything in this course with you guys. Let's just make the best out of it. That's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one very soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be taking a look at what actually is Linux. Now we are starting with Linux CLI, which is all fun and good, but you'll appreciate the usage of Linux even more when you have the background of what it is, what it actually consists of on a surface level. So Linux, basically, when you're talking about any operating system or any distribution in Linux, for example, if I say you install Ubuntu or anything, what it consists of are basically three things: the kernel, the operating system tools, and then the distributions. So the kernel is basically a piece of software which is responsible for interacting with the underlying hardware. Now you see that you have all those RAMs and hard disks and all sort of chips inside your computer. There should be some software which is managing everything in the hardware section, which is interacting with these hardware sections, which is checking if there's a fault with hardware or not, if you are able to perform a certain action or not, all the low level things, right? So that particular software is kernel. Let's actually move on to the slide for kernel as well. So it's basically the core of any Linux distribution, and it is shared by all the Linux distributions. The Android, which you use, right, on your mobile phones, Chromebooks, anything which uses Linux under the hood shares the Linux kernel. It is a bridge for hardware software. Just like I said, it allows other softwares built on top of Linux kernel to interact with the underlying hardware. For example, if you want to calculate a certain operation, if you want to add two numbers, your program which is running need not really know about hardware, right? It need not really know about how it should store a number onto the physical memory. So that work is handled by the Linux kernel, whereas the programming languages and other things at the top just handle the logic and the actual code responsible. Then Linux kernel also manages hardware, interacting with all the hardwares. When you're installing a certain driver for a certain hardware, that means you are making sure that the Linux kernel is able to interact with that particular hardware in that sense. Then the next thing is the tools. Now kernel with itself cannot really work in a very great way. It would not be very useful because it's just the underlying software which can talk to hardware. So you need tools on top of kernel to help you as an individual developer, as an individual person, to help you to run certain programs, right? So there's this collection of tools which is built on top of Linux kernel, then enable you to interact with hardware by writing your own code. So for example, you must have heard about GCC. It is used as a compiler to compile C programs. So that is one example of a tool. GNU is a collection of these tools, right? So GNU is a huge collection of all these useful tools, and it ships with Linux, and it shipped with Linux very first time as well. So GNU/Linux was the actual name given to the Linux operating system. Although a lot of people just drop off GNU and just stick with Linux and say it's an operating system. But if you want a full operating system, you are actually talking about GNU/Linux. Because Linux ships with the kernel, or Linux actually shipped with the kernel when it was released. And GNU consisted of all the tools which were required in order to actually call it an operating system, in order to actually make it usable by humans. Finally, the layer above tools is the distributions. Now the distributions, like you can see on the screen, Kali Linux, CentOS, Ubuntu, Alpine, there are so many distributions of Linux, basically aim at mostly two things. The first one is the package manager included in the distribution, and the second one is the goal of creating that distribution, right? Now, for example, take example of Kali Linux. It is a distribution which is more oriented towards penetration testing people, which want to get into ethical hacking, which they want to have all those tools and environments ready for themselves, Metasploit, any sort of tool which is super common in pen testing environment. So that is the goal of Kali Linux. You take Alpine on the other hand. Alpine's Docker image, for example, has a size of 5 megabytes. So it's a super small image which consists of just the required bits to run an operating system as a CLI. So there are different goals for different distributions, but all of them really share the Linux kernel. That is the basic functionality which enables a Linux program to interact with the hardware, which is shared among all of the distributions. But they might have different packages installed, they might have different package managers, they might have different goals in mind, but at the end of the day, all of them are Linux distributions. So this was a little bit about what Linux is. I hope this gave you a little bit idea about, working with Linux in general. Really means that you're working with a wide variety of operating systems, and a lot of your knowledge, for example, if you learn Linux on Ubuntu, a lot of that knowledge would be transferable on, let's say, CentOS or let's say Alpine. Because even though there might be a little bit variations in the installed tools, but the underlying concept, the underlying management of things, the memory and the hard disk and all that stuff would be same because of the shared kernel. So yeah, this is pretty much it for the introduction part. Let's move on to the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's start with the practical Linux CLI, which we have been waiting for. So we're not gonna get into a lot of theory first and just jump right on to what we have to do here. That is learning about CLI. So first things first, I want you to install and just set up somehow an operating system, which would be Ubuntu favorably, because I will be using Ubuntu in this whole demonstration. If you have some other CLI, if you have some other Linux distribution, that is also fine, because the basics of Linux are just gonna remain pretty much more or less same irrespective of the distribution. So once you have Ubuntu set up on your system, open the terminal. You can just go to the application manager of your operating system and just search for terminal. All Linux distributions are gonna have a terminal. So go ahead and open that, and you should have something like this. Now your username right here might vary. It might be something else. Your host name might also vary. So this is your username, which is the current user which you are logged in as. And this would be your host name, right? Which is the name of your computer, sort of. This means that this user is logged in at this computer. Also, root is a common word in Linux terminology, which means somebody who has access to everything. So if you're root, that means you have access to everything you can do possibly on an operating system. So it might sound dangerous, just like, it actually is as well. So I'm just still gonna keep it to root because I'm just teaching you, but you might see something else here depending on how your system is configured. So anyway, once we are done with this, you can see the next thing is we see that there's a sort of a colon here and then a slash and then a hash. Now you might see a $sign here, right? This hash appears when you are signed in as a root user, right? If you are signed in as some other user, you'll see a $sign here. That is it. This hash just determines that, hey, you are working with superpowers. So if you see a $sign here, do not be confused. Then you have a sort of a cursor right here where you can basically write anything and hit enter, and it's just going to spit out some information that this would not be found if you write just anything, right? But you can see that we have a space to write something. So there's that. You can see that there's not a lot of GUI going on here. You can only use your keyboard for the most part. And this is fine because we'll be using this only for the most part. So let's start with our first command. Our first command would be, you can see that there's, we have done a lot of damage on the screen in terms of text. So let's clear this out. And how do we clear this out? Is by writing clear in Linux and hit enter, and there you go. So if you write, anything which is garbage, and then maybe you want to clear out the screen, or if you have done just a bunch of things and you want to clear out the screen, you can write clear as the command and hit enter. Once you do that, your contents would be cleared. So there's your first command. The second command which you should learn is a valid command, right? So we have just seen clear, but it does not really do anything. So let's learn about echo as well. So echo, just like the name says, it echoes back what you're saying. So if I write echo right here, and let's say I write hello and hit enter, you're gonna see that we get hello written on the terminal again. So it's sort of like, talking to a mountain. So you say something, it says that thing back. So if you write echo hello, it says hello. There's one more thing. You can write something like this, or you can say, hey, I want something like this, but see that this time we are using quotes to encapsulate this thing, right? So quotes basically means that, hey, I want this whole expression. And if I hit enter, you still see that we did not get quotes, but we just got the text between these quotes. Now, why these quotes are important? Because sometimes you might want to write something here which has a special meaning, right? It might have some special meaning and you want to perform a special action, which we'll learn later on. But these quotes just provide you a sort of a feature or a sort of a safety that the text you want to echo out is echoed out in the correct way. So it's fine if you just have regular text, you can go ahead and use it without quotes as well. But you can go ahead and use single quotes or double quotes. Both of them work just fine. Once we are done with this, you can just clear it out and you can just say hello world for the first time like this. So this is your first command, your first introduction with Linux. I hope you were able to follow along. If not, let me know below and I'll be happy to help. That is all for this video. Let us move on to the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at, let's just take a step back rather and see what we are actually doing. You see, we are actually writing commands, right? We wrote echo and clear in the last video, but where is exactly where we are writing commands? You see, I told you to open terminal, but what is a terminal really? So terminal basically means that it is sort of a window which runs a program which is called a shell. So a shell in Linux is basically responsible for providing you an interface like this, where you can actually write commands and you get response and all sorts of stuff happen, right? So you can execute programs, you can write commands. So it's shell is itself a program which runs your commands, right? So you see, then when I write a bad command, we get bash, this command was not found. So, we can understand about command not found, that is common English. We can understand this is what we wrote, so that's fine. But you see this bash right here. This bash means that this is the shell. So bash is our shell, which is saying that, hey, whatever you wrote, I was not able to understand that, and therefore I cannot execute this. So I'm just going to say that, hey, this command was not found. There are a lot of shells as well. So if you are running Linux, if you are running Ubuntu, for example, you will be using bash by default, right? If you are running a distribution, which is not strictly speaking Linux, but is Linux-like, for example, Mac OS, then by default, Mac OS comes with ZSH shell. So ZSH is also a shell, which is like bash for the most part, but has a lot of differences as well in terms of commands and everything. So if I just go ahead and show you ZSH, you can see this is my Mac OS shell. So this is an Ubuntu shell. Trust me, I'll just show you why I can say that this is Ubuntu later on, but you have to trust me for now. This is an Ubuntu shell. This is a Mac OS shell, right? So yeah, I mean, if I try to write something which is invalid here, you're going to see that we get ZSH instead of bash here. So we can see that, hey, the shell for this particular environment is ZSH, and for this particular environment is bash. So you can have different shells. There's also a fish shell, and yeah, there's also ZSH, there's also bash. There can be a lot of other shells as well. Most popular shell is bash because obviously it comes with a lot of distributions by default. But these other shells you see, like ZSH, for example, or maybe fish shell, these shells provide you a lot more interactivity. These shell provides you a lot more features, sort of in terms of commands and everything. But at the end of the day, bash and ZSH have one common purpose, and that is to allow you as an end user to execute programs, right? So yeah, I mean, this is pretty much it for having a little bit of knowledge about differences in shell. Pretty important stuff, but something which a lot of people overlook in their initial days, that is bash is not the only way, not the only shell for executing commands. However, most of these shells, just like I said, share a lot of common commands. So just like I said, between distributions as well as between shells, you can transfer a lot of knowledge. So if you learn something on bash, if you learn a bunch of commands on bash, similar thing would work on ZSH as well. For example, this hello world is just gonna work fine on ZSH as well. We get the similar thing, but it's a different shell. So there's that. And that is all for this video. Let me just quickly catch up with you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at how you can browse your computer on a single shell. So on this shell which we have, which is the bash shell, how you can browse your computer. Now on GUI, you know that you have all those files and folders, and you can double click on an icon or double click on a folder to open it. You can double click on a file to open it. But it's obviously different in a shell because you do not have access to a cursor. Well, you do have a cursor access, but for the most part, you will do all of the stuff with code or with your keyboard. So how do you start? Well, you see, first of all, this slash right here. This slash basically means you are at a path which is root of the whole file system, right? So by root, I mean that there's nothing below this, right? So for example, if you are nested in, let's say, a photos folder, which has subfolders like 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, then 2020, for example, has, let's say, a March folder, then March folder has, let's say, a 23rd of March folder. So you see, you were inside the photos folder, then 2020, then March, and then 23, right? Similarly, if you start going back from 23, you will go back only to the root, the main photos folder. Now, how far can you really go back if you keep on doing that? This is how far you can in Linux. That is a single slash. So all the paths in Linux, if you are talking about absolute paths, would be something like, root folder, then folder 1, folder 2, then maybe somewhere down the line, you might be able to, let's say, store a file called my23 March pic.jpg, right? So this is gonna be the whole path of that particular thing which you're trying to open, or which you're trying to manipulate in some way. So in Linux, just like this is just a quick another tip if you do not know about this, you see this, what is this thing which appeared? Well, that is because I wrote Control-C right here. So Control-C is basically a quick little command to cancel what you're doing right now. So instead of, if you have written all the stuff and you do not want to execute this, but you want to remove this, so instead of just pressing backspace all the way down, what you can do is press Control-C, and you will not be executing this. At the same time, you will be back to a new line. So there's that, right? So yeah, let's come back to the browsing your computer in this one. So what I can do is I can tell you about another command which is called pwd. So pwd stands for print working directory, right? So print working directory means that, hey, just echo out a directory in which I am right now. And you do not really need the echo keyword instead in front of this, because this automatically echoes, right? So if I enter this, you see that I just get a slash. This is because I am in fact in that particular directory, and this is what it tells me to. So let me just go ahead and cd. This is another command which is change directory. Let me just go ahead and cd into a directory called root. Now you might or you might not have this directory, but I'm sure that I have. Why? I'll just tell you in a couple of videos, but just stick along for now. So if I try to cd into root and hit enter, you can see this sort of changed to the tilde sign, right? Which might be confusing, but don't worry about this. But once I do that, you can see this has changed from slash to something else. And if I do pwd right now and hit enter, you can see it actually tells me, hey, that you are inside the root directory. So what has happened? Well, pwd tells you that which directory you are in currently, and cd allows you to change the directory. Now cd actually allows you to specify an absolute path or a relative path here. So cd root basically means that go into a folder called root, which is in the current directory, right? Whereas if I do cd slash root, this means go into the folder called root, which is at the root of the directory, root of the file system, right? So in this case, what we are doing is I want to go into the root folder, but that should be in the root of the file system. So if I hit enter, nothing sort of happens. Why? Because this folder is actually this folder itself in which we already are. So that is why nothing happens. If I try to just do cd root instead, you can see that bash tells me that, hey, there is no such file or directory, because there's no folder called root within the current directory, because we are already inside it. So I hope this is clear. If I do a pwd, we are still in root. If I do cd slash and that's it and hit enter, you can see that we go back to our root directory. And if I do pwd here, we are again inside the root directory. So that would be a little bit information about how you can work with file systems in Linux. That's how it all works. In the next few videos, we're gonna be learning more about common commands, common Linux commands, which would be super helpful to you. And yeah, let's just start escalating the level now. So that would be all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we'll be learning about our first Linux commands. The first one is gonna be ls. So ls basically means list, right? So if you write list, you can see that we just removed the I and T from it and just ended up with ls. So if you hit that and enter that, you're gonna see you get a bunch of stuff here. So this is basically what you actually see inside of a file explorer. For example, when you're browsing your computer using a file explorer, you see all sorts of folders. So these are all sorts of folders which you can see, right? Now, in the last video, what I did is I cd'd into root. And how did I know that root was a folder? You can see right here, root is listed as one of the folders right here. And how did I know that root is a folder and not a file? I'll just tell you about that later on. But right now you can see that there are other folders as well. For example, this etc folder. So let's just cd into that. and let's just hit enter, ls, and hit enter, and you can see that, you know, there's a bunch of different files. Now, depending on your shell, if it has colors, sometimes it just lists files as different colors and folders as different colors. For example, in our case, you can see my shell bolds the names of folders and the names of files are not bolded, right? So obviously you cannot cd into a file. So let's say if I try to cd into this issue, cd issue, you can see that bash says me that, hey, issue exists, but it's not a directory. So I cannot change your working directory into issue. However, if I try to, let's say, go into mtab, so if I do cd mtab, hit enter, well, I still get not a directory. So that was a bad example that it bolds the things. But let's actually understand how you can understand which is a file and which is a folder in this simple shell, in this simple raw shell. So let me just clear this out first of all. And inside etc, what I'm going to do is write ls and then space -l. So what does this mean? So if you go ahead and hit enter, you're going to see that you have a bunch of output, which might be super weird if you're seeing this for the first time. But what is really happening here is that ls-l allows you to list all the files, that is fine, which we were already doing, but with a lot more details about a particular thing, right? So you can see, for example, this is a file, and how did I know that? You see that this first character is a dash, right? So for any case, if the first character is a dash in front of anything, that is going to be a file. Otherwise, you can see this is a D, which means that this is actually a directory. So if it's a D, forget about everything else, right? Forget about everything else. If this is a D, then that means it is a folder. If it is a dash, then that means it is a file. So if I try to go into alternatives, for example, so if I do cd alternatives and hit enter, you can see that I am inside that particular directory now. If I do ls, you can see we have again same thing, but cannot really trust the bold font because it has ditched me once. So let's just do lsla again. lsl would also work, right? So this is it. And once we do that, you can see that all of these are files, right? So there's no D right here. There's this L, which means something else. We'll discuss that later on, but this is not a folder because a folder would have a D here. So this is how ls would work in a nutshell. Hopefully you have a better understanding. If I go back to my directory, you can see that if I do ls here, lsl here, you're going to see that we have all these bunch of directories with us, right? So you can see d. Now I said that L would not be a directory, but sometimes it could be. It's a little bit tricky, right? L just means that this is a magic door sort of thing, which really means that it just points to some other file or some other folder on the system, right? So you see that bin in our case is actually a directory. So if I do cd bin, I'm actually in a folder, but this is an L, this is not a D, right? But still it is a folder. Why? Because it is pointing to another folder on the system. So you can see that user is right here, which is a D. So if I go back and if I go into user, you can see that I can go into bin as well. So I'm inside user bin, which is same as going into cd/bin. So these two directories are same. We're going to cover this later on, but for now, just understand what ls is and how it works. So if I do lsl here inside user bin, you can see that we have a bunch of files which have a dash. Then we have some special things with the L, and we do not have a lot of directories here, right? So we do not know. So yeah, this is pretty much how you're going to work with ls. ls on itself is pretty much, you know, you're going to get all the files, but when you do lsl, it kind of becomes a little bit more organized because you get a single file on each line, and yeah, it becomes sort of more readable as well. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one with some more commands, with some more insights on how you can use a particular thing. But this should get you started with ls command at least. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go over through basics of Linux command again, which would be the cat command. Now you see right now I am inside the root directory. If I do pwd, you can see that. If I try to do lsl here, you can see that I have a file which is called index. That is it, right? So in Linux, there's a special thing if you're coming from a Windows environment that you can have sort of all sorts of files without extensions. So extensions are not really the concept of Linux, although you're going to see a lot of files with extensions, but you can have files without extensions as well. A lot of meaningful files, that is, right? So once we see this index file, you know, I know that this is a file. I know that it exists right here because I can do ls. But how do I read what is inside this file? With the, let's say, a GUI, you can just double click this or maybe just right click and open with a text editor. But how do you read inside a terminal what is inside this file? There are a bunch of ways, but the most common one is to use a software called cat. So cat is a binary which is again very common and is available with a lot of shells, right? So we are using bash. It is also available in ZSH or fish. So you just do cat and write the name of the file in front of it and hit enter. So you see I did cat index and I got 1000. This means this was written inside this particular file, right? So there's that. So how do you read from something like this? Is using cat. Now let me just quickly go ahead and create another file here for you and we'll read from it also. Alright, so now if I do ls, you can see that I have a file as well as index. So we just did cat index and we got 1000. If I do cat file, we get this is a string, right? So file actually contains this string called this is a string. So this is how you're going to use cat. You're going to use cat so many times, a lot of times, because you're going to be reading files from terminal all the time, because it's really infeasible if you're working with terminal and you switch to GUI to open a file in text editor. So that's the introduction basically to cat. That's all for this video. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to show you a quick way to determine your Linux operating system. Most of the Linux distributions ship with this file. You know, you remember that initially I told you how you can go ahead and determine your operating system and how I am using Ubuntu here. But how can you trust me when I'm saying that I'm using Ubuntu and not maybe CentOS? So to do that, to tell you that I'm actually using Ubuntu, what I'm going to do is make use of cat, and I'm going to read a file which is sitting inside this etc folder. So I'm going to first of all go to cd/, I'm going to do ls. You see this etc folder? Let's go into that. ls, you can see there are a bunch of files, but there's a special file. Let me just see this is called OS release. So let me just do lsl here and see that this OS release is actually this particular file, but it does not matter, right? This is still a file. I know that this is a file, but it points to user lib OS release, but it's fine. We can operate with it from here also. So what I'm going to do is just say cat os-release and hit enter. So what happened is that cat told me that, hey, these are the contents of this file, and we get all this information. So you can see that the name of this operating system is Ubuntu and the version is 20.04. There are a bunch of other tags and information as well, but for the most part, we should be done and satisfied with these first two things, right? So its name is Ubuntu and the version is 20.04. So yeah, that was a quick video on determining your operating system. You can just go ahead and run this command from anywhere. So for example, if you are inside root and if you go ahead and run cat etc os release, this is also going to work, because instead of now giving it a relative URL, the relative path, not really URL, relative path, you're giving it an absolute path, and this is also fine, right? For example, if I have ls with a file here, if I do cat root and then file, then you also get this is a string, right? So it does not matter if I do cat file or if I do a full path from the root directory, that is also fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you really quick in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at how you can actually read big files on Linux inside terminal. So you see, I have 3 files here, and if I try to cat this big text, you're gonna see that it actually overwhelms the whole screen. It fills the whole screen, and we have to eventually scroll up and down in order to read this file, right? So what happens is that a lot of times, for example, if you're running a backend which generates a lot of logs, and if you try to cat that thing, you're going to be lost in all those logs. So what you want really is to read them in sort of like pages. So how you can do that is using the less command. So you write less space the name of the file which you want to read, just like we did in cat, which would be bigtext.txt. And you can see that suddenly this file opens from the very start. You can see this is the start of the file. We get the name of the file here, and I can use my arrow keys to browse up and down. So I can go up in the file, I can go down in the file. And once I reach the end of the file, it says me that this is in fact the end of the file. So you can see I can go up, down, and this is how you can read large files with the help of sort of, a sort of pagination instead of just throwing the whole file on your face right away. And just to quit this interface, just hit the Q key. So once you hit the Q key, you're gonna be out of this interface, right? Otherwise, you can use arrow keys to go up and down. So this was a quick introduction to less command. It's pretty useful if you're working with logs and stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the make directory command, because at the end of the day, you will be using all sorts of making files and folder stuff from the CLI all the time. So in GUI, what you will typically do is go to a folder, right click and select a new folder, and then a new folder would appear, and then you will write the name of the folder and hit enter, which seems like a lot of work if you think about it, for an action as simple as creating a directory. In terminal, it's just 2 steps. The step number 1 is to go to a directory where you want. In our case, we are already inside that directory. And the second step is run this command called mkdir and then the name of the folder. So for example, my own folder, and hit enter. And that's it. If I do ls now, you can see I get my own folder, and I can actually go ahead and cd into this. So you see, I can ls this, but it's empty, so we're not gonna see any file. If I do lsl, we can see that there is no file right here. So there's that. Now with cd, a quick neat trick is that you can move a folder back, right? You can move a folder back. For example, I'm inside my own folder right now. I can move to this home directory or my cd root by just writing cd ... So this ... really means that go back a directory. So this would really work like this as well, cd ... /.. So this means go back a directory, then again to go back a directory. So if I hit enter, you can see I am back into the slash. So if I do pwd, I'm back in slash. If I do a cd dash, this command right here means that go back to the directory which you were working in before coming to this. So if I go ahead and enter this, you can see I directly go into this my folder directory. And if I pwd into this, you can see that we are actually back into our my own folder, right? Similarly, you can, for example, let's just go ahead and make folder 2 and cd into this, right? And now I'm inside my own folder, folder 2. I can go cd ... and I'm inside still the home, pwd, there we are, cd ... We are in the root directory. If I do cd dash, I'm gonna get back to root directory because that was the last directory I was in. And yeah, this is how pretty much it's gonna work. One quick thing which you should understand with make directory is that you cannot just really go ahead and make multiple folders with it with the same syntax. So if you want folder 1, folder 2, folder 3, like this structure, and if enter, you can see that it gives you an error. Why is that error? Because, it can go ahead and create a folder 1, but it cannot really go ahead and create nested folders within itself unless this is created. So how do you instruct make directory to create these nested structure is by passing a flag called -p. Now this -p is basically a flag, and we have not discussed flags really, but whenever you write a command and you write a dash and then something, that really means that you are passing a flag. A flag is basically an extra information to a command when you are executing it. So now if I write folder 1, folder 2, folder 3 and hit enter, you can see we get no error. And if I do ls, you can see we have folder 1, we have folder 2, and we have folder 3. So you see how easy it is to create nested folders with command line, and it would take you a lot of time if you do it with GUI, right? Because you have to just repeat all those 5-6 steps again and again in every directory. So I can pretty much just go back to, let's say, root, and then I can use cd dash to jump back into all the folders. So it's sort of a video for both cd and mkdir in this one, which obviously stands for make directory if you haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, this is how you're going to use mkdir, and yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just go ahead and learn about the remove command. Now you can see that we have a lot of clutter going on here, so let's remove some files and folders. So there's a command in Linux called rm, which just stands for remove, and you can give it a file in front of it. So for example, if I do an index and hit enter, what it's going to do is remove that file. So if I do an ls now, you can see that that file is no longer with me. It's pretty much similar to how you're going to delete a file using the GUI, but the difference here is that when you use the rm command, there is no trash on Linux, right? So your GUI provides you that convenience that if you delete a file, you can restore it. But with rm, it does not go to trash, it's just deleted from your computer. You can no longer access it. So this pretty much works with files nicely, but if you are, for example, in a folder, if you try to remove a folder, what's going to happen is that it's going to say you that, hey, you cannot remove a folder because it's a directory. Now, with rm, in order to remove a folder, what you have to say that, hey, just go ahead and open this folder and delete everything in it as well, because deleting a folder literally just means that deleting all the files in the folder first and then deleting that folder itself. So how do you do that? You do that by passing this -r flag. This -r basically means that recursively go ahead and delete all the files in that folder. So once you do that and hit enter, you're going to see that we get no error this time. And if I do an ls now, you can see that that folder, my own folder, is gone. Similarly, if I try to do folder 1, we cannot really do that unless I pass the -r flag, which says recursively, and go ahead and delete that. And there we go. You can go ahead and see that it does not really give us any error message now. And if I do ls, you know, it will just work. Interestingly enough, because this -r flag is just meant to say that delete stuff recursively, you can pretty much just go ahead and use it with a file as well. So it does not really matter. It would not throw you any errors or something, because a file is just a single file. There's nothing to recurse about it. So it's fine. Bash will just, you know, just take a laugh and ignore your -r command here. But this would become very handy when you're deleting folders, because it will allow you to not go ahead and delete all the files manually one by one inside a particular folder. So yeah, that's how pretty much you're going to use rm for the most part. There's also a force option here, but we're not going to discuss it in this particular video. But yeah, this is most likely what you're going to be seeing and working with in the coming tutorials. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just take a look at a command called copy, which is cp, which basically just means what it says, that it copies a particular file into another location or into the same location but with another name. So how do you use that? If I ls this, you can see that we have big text and hello world and new file and script. So these are some new files, but what you can see is that you can understand, for example, if you want to copy this big text file and store it as a backup, what you can do is just write cp, which is copy, write big text, and then write the name of the new file. So I'm going to say bigtext.backup and hit enter. And if I do ls, you can see if I cat this big text or if I cat this bigtext.backup, these are both the same files, right? So you can go ahead and verify that from hello world as well. So if I go ahead and cat hello world, this is hello world. So let's just go ahead and see copy cp hello world and then hello world.backup and hit enter. And you can see that if I try to cat hello world.backup now, you can see that it is same as the previous file. Now copy, that is the cp command, works with folders as well. So for example, if I have a folder 1 here, it will work with folder as well, folder 1. For example, if I want to copy folder 1 as folder 2, for example, let's assume that this had some contents. It does not right now, but let's assume that it had some contents. So if I want to create a copy of this folder, I'm going to do something like this, but it's not going to work. And the reason it's not going to work is that you can see that this command actually tells you why. is that -r is not specified. Just like with the rm command, we need -r to remove a folder. Similarly, with copy command, we need -r to copy a folder. So if I do it now, you're going to see that now we have folder 2 with us as well. And if I can go back, go into folder, let's say folder 1. And if I go ahead and create a file by, let's say, touch xyz, which just creates a empty file, right? Touch command just creates an empty file. And if I cat it, you can see there's nothing inside this. But if I go back and if I try to do copy folder 1, and obviously you might want to do a -r here, folder 1 and then folder 3 now. And if I go into folder 3, you can see that we have the XYZ file present. We also have the XYZ file present inside // folder 1, right? So this is the ls for folder 1, this is the ls for folder 3, and we have the XYZ file present for both of them because we copied the whole folder. So this is how I'm gonna work with copy command in a nutshell, and that is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just learn about the move command. Now this move command, basically just how the cp command copies the stuff, the move command actually cuts the stuff, right? So it moves it somewhere else. And move command is actually very useful in renaming stuff as well, because you know, if you just move a file from one name to another in the same directory, that is basically renaming, right? So that's how it works. So what you want to do, for example, let's just ls, and let's say I want to rename this bigtext.backup to backup.bigtext. And how do we do that? Is by using this command called mv. mv stands for move, and I say bigtext.backup. And what I do is I just go ahead and say backup.bigtext and hit enter. And once I do that, you can see that bigtext.backup is gone. And the only thing I have now is backup.bigtext. You can pretty much just go ahead and move stuff between directories as well. So you can say move backup.bigtext inside folder 1. So once you do that, if you go into folder 1 now, folder 1, and if I ls, you can see we have backup.bigtext inside this particular folder now. And if I do an ls of the previous directory, you can see we do not have backup.bigtext with us anymore in that directory. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen and move backup.bigtext from folder 1 back a directory. This is with the 2 dots, which is we have specified. Hit enter. And again, we do not have that file in this folder anymore. Oops. And if I go to folder 1, you can see we do not have that file. And if I go back, you can see that we have backup.bigtext available with us here. So this is how move works. Again, you can use move to move folders as well. So you can see if I do folder 1 inside folder 3, hit enter, you can see that if I go ahead inside folder 3, it is containing folder 1 now. Now, one quick thing you might have observed compared to copy is that in move, if you are trying to move folders, you do not need the recursive option, right? So it just works out of the box like that. So yeah, that's pretty much it for moving stuff with the move command. That's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at a quick command which is known as which, right? So this command is named as which, and this actually helps you determine where a particular binary is located. Now, what do I mean by that? You can see that we have been executing these commands like ls, pwd, echo, stuff like this all the time. But honestly, these commands are actually a file on your system, which is a binary file. By binary, I mean it is not a human readable sort of text file. It is actually a compiled code, a compiled binary, which is executed by the system. So when you really call echo 124, what happens is some system level code is invoked within this binary, and that is responsible for telling your display driver to say that, hey, go ahead and write 124 on the screen. So the code for that, the binary, the file for that is located somewhere on the system. And you can see that you can access a lot of things without actually going into any folder. But to be honest, when you're writing ls, what you're really doing is you are actually executing a binary inside this bin folder, which is named ls. So if I go ahead and hit enter on this, you can see it still works fine. Why? Because if you go to bin folder and if you just write ls, you can see in this bin folder we have all sorts of binaries, and ls is one of the binary, right? So you can see ls actually lists itself. So it's sort of a recursive thing, but you get the idea. So you can see there are so many commands. You can see that we just also talked about less command. We will talk about a lot of commands. We talked about cp. We talked about if you spend some time, you're also going to find mv here. You can see we have the rm file. We have a bunch of stuff, right? So what you're really doing is you are executing, just like I said, you're executing these commands when you are actually writing something. So echo 1 2 3 4 5 under the hood is really what it's doing is it's calling bin echo, and then it is executing this particular stuff, right? And yeah, this is how it is working. And what which would do is which would actually give us the path of this particular binary. So you can say which echo, and you can see it says me user bin echo instead of bin echo, because if you go to the root directory and if you do lsl, you can see that bin is really a directory which is pointing at user bin, and user is another directory here, right? So anyway, we're going to discuss about that later on, but what you should know about which is that it gives you the path of the binary. Now you might wonder that if all the binaries are just going to be stored in bin, then wouldn't this command be useless because we will always know? Well, no, right? Because which actually tells you where the binary is stored, and it is not mandatory that the binary would always be inside user bin or in the bin folder, right? It depends on a lot of things, how your environment variables are configured, where your Linux operating system is looking for the stuff. So which allows you to just go ahead and take a look at where it is exactly calling that binary from. So if I go ahead and do a which bash, you can see that bash, which is actually this shell which you are using, is located as a binary right here. So yeah, this is how which command works. That's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey guys, welcome back, and in this video we're going to be learning about Nano. Now Nano is a text editor for command line, and for the most part you're going to be using Nano if you want. Well, that's up to you. Some people prefer Vim as well, but I'm more of a Nano guy. You can use Nano to edit files within the terminal. Now why is that necessary? Why you can use Visual Studio or something like that? Well, just like I said, you'll be working with CLI a lot of times on server as well, and sometimes you just need a quick edit, right? You do not really want the whole VS Code sort of thing to boot up. That's just not feasible, and it's just not practical. So a lot of times if you need just a quick edit, Nano or Vim is your way to go, which are just the internal text editors of your shells. So let's start. First of all, if you're using Ubuntu, Nano would come installed. So let me just go ahead and ls first of all. You can see we still have the big text file. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say Nano, and then I'm going to write big text. And 1 second, Nano, and then I'm going to say big text. So here we go. And right away you can see that a sort of interface like this opened up for us, which is GNU Nano. Like you can see that it says GNU Nano because Nano is a utility. Nano is a tool which is built on the top of Linux kernel, which we discussed in the first video, right? So hopefully you are able to link some parts now. And this is the screen for your text editor. Might not be the best shiny screen, but it is super performant. It gets the job done. So you see that it's basically, again, just like we had in terminal, you can browse this using arrow keys, right? And you can just basically start typing, right? So it is as simple as that. It's just a text editor. You can remove stuff, you can type stuff, everything works fine. At the bottom, you can see there are a bunch of shortcuts which are listed. So you see this key right here, which is denoted by this character. This is basically called a control. This is a control key character, right? So whenever you see this, this means that you have to press control. So you see that we're going to start off with this write out option. So you see that in a typical text editor, you have the option to, just work a little and then press Ctrl S or Command S to save a file. We have the similar option with Nano, but we have to type Ctrl and O. So once we do that, you can see it asks me the file name to write, and I'm just gonna go with the big text only, which is our original file, and hit enter. You can see once I do that, it says me wrote 12 lines, and that modified, which was appearing here, got disappeared. So if I try to write it again, you can see we get a modified here, and we again get the option to write out. So if I go ahead and do if I go ahead and do Ctrl O, it asks me to file name to write, big text, that's it, and that is all. Now we have another command which is pretty much exiting Nano, which you might be wondering that how do I exit this interface, and that is using Ctrl X. So if you press Ctrl X, you can exit the Nano. Now what you can do is you can just go ahead and create a new file instead of reading or editing an old file. So I'm going to say this is hello world, which is, this file does not exist, and Nano would automatically create this file for you once you're done with the edits and save this. So you can see I open hello world. This is the name of the file. It says that it is a new file. It knows that. So I'm just going to write hello world right here, and then I'm going to press Ctrl O to write it out, and it asks me, hey, do you want to write it to hello world only? Yep, that is it. I press enter, and then I press Ctrl X to exit Nano. And now if I go ahead and ls this, and if I try to cat hello world, this is what it is. I can also open it inside Nano so that I can go ahead and, for example, just add an exclamation mark here. And let's not just write it out now. Let's not press Ctrl O. Let's press Ctrl X directly. So you can see that when you press Ctrl X, it actually asks you before leaving that, hey, do you want to save this file because you have some unsaved changes? And if you press Y, it's going to save it. If you press no, it's just going to discard the changes. And if you press Ctrl C, you're going to get back into the editor, right? And you get the status that, hey, it is cancelled. So pretty cool stuff with Nano. This was a little bit of introduction to Nano, basically. We're going to explore more in the next videos. Trust me, if you are able to master a tool like Nano or Vim in a CLI environment, it becomes very easy when you are trying to interact with configuration files on servers, something which you really truly do not have access to in terms of GUI, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one super quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just learn about how you can use copy paste in Nano. So let's just go ahead and take a look at our big file, or maybe let's just go ahead and create a new file. So new file it is, and I'm going to say hello world again in this one. So I'm going to go back to the first character, and what I'm going to do is press my Control key and the caret symbol, which is this number 6 key. So once I do that, you can see it changes to mark set. That means I can now go ahead and use my cursor in order to get the amount of text which I want to select, right? So it is your sort of way to select text. So let's say if I go ahead and go to this thing, or maybe just this thing, you can see the last character will not be copied or cut, whatever we do, right? So only the characters before that would have action. So in this case, W would not be copied. In this case, O would not be copied, but W would be copied. So the last character is left behind. So if I do go ahead and do something like this, now what I have to do in order to cut this text is press Ctrl K, right? So once I do that, you can see that the text is gone. Now the text is truly not gone because it is in our clipboard. It is in that memory. So what I can do is press Ctrl U to paste that text again. And as a matter of fact, our text is still in our clipboard, right? So I can go ahead, go down a couple of lines and press Ctrl U again to give that text back. And you can see that there is no space here as well. So if I press Ctrl U again, you can see that there is no space because space was our last character and it was not copied. So let's just go ahead and do this again. Oops, with the Ctrl 6 key, that is the Control caret symbol. And this time I want to copy space, but not W. So there we have it, right? And I'm going to press Ctrl 6 again, which says me mark unset. I'm going to go down a little bit and I'm going to press Ctrl K first of all. Oops. Control 6, mark set, and we want it up to W, and I'm going to press Control K now, so you can see it's gone. Now I'm going to say Control U, so it restores it back, and then I can just go back, go down a little, and press Control U again, and you can see this time it copied with a space, so we have all these spaces in between, right? So this is how you're going to copy paste in Nano. You can cut paste as well, just like I said. For cutting, you will obviously use Control K, but would not paste it here. There's actually a way to really copy it without, just going ahead and cutting it in the first place. But I use this shortcut, which is the Control K first of all, and then Control U to restore it, because inside macOS, if you're running macOS, there is no Alt key. If you do have a Windows keyboard, if you do have a regular keyboard, just to copy this thing, for example, once you have selected by hitting Control 6 and selecting this thing, if you want to just copy this without actually cutting in the first place, just go ahead and hit Alt plus 6, that is Alt plus caret symbol. Once you do that, it will be only copied and would not be cut. But we press Control K in order to cut it, then paste it, and it's still in our clipboard. So that sort of works fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, how you're going to cut and copy and paste with Nano. Pretty useful stuff. You're going to use it all the time when you're working with real files. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, and I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and learn about how you can search for stuff in Nano, because that is going to be extremely useful as well in saving your time. So I'm going to say Nano big text in this one, and you can see that we have opened this inside Nano text editor. Let's take a look at this industry word, right? So if you want to maybe change this industry full stop to industry exclamatory mark, what you can think of is, just using arrow keys all the way to the industry, and it is super slow, right? It works, but it is super slow. Now let's say if you want to go to this simply word, now it is a nightmare, right? You have to do the same thing again, and you have to do something like this. So what we can do instead is we can directly jump to words inside Nano. And how we do that is by using search in Nano. Just like in your typical text editor, you're gonna use Control F or Command F to perform a search. In Nano, you press Control W. And once you do that, you can see it's switched to the search thing right here. And what you can do now is start typing for the word you want. So for example, let's say I want simply. Right? And once I do that and hit enter, you can see that we came at the first iteration of the word simply. But hey, I wanted this one, not this one. So what do? Well, you press Control W again. And you can see that Nano is smart enough to keep your last suggestion up. So unless if you want to change the search word, you can just go ahead and press enter again. And there you are. You are on the next word now, and you can go ahead and change it. For example, let's jump to readable now, this one. So readable. Hit enter, and here we are, and I can do something like this. Let's just jump to lorem, which is the first lorem or whatever, however you pronounce it, and there we are. So this is another one, this is another one, this is another one. We have a bunch of them, right, all the way down, and there we are on the first one. So here we are. So this is how you're gonna search in Nano. And one quick thing, you can see that there's sort of a sort of this character right here, which is on both sides of the screen, this one and this one. This basically means that there is text on both sides of this particular line. It's not just this much content, right? So if you go back, you're gonna get more content, more of the text. One more quick shortcut is that if you're anywhere on the line, if you want to move at the end of the line, you press Control E, right? And if you want to move at the starting of the line, you press Control A. So Control E moves you end of the line, Control A moves you to starting of the line. And to be honest, it's not just a terminal shortcut, it's not just a Nano shortcut. It will work on your terminal commands as well. So if you want to move within the terminal between and at the end and starting of the commands, you can press Control A and Control E. Control E moves you to the end, Control A moves you to the start. Control E, Control A. EA, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. What you can do is probably, if you want to go to dummy and hit enter, you are here. And if you want to move the end of this line, you press Ctrl E, and I am now at end. You can also press Ctrl A to go to the starting, and that's how it all works. So this was a quick tutorial on Nano Search. That's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully this much information should be good enough for you to work with Nano in a better way. And yeah, that's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's start with bash scripting. So in this whole section, we're going to be learning about what scripting is, how you can do bash scripting, how you can actually work with stuff and automate things with the help of coding, right? So you can write a bunch of code and execute it with bash and be done with it. So you're going to be learning a lot of languages in the backend learning path, like Node, Python, whatever you have chosen, whatever route you have chosen. But you can also program with the help of bash, because bash is not only a shell, it allows you to actually execute shell scripts as well. So there are certain ways you can write code in shell. And to be honest, whatever you have been doing so far with commands, this is nothing but code, right? Echo 100, for example, is a code which echoes something back. ls is a code which tells you what files are there in a particular directory. So we're just going to be using a bunch of more commands than these in a shell script and would be executing them using bash as our interpreter, right? So let's get started with the bash scripting. We're going to learn about a bunch of things in bash scripting, and to be honest, you do not really have to just understand or maybe just mug up everything, because most of the things, if they are relevant to you, you can always Google them up, or maybe just because we're going to be seeing a bunch of things and a lot of them would not be relevant to your use case a lot of times when you're working and developing a shell script. So you might be just using, for example, 2 or 3 commands out of all the ones which we'll be learning. But nonetheless, we'll be creating a little bit of more utility based programs so that we can actually learn about these things. And at the end, we can also look at some code classrooms in order to actually build certain interactive programs using shell scripting. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the introduction part of shell scripting with bash. From the next one, we're going to be starting off with building a little bit of new projects here and there and learning about shell scripting as well. So see you then in the next video super soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just kickstart our bash scripting. So we're going to take a look at some quick commands, and basically we'll be doing whatever we have done so far. So let's just go ahead and start with a simple script. So I'm going to open this inside Nano Editor, which we have just learned about. And I'm going to start with a very simple script. I'm just going to say this is my first echo from a script, right? I'm going to press Ctrl O, yep. And I'm going to press Ctrl X to exit this now. So this basically, if I do cat script now, you can see that we have our code with us, but I want to execute it. Now, how do I execute the script is I want bash, that is the shell which we are inside, to execute this script as a, as a special piece of code. So I want this to understand, I want this to take in it as a piece of code and just not a text file, which is what happens apparently with a cat. So to do that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make use of bash as the utility name, just like we did ls and ls or cat or less or rm, things like these are all binaries, right? So we know that these are the binaries which you can locate with the help of which command. So if I probably try to do which bash, you can see that it is in user bin bash. So there it is. For you, it might be in bin bash. It's fine. If you can remember, you're gonna realize that bin and bash, bin is basically a directory which is mapped to user bin. So these are the same 2 directories. So if we go back to, let's say, our home directory, which is I can do with the tilde symbol. And if I do ls, we have the script here. So in order to execute this, what I'm going to do is write bash and then I'm going to write script and hit enter. And you can see that we just get this as my first echo from a script. We do not get this echo, we do not get these quotes, no space, nothing, because this is an actual output. Now there's a better way to execute this script by actually making it executable, but we're going to learn about that later on when we are learning about file permissions and stuff like that. Right now, for now, it is perfectly fine to use bash like this. So write bash and then specify the name of the file. So you want to execute this file, it reads this file and executes all the code. You can go ahead and edit this, for example, and just go ahead and say echo, this is a cool line, right? And write bash script, hit enter, and you can see that even though, you know, this had a space because this was not a code, we just got this is a cool line and this is my first echo. So yeah, this is pretty much how you're going to start with bash scripting. This is as simple as it gets, and you have actually written a bash script yourself, which you can execute using bash script like this, right? So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one with some more things in bash scripting. So see you soon in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at how we can run a simple bash script. And we just did that in the last video, but in this one, we'll be just taking a look at more things which we can do in a bash script. So let's just go ahead and open our new script, right? And this is our new script file. So first thing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say I want to declare a variable in bash, right? So how do you declare a variable in bash? Well, you just go ahead and start writing the name of the variable. So for example, my variable. And then if you want this to be a variable, you put an equal to sign without any space here. Make sure you do not have any space here. And inside the quotes, what you can do is just specify this is a cool string, right? And this is now a variable. So once you do that, how do you make use of this particular variable? So you say, for example, I'm just going to say echo, I am about to say something in a variable. And then in the next echo, I want to use this variable. But if I go ahead and just say my variable like this, what's going to happen is that echo would really just say my variable on the screen. So you can see, so not very helpful, right? So what we want to do instead is, nano new script. What we want to do instead is we want this to be treated as a variable instead of a string. So how do we do that? Is we append a $sign. So if you want to get a variable in bash, that is if you want to read a particular property, if you want to read that variable, you use a $sign. If you want to set a variable, you do not use a $sign. So you do not say my variable like this, but simply my variable. But if you want to read it, you say with a $sign. So if you go ahead and save this and try bash new script now, you're going to see that you get I'm about to say something in a variable, and this is a cool string, which was the value which was stored in my variable. Right, so this is how you're going to create variables in bash, and this is how you're going to basically use them in a statement like echo as well. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to show you how you can use bash scripting to read the past arguments to a script. So what do I mean by that? Is that a lot of times you would have seen that you are running, if you're running a script, then you can pass certain arguments to it. And arguments is just basically a little bit more information to that script. So what do I mean by that? Let's just go ahead and open this new script file, and you can see we have the code from our previous thing. But instead of using my variable as the echo, I'm just going to say echo $1 and maybe $2 and $3 and $4, right? So what does that mean? Well, I do not have defined any $1 or $2 variable. So what does this mean? And if you think about it, actually you cannot really define something like this, right? So it is an invalid statement. So we're not gonna be using this, and I just put a hash in front of it because hash is used to comment in bash. So I'm not really taking a whole video to just explain that. So what does this $1, $2, $3 mean then? Well, you might have guessed by now that it means the arguments which you are passing. So if I do a bash new script and hit enter, you see that we do not get anything at all except our regular statement. But if I try to do, let's say, cool and hit enter, you see suddenly we see cool right here, right? And if I go ahead and encapsulate it inside the quotes, you can see it does not really matter. So we are good to go. Then once we have done cool, let's say I want to say dude here and hit enter, and you can see that we get dude here as well. And if I go ahead and say that this works, hit enter, you can see this works is also there. And then this too, you can see this too is also there. But if I do this won't and hit enter, you can see that we do not get this won't. Why? Because this is $1, this is $2, $3, $4, and this is $5. And if we take a look at inside our script, inside our new script, you're gonna see that we do not echo $5, we just echo up to $4. And yeah, $5 is this one, so that is why we do not get that. So this is how you're gonna access arguments inside a bash script and use them, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just write a quick simple program to enter a word from the user, to get a word from the user and print it out, right? So let's just go ahead and first of all create a new file. It's getting a little bit messy, so we're gonna see how we can remove all of them together. But let's say this is user input, right? And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say that first of all, echo hello to my program, right? And then I'm gonna say I want to read the input of the user into a variable. So I'm gonna say enter your name, please, right? And now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say read, and then I'm gonna write, let's say, name. So what does this mean is that read is a command which actually halts the program for getting the input, and it's gonna store the whatever the input the user has written inside the variable called name. And you know that in order to access this variable, I'm just gonna say your name was, and after this I'm just gonna say name, like this, right? So this is how you're gonna make use of it. And if I go ahead and save this and I'm gonna run this using user input, you can see that it says hello to my program and it waits for me to enter something. So if I go ahead and write Mehul and hit enter, you can see it says me your name was Mehul, right? And let's say if I want it on the same line, so how do we do that? So for doing that, what I can do is just move this echo statement from this to something inside the quotes itself. So inside the quotes, what's going to happen, let's see. If you run this, what's going to happen is if I write Mehul, you can see that we get the value directly because double quotes in bash parse variable values, right? So you see that it started with a $sign, so bash knew that this is a variable value, so it's gonna parse it. If you literally just want to enter $name instead of actually getting the real value, you should go ahead and use single quotes. So if I do something like this and run this program again, and if I enter Mehul, you can see that we literally just got $name here. So double quotes are gonna parse the value of your variables, but single quotes would not. So yeah, this is pretty much how our final program would look like. And that is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. My name is Mehul, and in this video we're going to build on the top of the program which we left in the last video, and let's just create a new program out of that. But before that, let's just remove all this clutter which we have so far. So I'm going to use the rm command and -r command, and instead of just naming every single thing one by one, I'm going to just go ahead and put a star here. The star right here means everything in the current folder. Now make sure you do not write /star or something like that, because this means that you want to delete everything in the root as well. So be careful about what you're writing with rm, because it is a destructive action. So let's just go ahead and do that, and there we have it. Our folder is clear and we are good to go. So let's start with our script again, but this time what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just use the read command in order to get a prompt. So last time you saw I did your name and then we did read name, right? But name actually allows us to pass in a placeholder as well, a prompt sort of thing. So I can say read, and I can say, for example, -p basically means placeholder or prompt, username, And that's it. So if I go ahead and run this, not really this, because we also need a variable name right here. So username. So if I go ahead and run this, you can see that we get username automatically, right? We did not have to write any echo statement. Plus there is no line break as well, which is pretty cool. So let's just go ahead and edit this even more. Next, I want to read the password, and I'm going to store this inside password, and I'm going to say echo your username is username, and that's it. And I can probably say your password was wrong, for example. Let's just go ahead and do that. So bash script is gonna give me admin and password. Let's say if I enter admin as well. So I can see that your username is admin, your password was wrong. So firstly, let's just improve this a little bit. Let's say I want to hide this password, right? So how do we do that? Well, in order to hide this password, that is, in Linux, a common convention is when you're writing the password, instead of getting this as stars, you get nothing at all on the screen. That is how Linux has implemented sort of the tradition way. So what you can do is you can say -s here to silent the input. And once we do that, if I run this program again, you can see that I can enter admin, I can enter password. I'm actually entering password at this time, but it is not visible to you, and hit enter. So we get, you know, basically nothing. So we get echo from the same line, which we can improve by writing a new line. But we get your username is admin, your password was wrong. And just to verify our changes, I can actually just echo out password as well for the time being, right? So let's just go ahead and run this program again. And I'm just writing some password, and you can see we get the password, but that was not visible here. So it's a pretty cool feature, and you should for the most part accept passwords like this only, right? So this is how you're going to build up a username, simple username password. In the next one, we're going to be taking a look at some if else, so that we can actually verify if that particular user in fact had a correct password or not. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at some if else statement. So you can see right here, we have written a quick statement that if, then a square bracket, then in the quotes, I'm saying username is equal to admin, then I want to perform certain actions. So let's say if I want to say, and indentation is not really required. So I just want to say, hey, you just entered admin as the username. So what's going to happen is that the syntax is you write if, then you write a square bracket, give it a space, and inside quotes you write the variable name, and inside quotes as well you write the actual string name, right? And you also want to have a single equal to right here. Now, why do you want to write variable name inside quotes? That is because, for example, if your username was empty, then your expression might just evaluate to something like this, which is invalid bash, right, without quotes. But if it has quotes, then it will evaluate to this, which is sort of correct, right? So you want admin, not really admin, your username to be here. And let's try this out. So I'm going to say bash script admin and something else. And you can see that we get this line, hey, that you just entered admin as your username. Let's try to run this again, but this time with admin2, for example, and any password. And you can see that we did not get this line this time, right? Because our conditional check did not match. Similarly, what we can do is we can extend this with the help of and for adding more conditions. So I can say and password is equal to admin as well. So in that case, what I want to do, I just want to say, hey, your credentials seems good, right? And that's it. So let's just go ahead and run this and write admin and hit enter. You can see that it says me that, hey, your credentials seems good. If I run admin and something else, then I just get these messages, nothing like that. So let's just go ahead and do that. Let's just go ahead and get rid of these two commands now and add an else block. So what I'm going to do in order to add an else block is just gonna say else directly. And I'm just gonna say hey, your login is invalid. And again, just to close the if block, we write the opposite of the if, that is fi, and that just ends the if block. So I'm just going to say bash script now, admin and something else. And you can say I get, hey, your login is invalid. But if I write admin and admin again, we get, hey, your credentials seems good. So this is how you're going to test for, string equality in bash, and use if else for that particular part. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, and I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey guys, welcome back, and in this video we're going to be taking a look at how you can exit your bash script with a different status code. Now what do I mean by that? Well, you see, when you're writing something which is garbage, you get certain output on the screen, but as a person, suppose you do not understand English, then can you really tell me if this command was successful or not? Well, you cannot, right? Because let's say if this output was in Chinese or some other language which I do not understand, then I won't be able to tell whether this command actually did its job or not. Status codes allow you to determine that, right? Status codes are basically telling you once the command is done, once something runs, then you can read a particular number which is called as the status code of that particular command. So if the status code of a particular command is 0, that means that command exited normally. That means everything was fine, everything was expected, and the exit was normal. If it is a non-zero status code, that means something went wrong. Either, there was a runtime crash, or maybe the command was not expecting those sort of inputs, or something went wrong, right? So as a backend engineer, as a DevOps, as somebody who's writing shell script, you're going to be writing a lot of status code checks sometimes when you're working with scripts, just to determine if they exited properly. So how do you determine how this command exited? Is by actually writing echo. For example, you want to echo that out, and then a $sign and then a question mark. You might have remember that a $sign is used to echo out a variable value, and a question mark in this case again is a special variable which holds the status code of the last command which ran, right? It is not holding status code of every command, it's just the status code of last command, and in our case it was this thing. So we echo out this special variable, and you can see we get a status code of 127. Let's go ahead and just write hello world here, right? Hit enter, and then let's try to read the status code of this command. You can see we get a status code of 0 in this case. And just like I said, if the status code is 0, it is fine. The command just worked expected, and that is what really happened with the hello world. There was no error or nothing like that. But with a random command, the bash failed and set the status code to 127, which means there was an error, which means something went wrong. So similarly, what you can do is you can take a look inside your script, and what we can do is once we are right here, I can say I want to exit with a status code of 0. So this exit basically means that I want to exit the execution of this program. If we get your login is invalid, I'm going to say exit with a status code of 1, right? So let's just go ahead and do this. And let's just go ahead and run this script. I'm going to write admin, hit enter. Your credentials seems good. Let's echo the status code, and we get 0. Let's run it again, but with wrong values, and let's try to echo the status code, and you can see it's 1. Now the fun part comes when you can make use of the status code with other commands. So if we take a look inside the script, you can see that inside the if else, we are able to check how you can verify two conditions using these two ampersand symbols, right? Similarly, in bash, what you can do is you can make sure that two commands run. That is the number one thing, that two commands run in a single line. So I can say echo 1 and echo 2, and hit enter. You can see that we get 1 and 2. But most importantly, this double and basically determines that if the status code of this command was 0, then and only then I'm going to proceed forward. Otherwise, it just stops right here. So how we can use this? I can use this by saying bash script and echo everything went right and hit enter. And if I enter admin and admin, you can see that we get status code of 0, which we have already looked at, and we get this echo as well, everything went right. However, if I go ahead and use this and enter wrong credentials, you can see that we do not get this everything went right. Why? Because this ampersand does not let it proceed further because this returns a non-zero status code. Similarly, just like ampersand, we have this OR symbol, right? Which basically means either this should be successful or this should be successful, or both could be successful, right? But it's not that both should fail. So what do I mean by that? If I try to enter this and if I write the right credentials, you can see I hit enter and we do not get this message. Why we did not get this message is because this in ourself returned a status code of 0. So it did not bother to go here and check if it returns status code of 0 or not, because this expression in itself was self-sufficient because of the status code 0 returned by this particular part. Now, if I go ahead and enter, let's say invalid credentials, you can see this returns a status code of 1, which is what we did in the script. That is why we went over right here to verify to run this particular piece as well to get the status code. So I hope you understand how this logical OR and AND works in a bash script with the help of status code. It is a super important and super interesting concept, to be honest. And yeah, I hope you get this understanding. That is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at if-else syntax in a bit more depth, because we have already covered if-else, but not really in a very satisfactory way. So I'm going to start off by saying, for example, let's say if I have a variable with x equal to 100, and now let's say if I want to check if this value is greater than or less than a certain value. So I'm going to say if x is greater than, and you see that I'm writing this dash and then gt greater than, let's say 20, then I'm going to say echo yup, the number is greater than 20, and I'm going to say fi to end that. So if I do that and run the script, you're going to see that we actually get yup. And if I, for example, say less than, which you might have guessed is just lt instead of gt, you're going to get no output. Now you can also specify an else if block. So how do you do that? Is you say elif, right? So else if is just elif. And then you can also specify another condition. So I'm going to say like this. So if x is less than 20, which is not the case, else if x is greater than 100, or maybe x is greater than 99, then I want to have this happen. And that's basically, yeah. So you see that now we get a longer yup because this time the second condition matched. And then finally, if nothing is really happening, what you can do is just write else. And because else would not take a condition, because this is the final case, you can just say echo no match found, right? And let's just make this as 90 so that the condition fails. And if you run this, you can see we get no match found. So this is how the control would work inside if else if, and you can just go ahead and indent this if you want, but it does not really matter. So you have greater than, less than. You can also check for equality with equal. So if this is 20, then you can go ahead and see that yup is what we get. So that is how pretty much you're going to work with things like this in bash, that is comparing numbers. And that's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just work on loops a little bit. So just a quick heads up, instead of like creating a new file every time with Nano, what we can really do is we can sort of work within the terminal itself for writing scripts, for simple small scripts. How? Because, you know, if I try to do something like if, for example, let's say a is equal to a, and then I hit enter, you can see it's actually waiting for completing my input. So I can say echo yes, and then I can just say fi to make it done, and you can see that we get the yes as output. So instead of like opening nano every time and then using bash script, this is how we can do it. Now coming to the for loops, what we can do is I'm gonna actually just go ahead and keep it in a file itself so that it's much cleaner for you to look. But what you can do with for loops is you can start a for loop basically by saying for I in a particular expression in which you want to evaluate things, right? And a loop is basically just running an expression multiple times till the condition is not satisfied. So basic example, I'm going to start with 1, 2, 3, which are basically just 3 numbers. Then I'm going to say do for every single time, echo welcome to Codedam, your number is, for example, I, right? So you can see I'm using I variable within the string, and you can do that if you're using double quotes, and then done. So if you do this, what's going to happen if you run bash script, you can see we get the output as your number is 1, 2, 3 and 3 statements right away. Similarly, you can go ahead and increment this as much as you want, and it's just going to work just like that, right? Now the next thing is that instead of numbers, you can also use strings here, right? So you should be able to see that the way it is actually working is that it sort of works on the space of the thing, right? So if you take a look, you can see that we got a space here, then we got a space here, then we got a, nothing else. So it's basically just picking up every element, then looking for a space, then picking up every other element, then looking for a space, and so on. So if I go ahead and probably try to include a space like this, then this should not break because it should respect the quotes, right? So you can see it respects the quotes, but if I go ahead and remove the quotes from all the blocks, then it's probably not gonna respect the quotes because now it's just splitting up on the spaces, right? So let's try this now, and you can see that we get 4 statements now instead of 3. Now this is particularly not very useful if you think about it, if you do it in terms of numbers. So bash actually allows you to specify range as well. So instead of like writing 1 to 100 here, what you can really do is specify for I in range 1 and then 2 dots and then 100. If you write an expression like this inside curly braces, what's gonna happen is that it's gonna just create your range for you, and it's gonna iterate like this. You can see we got all the way from 1 to 100, right? All right, so this is one way. Another way to use the same range is to actually go ahead and specify how many numbers you want to skip. So for example, if I just want the multiple of 10s, or maybe not really multiple of 10s, but multiples of 10s plus 1. So if you do that, you can see I only get 10 statements here starting from 1 to 91. And on the, we are just skipping 10 numbers every time. So this is how you're gonna work with for loops for the most part, right? Just like I showed you, if you're not working with ranges, it's just gonna take up basically anything which is separated by spaces. So if, for example, if I have something like file 1 and file 2 here, and if I do something like, or actually let me just go ahead and form a very smart sort of example. Let's go ahead and do this. So I'm going to say, instead of specifying a static thing here, I'm going to open read files, right? So read files would be a file, and then I'm going to say echo reading read, or maybe like I, or maybe we can just change this to F, for example, for file, and then I can say cat F, right? So what's going to happen? Let's go ahead and see what's actually inside script. We can see we have to read a file called read files. So let's create a file called read files now, and I'm going to specify file 1, file 2 and file 3 here. And let's just go ahead and create file 1, which is just a regular file 1. Similarly, we're going to do the same thing with file 2 contents, and finally we're going to do the same thing, oops, the same thing with file3 contents, right? So now if we take a look inside the read files, we have this file1 is this, file2 is this, and file3 is this, right? And our script contains this thing. So if I go ahead and run the script now, you're going to see what happens is this statement right here. This evaluates to this expression, which is then fed in the bash loop, which then iterates on the space, and then you can read individual files like this, right? Pretty cool feature. That's how you're going to use loops in bash. And yeah, that's how this whole thing is going to work out. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. That's pretty much how you can use loops. There are other ways as well, but we're not going to get into them just yet, because I believe that for the basics part, this should be fine. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Welcome back, and in this video what I want to do is just tell you about functions in bash. So functions in bash is a pretty interesting concept, because if you know any other programming language, you're gonna very soon realize that functions in bash are nothing like other programming languages, right? Now what do I mean by that? That means that in regular languages, for the most part, you are able to return certain values from functions, right? But in bash, that is not possible. So let me just go ahead and do a real quick demonstration here. So how you create a function in bash. And function, for those of you who are clueless, is basically a block of statements which you can run again and again depending on where you like. It is different from loop, because loop has to run a certain number of times, but a function only runs whenever you want to call it. So I'm going to say function, let's say greet user, and create a file, right? That's it. So you're going to start function like this. You're going to have a function keyword, then you're going to have the name of the function, two parentheses like this, curly braces, and curly braces end. And whatever you write inside this, it's going to execute. So I'm going to say echo greeting user now, right? I'm going to say sleep to. Sleep is a command in bash which just pauses the execution of your code. So 2 here means for 2 seconds. Then I'm gonna say echo hello Mehul, right? You can write anything here. Sleep 2, echo creating file slash, or maybe like dot slash greeting. I don't know, I'm just doing this just for the sake of doing something, and I can just say file created, right? And I'm just gonna say touch greeting, and touch is just a command in bash which is just gonna create a simple new file, and it's not gonna add anything to that file. It's just like creating an empty file. So we can go ahead and save this, and I can take a look here. But in order to call it, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use this as greet user and create a file. That's it. We're not going to call it like this. Now, if you're coming from a different programming language, this might seem a little bit weird, but in bash, think of functions like a command, right? In bash, functions are not behaving, to be honest, like a regular function you're going to see in a different language. It is more like a command. So this is actually a command, and now you can pass certain arguments to this. We're going to come to arguments later on, but this is what it is, right? So let's just go ahead and run this command first of all, and you can see we get a greeting user now, then we get hello Mehul for after 2 seconds, and then we get creating file and file created. And once we do that, you can see we got a greeting file, and it is empty, just like I said, because it would not contain anything, because it has been created by the touch command. Now let's just go ahead and remove this, or maybe not really remove this, but actually create a different instance, or not really a different instance, but let's just talk about arguments of a particular function. So how do you accept arguments in a bash function? Well, you might be thinking something like arg1, arg2, which is something which I thought when I was first learning bash, but this is not how you do in bash at all. As a matter of fact, you do not write anything in these curly braces at all. So how do you get arguments? Well, we have talked about how we get arguments in a script, right? We use $1, $2, right? you use the similar thing with functions. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to replace this hello from Mehul to 1. And just like I said, function is sort of a command in bash. So now if you pass Mehul right here, you're going to see that this Mehul value right here, this value actually gets passed on as a particular argument to that particular function, which is present inside that $1 sign, right? So, oops, there we go. So let's just go ahead and run this bash script again. And you can see that I still get hello Mehul because that was passed as an argument. I could probably just go ahead and change this to Mehul 2. And you're going to see the same output again. But this time we have not touched the main function body, just the argument being passed. So yeah, that's pretty much how the functions are going to work. And one thing you might have seen is that there is no return value. Why? Because the return which you write here is going to be the exit code of that particular function, again acting as a command. How do I know that? Let's see. So if I say something like 32 and just go ahead and do this, right? Let's just execute this. Now you're not going to see 32 anywhere on the std out. Nothing is going to happen. But what is really going to happen is the exit code of this command has been set to 32. And we know we have talked about exit codes, what they are. So you should be familiar with that. Let's just go ahead and change this to, I don't know, let's say 20,000, and it is not going to work. Now the reason it is not going to work is because exit codes are not okay. Let's see. So this might be a happy accident, but I don't really think so. Oops. Let's run the bash script again, because exit codes have a certain finite range, a certain small range, right? So if I go ahead and do echo this, you can see we get a 64 now, which is basically sort of a value which might have been rounded off to 64, right? So we did not get this 20,000 or whatever we wrote. So this is the deal, right? The exit codes in bash are basically between 0 and 255, both included. So if you try to return a -1, it's just not gonna work, because negative exit codes, negative status do not exist, right? These numbers exist and they would be tried to map into the memory, but they would be interpreted in a different way. So it's sort of really useless to return anything from bash scripts, because you can just return a number from 0 to 255, and that is also the exit code, which is not the intended behavior of a return call. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and talk a little bit about package managers in a Linux distribution. So package managers is just a small software which allows you to install, manage, remove all these external softwares which you install from internet, right? So first things first, let me just go ahead and exit this container, and you can see I'm back into my Mac OS. So I'm gonna run this container again, and you can see inside this, I see that Nano is not installed by default, which we have been using so far as our editor. So how do we install Nano? First of all, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say apt-get update, right? Or simply apt-update. Apt-update is a new version of apt-get. It's not really version, but it's just a new way of updating packages. This command basically tells Ubuntu, in our case it is Ubuntu, it tells Ubuntu to, hey, go ahead and update your sources for getting all the new packages, right? So there are certain sources which Ubuntu look at when it's trying to install a package from command line. And if those sources are outdated, you're gonna not get packages, or you're gonna get old versions. Now, once you do apt update inside your terminal, you might need sudo in front of it if you're not already root, right? So you might need a command like sudo apt update, and sudo basically means run whatever command I'm running in front of as root user, right? Because we are already root, we do not need sudo. So once you're done with apt update, what we need to do is say apt install nano. and hit enter. So that's basically it. It's just gonna take care of where Nano is, what are the other dependencies which Nano requires, if any, and it's just gonna install the editor inside your bin directory, which is already inside your path of the environment, and it's just gonna work right away, right? Just like this. That's how it's gonna work. So package managers in Linux allow you to install, manage, remove packages from internet and not have any hassle of working with those dependencies and compiling and building stuff. You can also remove a package by saying apt remove nano, for example, and once you do that, it's just going to be removed. It's just going to ask you for a confirmation, and that's it. Now you cannot use nano anymore, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for the package manager thing. That's how it works. If you're using CentOS, you have Yum as the package manager. If you're using Ubuntu or any Debian based installation, you have apt as the package manager, right? So these are just simple, handy tools which ease your job, which ease your life a lot. So yeah, that's it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back, and in this video let's just take a look at bash rc. So bash rc is a file in your shell, which is the file which runs when you start your shell. Now what do I mean by that? I mean, if I go ahead and take a look at lsla, which this A right here denotes that you should show hidden files as well, right? So hidden files in bash are basically the files which start with a dot. And these files which start with a dot would not show when you do ls or lsl. You have to do lsla in order to show them. So once you do that, what's going to happen is you can see that we have got this bash rc file. So let me just go ahead and open this right here and see what's going on. Or I think we do not have installed nano. So let's just go ahead and do that first of all. And then I'm going to open bash rc. So it looks like a lot of code, but in a nutshell, it's just initializing your shell with a bunch of options. So what do I mean by that? If I go ahead and write echo, say starting shell, and save this, what's going to happen if I run bash again, I get the starting shell message, right? Because we are starting a new bash process by writing bash. So whenever you log into your shell, bash would automatically run this file called as bash rc, and it's gonna be it's just gonna run directly all the commands inside your particular file. So let's just go ahead and edit this, and I'm gonna say this has set a variable called my custom variable is equal to some number. And now if I run bash, you're gonna see it says me starting shell, but now I can use this my custom variable, right? So you see that its variable value would already be set automatically. Now, instead of like just writing bash every time to get this, there's a much better way to refresh these changes, and I'm just gonna show you that. So let's say if I change this to 99999, you're gonna see that now if I do this, it's not gonna work, right? It still shows me the old value. Why is that? Because the bash rc for this shell has already ran. So whenever you make a change in the bash rc command, bash rc file, either you can just log out or log in into your shell again. That is just closing the window and opening it again. Or what you can do is just go ahead and say source, then the path of the bash rc, that is this. Right, so you can see once I source this file, I still get the starting shell again, but we have not created a new shell, right? I can now go ahead and say my custom variable, and you can see we get the new updated value. So yeah, that's how you're gonna work with bash rc file. For the most part, you can go ahead and write your initializing scripts and everything into the bash rc file directly, and that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Welcome back, and in this video let me just go ahead and talk about top command, which is sort of useful to you if you are somebody who wants to see all the processes which are running right now on your system. So you just write top and hit enter, and you see all the processes. In this case only two. The first one is bash, which was the shell, and the second one is the top command itself, right? So let's just go ahead and start some processes. Let's say I have a script. Oops. Let's just add apt update and apt install nano. Let's just add nano real quick. I'm going to create a script which just sleeps for a long time so that it shows us in the running processes, right? And I'm going to send it to background as well. So let's just go ahead and create a script. Let me just go back into my home directory, and I'm going to say script, and I'm going to say sleep for a long time, right? And I'm going to start this bash script, but I'm going to put an ampersand sign right here in order to run this inside background. So you see, once I run this inside background, it is still running, but I can no longer see it. So how do I see it? Is by saying top, and you can see this sleep right here, which is running, right? And we also see another bash shell, which is running because we executed the command using that. So this is how this sleep command is running right now. You can see there's a bunch of information about this command, and the most useful one is the process ID and the user basically which is running it. We also have CPU and memory usage, and it does not use a lot of memory, so that's fine, but you get the idea how top works. Now to exit the top, you just press the Q key, but a really cool sort of addition to top is the htop command, right? And htop by default is not installed, so what you have to do is just say apt install htop on a Debian distribution. And it's a lightweight program, but it's much more beautiful and gives you much more insight into the actual thing, what is happening. So you see that we actually get the amount of memory which is used as well at the moment. We get the CPUs which are being used. We get the swap space, and we get all the things we already got in top, right? So we get what things are actually executing right now. So this is basically what's happening right now. And it is basically a fairly advanced tool, to be honest. You can set the nice values of processes and everything, and to actually understand what nice values are, you actually have to understand what processes are in Linux. But we are not gonna go into that rabbit hole just yet, because we want to just focus on basics of CLI. So htop is a good tool. You can exit htop again using the Q key, and top is basically a very slim trimmed down version of htop, right? So yeah, this is a pretty cool command. That's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one with an even cool command. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly talk about the kill command, which you're gonna be using a lot of times if you have a shell which is stuck or a process which is stuck and you want to just remove that instead of just restarting your whole machine. So kill command allows you to kill a process, obviously, but it also has a lot of other use cases as well in sending signals to a process. But one such signal is actually killing the process, and there are multiple other signals like resuming a process, pausing a process. You basically have to understand the whole process Linux cycle in order to truly appreciate what kill can do. But yeah, for the most part, we're just going to be focusing on killing the process using sigkill. Now sigkill is just a signal, right? Similarly, Control-C is also a signal, right? So let's just go ahead and do that. First of all, let me just go ahead and open this script. You can see this is a long running script. So let's just run this inside background with a command like this, bash script, and then an ampersand sign. So if I go ahead and do htop now, you can see we have been running bash script, and which is in further running sleep 1000, right? So this is what is happening. Now let's just go ahead and kill this PID 297, which is, 297, which is this sleep 100. So I'm going to say kill -9. This -9 basically means that send a sig kill, which is an immediate kill signal to this process, and that was 296, right? And hit enter, and you can see we get killed this as the message. Now if I go ahead and write htop, you can see that we have killed the bash script, but this command is still running. So let's just go ahead and kill this as well. So I'm going to say kill 297, hit enter, and there we go. Now both of the commands are killed, and we have our nice little 2 commands left with us, right? And you can obviously not go ahead and kill any other command, any other PID. That process ID has to actually exist as well. So what you have to do is just follow along and find the process ID of the process which is bothering you, and write kill 9 in front of the PID, right? And kill it using that. So it's going to save you a bunch of time when you're working with stuck processes, just like I said. So that's why I thought you should know about this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this final video, we're gonna be talking about what should be your next step. Now, once you have done with the Linux CLI fundamentals, you should move on to the next technology which you're learning, whatever you are learning that is, and start with that. So in case of, for example, if you're going through the Node.js backend developer learning path, the next technology will obviously be Node.js Basics. If you're learning Python, then choose that. But yeah, follow your learning path and move on to the next technology. You are well equipped with the Linux fundamental basics. Everything else which has been missed out or you think has not been covered yet would be covered in the whole learning paths later on. Learning path modules, learning path nodes later on. So do not worry, just keep on moving, and all the best for your future courses, for your future videos on Codedamn. I'm gonna see you in some other course really soon. Hey everyone, my name is Mehul and welcome to a brand new course on Node.js Fundamentals. This is a course of the backend development learning path for Node.js, and I hope you have been following along from the starting if you want to become a backend developer. We discuss a little bit about how internet works, then we get to know the basics of front end, where JavaScript is very important because of Node.js, because Node.js is literally just JavaScript running on the server. Then we move on to the Linux basics, where I teach you how you can work with terminals and simple commands, and basically to get you familiar with Linux in general. Now we are on the Node.js basics. So let's start with this. This is gonna be a fun course where you will be actually learning practical hands-on Node.js. We'll be creating all sorts of applications, deploying servers, we'll be learning about things. And once we are done, we'll be moving along our way on our Node.js backend learning path. So yeah, pretty excited to start this course with you guys. That is all for the intro video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Alright guys, welcome back, and in this video, let's just go ahead and start with the basics of Node.js. Now, I'm gonna be in this whole course, I'm gonna be using the Node Playground from Codedamn. If you're watching this on Codedamn itself, go to the Codedamn Playground section from your dashboard and you should see this Node Playground. If you're watching this from somewhere else, you should find the link in a relevant place, which is basically codedamn.com/playground/node. Once you do that, you're gonna be presented with a screen like this, where you might also have a browser window waiting for you. So for the purposes of learning right now, I'm just gonna make terminal as full screen because we'll be working with terminal for the most part in our initial course. And you're also gonna see a file named index.js, right? Now this file contains a lot of stuff. So first of all, let's just get rid of this. So what is Node.js? First of all, let me just clear that. So what is Node.js? Node.js is basically the JavaScript which you have learned in the front-end courses, in the front-end learning path or whatever you took. And we took that JavaScript from the browser, that is, which runs in the browser, and took it to an actual environment, an actual computer environment. You see, in browser, your JavaScript is actually running in a sandboxed mode under the browser process, that is, the JavaScript engine, which is V8 in Chrome. But what happens on server, on a real computer, is that your JavaScript still runs in V8, but it has a lot more permissions. It has a lot more flexibility. It has got a lot more power to work with. For example, your websites, whenever you visit a website, you can see that a website cannot really just upload a file from your system to their websites, because just they want it. They have to ask you first. Then you select the file yourself and then you upload it, right? Similarly, they cannot really download anything anywhere on your file system. You have to explicitly tell them where you want the file to be downloaded with the Save As dialog box. Similarly, Node.js allows you to do all the good things in JavaScript, but it also gives you more power and more functionality because now you are running it as a scripting language on the server. What does that mean? That means that Node.js can now interact with your file system. Node.js can now interact with your networks. That is, it can see, it can listen to the ports, it can probably see other applications running on your computer. It basically got all that power, which JavaScript got all that power, which other languages had. So Node.js is that. and we're going to be learning about Node.js for the most part, how it differs from JavaScript. That would be the case. So if you're somebody who's new to JavaScript in general, this course is probably not for you. You are way too soon in the backend development learning path on Codedamn. I would say go ahead and finish the JavaScript section of the backend development learning path if you're new to JavaScript. Otherwise, let's start with this course. So I'm going to just start with a typical hello world here, which is, a tradition. So if I click on run code, you can see what's happening in terminal is when I click on run code, nothing is happening except we are executing node space index.js. So node is a program which runs this particular file, which takes in this particular file. Just like we know from our bash tutorials that cat takes a file like this and echoes out the content. Node is a binary again, which needs to be installed. We'll see how to install node later on, but in this environment, you'll automatically get that. And it takes in a JavaScript file and processes it just to see what has to be done and then echoes out the output. So as cool as that, right? So yeah, this was a hello world program in Node.js. Hopefully you understood this video. If yes, let's move on to the next one and we'll be diving into deep of Node.js basics and getting familiar with most of them. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly talk about Deno, which is a very common alternative which has been popping up these days compared to Node. So Deno, just like Node, is a runtime for JavaScript. And by runtime, I just mean that it is a sort of software which took up JavaScript from the browser and placed it on a server, on a computer, just like what Node did, but with a couple of things. First of all, Deno supports TypeScript out of the box. That is number one thing. Then it also gets security inbuilt with some sort of network file environment restrictions and access depending on how you configure it. And it has got a bunch of more features, like it can ship a single executable binary. It has got a bunch of built-in tools and so on. So as a beginner, what should you learn? Should you learn Deno or should you learn Node? Well, you see that on a fundamental level, what Deno does, Node can do that too, right? So Deno is not superior in terms of functionality, which a JavaScript runtime can provide you. It might be superior in terms of features, but Node has been around for about 10 years and it is still very well maintained and it is still growing. Deno is a new competitor. It has, a long way to go for the most part right now. And no major company, as far as I know right now, is using Deno in production. So if you're somebody who's trying to learn Node and if you're confused if Deno would be better choice compared to Node, the first thing is that most of the knowledge which you're gonna get from the Node.js course will be transferable directly into the Deno world as well. Why? Because at the end of the day, both are executing JavaScript and you will be learning the syntax of the JavaScript which Node.js supports, which is pretty much what Deno does as well for the most part. And secondly, Node.js is more popular right now compared to Deno, both in terms of usability and in terms of, I would say, general awareness as well. So a lot of people would know about Node compared to Deno. So if you're starting to learn Node.js, trust me, it's absolutely fine. You can go ahead and start with that. Node is not going anywhere anytime soon. So yeah, that was a quick video just to clear off if you are stuck in that particular dilemma, that should you opt in for Node or Deno. And hopefully this has been useful. Let's start with the Node.js development from the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, this is just a quick reminder that you need a bunch of JavaScript knowledge. So you can see that on our front-end developer learning path, we already have JavaScript as one of the nodes, that is one of the nodes in this graph. And if you click on this, you're gonna have a bunch of courses to learn about JavaScript, right? My favorite approach is to start with JavaScript basics like this. And this course is gonna take you through all the basics which are needed in order to learn JavaScript on the browser-based JavaScript. Then I would say just go ahead and move on to do a particular project. Maybe you want to do a Tetris game, or if you want to build 10+ projects in JavaScript to solidify your learning, go ahead and learn about them. Once you're comfortable with syntax, then I would say you can come back to the backend developer learning path, which is the Node.js, and we can start right here, right? So the reason I'm doing this is because it becomes very, very easy for you to work with full stack once you are done with the front-end JavaScript as well, and when you're starting off with Node.js with a little bit of knowledge about HTML, CSS as well. So yeah, just a quick reminder, if you have absolutely no prior background with JavaScript, this backend development Node.js course should be the number 2 course. The number 1 course for you right now should be JavaScript Basics, which you get from the front-end developer learning path, as well as from in the backend itself. So if you're skipping sections, just don't, because sort of JavaScript sort of would be required with what content we are working on in this whole course. So yeah, just a quick video. That's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one really quick. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and start with module system in Node.js. So what I'm gonna do is tell you quickly about what are the common way to create modules in Node.js. So I'm gonna start off by creating a simple index.js file. Now in Node.js, there are basically 2 ways to create modules. The first one is CommonJS, and the second one is ES6 import syntax, right? Import system or whatever you want to write. So CommonJS is basically the most used module import system in Node.js because it comes in baked into Node.js itself. And ES6 import syntax is something which has recently been promoted a lot because of, you know, browser support and a better specification and a better nice looking syntax as well. Plus it supports a bunch of new features like tree shaking becomes easier and so on. So we're going to be taking a look at ES6 later on. Let's start with the CommonJS syntax. So the CommonJS import syntax basically means that you have to make use of this word called require. Now require basically allows you to require any other file inside your file system. Now this can be used to require node modules, as well as this can be used to require local files. So let's start with a local file. Let's say I have this util.js, or in CommonJS we can just drop the .js. I want to get this util and I'm going to store this result in util, and let's just console log what we get back from util, right? I'm going to go ahead and create a new file. Let's say util.js, and what we're going to do is inside of this file we're going to be creating, let's say, a simple function, add numbers, ab, and I just return a plus b, right? And finally I want to make this function available to this particular file, because right now if I go ahead and run this, you're going to see node index.js gives me an empty object. That means nothing is being exported from this particular file. How do we export something? Well, in CommonJS, if you're using CommonJS, what you can do is directly go ahead and make use of something known as module.exports. Now, this module.exports is a special, this exports is a special property, is a special object on which you can attach pretty much anything and it will be available as an exported value. So now if I go ahead and probably run index.js again, you can see I see A100 as the value. And this value could be pretty much anything, right? It could be numbers, it could be strings, it could be my function as well. So you can also have sort of functions attached here. So if I go ahead and pretty much just try to run this, what you're going to see is that we get all the relevant output just like that. So you see that you have basically an object on which you can attach any sort of property and it will just work out of the box. Now, what we can do, if you can think about it, is I'm just going to go ahead and attach add numbers and say add numbers like that. So what this means is that add numbers is going to be a property on this object, which I can then go ahead and make use of in files like index.js. So if I do util.addNumbers, you can clearly see that we have a particular property which is available to us for that particular thing. So let's just go ahead and try to run this, and you can see that we in fact have this as a function. And if I try to call this with, let's say 5.2 and try to run it right here, you can see we get the sum of these numbers as 7. So require is a very simple syntax, a very, nothing fancy is going on here. Whatever you write to module.exports is going to be available as a particular value from that function, and you can get the whole thing out of it, the whole module.exports object from this require call, and store it in any other variable which you want, and you can access it just like you want. Now, a couple of things here is that a lot of times what you're going to see is a lot of people drop this module. So what you're going to see is that if I go ahead and remove this module and just do exports.abb, stuff like this, this is also fine. Because if I go ahead and show you, if I run node index.js, we still get 7, right? And just to verify that we are on the same page, you can see on the server, we also have exports.a, same file. Now, this is completely fine, and it just works as well. So why did I just tell you to use module.exports? Well, this is because when your single module like util is called, you can imagine something like this is happening. So somewhere unaccessible by you, right? So this is a section which is not accessible by the regular code. You can think about Node calling your code something like this. So it has a bunch of parameters. I don't really remember the exact syntax. This is an actual thing actually. So you have a bunch of parameters, and then you have module and exports available to you. And yeah, around this your code resides. So you see that we were adding module.exports.property, and this was available to other guys, right? Similarly, exports is also available right here for you to attach properties, but this would fail if you try to do something like this. So if you try to let me just go ahead and remove this first of all. So if you try to go ahead and do something like this, where you say A100 BB something else, right? And let's just remove everything else. So if we have something like this, we see cat utils.ts, and if I try to run probably just this thing, right? So if we try to run this particular code, what's going to happen is we get an empty object, even though we have some exports specified. Why is that? Because now you are overwriting the actual exports object, which was available as something where you can attach the properties. So this is a completely new object. However, this thing would work absolutely fine if you use module.exports. So if I run this now, you're going to see, oops, not the util, the index file. So if I run this, you're going to see that we get the correct output. Again, just to reiterate, why is that? Think of module as an object which has got an exports property, right? And think of exports as a variable which is something like this. Now, if you try to do exports is equal to A10, what you are really doing is that you are overwriting this exports variable, right? So it no longer points to this particular object, but it is a completely new object. But if you do module.exports, then you're still pointing to this particular object, and that is fine. So this works, this fails, and you know what else would work? Is if you just go ahead and directly do exports.a is equal to 100. Why? Because you can see it still points to module.exports. You're not changing the reference of the exports object. So this is fine. That is why it works, right? So hopefully this gave you a little bit of more insight into how CommonJS module system works in Node.js. And this is like really all about it, right? Unless you are trying to get into the resolution system, this is all you need to know for the most part when you're working with CommonJS, that you require the module like this. You get a full object. If you want, you can destructure the particular property. That's just fine, but this is just an ES6 syntax. It's not a CommonJS syntax. You can destructure stuff. And from the module, if you want to export something, you just go ahead and use module.exports. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at the file system module in Node.js. Now, FS module is super interesting because it allows you to work with the file system in general. So you can create, remove, add, edit files, append to files with the help of this particular module. So you require it with the required syntax, which we discussed in the common.js video. But you can see it clearly that I'm not really specifying any // or dot here, because you can see that Node would otherwise recognize this as something which you want to import from your local file system, right? But we know that fs is installed by default. It comes bundled with Node. So you can just go ahead and use it as it is. So the first thing is, let's just go ahead and create a function called create file. Fs has got a bunch of utilities and functions inbuilt. So I'm going to say create file name, and I'm just going to say fs dot. You can see that we have a bunch of functions we can access. So what I want to do is create, or not really create, I want to write file. So let's just make this as contents, and I want to write file. And what I want to do is I want to say that, hey, the name of the file should be this particular name which I am passing, and the contents would be basically the contents which I'm passing, right? So you can see the arguments basically mean that the first argument is the path, which is the name of the file, or basically the path of the whole file. But in our case, we just want it to be a local file, so we just give it a name. And the second one is contents. Now, with fs, what you're going to realize is that there are basically two types of functions. The first one is the asynchronous versions, and the second one is the synchronous version. What is the difference? Well, the asynchronous version, for example, if you use this particular thing, and if you try to say file written, and if you try to read it right here, you might fail. That means it might happen that this file has not been written to the file system yet. So this is asynchronous. That means Node.js will do it later on. It schedules it in a queue, but the write file sync guarantees you that if you are here and if no error is thrown, that the file is written. That means this file written code will only work when this is complete. Now you might be thinking that, hey, then why do we, anyway prefer write file? What is the advantage? Well, the advantage is that when you're working with asynchronous operations, a lot of times what happens is that a lot of stuff like, checking for the hard disk space, or maybe allocating a new buffer for writing this file, a lot of this thing can be offloaded to the operating system itself, which is not exactly what Node.js would work on. So what happens, for example, is let's compare this write file with a HTTP request, because that might be easier to explain. So let's say if you're trying to make an HTTP request, right? And you have two ways. The first one is async way, just like we have write file with write file. And then we have a sync way, which is, HTTP sync. Async is just HTTP. So if you do an async method, what's going to happen is that Node can work on other things while OS waits for the network request. Right? Makes sense, I guess. Whereas if you're using a sync way, Node and OS both are waiting for the request. So what happens is that you basically waste the computation time which Node can use to do maybe some other task, like maybe serving another user, because it's a single threaded thing. And if you're blocking the event loop like this with the write file sync, you're basically blocking the whole program. So this was a quick little, I hope the analogy you were able to grasp. But anyway, we're going to be using write file sync here because it makes things a little bit easier and predictable if you do not want to have callback functions or promises. So let's just say I want exports dot create, or maybe let's just do module dot exports anyway, and just exports the create file thing, right? Now let's just go ahead and say I am just getting create file, and I just go ahead and say create file test.txt, and I say hello world, right? Now we have this code. If I try to run this code, we can see we get the file written, and you can see that we also get test.txt here, which just says hello world, as simple as that, right? So yeah, this is how you're gonna make a very simple function. FS has got a bunch of more functions. I would say read more about the documentations. You can also list the directories. So I can say, for example, let me just go ahead and import the FS directly here, because why we should go and make use of all those utility functions again and again. So let me just go ahead and say fs.read directory. You can again see we have two possible functions, the read directory and read directory sync. I'm going to go with the sync one because it immediately gives us the output. But probably if you are, going on production or want to have a better performance, you want the asynchronous versions. So if you do something like this and run the code again, you can see that right here in the output we have the files of this particular directory, which is the current directory. So we have 3 files, we got 3 results. Now I think FS also supports promises. So if you do a require FS and if you say FS promises, or maybe we should do something like this, FS, and then FS is FS dot, not really, FS dot promises. What this is that it is basically all these things which are, the asynchronous versions of FS, but instead of having callbacks, they are now promises. So if I try to do fs dot, well, we do not have an autocomplete on that, but what I mean by that is if I do fs.read directory, what you're gonna see now is that it is an async function, but let's do a toString. It is an async function, but you can see first of all, it says me that it's an async function, so we can use await on that. And there is no callback option, right? So we have to really await for this particular operation. So let's see, if I do an async function like this, we're going to be covering async functions as well. I think we covered it in the JavaScript part also, but nonetheless. So if I do something like await fs.read directory, and if I call it like this, what you're going to see is that now, although this function is going to be asynchronous, it would be just working just like, a previous one where we had read directory sync. So yeah, I just wanted to put out the word that promises also exist as a set of functions on the FS system, and you can use them. But for the most part, FS is going to be good for us, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for working with file system. Just like I said, there are a bunch of methods. If you just go ahead and console log fs here, you're going to be listing a bunch of them actually. And yeah, you can see we have append file, we have exist, which checks if the file exists. And for the most of the methods, we also have a synchronous version. Then we have some file modifiers, fstat gives us the information about a file when it was created, when it was modified, stuff like that. We have, let's see, we have read file, obviously. So if, for example, if you want to read the own source code of a file, what you're going to do is just say fs.read file sync, and I'm just going to say this is going to be index.js. So this is a program which can read itself. So you can see that we get a buffer, and what you want to do to convert this buffer into a string is specify an encoding as the second option. So we want a UTF-8 encoding, and if I go ahead and run this, you can see we are actually reading our own source code, right? So the most sophisticated, I think, I have not really tried it, but the most sophisticated infinite loop would be to eval this thing. Now, because you are reading, you're executing, you're reading, you're executing again and again, because I don't want to crash the container. I'm not going to do it, but just an idea. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we're going to be covering more about file systems, not really file system, the module system, and how you can work with them. So that is all. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at the import export syntax in Node.js, which is basically the ESM, that is the ECMAScript modules. Now this is going to be the future of the module system in Node.js. So this is a must. You should know about how this all works. So first things first, the import syntax is not going to work if you try to work with common.js extension. So let's just go ahead and create two files, common.js and es6.js. So in common.js, let's just go ahead and write a quick program just like we wrote the last time. And I'm going to say fs.readFileSync common.js, right? Every file would read themselves. So let's just console log this thing. And there we go. Nothing fancy, nothing happening here. Now, if I go ahead and run this common.js, you're going to see, oops, we need an UTF-8 encoding here. So if I go ahead and run this file, you're going to see that we get the text just like we did. But if I try to copy this program and paste it inside es6.js, but let's just go ahead and do one small change. Let's just change this from require based syntax to the new syntax, right? And let's just try to run this same program, but with ES6 now. You're going to see that we get an error which says cannot use import statement outside of a module. Now, what does that mean? This basically means that import is something which is used as a ES6 module resolution system. We're going to learn about this, but this keyword, this format is not possible to use right now inside .js files. So how you can use them? You can use them inside .mjs files, right? So you have to rename from es6.js to es6.mjs. You see this M? This just tells Node that, hey, this is going to be a module file. So you can use, this is going to be a ES6 module file. So you can go ahead and use the common syntax here. So once we have renamed it, and now if I open this and if I ls this here, you can see we have a es6.mjs file. And now let's just go ahead and run this es6.mjs, and there we go. One super important thing here is make sure that your version for Node is above 14. If it is like 12 or 13, you need an experimental flag in order to run this. So you have to do something like experimental, I don't really remember the flag completely, but experimental mode or something like this. But if you're running Node 14 and above, you can safely just go ahead and use es6.mjs directly. And I think we did not change this. So let's change this to es6.mjs. And once we do that, once you run this, you're going to realize that now we are talking. So we are echoing out the same file, but we are using the ES6 module system. Do not worry if you do not understand this yet. We're going to be learning about this whole thing, how this works very soon. So let's start with the ES6 module system from the next video. And we're going to be taking a look at common ways you can import, export from files like these. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss about ES6 module syntax. Now, this is super important, so make sure you pay very close attention to this video and subsequent videos which follow, because this is gonna be a game changer for you if you can really understand how import, export, syntax and things work with ES6. Because to be honest, you're gonna be using ES6 module system all the time when you're working on front end or back end, because even though they are still experimental, this is basically just used with all the tools, with Webpack, Babel, so all these tools take care of that. So let's start. I'm going to create another file called module.mjs, which is going to hold our utilities inside, obviously inside the ES6 version. So let's just go ahead and create a function called add, which is, or maybe not really add, just square, which accepts a number and returns us the square of the number, right? And now I want to export this function. With common.js, what we're going to do is we're going to just say export module.exports, and I'm just going to say, for example, square, right? But this is not how ES6 works. With ES6, what you have to do is say export, which is a keyword, and then you want to specify how this object, how this function should be exported. The first way to export is to have a default export, right? So I can say export default square, and stick with me here. I'm just going to tell you what this means. So what does export default square mean? This thing right here means that this particular module will be available directly from, you know, if I do something like import square from module. So what's going to happen is that if this is a default export, I can use something like this directly. Now, why I'm saying directly, I'm going to show you in a minute. What I can do now is just say console log square of 5. So if I just go ahead and run this code right here, we get an error that we cannot find this module. Let's see if everything's fine. module. Yeah, so we need a module.mjs here because we need to specify the full path inside the ES6 syntax, ES6 module syntax. Why is that? I'll just tell you that in a bit. The reason JavaScript, people who are developing JavaScript chose to have a full syntax is because traditionally when you're working with HTML, what we do is we specify script src file.js completely, right? Whenever you're loading a script on the front end, you never do something like script src file or script src file.js, and it's not like both of them are equivalent. So we are trying to bridge that gap between browser and servers or running Node traditionally. So in this case, if you're importing it from a module based thing, you have to use the full name. This is number one. Number two, this is not the only way to export things, right? This is the first way. Another way is to export multiple things. Now, how do you want to export multiple things? Because you can only have one default export per module. And if you think about it, it makes sense as well, right? Because if you could have multiple default exports, then how are you going to import those particular things? Because just like I told you, this is the only syntax you get for a default export. So if you want to export multiple things, for example, let's say if I have a function called cube with a num and I return num times 3, that is not really times, but yeah. So let's just go ahead and take a look at a different export syntax. This is going to be not a default export now. This is going to be something like this: export square and cube. Now what is happening here? Well, obviously if you know JavaScript, you understand that this looks sort of like an object syntax, but trust me, do not think that this is a regular object. This might behave like a regular object, you might think, but this is something completely different. What do I mean by that? Let's first of all take a look at this. So you export a sort of like object looking. I'm going to say this is object looking, right? But this is not an object. But you export it like this, and inside your, for example, inside your ES6 file, instead of importing it like this now, what you have to do is you have to use the similar syntax to get only the things which you want. For example, if I just want to get cube out of this, what I'm going to say is I'm going to say import cube like this. You see, I'm using these parentheses. This means that I'm trying to get an object, which is, I'm trying to get a function which is not a default export. This is very important. The moment you write these curly braces, this means that you are never going to import the default object. Number two is that the name of that object which was exported was cube, right? And this is important because this cube right here should match this cube right here. So if I change this from square to cube, and if I try to run this now, what we're gonna see is that instead of 25, we now get 125, which is perfectly fine. But you understand that now I'm just getting cube. Now, what if I want to change the name of this particular export right here? For example, this is something like internal cube, and now I want to export this as the name cube. Now, if you think this is sort of an object, what you might think is we can just go ahead and do something like this, right? But straightforward, you can see that it tells us that this is an error with export, and yeah, things would go wrong. So what you really want to do if you want to change the name of the exports is you want this thing to be first, and then you have to say export this particular thing as cube. Now, this might be the moment when you realize that, hey, this is not a JavaScript object. This is something else, right? Because we do not have an as keyword inside a JavaScript object. So this as just means that you want to change the name of the exported thing. So if I do this, and if I try to pretty much run this again, you can see nothing really changes because, well, we had this internal cube named as this, but it is at the end of the day exported as cube. If I change this to cube 6, for example, then things are gonna take a turn. Why? Because now I actually have to rename this from cube to cube 6. And if I go ahead and run this now, then you can see it still works. But if I just keep it at a cube, we're gonna get a nasty error that there is no export named cube, right? So this is how things are working. This is how the export side of the things work. This is all for this video. In the next one, let's just discuss about the import side of things as well. And then let's just take out some time to discuss about the default exports thing as well. So that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at the import side of things, right? So what you're gonna realize very soon is that export and import are very, very similar. Just like you can rename and export like this, you can also rename and import. So for example, you can see right here we have this, let's say this is cube only. For example, we have something like this. And right here, if I try to rename this to something else, so for example, I just want to say this cube this number, then what I can do is just go ahead and use this like cube this number. And I would not have access to cube right here. Now this is not destructuring. I'm telling you again and again, this is not a regular object, because in a regular object, you might do something like this. This is something else. This is ES6 import syntax that works in a special way. So once you do run it, you're gonna see you get still the correct output, because this right here is a different syntax altogether, right? So once you have this particular thing done, what we want to do next is learn a little bit about all these export things, right? So there are a bunch of more ways to export things. So the first one we discussed, the export default. We're gonna get more into that later on. The second one is this object looking syntax, right? Which is again pretty cool. The third one is just exporting things as you define them. So for example, if you have this function, you want to export it. So you just say export function this particular thing, right? Anything you do not export would not be available outside this module. So I cannot just go ahead and make use of square right here, but I can go ahead and make use of cube. So if I do cube here, I'm gonna get an error because I do not have square with me. So you can see we get an error that square is, it's not something which is available in that particular module because it has not been exported. The moment I export this, and then if I run this program, you're gonna see that it works just fine because now this was exported as well. So this is another way to export things. Now, if you want to get all these exports, for example, let's say if I have a 50 exports right here, and if I want to get all of them, well, this is a cumbersome way to, just go ahead and list all the exports right here, right? So what you can do if you want all the exports inside your program is you can say import star as util, or maybe anything which you want. Any name would be fine here. Any name which is a valid variable name. So let's name this as util from module.mjs. Now what has happened? You see we were importing things like using the object looking notation. But when you do import star as util, what's going to happen is that it's going to take all these exports, which are individual exports. For example, if I do if this is const num is equal to 5, and if I want to export this, I export it like this. What we have is, in a nutshell, we have this module, which when imported, sort of looks like this. Square is a function, cube is a function, and num is a function. Num is a number, right? Now, you can either go ahead and individually import them, just like we did in the last demo, or you can import them all together like this. So now if I go ahead and console log the util object, what we're gonna see is something like this. You can see we got a cube, which is a function, num, which is a number, and square, which is a function. So now you can probably just fall back to your what we did in the common JS thing, that util.cube and then 100. And once you go ahead and run this, you pretty much get what you were expecting for. So yeah, I mean, this is how the import sort of thing works. There is a similar syntax for export as well. And we're going to be finally taking a look at default exports as well in the next video. That is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the syntax which I was telling you about, this import star as syntax, but on the export side of things. So let's just go ahead and quickly create another module. So I'm going to say this is module2.mjs. And what's going to happen is in this particular file, let's just go ahead and copy these things. And what I'm going to do is right here, I'm going to remove all the content, and let's say this has got export function power4, right? Because I cannot really think of anything at all. So this is num power4 and we have got num here. Now, my question to you is, how would you make something like this possible? Or can you make something like this possible? So if I want to import square and power4 from module.mjs, can we make something like this possible where we are getting square as well as power4? Well, you see that we are already exporting the function power4 from this module.mjs. The next thing we can do is probably, if you think about this, I can say import square from module2.mjs, and then I can say export square, right? Just like we did with the previous functions. Well, this is one way, but this is a boring way, but nonetheless it would work. So let's just try this out. Let's just say I have square and power4 just as a console log statement. So let's just say node es6.mjs, and we get that power4 does not exist. Well, that is because we named it as power4, not pow4. So once we do that, let's just run this again, and you can see that both of these functions are fine, square and power4. Just like I said, it works, but it is not cool. So how do we make this cool? With export, you get that similar power of exporting something directly from a file. So what I can say, square from module2.mjs. So what's happening here? And this is basically, this should be inside the these curly braces, which is again object live but not object. So what's happening here? Well, you see that instead of like importing it first and then exporting it like that, I can directly export it from a file as well. And if I try to run my code again, you're gonna see that it does not make any difference. In fact, what you can do is probably go inside this file, change the name this as square __, which means now this is not a valid export right here, but I can say export square __ as a square export, right? And this renaming works directly. We do not have to import it first and then export it like that, and it's just gonna work. So far so cool. How about import star as syntax, where we get all the files, all the imports first of all, and then export it, right? And then use it. You can pretty much do the similar thing here as well. So I can say export star, basically get all the imports from this file first of all, get all the exports from this file as, and then you can name this as a particular variable which you want. So I can say m2 here, and then I'm saying from this module 2. Now what does this mean is that if I go ahead and log m2 here, what's going to happen is we're going to get an object which is going to contain all the functions which we have right here, and this const as well. So let's just go ahead and run this, and we do not have square now, which is strange because I do not want this anyway. So let's just remove this, and let's just try to run this again. So you can see the first one, this is basically a module, which is what is appearing. And the second thing is sort of again like object-like thing, not really an object, but with the right properties, right? So square __ is a function, cube is a function again, and num is a number. So this is how you're gonna just make things, right? So yeah, this is how you're gonna export all the things right away, right? So this is how, in a nutshell, the ES6 module system works. Let's just talk a little bit more about the default exports, because I think we did not give a lot of time on that. So default exports are basically simple, right? What you have to do is just export a particular value. So I can say export default my name. You see that I'm not using const or anything right here. You just have to give it a value, right? No names, no identifiers, nothing. Similarly, if you want a function to be exported, you can rename this to a function. If you want a variable to be exported, you can rename this to a variable, and it's just gonna work fine. And you are gonna get the default export directly. That means you do not have to write anything right here. What you have to do is just write my default export or anything which you want right here, and it is gonna work like a default export for you. So if I go ahead and remove this bad boy right here, and by the way, this would work just fine as well. So you just so you know, you can import a default export, add a comma, and then add your other regular exports as well. So if you do something like this, try to run this, you can see we get function power4, which is, you know, I imported this as a default export. You can see that default export does not have any name of its own. It just has the value. So I'm not really doing export default constant x is equal to 5. This is wrong. I'm just doing export default 5, right? This would be fine if I do not use the default keyword. Then I would be using, you know, import x from module.mjs, or, you know, if there's any other thing which you want to do. So yeah, I mean, this was a pretty much sort of a basic burn down of things you will need from the ES6 module system, and that is all basically. That I think I have covered everything which is really necessary. If there's any edge case or anything like that, that's basically, you're not going to need that for the most part when you're working with real projects. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just learn about the HTTP module, how it works, and how you can create a server in Node.js. Now we have been, you know, just going ahead and ignoring this thing for a while, but let's just make a use of this now. So what I'm gonna do is, let's just remove index.js file right now, and let's just touch a server.js file instead. So let's just open this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start by importing the HTTP module from Node.js. So, you know, we have talked about that we have a FS module here. We also have a bunch of other modules, which I did not really cover a lot. OS, FS, you know, we have, I think, path module, we have URL module. So all of these things are there, but the most common one is gonna be FS for you in a lot of operations. You are not going to be using OS modules as far as I can tell you, unless you are building a systems only applications with Node.js. And if you are using HTTP server, you might be tempted to use HTTP, but we're going to be learning about Express in the next section, so wait for that. So anyway, let's start with a simple, very simple HTTP server, a raw HTTP server, and let's say http.create server. This is basically first thing you can notice is we are again using the common JS syntax, just because I prefer the .js extension right now. You can use the ES6 syntax as well, it's not a problem. The http.create server means that we want to open a specific port for listening, and what we want to do is we want this particular port to listen to incoming connections. And by incoming connections, what I mean is, for example, if you visit google.com, that is an incoming connection. So once there is a connection established to a server, you can pretty much do two things with this. You can either go ahead and read what the request was, that is what the client said, or you can go ahead and either set up how the response to the client should look like, right? So you have two options. And what we're going to do is say, for example, we do not want to worry about what the client said. I just want to say rest.write. And I want to say, let's say, hello client over there. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I want to end the response right here. Once we have this server with us, I'm going to store this inside a server variable. Once we have the server with us, what I'm going to say is say server.listen, and then we're going to specify a particular port for this thing. By a port, I mean we're going to just say which port you want to listen to. Now, if you are working on local, that is on your local PC, that is inside your file system with VS Code and everything, whatever you specify here, you can go in the browser and open this. But because this is a browser environment, the Codedamn Playground, if you're using this, just use the port called 1337, or better, just go ahead and use process.env.public_port. Right now this is 1337, but if you want to change this later on, it would not be a problem for you. So if you just go ahead and console.log this thing, you're gonna see we get 1337. So I want to listen on this port, which is defined within this container. If you do echo public port, you're gonna get 1337, right? But once we do that, what we want to do, once the server is up and listening, I want to say, hey, we are ready to take requests, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it for a very simple server. So let's just go ahead and write node server.js, and you can see we get 1337 from the statement, and we immediately get that, hey, we are ready to take some requests. So once we do that, give it a couple of seconds and you can see that this changes to a ngrok URL here, and you get the hello client over there. You can basically go ahead and open this in a new tab as well if you want to have a full screen for yourself. And this is an actual response from a node server, right? So let's just go ahead and modify this with a bunch of exclamation marks. And once we do that, we have to restart the server as well. So we're gonna run this command again. And if I go back, refresh this, we get our updated response right here. So this is how we're gonna create a pretty small server in Node.js. And we're not gonna be using HTTP module for creating servers. Why? Because you're gonna soon realize that if you want to, for example, just determine that if the user is on /admin, right? So if the user is on /admin, you want to serve him different content. So you have to do this by request.path or request.something else, which is a sort of a property on the request object. And you have to do a lot of manual work yourself. So instead of doing that, what we can do is make use of libraries like Express, which simplify all this work for us and helps us create better and efficient, not really efficient, but better and easy to look servers right away. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we're gonna be learning about Express Server, how we can set up all that stuff, and create some websites with Node.js. So that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just learn about the HTTP module, how it works, and how you can create a server in Node.js. Now we have been just going ahead and ignoring this thing for a while, but let's just make a use of this now. So what I'm gonna do is let's just remove index.js file right now, and let's just touch a server.js file instead. So let's just open this, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start by importing the HTTP module from Node.js. So we have talked about that we have a FS module here. We also have a bunch of other modules, which I did not really cover a lot. OS, FS, we have, I think, path module, we have URL module. So all of these things are there, but the most common one is gonna be FS for you in a lot of operations. You are not going to be using OS modules as far as I can tell you, unless you are building systems only applications with Node.js. And if you are using HTTP server, you might be tempted to use HTTP, but we're gonna be learning about Express in the next section. So wait for that. So anyway, let's start with a very simple HTTP server, a raw HTTP server. And let's say http.create server. This is basically, first thing you can notice is we are again using the common JS syntax, just because I prefer the .js extension right now. You can use the ES6 syntax as well, it's not a problem. The http.create server means that we want to open a specific port for listening. And what we want to do is we want this particular port to listen to incoming connections. And by incoming connections, what I mean is, for example, if you visit google.com, that is an incoming connection. So once there is a connection established to a server, you can pretty much do two things with this. You can either go ahead and read what the request was, that is what the client said, or you can go ahead and either set up how the response to the client should look like, right? So you have two options, And what we're going to do is say, for example, we do not want to worry about what the client said. I just want to say rest.write, and I want to say, let's say, hello client over there. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I want to end the response right here. Once we have this server with us, I'm going to store this inside a server variable. Once we have the server with us, what I'm going to say is say server.listen, and then we're going to specify a particular port for this thing. By a port, I mean we're going to just say which port you want to listen to. Now, if you are working on local, that is on your local PC, that is inside your file system with VS Code and everything, whatever you specify here, you can go in the browser and open this. But because this is a browser environment, the Codedam Playground, if you're using this, just use the port called 1337, or better, just go ahead and use process.env.public_port. Right now, this is 1337, but if you want to change this later on, it would not be a problem for you. So if you just go ahead and console.log this thing, you're going to see we get 1337. So I want to listen on this port, which is defined within this container. If you do echo public port, you're going to get 1337, right? But once we do that, what we want to do, once the server is up and listening, I want to say, hey, we are ready to take requests, right? And yeah, that's pretty much it for a very simple server. So let's just go ahead and write node server.js, and you can see we get 1337 from the statement, and we immediately get that, hey, we are ready to take some requests. So once we do that, give it a couple of seconds, and you can see that this changes to a ngrok URL here, and you get the hello client over there. You can basically go ahead and open this in a new tab as well if you want to have a full screen for yourself. And this is an actual response from a node server, right? So let's just go ahead and modify this with a bunch of exclamation marks. And once we do that, we have to restart the server as well. So we're going to run this command again. And if I go back, refresh this, we get our updated response right here. So this is how we're going to create a pretty small server in Node.js. And we're not going to be using HTTP module for creating servers. Why? Because you're going to soon realize that if you want to, for example, just determine that if the user is on /admin, right? So if the user is on /admin, you want to serve him different content. So you have to do this by request.path or request.something else, which is a sort of a property on the request object. And you have to do a lot of manual work yourself. So instead of doing that, what we can do is make use of libraries like Express, which simplify all this work for us and helps us create better and efficient, not really efficient, but better and easy to look servers right away. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. In the next one, we're going to be learning about Express Server, how we can set up all that stuff, and create some websites with Node.js. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss a little bit about how this get thing works and what this really means, and this path as well. So let's just take a little bit of detour to the networking part of things. And to be honest, if you're following the backend learning path of Codedam, this is the very first thing which we really do, right? So if you're following this all the way from internet to Node.js basics right here, you should have this understanding, but still, let's just go ahead and do it really quick. So you can see that right here, our request URL is something like this, right? Which is just a slash, basically nothing is written in the path. You see the request method is get. So our browser, when you refresh a page or when you visit any page, what happens is the request method, whenever you write something like google.com and hit enter, is always get by default. There are a bunch of other methods in HTTP standard, not really standard, in the sort of REST convention, which are post, there is also put, there is also patch, there is also delete, but the most common ones are the get and the post, right? So these are the two most common methods you're gonna see all the time. So with Express, what you can do is you can define certain behavior on certain paths depending on what the method is. So you can say that, hey, I want to have a get certain behavior on something, and probably let me just go ahead and copy this thing, and I can say, hey, something's here, right? So once we do that, let me just go ahead and actually restart the server here real quick. Once we do that and visit /something now, what you're gonna see is that, hey, something's here is what we get. So this was defined as default thing for the get behavior right here, right? I can do a similar thing for a post behavior. So I can do on a similar path, but this time I want that, hey, if something is being sent as a post thing, that is, this right here is a post method, then this should be, this is usually not visible, right? And let's just go ahead and start the server again. I might just go ahead and do a node mon here instead. But anyway, so if I refresh this, you can see that, hey, something here is still what we see, but we never see this is usually not visible. So how do we make sure that we see this thing? Well, in order to see this thing, what we have to do is we have to perform this request with the help of a method of post, right? So I'm using fetch API to basically, let me just go ahead and remove this as well. So let's say I want to perform a fetch API request to this post, and I want to await for the response of this particular thing as well. Yeah, rest.text, right? So this is a little bit of front end stuff, and you can see that we get this is usually not visible. Now if I go to the networks tab, you can see we see two requests. The first one is the get, which was our initial page reload, and the second one had a post method. In the post method, the server said this is usually not visible, right? Why did it say that? Because first we are using a post request here, and second we are using a post sort of catch here for the route as well. So we know if the post request is coming, we have to handle it using this function. What if you try to send a post request to homepage, which does not has any handlers? So if I do that, you can see we get a 404, which is basically not found, right? So you can see Express says us that, hey, you cannot really post on this domain because nothing is available. Similarly, if you try to visit any broken URL, you can see you get an error that cannot get this particular thing because your method was get. Similarly, if you try to have maybe a put method here, you can see we see an error cannot put, which is basically the method name. If you try to do a patch here, you get cannot patch right here, right? And all of these, which are common HTTP request methods, you can define them with Express. So you can say instead of get, you want to have this thing on the patch, right? Now, if you go ahead and restart the server, what's really going to happen is now if you go ahead and send a patch request, you see hello world. And if you try to refresh this right here without anything, you get cannot get, right? So that's how things work in the REST world and in the web world. Basically, you use this particular identifier to define what sort of method you want this particular function to be called on. You use this argument to define what path you want this method to be called on. And you use this REST object right here to send response, right? So I hope this gave you a little bit of understanding of how different methods work and how you can make use of Express to set up all sorts of things on same paths as well. So you can have a get method, a post method, a put method, a patch method, everything on the same path as well, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just see how we can send some static data to the front end. Basically, instead of like sending this hello world or stuff like this, I really want to send a HTML file, right? So what we are gonna do for that is, first of all, we're gonna import another module called path. So I'm gonna say path from require path. Oops. And this is an internal node module. You do not really have to install it. Next thing is, instead of patch, obviously we want get, and instead of rest.send, I want to say rest.send file, right? Because this would allow us to send an actual file to the server. And what we can do is I can just go ahead and say path.resolve, And right here, I'm gonna write dir name, and let me just go ahead and finish this first of all, and then I'm gonna explain you in a much better way. So we have path.resolve set to public index.html, which basically means what's gonna do is in the current directory, it's gonna look for a folder with the name public, right? And it's gonna look for a file named index.html inside this particular folder, right? So we have a public index.html file with us. Let's just go ahead and copy paste this sort of a template which I got from the Bootstrap docs. So here we are inside this index.html. Let's paste this, right? So this is not a very fancy template, just some regular HTML right here with some Bootstrap loaded. So you can see that there are some links which are going to break once we try to do this. Like this pricing is not available with us. We do not even have the Bootstrap, all these things available. So we're gonna fix them later on. But for now, let's just take a look at this. So once we have done that, you can see that if I try to restart the server and reload this, you can see that we get this HTML file delivered to us, although it is broken at the moment, but you still get the idea, right? That it is sort of working. So this is how you can send static files, not really static files. This is how you can send any regular file using res.send file as a response, right? You can even send JavaScript file or maybe a CSS file if you want, but we have a better method of serving those. We're going to take a look at that later on. But this is how essentially we're going to start building a very simple sort of thing which is delivered by Node at the backend. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at how we can send static assets to the front end as well. So what happens that a lot of times you don't really want to have individual routes, or maybe it's impossible to have individual routes, like, right? So for example, if I want to serve, let's see, if I want to serve this pricing.css, do you really think I should just go ahead and write app.get pricing.css and then request response? I should write this whole thing again. Now, technically I can do that and it will work as well. But this is just unnecessary, right? Because a lot of times, a lot of websites use a lot of static assets. So what we have with Express is a better way of using these particular static assets, right? And that is by just saying app.use, and then we can use express.static. And this function right here allows us to tell that, hey, where do you want to serve or which directory do you want to serve your static assets from. So I'm just going to say path.resolve dir name. Dir name is basically just the current working directory name. And then I'm going to say this would be public, right? So we just want our public folder to be statically delivered every time. And one quick thing is that you want this static asset to be delivered on, let's say, the root of the domain. Or let's say I want this to be on static right now, just to make things simpler. So, right, so I have this thing. That means I want to use, whenever I'm using /static, this particular thing should handle what should happen to this particular path. And what should really happen to this particular path is that Express should look inside the public folder to check if there's a file depending on where the user, what the user has requested. And if there is, then just deliver that particular file. So let's just restart the terminal one more time. And let's just take this URL and open this in a new tab. So you see we still get the HTML, which is fine. But if I go to like /static and if I hit /static/index.html, you see we get this same HTML again, right? But there's a difference. The difference is this time this is served by this particular route. If I go ahead and remove this and restart it, if I refresh this, you can see this thing still works, but this would not work because of obviously that this path no longer points to any particular file or any particular function which can handle that. Let's do one more thing. Let me just go ahead and add a secret.txt file here, and we're going to create, let's say this is a super secret file. Don't tell anybody about this, right? And we will be making sure that this is inside public folder. You can see it's inside public folder, and we are not adding anything here at all. But because we are serving all the files from the static thing, what we can do is just go ahead right here and say inside static, I want to visit this secret.txt and hit enter. And you can see that we get this is a super secret file right out of the box. So this is how static works in Express. It is very useful for static assets like images, CSS, JavaScript if you have on your website, and that is how you can serve them with a, you can just go ahead and create a folder public static here and point this like that. So that's how you're gonna do it. That's how it works. And that is all really for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can accept data from front end to back end with Node.js. By accepting, what I mean is it could be any form submission, it could be any field which you want to get, it could be any sort of behavior, right? So first things first, let me just go ahead and quickly create that particular interface. So I'm just gonna have a really simple HTML body, nothing fancy. Although I should go ahead and add a head here as well. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's just create a simple input type text. And I'm gonna say this has an ID of username. And this would be password. And that's it. Button, ID, submit. And I'm gonna say submit, right? Nothing really fancy. Let's just go ahead and, yeah, of course, this will not work because we are not serving static assets from here. Let's serve the static assets from the root of the path, right? That is the root domain, so that we get all the benefits of getting index.html right away on this, right? So we have this nice little form with us. And yeah, you can also just go ahead and say autocomplete off if you don't really want to bother your users, right? Refresh, there you go. So the next thing is that we want to receive whatever the user is writing. When I click on submit, I want to receive it on the backend. So let's just add a quick script here. I'm going to say this is script.js, and I can do that by placing the script.js inside our public folder itself, because this whole folder is actually being served as a static thing over this whole domain sort of thing. So let's just go ahead and quickly add a couple of event listeners on these buttons and things. So this is first of all submit. So I'm going to say document.getElement by ID submit on click. I should get the username would be document.getElement by ID. Username, I guess we can just check. And then password would be password like this, right? So what should happen is once I click this, once we have the values, this input right here should go to our server. So the next thing is actually defining a route for that. So I want to say data, and then I'm going to define request response, and I'm just going to say response.send. Okay. You can also use JSON here to send a JSON response and say status okay, something like that, which is just a fancy way, but either one of them would work. And right here, what I want to do is I just want to console log request.body, because this is the place where our information would be stored. Information would be available for us to parse, right? So once we have this route, let's just go ahead and restart the server here real quick. And inside our script.js file, what I'm going to do next is, I want to have a Ajax call made, which is using fetch. So I'm going to say data right here. I'm going to specify the method would be post. The body is going to be json.stringify, stringify, username and password, right? So this should be our body. And one quick thing is the content type of the thing which we are sending is JSON. So I want to say this is application JSON from front end. So once we do that, this should be more than enough for getting response. I want to say response.json. We are expecting a JSON response from server, because you can see that inside our server.js, we wrote this particular block, right? So we are getting a JSON response from server as well. So there's that. And then finally, I just want to console.log what we really got. That is the data, right? So much going on here on the front end. I hope there's no confusion here, because we are not really learning front end right now. So once we do that, on the back end, what's going to happen is we're just going to get a console log of request.body. So if I go ahead and submit this, or maybe just refresh this first of all, and go ahead and submit this, you can see that we get our request.body as undefined, right? Now, why is that? You see, Express by itself does not contain the parsed body and anything like that, but you can extend the functionality of Express to do that. And how you do that is by installing another package known as body parser. So go ahead and install npm install body parser. And right here, this package is going to allow you to parse the body which is coming. So I'm going to go ahead and import this first of all. I'm going to say body parser is require body parser. And then just before our post request, I'm going to say app.use, and you just have to do it once, just like we have done it for static ones. So I'm going to say app.use body parser.json, right? And that's it. This would make sure that the request.body inside of our Express contains the relevant parsed JSON if it is coming as a JSON object. So let's just go ahead and do npm or really node server.js and refresh this, try to submit it one more time, and you're going to see that now we get username as an empty object and password as an empty object, because this should be .value, right? Not the node itself. So let's just do it one more time and submit it, and you can see now we get the correct username and password. And just so you know that it's different, you can see it's a different password, right? So yeah, this is how you're gonna receive and send response to the backend using body parser in Express. That is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the very first video for our Next.js course. And in this course, in this whole web series, we're going to be working a lot with Next.js. We'll be developing a lot of projects on the way. We'll be learning the ins and out of the framework. So if you're watching this course on Codedam, you are going to be updated with the latest Next.js frameworks as they roll out. Currently, it's 9.5. And yeah, if you're watching this on codedam.com, and if there's any significant change, the contents would be added again to the framework. If not, to the learning path. If not, then please go ahead and sign up on codedam.com for watching the same content. All right, with that being said, we're going to be exploring a lot, just like I said, in this whole web series, but starting off with some prerequisites, some requirements I would say you must have for this Next.js course. Obviously, the first thing is that, you know, if you are a React developer, please only then follow along with the course. This course is not for people who are extremely new to React or who are extremely new to HTML or CSS. And you probably know this if you have been following the Next.js roadmap on Codedam, which you can see right here with us. So we, on the Next.js roadmap, we actually start with the basic HTML and CSS skills. Then we build some JavaScript skills, then React fundamentals, and then we come to Next.js. So this is very important. You must have basic HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React fundamentals with you before you start working with Next.js, because for the most part, Next.js is going to contain a lot of React code, a lot of best practices of React code, a lot of React. So this is one thing I want to just put out there. If you do not have access to, if you do not have knowledge for the HTML, CSS, and React, you can always go to the Next.js Mastery Learning Path. You can find all the links and get started with those topics first. So yep, that would be all for the learning path, at least. And for this whole course, we're going to be building, just like I said, a lot of things along the way. So I'm pretty excited to start this course. I hope that you are excited as well. So let's get into it, and we're going to be learning a lot of things in this whole web series. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and go over what Next.js really is and why it is needed. So Next.js is a wrapper, to speak as of, in the simplest terms. I would say Next.js is a wrapper around React framework, which enables your React code to pre-render, which enables your React code to run on the server. What do I mean by that? Well, you see, when you're working with a React website, which is just the client-side JavaScript code, what happens, the process is that firstly, your client will download the code from the server, then that JavaScript code would be executed by the browser, and then you're gonna see the actual output on the screen, the actual HTML elements and divs and all that. But if you take a look at sites which are built with Next.js, what you're gonna see is that if you go to view source, you could pretty much see all the content within the HTML document itself, right? For example, I can just search this text pre-rendering right here, and this is the H3 tag which we are seeing right now, right? This is statically generated and server-side rendered React applications, and this is what we are seeing. So you see that in this case, in the case of Next.js, the server is actually sending you the HTML itself. But in case of React applications, the server sends you JavaScript bundles, which is then executed by the browsers, and then the output is displayed to the user. Now, this is one of the many benefits Next.js brings in, but this is the most important one, right? Everything else, zero configuration, fully extensible, static exporting, let's just leave that because that is also sort of pre-rendering only. CSS and JS ready for production. All these are actually possible with just React as well. But with Next.js, with these two features, basically the pre-rendering one, because this is just a side effect of that. But because of pre-rendering, it opens a lot of doors for performance, for SEO, for caching, stuff like that. And it is awesome. The only thing which Next.js truly does, which makes all the difference, is this thing. That is server-side rendering of React code on the server, so that your server actually sends HTML instead of JavaScript bundles on your screen. So this is what Next.js is about in a nutshell. And yeah, that's why I wanted you to have a basic understanding of React, because in Next, we'll be following certain practices set by the framework. We'll be following certain patterns, certain design patterns, but for the most part, because we are writing React code itself, the principles, the underlying principles remain same. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Hopefully you understood the difference between Next and React and why it is needed. We'll come to performance benefits, SEO, stuff like that later on in the series, because that's technically not related to the coding part directly. It's more about the user experience and the marketing side of the things, but that is very important as well. So anyway, that's all for this video. If you liked it, let's just move on to the next one really quick. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back to another video in which we'll be starting off by setting our Next.js project. So first things first, what we're going to do is go on your systems and make sure that you have Node and NPM installed. And I'm assuming that you are a React developer, you have some sort of experience with React, so you should have that by default. Once you do have that, just go ahead and write npx create next app, and just go ahead and write the name of your project. In our case, it would be hello next. You could have any name here you want. And the next thing is I'm gonna pass in a flag called --use npm. Now the reason I'm passing this flag is because I have both yarn and npm on my systems, so I want to use npm. That is why I'm using this thing. And for the matter of fact, what this npx is, how this all is working, if you want to dive deep into this, we have a dedicated course for npm mastery as well on Codedam. Hopefully you're watching this on codedam.com, so you can go ahead and check that out as well if you want to learn more about how npx and everything works. So once you have that, just go ahead and hit enter, and it should be up and ready in a couple of minutes. Now, mind you that we would be using TypeScript in this whole course because TypeScript is a production ready technology. It enables you to write high quality code while suppressing a lot of errors which might just slip in. So you get all those benefits of static type checking and auto completion and jumping in code here and there and refactoring and all that stuff. So it's a pretty decent deal. So once we have done that, once the project is initialized, let's just go ahead inside the folder hello next and let's see what's going on here. So if we take a look inside the files section, okay, I think we did not really open that correctly. If we take a look inside the files section, all right, so you can see right here that we have some JS files and not a lot of activity going on, right? We have some regular package.json files and everything, and I'm gonna get to the whole directory structure later on in the next video. But for now, just stick along with me and let's just go ahead and convert these into TypeScript. So it's as easy as doing this with Next.js, right? Just make sure your extension is .tsx for the files which actually use JSX. And you could go ahead and keep it .ts for the files which are, you know, just pure TypeScript or just pure JavaScript, right? Once you do this, it should be enough. Now, if you're coming from a TypeScript background, you're gonna immediately notice that we do not have a tsconfig.json here. But the thing is that Next.js can automatically take care of that. How awesome is that? So I'm just gonna go ahead and create a file called tsconfig.json. I'm gonna keep it empty. This would be handled by Next.js. We don't have to really mess around with, initially at least. And what I'm going to do is we can see that we just have 3 dependencies at the moment: Next, React, and React DOM. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to install a couple of more, which would enable us the type support and all the nice features of TypeScript. So I'm going to install TypeScript right here. I'm going to install the node types, which is going to enable us to write server-side code. And I'm going to install the React types, which is going to give us autocomplete on the client-side code for React. And I'm going to save this as save dev because these are dependencies which we don't really want on production, because on the production Next.js would automatically be, you know, compiled down to JavaScript and all that good stuff. So once you do that, we are basically done to see our hello world. Now you might see some of these errors, but don't worry about them. These are all false positives. They would be all rectified once we fill up this tsconfig. So to do that, we're going to go ahead and write npm run dev, which in turn is going to go to package.json and see that we have a dev script which is going to run next dev. And next dev is magic. It is going to take care of the server initialization, compiling your TypeScript, you know, auto reloading, hot reloading of code, fast refresh, all that stuff, all that good stuff out of the box. It's just magic. So we go ahead and run this, and you can see that it says to me that we detected TypeScript in your project and created a tsconfig.json file for you. So that's very nice of Next.js, right? And you can see that we get a nice little populated tsconfig.json file with us, plus a next.env.d.ts file, which is a typed file, but we don't really need to worry a lot about this. But for the most part, you can see that our code base is purely in TypeScript. We don't have any JavaScript yet, but we can still go ahead and visit this URL, that is localhost 3000, and we're gonna see that we get a nice little page greeting us, welcome to Next.js. We can in fact go ahead to index.tsx and change this from Next.js to Next.ts, because why the hell not? And you can see without even reloading, with the help of fast refresh, we get immediate update to our page. So we're going to explore a lot about what these technologies, what sort of architecture Next.js follows, and what's actually happening in the main app itself. But for this video, I think this should be enough to get you started with Next.js. Hopefully you were able to follow along till now. If not, let me know in the discussions below. I'm going to get back to you if you are stuck anywhere. That's all for this one. I'm going to see you very soon in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore our project a little bit, because we haven't really seen what's going on here. So I'm just going to minimize the terminal for you, and I'm going to close these files. Now what we see on our left, that is the file structure, is pretty interesting. Now the reason it is laid down in the following sense is because Next.js requires a specific file structure, which is not a lot of technologies, which is not what a lot of technologies do outside there. And it's sort of, you know, some people like it, some people don't like it, but this is what it is, at least for now with Next.js. So what's going on? Well, first things first, you see this public folder, right? Whatever you put it in the public folder is going to be directly accessible on your root domain. In our case, you can see we have two files, that is favicon and Vercel. So if I go ahead, let me just go ahead and bring this right here. If I go ahead and just go to vercel.svg in my URL, you can see right here I get the Vercel because this file was put right here, right? Similarly for favicon, if I go to that URL, you're gonna see we get our favicon right here, if you could just see it in the dark. If I create a file, let's say robots.txt, and if I say hello robots, you know, stuff like that, save that file, go to robots.txt, what you're gonna see is we get the same file. So it's basically a directory which Next.js uses internally to serve off files as it is. Now, if you create an index.js or anything, it would not be processed by Next.js. It would not be executed as a node command by Next.js. It would be served as it is, right? So you have to be careful about this. Whatever you put inside the public directory is directly accessible by anyone, right? As the raw source thing. And a good thing is it does not matter where your contents is as long as it is in public directory. So you can have a bunch of folders, for example, A, B, then you can have c.txt and you can say hello there. And how it would be accessible is pretty much A, B, c.txt, just like that, right? So it's just going to follow the whole directory path and reach out to that particular file, just like it would work on a file system. So it's pretty neat because, you know, now you have a one-on-one pairing on how you are storing your files and how they are served, right? Most of the frameworks like Express provide that as well with the static express.static middleware, but Next.js provides that out of the box without you writing any code or any configuration. So this is about the public folder in Next.js. There's another interesting folder you can see, pages, which is basically the heart of our application, which is basically our source code would live, right? So we're going to discuss a lot more about pages as we go on, because this is like the central part of the routing system as well. But for the most part, this styles folder is not really required. So you can go ahead and move the styles folder inside public as well. I mean, that would just make your styles accessible through a URL instead of like bundling, but it won't really matter, right? Because your CSS is visible anyway. So you can, or if you want, you can keep the styles in a separate folder, or you can move them inside the pages folder itself, right? So if you do that, what's going to happen is you can delete this styles folder. So to just get rid of a new folder, and right here, instead of importing it like this, now because you have deleted it, just import it like this, right? And inside index.tsx as well, just import the home.css style directly. So if you do that, and if you go ahead and go back on the page, you're gonna see it pretty much looks just like before, right? And yep, that's basically it for the whole structure. So now you more or less have only two folders, pages and public, which are a must to have in a similar way. Well, actually there's one way to have pages as well. So you can create an src folder and then throw in pages inside that. That would also work just like it is working right now, but I'm not really getting into that. So I'm just gonna remove my src folder for now. But the idea is you must have two folders. The first one is public for static assets, and the pages folder for your source code, which is responsible for running the node code and rendering your React code on the page as well. We're going to discuss what this API is later on. It is something special, not really related to the rendering part, but yeah, it is special. So that would be all for this video. I hope you liked it. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. Let's get there. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore the pages directory a little bit. Now, we are not really going to explore all the routing part just yet, but pages provide a very powerful yet simple to maintain routing mechanism in Next.js. So what happens with pages is that whatever file Next.js finds ends with .ts, .tsx, .js, .jsx inside the Next.js folder, inside this pages folder, it would create a path of that. Or to speak in the reverse way, whenever you visit something which is like your website.com/mypage, Next.js is going to find mypage.tsx, basically resolve that mypage module inside the pages folder, and it's going to return that component, that React component, to the browser. Enough of talking, let's actually see what I'm saying. There's just one exception to that, and that is the index.tsx. That is, index.tsx is actually available on your root domain and not on /index, right? So if you go to /index, you're going to get 404. But if you're on your root domain, that is where index.tsx is actually displayed. So what we want to do really is, let me just go ahead and trim this down real quick because we have a lot of code right here. And I'm just going to actually just get rid of this as well. I'm just going to say we have h1 hello world right here. And maybe I can just even get rid of that. So we have a very, very small and very simple React component with us here. And if we go on the page, you're going to see that is exactly what we get. But hold on. If we go ahead and take a look at the view page source, you can actually see hello world written in the HTML itself. Now, this is not something that happens when you're using React, right? Just go ahead and try out an application with create React app, create a component which says hello world and display it, and go to the page source, and you're never gonna find this h1 hello world tag there. So what really happened here is that this page, this component was actually rendered on the server by Next.js, and it was, crunched into the HTML and returned to the client. This way, this has multiple benefits in terms of SEO and performance, but the most notable benefit you can see is the client now, when the page is loaded, is never waiting for any sort of JavaScript to execute for displaying the content, which increases performance a lot for the client side, right? So, yep, that's basically how the pages thing work. So if I go ahead and create a nice page.tsx for myself, and if I just go ahead and copy paste this whole thing, and I say, let's see, this is a super nice page, hit save, and if I go ahead on nice, what was that? Nice page, yeah. Nice page. You can see I get this is a super nice page. Right out of the box, I had to do no routing. I had to, just write nowhere. I have to write, like, if I go to /nice page, this should execute. It is automatically handled by Next.js. And this is some sort of behavior you cannot really change at the moment. So, you just have to return a component here. You cannot just return, for example, you cannot just return 2 here, because if you do that, you're going to see you get an error that the export is not a React component. So the default export from your any file inside this pages folder, just ignore the API folder for now. Any file inside this pages folder, which is a JavaScript file, should export a React component, right? As a default export. And once you do that, it's just going to work just like that, right? You can create as many pages as you want. Nice page 2.tsx. This is also a super nice page, right? And if I go to that, we get this is also a super nice page, all rendered on the server side. This is also, you can also see this, it is available in the source code. And as we create more and more complicated apps, you're gonna realize the importance and benefits of this. Plus, the fact that you do not have to customize anything out of the box is just mind-blowing. I mean, this setup works right out of the box. It is TypeScript, React, JSX, Webpack, Babel, everything hidden away from you. Nothing is available, right? So nothing is actually visible, but you can actually get fine control of everything if you want by a file called next.config.js, which we're going to discuss later on. But you know, this is something I love about Next.js. It's simplicity to start, and it can grow as complex as you want when you want it, right? Just like every framework should be. So this is all about pages, introduction to pages. We're going to learn a lot about pages and routing and everything in the routing section. But that's all for this video. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at a special file known as _document.tsx. Now, this is a special file because just like I said, when we create it, it's not going to be available at /document.tsx. But in fact, it is the file which is responsible for all the other things in your document, right? So you see that we wrote this here, this h1 here inside our index.tsx with a div, but we did not really write all this other things, doc type HTML, HTML head, you know, all these scripts and everything. We did not write that. So how did this came as a response? Well, that is precisely what document.tsx allows us to control. But for the most part, we don't really want to mess up. We don't really want to, you know, just mess up with the Next.js things. Document.tsx is used for, you know, injecting our own custom code, injecting our own custom scripts, which we want to be available for the whole application. So what we want to do is just go ahead, inside pages, create a file called as _document.tsx. And first of all, just like I said, we don't want to mess up with Next.js. So what we're going to do is we're going to import certain things. I'm going to import HTML head, main, and next script. This is, I think, what is required from next/document. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually export a class this time, not a function. Now bear with me. We're going to export a class, custom document. Why we are doing this instead of a functional component is because we have to extend our original document. And why is that? Because it implements certain methods, certain functionalities which are important for the Next.js to actually use, right? I'm sure there's a way in functional components as well where we can assign this document somewhere in the prototype chain, but the best way, the cleanest way is to just make use of class-based component in a single file. You know, just bite the bullet and use it for once in your whole application, because document.tsx would honestly be a very small file even after you customize it. So what we want, again, with class-based components, we just need to have a single render function, and what we want to return is basically the whole structure, right? So we want head right there. Don't really focus a lot on these tags right now. We're going to be making use of head again somewhere in the next videos, but I don't really want you to get confused with this head right here. So I'm going to keep that blank. We're going to write main, and finally we're going to write the next script as well, right? And actually the main should really go inside the body, which is a regular HTML tag, you know. And let's just restart the server once, because it does not really capture changes for document and app. And if we reload now, you're gonna see nothing really changes. But what we can do now is that we can go ahead and inject something like meta property custom and then value, I don't know, YOLO, something like that, right? And it's I don't know what's the content. Yeah, so here we have it. refresh, you can see now that we have a meta property, custom, and content YOLO, right? Now the point is that this is actually available on every page, even on pages which are 404, right? So you can see that we get 404, this page cannot be found, but we still have the YOLO property available for us because this is the absolute base template which is used by Next.js for rendering things, for rendering your page, right? So a bunch of things, use this file as minimal as you can, number one, because this is a root file. This is something which can control your whole application. So you never really want to mess a lot with the global files. So just use this file if you want to probably inject some sort of meta tag, which is for verification purposes of your website, or I don't know, just keep the usage of this file to minimal, because for the most part you will be able to customize all the titles, all the head stuff, everything using the actual pages which are available right here. So you can do all that stuff from here as well. So if you want to inject a particular script, you can use that. This would be available then throughout the web pages, throughout the website, some analytic scripts, anything, you can do that. So yeah, I mean, that would be pretty much it for this video. And in the next one, we're going to be exploring another file called as _app.tsx, which is slightly different than this one. And we're going to be understanding how's that. So that's all for this one. And I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at app.tsx file in Next.js. So again, just like document.tsx, _app.tsx is also a special file. So I'm going to go ahead and create that, but it's a little bit different than document.tsx and a little bit simple as well to set up. The first reason is obviously because you can go ahead and export a function directly out of it. So what should you write here? Well, let's just go ahead and try to return h1 hello from here, right? And let's just start our server. So we have a server running on port 3000. And if we reload the page, we get hello. Something's not right. If we go ahead on our index.tsx page, what we could see is that actually let's just go ahead and rename this as app so that we don't really get that warnings. But we see that we have here on the index page. So I am index page and not hello. If I write that, hit save, refresh, but we still get hello. That's strange. If I go ahead and write here I am page 1, and if I go to /page 1, we still get hello. If I go to 404, which is no page, we still get hello. So what's happening? Well, if you could guess, this app.tsx is actually responsible for rendering all of your pages, right? So when you're returning a constant component that is just a single file, what's really happening is that you are executing none of the pages here. So how do we execute pages? Well, Next.js actually passes two things here. The first one is component, and the second one is page props. That is the props passed to the component, to this component by Next.js internally, right? And because this is rendering right now, we can just go ahead and do something like this. So we're gonna write component right here, and I'm gonna just destructure these page props. Now, if we go ahead and take a look, you can see that we get the correct 404 page, as well as if I go to home page, we get I am index page and not hello, and everything is just working fine, right? So basically, this is the endpoint for, just updating the pages in a way you want before they are rendered. Now, this is a little bit different than the actual, the actual document.tsx page we have. And how is that different? I'm going to show you. Let's just write a very simple console log statement here, which says hello from _app, right? And what I'm going to do is save this and go ahead and refresh the page. So when I refresh this, you can see that in our node console, we got an event, that is a console, which says hello from app, right? That means that this code, this function was actually executed on the server as well, right? This is the Node process. This is executed. We see this console. That means Node somehow executed this, right? At the same time, if I go ahead and take a look in the console on the browser, we get hello from app here as well. That means this is executed. This component, this code is actually executed on the client as well, irrespective of I am page one being on the page itself, right? So what you're really seeing here is one of the core fundamental concepts of server-side rendering. That is, the content is available as plain HTML, as well as soon as the JavaScript of that particular page is ready. In our case, the JavaScript, which is of the component, the hooks and event listeners and everything, when they are ready, they are automatically attached to your page, right? So for example, if I have something like, h1 on click, alert, hello, if I have something like this, now if I go ahead and refresh this page, you can see if I click on this, I get a hello alert. But if I go to the page source, you're gonna see I get no such information inside JavaScript right here, right? It's just a regular h1. So what happens initially is that I'm displayed I am page one, and then when the JavaScript is downloaded and rendered completely, event listeners and everything is attached to it. That is why we get an alert now. If I disable my JavaScript and run this, I'm still gonna see I'm page one, but there would be no interactivity. So what's really happening here is that this code, this function is being executed both on the server, obviously for server-side rendering, and on the client as well. With document.tsx, what's happening is that things really execute just on the server, right? So if I go ahead and write here, hello from document.tsx, hit save, you're gonna see that if I go ahead and reload this, we get hello from document.tsx, but we get nothing such message from on our console. Why? Because you can clearly see that document.tsx, although it returns a React component, although agreed that it returns a React component, but it is actually forming the page structure, the overall page structure, right? So that means it is only rendered on the server to create those HTML and head and those custom Next.js scripts and hooking everything in nicely, but it would not execute any JavaScript which is available inside this page right away, right? So if you have component did mount or anything like that, that is not really going to happen, because this is not a component. This is your actual root document which is being rendered through this component file, right? So it's sort of a I don't know, it's sort of a lie as to say that it is a component. It is not a component. It is your actual document which is being rendered. So it won't really make a lot of sense if you have component in mount here and there right here, because they are more suited toward pages, toward individual pages. In our case, it could be index.tsx, where you can have a use effect, which is, once the page is ready, that is, once the page is mounted, you can just say alert hello, right? Or maybe you can just, if you go back to index, you're gonna get that hello right here. Or you can just go ahead and, just override that behavior for all the pages right here. So the fundamental difference being between app.tsx and document is that this file is used to create the overall structure, and the code in this file is never executed. The JavaScript code on this file is never executed on the client side. Whatever, the HTML string and everything which we get from this file is put as it is on the source code, and it is not executed as per se on the client side end. So we have some uses for app.tsx, which we're going to discover as we move on, but that was mostly it for this video. And if you like this, we have a lot of things coming up, so just hold on. So that would be all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hi everyone, welcome back to another section. This is our styling section for Next.js. We're going to learn a bit about how we can use CSS and Sass in this section and ways to implement styling with Next.js. So it's going to be interesting. Let's just stick along and see whatever we can do with Next.js in this video. Okay, so we are in our index.tsx page, which is our main page for Next.js. This one right here. Right, and what we want to do is we want to add some styles and effects and everything to the page. So first things first, let's just go ahead and actually remove all the styles from our application. And for the moment, let's just go ahead and see. I'm gonna actually remove our app.tsx file as well, because this one is a special file. We're gonna get to that later on. And there we go. Right, so we just have, let's just go ahead and remove these two pages as well, because, well, they are just trash. So here we are. Now we just have a single page right here, and actually we might need a server restart maybe because of that. And let's see if we are ready to go. And yes, we are. So now we have a very basic hello world with us, no styles, nothing at all. If we just take a look at the source code as well, we have some JavaScript and everything, but when you're gonna compile it, you're gonna see, for production, you're gonna see that all this JavaScript is also removed, right? So what we really want to do is try out the JSX, that is styled JSX in Next.js, which means CSS in JS. Now, personally speaking, I don't really like this very much, but I'm gonna still explain to you. But I won't really recommend, as a person who has used React, to go ahead and follow this, because we are already mixing the HTML sort of thing, that is, the JSX part, with the logic in our React components. The least we can do is keep CSS separate in a separate files. And given that Next.js actually has first-class support for that as well, I'm going to recommend not to do that. But anyway, let's just go ahead and start. So I'm going to say this is a simple div for us. And I'm just going to write a real style JSX tag right here, which means that whatever I write inside this now is going to be our CSS for this particular component, right? So what I can say is I can just give it a class name of title, and I can say title has color of red, right? Hit save, and you can see that our title turns red. But this is special because if I go ahead and I'm not really sure if I can just show it to you. Yeah, maybe I can. So let's just go ahead and create a function. Let's say heading, right? And I just return h1 props dot heading right here, and I'm gonna have props right here, and instead of this I'm gonna say heading. Heading is heading. Well, a lot of heading right there, but what I'm gonna do is just go ahead and move it right there. Oops, I think I lost my copy paste because of that, but anyway, that wasn't a lot of code anyway. So h1 color red, there we go. So what I'm trying to show you here is that this is still the same, but if I try to use h1 here now, what you're gonna see is that it's black, it's not red, whereas we specifically told the h1 to be red here, right? So how does that work? Well, you see, whenever you're using these style JSX styles, it's going to be component level styles, right? So Next.js is going to make sure that whatever you write inside this is just limited in scope to your component. Does not matter if you're using classes, or does not matter even if you're using, direct style elements. And how does it do that? Well, you can obviously always go ahead and inspect this bad boy with the Chrome inspector, and you can see immediately that actually Next.js is going to add a class to every element inside that particular component, And instead of targeting h1 directly, it's actually targeting h1.jsx and that ID of that particular heading. And then it's saying color red, right? So what happens with this one? Well, obviously you might have guessed it does not have any class at all. So it's just black, just regular. You can go ahead and make this global by saying global right here. And if you do that, and if you refresh, now you're going to see that we have a global h1 as the color, right? So what just Next.js, what it just did is that now it's not really modifying our styles. It's just putting them as it is on the page. Well, this is all about, style JSX for the most part. There could be a bunch of things as well. You can, for the most part, it is used by people who want to have variables with JavaScript inside CSS. So now you can have, just red. So you can say if math.random is greater than 0.5, then you want red. Otherwise you want blue. And once you do that, whenever you are refreshing it, you're either getting a red heading or a blue heading, depending on how the math.random plays out, right? So that's the idea, that you can go ahead and use JavaScript variables inside CSS, but for the most part you never really need to do that at all, because CSS support is in itself very good these days. So personally speaking, I won't really recommend anyone to use style JSX, that is CSS inside JavaScript, unless you want to use that and you have a legacy code base which uses it. But if you're somebody new, just go ahead and watch the next few videos on how to actually implement same functionality, that is component level module based resolution, but using much better approach, much cleaner approach in which you can keep your components separate. So that would be all for this video. I'm going to see you very soon in the next one. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at a cleaner, much better approach on adding global styles and actually styles in general in this section to our Next.js application. Now for doing that, we need to create, at least for the global file, global styles, we need to create a file called as _app.tsx. We discussed that in the previous sections, so it should not be a problem. So this application, this app.tsx, is a very simple, non-customized app at the moment. But what we really want to do is just import our global.css right here. Now, the naming convention is again a little bit important here. First things first, it is not necessary you name it global.css. You can name it main.css as well. It's just going to work just fine. Right, so you can see that we have a .red class which gives a color of red, and inside our index page we have a class named red assigned to a heading, and we have a heading right here. So if we go ahead and restart the server, just restart the page, just refresh the page, we're gonna see that we get our heading in red, and that is because of the red class which we have inside our main.css file, right? So this is how the global styles are going to be applied. Now you might ask me that what would happen if you just go ahead and just throw it right here? Shouldn't that really work? Not really, because the way how Next.js guys came up with, you're gonna get this error. It would say that global CSS cannot be imported from other files other than your custom app. So what's happening is that Next.js is considering this import as a global import. It is considering that, hey, if you want to import this as it is, that means you want to apply the styles everywhere. And it does not really let you do that because, component styles can overlap with each other if you have overlapping classes. So it throws you an error and you cannot just view your application. So with that being out, that means that, just importing CSS like this, importing main.css or style.css or, anything like that .css, it's just possible in _app.tsx. But hang on, we're gonna see another way in the next video. But for this video, what we have right here is that you can go ahead and make use of the global styles using a CSS import inside _app.tsx only. It would not work in a page. It would not work in any other file if it is not _app.tsx. So this is how you're going to make use of, global styles, and you can just go ahead and play around with anything you like here. It would be available as a global style. So that would be all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore how you can import component styles in your pages. By that, what I mean is that whatever styles we import are available only to your component. So the first thing first, we have seen that, main.css does not really work very nicely because we get this error. So what's happening is that Next.js has actually created a way to import the files, the CSS files inside your TypeScript or JavaScript components, and that is only when your file name ends with .module.css. So you have to make sure that you name your file as main.module.css if you want your file to be available only to a particular component. Your global file would still remain just the main.css or global.css or whatever you want, but anything which you import in your component in your page should be like this. It should be whatever the name. For example, in our case it would be index, which I'm just going to create index.module.css, right? So that's what we are doing now. So I'm going to say red again, just give it a more specificity, just a little bit of CSS weight, and I'm gonna make this color green, right? Hit save, and if I go ahead and just do that, what's going to happen is that if I go ahead and refresh, what we're gonna see is we don't really get anything because by default you have to import it as like this. Now you can go ahead and make use of styles.red like that, right? So now if you go ahead and see, you're gonna see that you actually get the green color, and you can see that it has actually bound your style to a specific class. So how you have to use this is by using class name and then writing styles, which is what you imported from the CSS file, and then the name of the class which you're using, right? In our case, it is .red. There's a way to make it work like this and like this as well, but it is not available natively inside Next.js as of now. So if you want to do something like that, you have to write custom configuration inside next.config.js, and we have some videos at the end which are like covering the advanced aspect of Next.js, which go over that aspect. So if you're somebody who's migrating, this is especially useful for somebody who's migrating existing code base to have this feature, just having an import style which should be local to your module, to your component, and this should work right away. So this involves the use of a Babel plugin, but yeah, that is possible, but it is available at the end of this section, end of this whole course, basically. So yeah, I mean, for the most part, this is how you're gonna make sure you work with the CSS modules, the CSS components in Next.js. Just import them like that and you're good to go. So that would be all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at how we can use Sass inside Next.js. And Sass is basically, for those of you who don't really know, it's sort of just like how TypeScript is for JavaScript, Sass also adds a lot of power to CSS and compiles down to CSS only. So Next.js supports Sass natively. You just have to go ahead and just rename. We're not going to rename the global file. We just can rename the component one. And what I'm going to do is import it just like this. And that's it. That's all we really need to do. I guess if we could just restart the server once, that would be awesome. And if we go ahead and refresh it, we are probably going to see, I think we have, yeah, I guess we need to install Sass first. That's the only thing we need to do because Next.js won't really ship with Sass. And I'm just gonna save it as a development binary also because we don't really need Sass on production anyway. So once we have that, I can run dev again and we should be up and running in no time. So if we go ahead and refresh it now, you can see that we get still the same behavior, but now with a SCSS, that is a Sass file. The benefit of this, well, to start with, you can now nest the styles. So I can say this is color red. And if I go ahead and write a span here, and I say I am red and C, so we can get red here and heading like that. And it just nicely compiles down to our CSS, but it is much more maintainable when you're using Sass. Well, you get support for everything now, the Sass variables. You know, if you want to create some sort of duplicate styles over and over, so you can write a function in Sass, you can loop over stuff, so all that stuff. But for the most part, you're just gonna make use of the nesting a lot. So that is what it is. Sass ships out of the box as well. Sass support shifts out of the box as well with Next.js. You just need to install the Sass package and you are done. So that's pretty much it for adding the Sass support to our applications as far as I'm concerned, because Next.js, other than that, inside of the CSS moduling system follows the same thing as inside the Sass moduling system follows the same thing as CSS1. That is, you need to make use of, you need to end your CSS files with that.module.scss and so on and so forth. So that would be all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I just want to take a little bit of time to just tell you how you can organize your pages in Next.js so that you don't have a lot of clutter here. So how you should technically create things is that inside pages, just create a new folder. Actually, inside pages, create a new folder with whatever page you have. For example, this is my page 1, right? And now inside this page 1, create an index.tsx file. When you do that, what's going to happen is that your page contents are still accessible on your domain.com/page1, but now all the contents, all the relevant contents, in our case it would be just tsx file and the styles file, would be available inside this page 1 only. So we can have a styles.module.scss right here, and I can just go ahead and say that, you know, red is a color red, right? And now I can go ahead and just say export default function. Page 1 is, you know, return h1, class name, oops, and then styles dot red, and let's just go ahead and import the styles from our styles.module.scss file, right? So this is all we need, and now we have a nice little page with us which has the view and the logic and the styles part separated. So if you go ahead and view page 1 right here, what you're gonna see is that nothing happens because we have no content there, but once I write hello there, we get hello in red. So that was just a quick little, you know, instruction on how you can organize things. I prefer folders, and actually folders would be very helpful as well when you're creating dynamic routes and stuff. So just keep that practice with you when you're starting off. So that would be all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back. And in this section, we're going to be exploring the API section of Next.js, learn about what that is, how you can work with that, why is that useful, and maybe just create a little bit of small application around that as well. So pretty excited to start this section, and yeah, let's just do it. I'm going to see you super quick in the next video. Alright, so when we started the project, you must have observed that we have a API folder as well inside pages, which looks something like this. Now, what does that mean? Why is it different? Let's just discuss that in this video. So this API folder is special in the sense that the files you create, the TypeScript or JavaScript files you create in this folder should not export a React component. What do I mean by that? Let's see. So if I have let's say a file named as randomnumber.ts, right? What I have to do is just export default function, and here it should not be a React component, because for React components we have pages, right? But for the files inside API folder, this is basically a REST API endpoint, which you can use to return responses like JSON response, for example. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get two parameters right here. The first one is going to be Next API request type, and the second one is going to be Next API response type. Response, right? So we can get those types from our Next package. And if you're familiar with Express, you know what these request and response are. Next.js sort of also follows a similar pattern, but the thing is you have to export a single function from a single file. And this endpoint right here is automatically available on, for us at least, it is HTTP localhost 3000/API/random number, right? So this is for us. If you're running on a different port, that's a different story for you. So if I go ahead and save this file, you're gonna see nothing really happens because I think we don't have the server running. So that's my bad. But anyway, if we refresh this, you're gonna see that it keeps on loading. Now the reason it keeps on loading is because we are not really returning any response at all from this function, right? So let's just do this page a favor and say rest.json, which is going to return a JSON response. I'm just gonna say, status okay. And if we take a look now, refresh this, you can see we get a nice little status okay response from us. This is something which we cannot do with pages, right? If you try to, there's just not any res or request or res here. We cannot really do res.return res.json. Even if you try to do that, I'm just showing you that this won't work because inside pages, the Next.js actually, expects you to return a component, not just any API call. So this won't work inside pages, but this would work brilliantly when you are inside the API folder. So when you say rest.json, again, this would look familiar to Express guys. It could return a JSON response to you automatically by just taking care of the content type and the status code. Status code would be 200 in this case, so that should not be a problem. So once we have that in place, I think this is a pretty solid intro to the API. And what we can do is just go ahead and instead of status okay, I can say number is math.random times 10. And this would give us a number between 0 to 9. If I just float it down, that is, right? So now whenever I refresh, you're gonna see that we get a random number every time, 1, 3, 5, 8, stuff like that. So this is our random API, which is just returning us a random number inside of a JSON response. And yeah, that's how you're gonna create a very simple API with Next.js. So it could have a lot of uses. For example, if you're using JWT authentication in Next.js, you can use an API endpoint. You can deploy these individual functions as Lambda functions as well, so they can upscale and downscale independently, right? So this is also one important benefit we can have. You can use the Lambda functions for auth login as well. For example, sign in with Google, sign in with Facebook, Apple, stuff like that. So there are a lot of good use cases. I use these on CodeDam as well. For the auth login especially. So yeah, that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. We are gonna be using this in a much more sort of organized way in some sort of application. So that's all for here, and I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and explore the request and response objects a little bit more, because I don't think we have done enough research on them yet. So because we are using TypeScript, we can get all the benefits of autocomplete right at our disposal. So if I try to write request dot, you're gonna see we have a bunch of methods and properties enabled for us. but some of the interesting properties, let's just go over through them. So the first thing is request.body, obviously, because, you know, if you're trying to, let's just say if I console log request.body right here, and let's say request body is something like this. So if you open this, and if we go ahead and if I try to copy this API, and let me just go ahead and fetch this real quick with a method of post and body of, you know, hello, something like that, right? And hit enter. So you can see right here, I received on my node end the request body hello. Now this is actually beneficial in the case that I'm sending JSON data as the body. So we'll have more tutorials on that in terms of authentication and everything, but I'm just giving you an idea here. Stringify, and I have, you know, something as username is admin and password is admin, right? And if I just do one more thing, that is just setting up the headers as well, so that so that we have the content type as application JSON, because that's what we want to receive at the backend, and hit enter. What we're going to see is that at the backend, instead of getting a string, which is what we are sending inside the body, we actually get a parsed down object from the actual request.body. So I can literally just go ahead and say request.body.username, and if I perform the same request one more time, it's going to give me admin, just like that, which was the username. So this is the request.body thing. We have a little bit of other things as well. So you have, let's see, request.cookies, which might be important when we are dealing with cookies. So we'll just take a look at that. Request.headers is also interesting if you are trying to get custom headers out of a particular request. Then let's see what we have. Request.query is also interesting. So if we have just like there, and if I try to do q is equal to 1 here, what we're going to see is in our request query, this should be query actually, obviously. So our query is q equal to 1, and it is automatically parsed as an object for you. So you don't have to really parse it yourself, right? Then there are, for the most part, this is what you're going to use. Request.url is something you can use as well, but for the most part, that's all you're going to make use of, right? So this is how the request object looks like. Let's just take a look at response object now real quick. So response, we obviously have seen the JSON part with this thing. So it allows you to send JSON responses, but we have a lot of interesting things apart from that as well. Let's just start that. So we have, let's see, we have JSON, obviously. We have res.send in case you want to send, you know, any other data which is not JSON, right? So if you want to send something like this, instead of, you know, just JSON response, you can use this. So res.send is going to take care of that. Again, it's an abstraction over all the real methods which we have, but for the most part, it just works. So we get 3 or 4 because we have already loaded this page once, but you know, it's going to take care of all the things. Then let's just keep on moving. We have res.set header, which is also interesting. So we can have, you know, X custom header, and I don't know, we are open to hire people, something like that, just to add a little bit of interest to your application. And for the most part, we can just use this, refresh. And if you take a look inside your response headers now, you can see that you have a custom header now. We are open to hire people, right? Pretty cool. You can also use the set header to actually set cookie. So set cookie could also be something like that. And we can say, are you programmer equal to true, right? And if I go ahead and refresh this now, you can see that it sets a cookie. And now if I go ahead and take a look at document.cookie, we actually get, are you a programmer as true, as a cookie which is set by inside the browser, useful for authentication again. All right, let's just keep on moving. Let's see what else we got. So we have obviously the status code with us. So if you want to set status code at 404 and response, you can do that. So you can see inside networks now, we get a 404 as the status code of our document. You can basically do any status code you like. Obviously, just make sure you're playing inside the REST status code. So you can do 4013. I don't know if you can do some ridiculous status codes. Yeah, apparently you can. But don't really go ahead and try those. Can we do 1337? No, not really. Well, you can do I'm a teapot. I don't remember its status code. It was somewhere around 104 or something. Yeah, no, not really. Anyway, I don't really want to blow this up. So I'm just going to keep it as status code 200, which is 200 okay. Everyone knows that. Right, so this is again one interesting property which you can set. Let's see what else is interesting here. There's also a method which I remember, which is rest.end, right? So rest.end can be used to just, you know, it's pretty much like just status rest.send, but rest.end is more explicit that you are actually closing the response stream now. Hello, how are you? So if you do that, and if you try to send more content down the line, what's going to happen is that you're going to get an error from the server that cannot set header. Well, you get this error, but the actual idea is that you cannot really send any headers or body because the response stream has been ended. So anyway, that's pretty much it for how we're going to interact a little bit with REST and request and response. There's a lot more we can do when we introduce middlewares and cookies and stuff like that, which would be very useful in authentication and stuff. But for the most part, this is how you can get started with the API's endpoint. So that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome to a brand new section in Next.js. This is going to be a routing section in which we'll be seeing simple routing and complicated routing as well eventually as we go through, and some of the new changes which Next.js brings in to the framework. So starting off, this video would be on simple routing. You can already see that I'm on localhost port 3000, and if I switch to my text editor, you're gonna see that we do not have a lot of files, just the index.tsx and the _app.tsx file. So this is how it looks like as of now. Let's just go ahead and remove a bunch of these things except for, let's say, a single link, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and remove all of this, and I'm gonna remove the footer as well, and I'm just gonna go ahead and change this indentation to tabs because that's what I use. So here we are. Now we just have a single link with our on our website, and that is also using, you know, just regular ahref tags. So first things first, inside simple routing, understand two things. The first thing is that inside this pages folder, right, when you create any file that is a TypeScript or a JavaScript. Now, if you're working in a TypeScript project, that would end with a .tsx or with a .ts. If it ends with .tsx or .ts, and if it is a, you know, valid JavaScript file which is exporting a functional component, Next.js would automatically make it a page. By that, what I mean is that you can literally go ahead and write here mayhole.tsx and just export default a function which should be a React component, P-O-N-E-N-T, compo, C-O-M-P-O. I'm pretty sure I spelled it wrong, but anyway, let's just proceed. So by what I mean that it should be a React component, that means that it should return some JSX expression, right? Not really expression, but a JSX element. So as to speak, it could be just like, you know, hello, or as simple as just a string as well. But it should not be returned undefined, right? It could be returned null because null is a valid JSX element, but it should not be returned undefined. So as long as the default import in a file, which is a valid TypeScript or JavaScript file, depending on your project setup, is returning a valid React component that is returning a valid JSX element, you have a page for yourself. Now, once you have mehul.tsx, what you're going to see is that now if you go ahead and visit localhost 3000/mehul, it's going to say hello, right? So I can just say hello from mehul, right? So that we are clear that we are on mehul. So you can see that it dynamically automatically generated it, right? It won't be mehul.tsx. It would be nothing like that. On any other page, you're going to get a 404. It would be just mehul without any extension, anything at all. So this is how simple routing inside of this Next.js works. That is, you just go ahead, create a file, export a function which returns a React component, and that's it. You're done. Now you can go ahead and visit the / whatever it is, and it will automatically be there. Next.js actually borrowed this concept from PHP. So if you have been a PHP developer back in the days, you know that PHP works just like this. You just create a file and you can directly go ahead and visit that file, and it will be just, the output would be served just out of the box. So this is how Next.js works. But anyway, nonetheless, routing is more complicated in Next.js than in PHP, which has, brings its own benefits. So we're gonna take a look at that in the next video. So that's all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the link component, which you're gonna be using all the time on your website, why that is important and how it works. So we have, just like you see, we have an index page and we have a mehul page, right? So you can see that if I go to localhost 3000, we're gonna get something like this. And if I go to localhost 3000 mehul, we get this content. So far, so good. Now, obviously, in every case, you're gonna need some links on your website so that people can navigate around, right, on different pages. Now, one option is to have these ahrefs links like this, but the disadvantage to this, and let me just go ahead and show you, if I have a link something like, mehul, because that is where our page is located, right? So if I go to welcome to my blog, if I do something like this, go back, and if I try to click on this, pay close attention to what happens here. You're gonna see that the page actually reloads, right? So you see that we have actually created a conventional website which is reloading when I click on a link, right? So it's fetching the document again from the server, all that regular thing is happening. But we can make use of the dynamic nature of React. That is, we can make use of the functionality that we do not have to fetch the whole HTML of the page. By that, what I mean is that internal routing could make sure that the experience of the user is very smooth between the pages in terms of page transitions. So there's not a jump, but in fact a smooth change of page, which pretty much feels like native application. So how do we do that? Well, we cannot really do that with the regular anchor tag because Next.js does not know about this any much. But what we can make use of is something known as the link tag from next link, right? So you have to import it from next/link, and it's a default import as of now. So what you have to do pretty much is just go ahead and wrap this a tag inside a link and give it an href of same as you have in the a tag, and remove the href from the a tag. Now, why do you remove this? Because Next.js would automatically pass down this href to this anchor tag, and that is it. You do not have to pass any other tag, and we're going to discuss this again in the complicated routing, and that is like the nested routing, and the dynamic routing. But earlier you also had to pass in something known as, which was your real link. But with Next.js 9.5.3 onwards, you don't even have to do that. The href would work just fine without any changes at all. So now if we take a look at the blog again, the website again, just pay close attention to the state of the page. So if I click on this, you can see it instantaneously loads and it is not reloaded, right? So you can see if I go back with my browser window, browser button, I can just click and, go back, click, go back, click, go back. It's instantaneous, it's fast, right? And that is made possible with all the optimizations Next.js brings in, like, preloading and stuff. So we can cover preloading a little bit, but yeah, I would really want to have that in a separate video anyway. So yeah, that was a quick little introduction to LINQ and how you can do simple routing with it. We're gonna make use of LINQ again in complicated routing, but that's all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and build a very simple JWT based authentication inside Next.js. So first things first, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and actually install, I'm gonna say npm install JSON web token, right? So because this is a package which would enable us to actually do a lot of fun stuff with JSON web tokens. So I'm gonna install the types for this as well. As far as I remember, they are available. So let's just go ahead and do that, because that would enrich our experience of working with the package. And yep, so here we are. I'm just gonna minimize this. What I want to do is let's just get rid of the page one for now. I'm gonna go ahead, remove this, and I'm gonna create a very simple form back in 80s, like that. Input type text, value admin, let's just keep that, and password as value admin as well, right? Just give it a little BR because I'm too lazy for actual CSS. And input type submit, value login, right? We can give it a form method post, and let's see, I'm gonna say action is /API/login, right? So once we do that, what we're gonna see is actually, let me just get rid of these as well. Once we do that and go to our home page, we get a nice little form with us, which is absolutely destroyed by my password manager. So let's just leave that. But what's going to happen is if I go ahead and rename this to login.ts, and if I go ahead and just do a console.log of request.body so as to see what we are getting, let's just refresh this, hit login, and in the console we get nothing because I think I did not really save it. Let's just refresh this one more time, and we still did not see anything, but we were submitting. I think we are not really submitting anything as well. So to do that, we have to actually give the name as username and password, right? And now one more time, if we try to log in, what we are gonna see is username as admin and password as admin, which is perfect, right? So what we really want to do is we want to extract out username and password from our request.body, right? First of all, I'm just gonna say if request.body is not available, then I'm just gonna say rest.status code is 404 and rest.end error, right? And return, because we don't want any further processing. Otherwise we are, inside this. Then what I want to do is I just want to say that a token in this case is going to be JWT, that is the package which we are going to import now. So import JWT from JSON web token, jwt.sign, and I'm going to say username is whatever it is, and I'm going to say it is admin or not on the basis of username is in fact equal to admin and password is in fact equal to admin, right? We're just gonna set the admin field to true if that is a fulfilled criteria, otherwise not. And for the key, I'm just gonna go ahead and just be lazy about it and just smash my head on the keyboard. So this way we are just creating a signed JSON token which we are returning using an API. And yep, if I refresh this, you can see we get a nice little token for us, which is a JSON web token. And if I go ahead and copy this whole bad boy and go to jwt.io, which can be used for decoding JSON web tokens, which is basically a base 64 only, but it's still convenient. So if I go ahead and paste it here, you can see that this is the data which we have. And in fact, this is an admin because username and password were both admin. But if we go ahead and try to log in with something else, oops. Oh, I think we made sure that this is always admin. So this should be actually default value, not value. Admin 123 and login. And then if we go ahead and take a look at this, what we're going to see is that this is admin false, right? And we cannot really change it on the client side because JWT tokens are secure. So first things first, let's just move from 1980s to 2020. So I'm going to say that on click, let's just make this a button first of all. On click, I'm going to say submit form. And what this submit form is that it's going to perform a request to our backend server. So I'm going to say my response from the API is fetch API, and what do we have? Login, right? I'm going to say method is post. Our body is json.stringify, username, password. And again, because we are in 2020 now, let's just make use of the React state with us, right? So I'm going to say a similar thing for password, set password, and let's just import this bad boy. And finally, we can switch back to value one more time. This is username and this is password. Nice and easy, right? One last thing which we want to do is say on change, the event should set username to e.target.value. And a similar thing should happen for password as well. That is set password. Awesome. So now once we have the response from the server, we want to convert it into JSON response because our server is also responding us inside JSON. And then we can finally take out the token by saying rest.token because that is essentially what we get back from the server, an object which has a key, which is the token for us, right? So I can just go ahead and say that if we have in fact a token, what we can do is we can just go ahead and update the message. Message set message is useState a string, which is empty message, you are not logged in. And I can just go ahead and say we have a message in terms of h1 at the top, right? And once we have set message with us, what I can do is I can first of all go ahead and import JWT from JSON Web Token again, because we can use a single package on server and client as well. Why shouldn't we? So I'm going to say my JSON is JSON jwt.decode my token, right? And I'm going to say JSON, I'm going to just say welcome to json.username and UR, and I'm going to just say JSON dot let's see, I think we need to await for this. Oh, not really. This is synchronous as well, but we can just return it as a combination of object whose key is string and the value is also string. So yeah, actually let me just go ahead and remove this. Welcome json.username and UR, and we're just going to check json.admin is true, an admin, otherwise not an admin. That's it, right? Else set message, something went wrong, whatever. All right, so once we have that in place, let's just go ahead and take a look at our home page now. So we have a message, you are not logged in. Let's just try admin as the combination. We get welcome undefined and you are not an admin. Fair enough. So let's just first of all console log our JSON, what we are getting. And let's just move to console. Console, click on login, and we get admin as false, and that is the case. I think, yeah, that is because we are not really setting the headers to content type application JSON right here, because we are transmitting JSON data, right? So we need to make sure the backend knows that. Now if I click on login, yeah, that's the right response now. So we see welcome admin and you are an admin, right? However, if I try to do something like username something, login, we get welcome username something and you are not an admin. Similarly, if I have admin here but the password is incorrect, we have welcome admin and you are not an admin. But once we do admin, we are an admin, right? So again, very simple, dumb example of JWT tokens with Next.js API. Just showing you a simple use case of that, because you cannot really fake the integrity of JWT tokens unless you don't really have the key from the server, and because the key is on the server, you cannot change response. Now on the basis of this, what you can do is, for example, you can have a secret.ts key, and what we can just do is say export default function. Right here I can say const token from request.body. Request is next API request, and response is next API response, right? And I can say, just take out the admin field out of jwt.verify, import JWT from JSON web token. I can say token and key, right? And we can just, for the time being lazy, we can just import it like that. And I can just say as an object which is having string as keys and string as values, right? So I can just say, or rather boolean as the value, right, in our case. So I'm just gonna say if admin is true, rest.json secret admin code 1 2 3 4 5, right? Else rest.json admin false. So once we have that in place, what we can do is we can go ahead and on the client we can just implement a secret like the following. So again, we can have a secret message, set secret, and we can just make sure this is empty at the moment. And finally, what we can do is, if we have a token, obviously we can say await again this whole thing actually. So I'm just going to copy this, but this time this should be secret. We have a application JSON, and now we are just passing in the token for the further requests. So this would be our token because we already have access to the token. And then I can say if rest.secret is available to us, secret admin code actually, I can just say set secret as rest.secret admin code. Else set secret nothing available, right? And I can just say secret as secret. All right, so now if I go ahead and try to log in with admin, hit login, you're gonna see we get welcome admin and you are an admin, and I guess secret 1 2 3 4 5. But if I make a mistake, you're gonna see that we do not have anything available as a secret. So you can basically just go ahead and store this JSON token, JSON web token, and use it for further requests. A very popular approach for authentication, stuff like that. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for this quick little demonstration. Hopefully this would be useful. This is not really a Next.js project. We have Next.js projects later on down the line if you're watching this course on Codedam, where we'll create e-commerce and all those blogs and fun stuff. But yeah, this is just a quick dirty implementation of something with Next.js and Next.js API routes so that you get an idea about how things are working. And of course, you might have seen that, most of the thing is React only, even with Next.js. Plus, the only added advantage, the actual good advantage is that, you get all this HTML right off the box from Next.js framework. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at nested routing, which means that not only you can just send people on /Mehul, but you can also send people on /Mehul/activities, right? So how do you do that? Well, you see that the basic instinct would be that if Mehul.tsx gets us to Mehul, then, maybe Mehul/activities.tsx would get us there. Well, it's partly right, but the thing is, instead of having a slash in the file name, what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a folder named Mehul, right? And I'm gonna move this Mehul.tsx file inside this Mehul. So now what's happening is that whenever I access /Mehul, we would be inside this folder, right? And any file that is present inside this folder would act something like, just like which is acting inside this pages folder. By that, what I mean is, can you guess what's going to happen? Or maybe, can you guess how I can access this Mehul file on the browser? Well, yeah, to access this, first of all, I have to get inside the folder, which is, this Mehul folder. And then because this file itself is named Mehul, what I have to do is write Mehul one more time. Now, when I do that, then I can only get access to, this thing. So I'm basically doing localhost 3000 /Mehul to get to this particular file. Now, how do I get it on just Mehul, but with, as the folder structure? Well, I can just go ahead and rename that to index, right? And now if I go ahead and take a look and just go to /Mehul, that is what we're gonna get. A default file just like earlier, but inside a folder this time. Now, what advantage does it give us over a single file? The advantage now we have is that we can have nested routes, right? So now I can create activities.tsx. I can just borrow this from here and I can say Mehul activities. And what I can go ahead and do is say that, we have this as activities. And I can go back on the home page and click on this, and you can see that we are now inside the activities page, right? Directly inside activities page, which is, just sitting with our index page as well. So that's how nested routes would work. And basically you can nest it to any depth which you want, but for the most part, you're not going to need more than maybe 4 or 5 levels of depth. That's the max you're going to go for a medium to large size projects as well. So yeah, that's how nested routing would work. There's also something known as dynamic routing, which we're going to cover next, because dynamic routing is more fun than nested routing because you get access to a number of routes without actually caring about them. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, we're going to take a look at how we can create dynamic routes in Next.js and how we can just go ahead and work with that. So we have seen how to work with nested routes, but what if you want to have a dynamic route? For example, let's say you have a blog built on Next.js, which we're going to create later on. So there's a dedicated section where we create an actual blog built with Next.js. So in cases like those, you don't really know the later on slug for the blog post, right? It could be anything. So how do you deal with that? Well, for that, you have dynamic routes. So let's just go ahead and let's just say I go ahead and delete this and I create a page called fruit, right? And right here, what I want to do is, in fact, let me just go ahead and delete this as a folder, or yeah, let's just keep that. So anyway, because that will make things a little bit more clear. So we have a fruit folder, and now what I want is anyone who visits something like, localhost 3000, whatever, then fruit, then apple, then this apple should be displayed on the screen. Or maybe we just want to do something with this apple. But I don't really want to hard code all the fruits with all the files because that would be waste of resources, right? So to deal with that, what we have to do is we have to create a special file in Next.js, which starts with a bracket, with a square bracket to be more precise, right? And ends with a square bracket. So here I'm going to write something like name.tsx, and this could be anything in between the brackets, right? It does not really matter. What matters is that you create this file with an opening square bracket and a closing square bracket. That is very, very important. And this should be just, before the .tsx. You don't have to, enclose the whole file name in square brackets, just the part of the file before the extension in square brackets. So once you have that in place, let's just go ahead and, just go ahead and export a regular component. Nothing fancy here. And I'm just going to say h1 hello, right? But what's interesting about this is once you have this in place, what this means literally is that go ahead on fruit, that is fruit, and capture anything else you write and send it to this particular file, right? By that, what I mean is that, for example, this URL which you're seeing right now, and this URL, which is anything random, are going to point at this particular file only. Next.js is going to use the logic from this file for serving both of these routes. And in reality, all of the routes like this. What Next.js would not serve, however, is just the fruit route, right? So if you just go to the fruit route, it's going to send in a 404. So if you want to make it serve that route as well, you can just go ahead and create index.tsx file, or you can maybe just try to catch all the routes, which we're going to see in the next video. But yeah, for this video, what we have in place is you have a dynamic section of routing in place. And mind you that this would works. This would also works, but this right here, ABC, section 1 and ABC would not work. Why is that? Because you see, now you have two segments, not one, and you're just listening for the one segment with the square brackets, right? So if you go ahead and take a look at ABC and 1, 2, 3 here, you're gonna see we get a 404. We get a 404 on this page. Again, this is because two segments of URL and would not work, right? So how would you make, how would you catch this thing? Well, what you can do is instead of creating this as a file, let me just go ahead and, or maybe just keep it right like that. Let me just go ahead and create a folder, which is name now. Now again, just like I said, this could be anything. And inside this, I create another thing, which is something like subname. Now what's going to happen is now we're going to start catching these guys, right? Because now we have a dynamic segment. We have, first of all, we have fruit, then we have a part of dynamic segment, then we have another part of dynamic segment, which we can now catch. So if I go ahead and refresh it now, you're going to see we are able to catch it now. But what this would have resulted in is that we would have lost the ability to catch the first dynamic segment now. So anything on the first dynamic segment stops working. So how do you make that work as well? Well, all you have to do is just create an index.tsx file here. Because remember, when you're accessing just this name segment, what Next is looking for is basically the index.tsx file. Either a name.tsx file, which is not really there because now we have a folder, or this index.tsx file, which we looked in the last video as well, how the routing really worked. So once we have this index.tsx file, you can see when I go to fruit name, that's it, just the name part, that is the first dynamic segment, it's going to fall back to the index.tsx file. So now if I go ahead and, hello from first segment, and if I go ahead and pick this first URL, hit it, you're going to see we get hello from first segment. However, if I pick this URL with two segments, we're going to get just hello, which is the message from our subname component, right? Now, what's the essence of this name and subname, and why do we have named it like that? Well, it does not really matter, but the essence for the names is that you can use these properties, you can use these names to extract out the route you are accessing. That is these values, JD, SFH, whatever that is. section 1 ABC. So you can have name as section 1 in your code and subname as ABC in your code, right? We're going to take a look at how we can do that with the use router hook, but that's the essence of the name. That's why I wanted to tell you that. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for the dynamic part. That's as much you're going to need. For the most part, this is what you're going to need for dynamic things, right? Because you won't be going a lot beyond this unless you have very special use cases. This covers almost everything you're going to need with Next.js routing. So that's all for this video. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the use router hook, which I was talking about in the last one. And this hook is basically, you can think of something which you can use to programmatically control navigation and access these parameters, stuff like that in Next.js, right? So what you have to do is just go ahead and write const router is use router. Oops, not use reducer, but use router. And I have no idea why the hell autocomplete doesn't work for Next.js modules, but that's all we have. And this is, you're gonna import it like this, right? So once you have the router with you, what's going to happen is that this router contains a bunch of useful things, right? So if you just go ahead and console log this router object right here, what you're gonna see is that if I go to, we are on the subname, right? So if I go to the console now, what's going to happen is that we get this object twice because, you know, it might have rendered twice. That's why we have two console log statements, but that does not really matter a lot. So you see that this is what this router object contains. So it contains as path, which is our real path of the location. We have the back, which could be used to programmatically send the user back in history. We also have base path, you know, some common things. We also have components, which is not, you know, something which you should use directly, but yeah, it is there. We have events. We have the prefetch thing for prefetching the URLs. The interesting part is this thing. We have the query object with us. So you see Next.js, what's going to do, it's going to split, it's going to sort of explode your URL, your dynamic URL, on the basis of how and what were the dynamic paths. So you see that we have a file structure of fruit, then a folder named dynamically named name, and then a dynamic file named subname. So Next.js, what it did is broke the query, that is broke our URL into two parts. The name is section 1 and subname is ABC, which it picked up from the URL. So if you go to ABCD, what's going to happen is you're going to get a similar thing in the query. Name is section 1 and subname is ABCD now, right? So you can pretty much go ahead and write here anything, and that is what's going to happen. So what you can do essentially is you can just go ahead and print out router.query.name and router.query.subname right here, and see that this subname matches with this, that is the file name, and this name matches with this, right? So you can name them anything else. You can even name it Mehul. Then you're gonna write router.query.mehul here instead of subname. So once you do that, you can see pretty much we start getting our messages here. So I can say hello to name, and I can get hello ABCD, and I can also name you know, hello there. Oops, hello there. There you are. Right, so you see that then we get there later on. So we have hello as the first and there as the next one. So this is what the use router does, right? One thing which is very important for production level applications is that use routers sometimes would not work as you would expect. So you see that on its first render, the query object is actually empty, right? The reason for that is that Next.js is going to make the query object empty if you do not have any prefetching conditions. By prefetching conditions, I mean that if you do not have any, you know, things like get server side props or get static props in place. So we're going to discuss about get static props and get server side props in the later section. It is very important and very useful concept of Next.js. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. just to know how you're gonna fix that is you're gonna know that in the get static props video. But yeah, this is something which is easily fixable. So anyway, that's how you're gonna make use of use router. Now I can just go ahead and just create a button here on click, which take me home, which is something like this, right? And what I want to do is when I fire this, when I click on this button, router should go to the home page, right? So now you have a couple of ways to do that. Firstly, you have a push and then you have a replace. Now let's just go ahead home and take a look at what both of them does. Let's just go ahead and take a look at push. I'm gonna give it just a slash because that's where we want to go, right? So router.push slash, that's it. So if I click on this, you can see that we immediately go back to home. Now what push did is that it pushed the home onto the history of stack of history, right? By stack of history, what I mean is that when I click on back button, I'll go back to the page. So if I click it again, I'm on the home page, I click back, I'm back to that page. What replace would do, however, is it would replace that particular page from the stack history altogether. By that, what I mean is that now when I go ahead and click on this, and if I try to click back, I would not go back on the same page. Now you might think I'm there, but let's just try this with something like, let me just go ahead and open this in a new tab. And now let me just go ahead and click this. So I'm at the home page, we are using replace. And if I click on this back, you see I came back to my new tab and not the previous page, because that previous page was replaced in the history with the home page. So this is the difference between the router.push and router.replace pages. So yeah, that's pretty much it for what you're gonna need for use router. That's all you're gonna need for the most part, the router.query and the dynamic pushing of the routes here and there on buttons. I would say personally try to use link component as much as you can, because it's good for SEO, it's good for accessibility, and people can actually see that they are about to click a link. But for places like where you need programmatic navigation, router is unbeatable. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at catch all routes in Next.js. Now, just like I told you how you can create, just the name and subname and all that thing, you can have hello there, just like that. Now, how about you want to go 3 levels deep, right? So you can easily see that if you're doing it in the file structure, it can get a little bit messy as you create more and more folders, especially in cases when you don't know the depth of the link. So in that case, you can literally never guess how many folders you need here. So for that case, what you have is you have something known as catch all routes. By that, what I mean is, let me just go ahead and delete this whole name folder, right? And just create a single file inside this fruit, which is again starting and ending with a square bracket. But this time it would be something like name, but with 3 dots in front of it. And if you observe it carefully, it's sort of like how we, try to accept a number of arguments in a function as an array in JavaScript. So if you have something like, function sum, and you do something like this, console log, and if you just go ahead and call this as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, what's going to happen is that it's going to console log this as something like this, right? So you have an array of values which were passed. So anyway, with this optional, not really optional, but with this catch all route system, what you can do is you can just say export default function, my fruit, anything, does not really matter a lot. What we can do is we can just go ahead and first of all make use of router so that we can actually see the routes which we are talking about. So import use router from next router, and then finally we can go ahead and just return h1 hello. But what we want is we want to console log the router.query, right? Because this is where the magic would happen. So once we have that in place, let's just go back and try to refresh this page, and you can see that we get hello even though we were 3 levels nested. And in the console, if we check the router.console, you can see we got 3 values inside the name key now, because name was our destructured, how we destructured these values, and we got hello there and DSF, whatever it was, in the specific order of their occurrence, right? So the first one was hello, the first element is hello, and so on and so forth. So I can go down and I can basically, try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And you're going to see that you get pretty much the same thing all the way down, right? So you start with 1 and all the way to 10 in the specific order. That is like important thing. So yeah, I mean, this is how you're going to catch all the routes in a particular directory, or maybe, if you're brave enough, just place this inside your root directory. The other thing is optionally catching all the routes. By that, what Next.js really means is that, just like we saw that, if you just go to /root, it's going to throw you 404. But in a lot of cases, you might just want this file to cover this use case as well, instead of like manually creating index.jsx and then having the same code in place for that as well. So for those cases, what you can do is you can go ahead and have another set of brackets just like that. Once you have that in place, if you go ahead and refresh this, you're going to see that now Next.js also catches the base of your, the base domain inside this particular file itself. One very important thing to note here is that you can see this time the query object is empty. It does not have the name key with an empty array. The object itself is empty, right? So that is an important thing which you should remember when you're using optional catch-all. This might change, this behavior might change in future, but this is how it is right now. So you can see now if you go to depth, it starts working just like you're going to expect it to. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. So that's how you're going to create dynamic routes with optional path length and be done with it, and just have a single file to handle it. I mean, it could be very useful for a lot of things, right? So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a quick look at a 404 page you can create in Next.js. Now there's a whole other domain for custom pages as well, but 404 is the most common use case of error pages. So right now you see that if I go to a domain or go to a path like this, we get this page. Now obviously your business requirements might be different, but to create a different 404 page, all you have to do is just go ahead and inside the directory create a 404.tsx file. That is, just 404. Now remember, this does not mean that you can create files for different status codes as well. This 404.tsx or 404.js, whatever you are creating, depending on your project structure, this file name is actually hard coded into Next.js, right? So you just cannot create 405, and if there's a 405 error from the server, that would be served. No, that won't how it work. So just go ahead and export default function, my 404, and I'll just return h1 404, right? Simple as that. Now if I go ahead and refresh this, you can see that now I get a different 404. That is something which I wrote. Simple as that, just again yet another React component. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this video, because I won't really bore you with something which is not really required. So that's all for this video. Gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just finally start with one of the most important things in Next.js, that is the get static props function. Now what this function really is to explain this, I just have to go ahead and create, let's say, a file. I'm gonna say maybe dynamic.tsx. Why not? Let's just go ahead and create a function which is just dynamic and return h1 dynamic. Nothing dynamic about that as of now. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna export another function from this file, which is not going to be a default export because obviously we did export a default function, but that is going to be a getStaticProps function. So I'm going to say export const getStaticProps. Now you can type this if you want, getStaticProps. If you want, that's where the TypeScript would shine and it would just correct us with the things. And you're gonna have something known as the context for this function, right, being passed to you. Now you can clearly see it throws me a warning, an error, whatever it is, that we need to return an object from this particular function, right? So let's just go ahead and do that exactly. I'm gonna return an object, but it needs more than an object. It needs a props property, which should be an object. So for now, I'm just gonna say my favorite number is 4, like that, right? I'm not making use of this context, doing nothing at all. What this does, however, is before your function is executed, Next.js is going to execute this function right here in terms of server, right? So this function executes on server. You can think on execution on server, right? And this function right here is executed obviously on client as well as on server. But for the most part, you can think of this that Next.js is going to execute this on server, take whatever the return value is, take the props from that return value thing and inject that object as props inside your component, right? So now if you try to say dynamic number is, props.myFavNumber, what's going to happen really is because this object has been dynamically inserted into this page, you're going to see a 4 here. So now if I go back and go to dynamic, hit enter, you can see dynamic number is 4. If I go ahead and change this to 5 and refresh, you're going to see we get a dynamic number 5, right? And you can clearly see that if I go to the page source, dynamic number, and you can see that this thing is actually present in the source code itself. You can see the 5 is here, right? It's not injected on the client by some JavaScript magic. It's actually rendered on the, on the backend by Next.js and is sent to the client. But you can see clearly that Next.js actually injects my favorite number as 5 prop as well in the page. Now, why is that? Well, one of the reasons you can think of is that suppose if you're coming to this page from another page, then what Next.js really do is that, it instead of getting this whole HTML to the client, it will just get the updated props and the template for the page and it would dynamically construct the page, right? Because that is much cheaper than, just completely navigating to a different page. But for the most part, what you have to remember is that you can see that the getStaticProps is actually helping you to have dynamic content on your page. Now you might say that this is not really dynamic, but what if I told you that you can actually require the file system here, right? Which is the Node thing, right? So if I have something like, I don't know, let's just say we have a public robots.txt file, right? I am a file, something like that. Now if I go ahead and say my favorite number is fs.readFileSync, that is synchronously read file. And if I go back a directory into public robots.txt and I want to read it in UDF mode, and just do that, what's going to happen if I refresh it now, we get no file or folder because we might just need to have path here as well. Well, things might get a little bit, ugly for setting up the context, but path.join directory name, I think it should not be directory name, it should be process.cwd. And once we do that, what's going to happen is it's going to start from the root directory. So we just need public and things like that. Let me see what's really going wrong, what we are missing. Path.join, it's fine. it's fine as well. My favorite number is txt, right? So now you can directly see that I get IM file. I can go ahead inside this, I can edit, add some more dots, hit save, refresh, we get dynamic content. Again, you might think that this is not truly dynamic, and that's fine. But what's fascinating about this is that just what I'm going to show you now. With props, it actually accepts a revalidate parameter as well. That's it for this video. In the next one, we're going to see a revalidate parameter, which is extremely useful in Next.js and especially inside the get static props thing. So that would be all. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. All right, everyone. Now we're going to take a look at the revalidate parameter in Next.js. And what this parameter is that it allows you to do something amazing. What happens when you use a page like this, what happens is that when you push it to production, when you create the Next.js build, what's going to happen is that it's going to create a static export of this particular page, just like with the contents of this, and be done with it, right? Next.js now, whenever you visit the /dynamic, it's just going to pick up that particular file, which is it has statically created from the file system, and throw it on you. It does not bother what's in that file, nothing at all. But when you specify a special parameter called revalidate, and with let's say 10, what's going to happen is that things become interesting. Now, in 10 seconds, if there's a request to the server, in every 10 seconds, if there's a request to the server, Next.js is going to try, it's not saying that it would, it's going to try to recreate this page based on updated data. By that, what I mean is that it's going to run the get static props function on the server for this page and try to update the static file which it has for this particular page. And this only works on production, so I cannot really show you on the local host for the demo, because revalidate is useless on the local host, because get static props on local host always runs, right? Just for development reasons, because it would be very hard if it's just running once. So on production, let's just take a look at this website, this nice little website. You can see I can refresh this as many times as I want, and these numbers right here are not changing, right? Because if you take a look inside the source as well, you can see 448 is actually a written number right here inside HTML, and it is actually stored on the server as a static HTML file. But let me just go ahead on this GitHub issue now and focus on the 448. You can see that I have already given it a thumbs up. Let me go ahead and remove this. So it's 447 now. If I try to refresh it, you can see it's not updating. It's very important you see this. You can see that after some time, it updates to match your number, right? And that is great, because the guy who has actually created this page, the repo, when it was built, next you do not have to redeploy it to update this number. That is, you do not have to recreate the whole all the static files. Next.js already did that on the basis of this revalidate parameter. So this is what the revalidate parameter usually would do. That is, it would help you to refresh the pages which you think might change, but not as frequent, right? The best example for this could be blog post. So you might want to throw in a revalidate there, but maybe off 60 minutes or 2 or 3 hours, right? Because once you have the static build of the blog post, it probably won't really change, especially if the blog is very old. So yeah, that's how the revalidate parameter works in a nutshell. And that's how it works, really. So that would be all for this video. I'm going to see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at another function which is very important, which works very closely with get static props, and that is get static paths. Now let's just go ahead inside this fruit, and let me just go ahead and name it very simply, just name. And let me just go ahead and paste it right here. Let's just get rid of this, and let's just make this math.random. Why not? Right? we have the props, and we have, let's say, hello props dot my favorite number. Nothing fancy, the most boring application on the planet right now. But what we are gonna learn about is not very boring, because we're gonna export another function from this file that would be named getStaticPaths, and we can type it with getStaticPaths right here, right? Which is going to help us with some of the types. So it returns an async function one more time, and you can directly see it's complaining us with a return type of something like this. So what do we really have to return from this function is an object. First things first, this object should have paths within itself. Firstly, so we have a paths, which is an array. We're gonna see what should go inside this array, and then another property, a second property, which is a fallback, right? So I'm gonna specify the fallback to false first of all. Now there are a couple of things which we need to do first of all in this before we actually learn getStaticPaths. The first thing is that whenever you implement getStaticProps inside a dynamic file, that is, a file with the square brackets around it, you have to implement this function anyway, getStaticPaths, right? getStaticProps would work fine on its own only inside a page like this, which is a standalone page, right? Dynamic.tsx is a standalone page. If you have a dynamic page, you have to use getStaticPaths, and it will make sense why you need that. You need this function because this function specifies when this static props should run, right? Now, first things first, getStaticProps runs at build time, right? It does not run at runtime. By that, what I mean is when you're gonna push this application to production, before anyone sees your application live, getStaticProps would be run for all the pages, and all the HTML files would be computed, all the JSON files would be computed, and they would be stored on the file system. That is why it works perfectly fine for static files like this, with no square brackets with them. But with files like these, they have a problem. Because static props runs at build time, you cannot create infinite number of files, obviously, right? So the second solution is to specify to getStaticProps, that is to specify to Next.js on which files you want to run this static props on, right? I hope this makes sense so far. So how do you do that? Well, getStaticPaths exactly does that, and it takes two values for this. We're gonna ignore the fallback false for now, just bear with me. This paths thing, what this is it contains the information on which particular routes you should run the static props on. So what do I mean by that? I'm gonna say params is an object, right, which contains, in our case, it will just contain name because name is the dynamic part. And I say that name is hello, firstly. Another object is name is world. And not really like this, inside a different object itself, right? So you can clearly see what's happening here. Let me just go ahead and see if I can make some space. I don't really think I can. But anyway, you can clearly see what's happening here. I have an object, params, with a name of hello, another object with the name of world, and I have a fallback of false. This is important to remember, but you can forget about this for now. So what would happen is that when you push it on production, Next.js is gonna visit these two particular URLs. It's going to say, let me just go ahead and fetch localhost 3000 fruit hello, take the output, store it on the disk, and I'm gonna go ahead and take the output world and store it on the disk, and done. That's it. Case closed. Start. and done. Any other route which is here, it is going to be discarded as 404. Let's see. So now if I go to fruit and hello, you can see it works fine. If I go to world, you can see it works fine. But if I go to 1, you can see we get our 404, which is the ugliest 404 ever, but we can just delete it. And if I refresh this, you see we get 404 on a page which was supposed to be dynamic, right? So why did that happen? Let me just go through over this thing one more time. Why did that happen? You can see that we are very well inside the dynamic segment itself. Our page file name is also dynamic. So this should technically render this, but it did not do that because we have a get static paths. Get static paths, when has a fallback of false, defines that this paths array would be the only thing that would be permissible, so as to speak. So if I go ahead and replace this hello with 1, now if I go ahead and try to visit this URL, what you're gonna see is this works now, right? Because I just added it to be permissible. But you're gonna ask me that, hey Mehul, doesn't that really defeat the whole purpose of the dynamic thing? Well, I mean, it might for you, but for some cases, this is better, right? For example, again, here you can access all the node stuff. That is, you can make DB calls, you can access file system, you can do whatever you want to do. And finally, you can create this object on the build time to have a number of parameters, have a number of things, and they would all be fetched and dynamically their static equivalents would be created, right? But what I did not really tell you about is the fallback option as true. By fallback true, what's going to happen is that this thing is still going to happen. You know, when you're building, build start. When the build starts, Next.js is going to visit this hello right here. Next.js is going to visit this world right here, but it will not be done, right? What's going to happen instead is that if you have a fallback of true here, it is still open to any other URL as well, right? It is still open to any other URL, but it would not statically create the HTML content of it on the build time, right? So if you go ahead and visit this later on, what's going to happen is that it's going to try to run this on the server. Now this is happening on the server now, right? This is not happening as static, nothing happening on the static part. This would run on the server that is inside the get static props. It would fire this function for this particular slug or whatever you want to call. You can see in the context, you can see that we have the params property, which is containing the, this particular thing. So you can have context.params.name in our case, and this would be name for us. So you can fetch, make a DB call, whatever it is. And if the result is present, you can return a valid object. Next.js would then use that get static props just like it has before to inject it and show the page. So in this case, it would be call the get static props on server, render the page, and then in background, Next.js would add this to the paths list and would store it locally on the file system for faster access, right? By that, what we mean is the next time you visit this URL right here, what's going to happen is directly send the output from file. Because we have already done all of this and we have stored it on the file system for faster access. Only this particular specific page. If you change another page, if you change it to another page, whole of this thing repeats again, right? So yeah, I mean, that is how get static paths in Next.js work. That is how the paths property work. That's how the fallback works. One last thing, if you have the fallback as true, what's going to happen is that Next.js is not going to wait for this get static props to finish. By that, what I mean is if you're visiting this for the first time, what's going to happen is Next.js is immediately going to serve you this page with the props being empty, right? And it's going to, just fill this props object later on. So how would you know that it is waiting for get static props to run on the server? Well, you have to first of all import the router like this. You have to say something like if router dot is fallback, that is, it is loading on the server, you can just return h1 loading, something like this, right? And be done with it. So now if I go ahead and visit a page something like hello fruit1, you can see I get loading for a bunch of seconds for this page URL as well, for a bunch of seconds. And then once the props are injected, the props is available to us, this is fallback property becomes false automatically. Next.js handles that for us, and we render our actual component. Now when you are on production, the first time you would visit this URL, you're going to see loading and then hello. But the subsequent refreshes, you're going to directly see hello, right? Because Next.js now has the output from the file system itself. So you do not have to wait, or you do not have to see loading again. But in development, you're going to see loading every time, because just like I said, in development, Next.js for development purposes would fire get static props every single time, right? So that means that it would also become true every single time, and you're going to see loading every single time. But don't worry about that. In production, you're just going to see it for the first time, and on the subsequent dynamic builds of this URL, you're just going to see the page directly. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it for get static paths. That's all you really need to know about this. That the first thing is, it is absolutely necessary when you're using dynamic routes. The second thing is about the fallback property, what false means, what true means. False really restricts your domain of this thing, and true means that anything is allowed, but that would have to go through the get static props. And yeah, I mean, in case of false, Next.js would pre-render all these routes, and you're gonna not get is fallback for the pre-rendered routes, but for anything else, it's going to just send it to the get static props and wait for it. And if it is false, that is the fallback is false, that just means that you are fixed with the number of routes which you have here, and this is fallback will never run anyway for any route, because if it is not present here, then you're gonna get a 404. So yeah, that's basically all you need to know about get static paths, get static props, and dynamic files. There's one more thing which is left, that is the get server side props, which is essentially having your own server call on every route, and is usually said to be, something of a, not really a bad practice, but something which you should avoid if you could avoid. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, what we're gonna take a look at is the get server side props. Now there's another function which is known as get server side props. Let me just go back to the dynamic thing, and I'm gonna export const get server side props, and get server side props is the type for this. And again, we have the context with us, which you can monitor for more values, right? You can see we have actually interesting things this time with this. But anyway, what we have here is that again we have to return the actual props, right? And you could have pretty much my favorite number again as mat.random. It does not really matter. The thing which matters is that get server side props is going to run always, right? Which is why it is usually just said that if you can go ahead and make your code not use server side props, that is better. The reason for this is that get server side props is called always on every page request. even on production, right? So just like we saw that Next.js could actually create static bundles out of these files, static HTML pages, that is not going to be possible when you're using get server-side props on a single page, right? So if you're using get server-side props on this page, Next.js is not going to create a static dynamic.html file on its file system to serve it faster, because you never know what you might return inside the props. That is the whole purpose of get server-side props. It adds a layer of dynamic rendering on the React framework. To be honest, this is what we wanted. This is what we always wanted with Next.js, right? That it allows you to render server-side JavaScript dynamically. This is the essence of server-side JavaScript, right? But when we have finally discovered it, I'm discouraging you to use it. Why is that? Because when you use get server-side props, you're calling a node server on every request. That means you get no caching benefits. That means your request would be slower to the clients, because it has to go all the way back to your server to be executed. So this is pretty much in cases where you absolutely cannot afford to have even the slightest delay. Like, inside of get static props, we can have a revalidate parameter here, right? Revalidate 1, which is going to have some sort of static data, but within a certain time frame, it's going to update that. But with get server-side props, we do not have anything like that. So this is very much useful in case you want to create a real-time dashboard or stuff like that, where latency would be absolutely disaster on page updates or page refreshes, something like that. So yeah, I mean, that is pretty much the whole purpose of get server-side props. I would say to almost always never use it unless you absolutely need it, because you lose a lot of static optimization benefits when you use that. So yeah, it exists as a tool, as a thing. If you need it, that is great. But try to avoid this in your application logic. Try to figure out the logic where you can use this, where you can avoid using this. Get static props is the best, and you can even use it as a dynamic thing now with the revalidate parameters. So that's awesome. But yeah, so that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you pretty soon in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome to another Next.js course. In this course, we'll be learning about advanced sides of Next.js. So if you're somebody who's new to Next.js and do not even know what Next.js is, this is probably not the course for you. You can start with Next.js by going to learning paths and opening the Next.js mastery, which is gonna give you access to a complete breakdown of how to begin with Next.js. And spoiler alert, Next is almost like React, right? So if you have been a React developer, you're good enough to start with Next.js. But again, this is not a starting course. This is more of an advanced side of course. I'll be skipping over a lot of details, which we have already covered in the basic courses. So do not expect those details in this one. So let's get started without wasting any time. From the next video onwards, we're going to be cherry picking some difficult to understand topics, and I'm going to be breaking them into simpler concepts so that we are able to understand how that thing exactly works. So that will be all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one pretty soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let us just go ahead and take a look at environment variables and how to manage them in Next.js application. I have already created an app, so I'm assuming you're already inside an application. So this is a very simple application, a hello world, the server is not running. Let's just do a yarn dev here real quick. And if you go to localhost 3000, you're gonna see the website would work just fine. Now, what do you want to do? First of all, is you want to understand what environment variables are exactly. What happens now is that, let's just take example of development and production, right? So if you're developing a particular application, you would have a lot of softwares either local or on an infrastructure which is not supposed to receive very high volume of traffic, right? We also call this sometimes as staging. So development work happens either locally or on staging. Production work happens well on production servers, which are, configured for high loads and high availability and all that stuff. So oftentimes when you are iterating and developing and doing all that stuff, not only is it a better choice to have a separate server, but sometimes it is actually impossible to have production server access, because if they are guarded by firewalls, or if your main application is part of a network which does not permit outside connection. So there could be a lot of reasons. So the way you manage those external resources is that you keep your application stateless about them. That means your application code, this code right here, does not matter if it's React or Node.js logic or anything, which we'll see in a couple of videos on server-side props and all that stuff. Your application code should not be aware about where it is running, right? That is the goal. And how do you make sure of that? You abstract away the important details, the important information of production or development in certain environment variables, which come from the environment itself, just like the name suggests. That if you're running in a development environment, that means if you're running on a local system or a less powered machine, you're testing stuff, the variables, a few variables are filled in by the environment, not by your code. Similarly for production. So for production, you might have a large, I don't know, like 16 GB RAM, 1 TB SSD, MongoDB. I don't know if that is even a good configuration for a database like that, but you can have an instance for that, right? On a development, you might want, because you know that traffic won't be a lot, so you might have a 1 GB, 50 GB SSD, right? So how do you convey the connection points? That is the connection URL, because if you're connecting with Mongo, you're gonna probably do something like mongoose.connect if you're using Mongoose, and then MongoDB localhost, and then the port number, and then basically the the name of the database. So how do you do this? Well, you can see right here, this is a stateful part. That means your code should be aware. It's not technically stateful. I'm actually using the wrong word. It's more about that you have hard coded your environment sort of here. So what you eventually want to do is you want to bring this from environment, that is process.env, and then you probably want something like MongoDB connection URL, right? You want to do something like this. So how do you make sure that when you ship this code on production, when you ship this correctly, these environment variables are automatically populated? So you do that with the help of Next.js internal support for local and production and development environment. And let's discuss all of that. So I'm going to go ahead and explain that to you by starting off by creating .env.local file. And the moment I do that, you're going to see, if you're using VS Code, you're going to see this gets dim. And the reason it gets dim is because this is automatically added by Next.js in the git ignore file. And there's a good reason for this. Now, I'm going to come to the reason later on. Let's just discuss about what this thing does first of all. So let's just say I'm going to add a secret variable, right? And I'm going to just put this value as codedam.com, right? So secret variable is now holds a codedam.com variable value. But how do you access it? Well, I actually just showed you how you access it. So what you can do is right here, you can say console.log, or maybe let's not do here because that might confuse you. So let's just do export function get server side props, and you can just return this as empty, and you can just console log process.env.secret variable, right? Now if you go ahead and take a look at this, actually, if I go ahead and refresh this, you're gonna see that you actually get undefined. Now the reason for that is because Next.js does not use JavaScript to include these files, these variables. They are done before Next.js starts the server, which is a good thing. Why? Because, well, you remove the overhead of including the environment file with JavaScript. So that means if anytime you are making a change to your environment file, you gotta restart your server, right? So that's one thing. So once you do that and refresh it, then you're gonna see now you get codedamn.com as the console log. Now remember that we are obviously working right now in .env.local file, but just a couple of quick points. If you try to do it here, a few observations you will be able to make. So let's just do env value just to separate that, and I'm going to do process.env.secret variable, right? Now you know that because you're using Next.js, this function is going to run both on server and on client, right? Why? Because server means server-side rendering and client, well, means hydration, right? Because next React would try to hydrate the tree in order to have, see if we have any event listeners or anything, unless you of course opt out of that manually, but right now it's enabled. So what Next.js does is that technically on the browser, you have nothing as such process, but Next.js would polyfill that for you, and this would be available as an object. However, this value right here will not be accessible on browser. Of course, you don't want this value to be accessible on browser, right? Because we will be storing stuff like db host, production.mongodb, your whole string, and then db username and db password. So you of course don't want that to be available on the browser. But anyway, let's just confirm if that is the case or not. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh it here. You can see the env value which we get in the node terminal. Remember, this is the node terminal. This is the back end. It's not the front end. Is correct, codedamn.com. But if you go to the console here on the front end, I think I have some search term. You can see on the front end, it's undefined, right? If I refresh it again, you're going to see backend gives us the correct value. The front end does not. So there's obviously, just like I said, a good explanation why Next.js will not pre-fill or, just supply the variables to front end. Now, with that being done, of course, there could be times when you want variables to be available on front end as well, right? Because let's say you have a client-side API and you want to have a token or a secret key. For example, a common use case I can think of is reCAPTCHA. So the way you do that is you do include next_public, right? And I think that's it. And then whatever you want to name this. This is a mandatory syntax. This is hard-coded into Next.js framework, so you have to include that. There is no, magical reason for this. You just need this because the framework says you to do that. And I can say my first browser variable, and you can give, underscores there. I just did not feel like that. And you can say some value. Yeah, I'm bad at not only just naming variables, but putting values inside them as well. So once you do that, now you can do a process.env.this thing. And of course, just like I said, you gotta restart the terminal because, well, Next.js needs that. And once you refresh this, you're gonna see once the page compiles, you get some value on server, obviously, because that's an environment variable, but you also get some value on client, right? So that means whenever you prefix your variable with next_public_, your variable gets exposed on the browser front. So this is how you work with this is basically the introduction to environment variables, how you work with them in Next.js, and how the .env.local file populates variables inside your node process and inside the browser. In the next video, we're going to be seeing a little bit more on the management of the environment variables and some conventions you should keep in mind. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at a little bit of management of this .env.local file and a couple of other files which are interesting to us. Now, what Next.js does is that it comes hard-coded with three files, .env.local, .env.development, and .env.production. Now, talking about the convention, what you can think of is that these files as templates, right? Now, these files can consist of, non-secret variables as well, if you want, because you can ship them on, version control, that is Git or GitHub, whatever you want to, do. It's not like you can ship, obviously you can ship .env.local as well, but the convention, the good practice is to ship these two files and to have only the secrets, which, are not really secrets, but only the variables which you can afford to make public or to make accessible to anyone. For example, some Stripe client key, right? Which you can access both on server and on client on the browser. So that could be inside this particular file. This file, however, what Next.js recommends is that you should have specific values and should be available only on your local systems. For example, database passwords, right? For example, Stripe secret key. So stuff like this should not be on the version control system. This should not be, in the deployment pipeline. This file should be individually present on the production servers, as well as you can create it for yourself on your local systems. Because, when you're working on local, just like I said in the last video, your staging passwords would be different from production servers passwords, right? And your, for example, Stripe would obviously be operating into the development mode. So you're going to have a little bit of different values. So it's better to have different value depending on different environments. However, let's talk about how Next.js treats if you have all these three files present. So I'm going to go ahead and create .env.development and .env.production here. And I'm going to create a new variable. I'm going to say specificity check 0, right? .local gets 0. Development gets 1 and production gets 2. So if I go ahead and right now just do a check here and say specificity check, what do you think would console log? 0, 1 or 2? Let's see. So, obviously you can make sense of that. You won't really get the production console log because, well, we are not running it on production. So it's more of a choice between 0 and 1. So if I refresh this page, you're going to see that we get a value of 0. And why is that? Because whatever variables, whatever values which are present in the .env.local file will override anything else, right? They will override the development or production depending on where you're running it. So of course, if it does not has this, .env.local does not has this, and if you restart the server again and refresh the page, you're going to see that you get 1, which is the fallback value, right? So you get the 1. But the moment you add it, something else, it will fall back or it will consider .env.local as the primary store. How are you going to ship this env.local to production? You won't, right? You won't ship this file to production. You would either just code it once and leave it right there on the production server. And if you want to update it, you have to manually update it. Or a better way for production is to, probably not have .env.local at all. And maybe use something like, for example, if you're running AWS Lambdas, that you can specify environment variables directly from the interface. So maybe you can use something like that. It depends on how you want to execute it on production. But on development, well, Next.js is going to do that job for you. So what about this .env.production and development? As you might have guessed by now, Next.js detects what you are running, where you are running Next.js right now. If it is development, it's going to include this file. If it is production, it's going to include this file. And how does it detect that? Well, it uses process.env.node.env variable, which you can see in the source code of Next.js as well. I just open the node modules folder and just search for .env, and you can, I won't really want you to make sense of this, but this is pretty much a place where I believe it's trying to figure out the name of the file, right? So what you can see is that it tries to play with the process.env.node.env, and it might have set this variable value depending on how you're building the project as well, right? If you're building it in a production mode, it's gonna be set as production. If you're building it development, it might not be set at all. So on and so forth. You don't really have to worry about that. But yeah, that's pretty much it on how you're gonna set some environments and get started with that stuff in Next.js. So that will be all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a good look at actually what get server-side props is. Now, we have, you might have some experience, some knowledge of get server-side props, what it does and all that stuff. But let's just get into depth of what exactly this does. So first things first, what exactly this server-side prop function is? Well, you see that the architecture of Next.js is as follows. Next.js says that, hey, whatever page you want visible, you want to live on your domain. For example, if you own codedamn.com, then if you want to have something which the user can see, something meaningful which the user can see on ABC and 123, or maybe like, let's just keep it ABCDEF for now. What you gotta do is you gotta go to pages directory and create a file called abcdef.jsx or .js, right? Now, what happens when a person visits this URL is that internally, if this is not a static build, assuming there's a Next.js server running, if this is not a static build, Next.js is gonna check if this file has a function called get server-side props. Now, this might be a little bit misleading because it does not check that for every single request. When you're building your application, it's gonna mark certain routes which have this function, right? So when you're building a Next.js app, what's gonna do is gonna see that, okay, ABCDEF uses this get server-side props. Therefore, I'm gonna be a little bit more careful whenever somebody visits this. And how is Next.js careful? Is that whenever somebody visits this, it's gonna not immediately serve the HTML page to the user. It's gonna first of all run this function, whatever this function includes, whatever instructions this includes, and then it's gonna render the page, right? I hope that's clear. If you do not have this, for example, if we have a route, let's say this was dynamic, right? And this is static. If we have this route, which has no get server-side props, so what's gonna happen when you build the application, Next.js is gonna mark as, server-side rendering. It's gonna mark the dynamic page as server-side rendering, and it's gonna just say mark as static. Completely static, or I'm assuming that there is no get static props as well here. So mark as completely static, there we go. So whenever somebody visits static, Next.js is gonna immediately throw the already generated page or already generated HTML file, which your server already has, right? But with dynamic, it's gonna say, wait a minute, we also have JavaScript, some Node.js logic to run. So let's run that first, and then let's just go ahead and run the whole generation of the page again in JavaScript, right? So you are running a lot of JavaScript when you're using get server-side props on every single request. So what happens exactly is that you always on a particular request, on a dynamic request, you always run JavaScript before actually rendering the page. It's very similar to how, back in the days PHP would work. So if you have a PHP file, what you're going to do is that, you're going to have some PHP syntax like this, and then maybe you can connect to DB, fetch rows, and then display data, right? That's how you're going to do in PHP. Similarly, if you want to do a similar behavior in Next.js, what you can do is you can, right here inside get server-side props, you can have this function as async first of all, and then you can say something like db is await connect to db, right? Rows db.fetch rows, whatever. This is just dummy data, and then finally, send the rows to your React component as props. Then you receive the props right here, and you destructure the rows from props, and then maybe you map it and render it and all that stuff. When that happens, Next.js is gonna execute this particular JavaScript piece of JavaScript, and it's gonna create static HTML out of it, and then it's gonna send it to the client, right? On every single request, this function is executing on every single one of them. So that's powerful, but that is also resource extensive, right? Because now you are running Node.js on every single request. If you are, coming from Express background or Express.js, you know that what we do usually is Express. We usually throw express.static and then, just serve static files directly. And then maybe if you have a API route, for example, app.post, something like that, then your application, then these static files might be able to make a request to this particular API. But Next.js follows a little bit of different convention if you try to go with server-side rendering, and that is exactly the point of server-side rendering, right? That you render the output dynamically. So you can get true server-side rendering with Next.js, truly in what that means by using get server-side props. But again, just like I said, server-side rendering comes with its expense, that it is in fact server-side rendering. And Next.js is gonna run this for every single request, unless of course you introduce your own caching layer in between for a CDN or something, but that's a different story, right? But that's how it happens. Now the internals of how this happens, we're going to be pretty much like seeing that from topic to topic. That is what happens, what is in the context variable. But if you go ahead and just try to explore this, I think we won't really have a autocomplete without TypeScript, but let's just go ahead and console log it, right? So that we can just see some common properties. And if you go ahead and refresh this page now, and we get serializing props returned. Yeah, anyway, so you can see we have a bunch of data with us. But interestingly, you're going to see right here, the first thing which we have is a request, right? So yeah, I want to dive a little bit deeper into these variables and the values. So let's just keep it in the next video. I'm going to see you in the next one really quick, in which we're going to discuss about a little bit about these past values. All right, guys, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at what all information we are getting at with the get server-side props. And mind you that get server-side props is like the most powerful function in Next.js. Therefore, you can pretty much expect this function right here to give you access to literally everything you can imagine on a single request, right? So let's see. The first thing which we saw is the request variable, which again is a sort of an incoming, this is an internal Node.js http.incoming message interface, but you're going to see that this pretty much follows a little bit of Express.js pattern. We're going to see that. So everything you need about a request, that is the URL path, for example, the raw URL, the raw HTTP information, we can also see you have the socket right here. If you want to send a response, You have all the headers, which the request URL made. You have raw header information, which is also something. And you have the method, you have the URL, you have the, connection upgrade, all that stuff, information as well. So you have basically everything right here in terms of raw Node.js request processing, right? So if you try to do something like, I don't know, context.request not really request, we're going to do it with response. So let's just see that first of all. So response is again something similar to what you're going to see inside of a typical Node.js server. So if you have ever created a HTTP Node.js server, you're going to see the first two things you get is a request and a response parameter, right, for every single request. So if you try to do context.response.end like this, and that's it. If you try to go ahead and do that, and if I refresh this page right here, you're going to see we pretty much get a very not so good request ending, right? So if I refresh this, well, we get 200 as the status code, but that's pretty much it. We don't really see anything else. So you could pretty much just set a context.rest.status as 403 as well. Refresh this, and nope, this should be status code, not status. Refresh this, and you can see you get a 403 right here. You can set it to 418, that is I'm a teapot. I like the status code, but yeah, you're gonna get that. So you can see this pretty much is an actual server, right? This you get a server level control inside this function. It does not matter that you're running a React app below it, right? If you try to do nasty stuff here, you can do as much as you want. So you can even have a context.rest.json. I don't think if they have a JSON. Let's just go ahead and try send JSON.stringify something cool, right? If you do something like this, refresh, send is not a function, so maybe like, I don't know, write, not really send, rest.write, refresh, and we have a failed request. Probably not. I just restarted the server, and now you can see it looks pretty much like a JSON response from the home page of a Next.js application, right? So that might seem weird if you had the Next.js is just, you can just send React as the stuff. That's not true, right? You can use get server-side props to truly get a server-like experience from Next.js as well. So anyway, that is some sort of fun which you can do with Next.js parameters. Let's just keep going. There's a lot of more stuff here which Next.js brings us. So ideally, if you think about it, request and response are the only two things which you need, right? So if you console log the request, you're gonna see you pretty much will have every single information, every single thing you need. So let me just go ahead and refresh this again real quick. And you can see that you will have cookies, you're gonna have request.url, right here, you're gonna have method, you're gonna have headers, you're gonna have everything. But working with this in a raw fashion is a little bit cumbersome. So what Next.js does is that it gives you access to a bunch of other things as well. So the first thing, let's just keep it to this sort of way as well, because I will not be able to miss any property in this one. So we have already covered request, right, and response, which are the two biggest sort of objects on the screen right now. But we also have a bunch of other things, right? So we have this query, which is an interesting thing. This query would be automatically populated by Next.js depending on how you are splitting your route, right? So let's take a look at what this means. So I'm going to go ahead and rename this index.js to dynamic.js, right? And this dynamic word could literally be anything. This could be codedam as well. So I'm going to go ahead and take a look at codedam. Just make sure this, that this could be anything. So once we do that, what Next.js is going to do is it's going to serve this particular file on every single route, one level down, right? So I can have page 1, and that is served by this codedam.js. And the reason, I hope you know, is because this is a dynamic route, because it's in square brackets, again, hard-coded deep into Next.js. That is something you have to follow for now. Page 2 also lands on the same thing. Page 3 also lands on the same thing. But interestingly, if you take a look in the console, you're going to see the query parameter now gets populated with codedam. Now, you don't necessarily need this, because you can technically extract this information from the URL, from the request.url parameter as well. Because if you go to URL, you're going to see this is page 3. Then you can have your own regular expressions and run against that to extract the parameters. But why do that when Next.js is doing the heavy lifting for you? So you can literally just go ahead and do context.query.codedam, and you are pretty sure that this value will be present 100%. Why? Because you know that the file name is the square brackets codedam, and Next.js is not going to run this function for anything which does not match this routing pattern. I mean, that's exactly the point of routing pattern, right? So you need no validation, nothing here. You know that this will work and this will have a valid value. If it does not, that's a Next.js bug, not yours. So anyway, you have something like this, and this is actually interesting, because if you go ahead and give it a query parameter, you're gonna have query is 2 right here. Now, if you take a look, you're gonna see right here that we probably, okay, yeah, we are losing the context. That's why. So refresh, and you can see that query right here, interestingly, gets all the stuff, that is your dynamic segments of the URL, as well as the actual query parameters, which are the question marks, which are the syntax followed by question marks, right? However, the params right here only get the dynamic params, right? So here's an interesting finding which I did the other day, and that is, if I try to change this to codedam, the query parameter, the actual query parameter, because you know this question mark and stuff is actually called query parameter, then it would actually just drop the query parameter at all from the query, right? So this is likely a bug. I don't know, maybe I'll report it. But now if you technically want to extract this 2, you have to do it yourself, right? Because the request.query.codedam favors the actual sort of dynamic route before the actual thing which it should have supported. But nonetheless, this works fine for anything else. So if I have an underscore right here, you're gonna see we get a codedam underscore at 2. So that's fine, but yeah, that's something to consider. So yeah, we have a bunch of different attributes as well. Params, just like I discussed, would only contain the dynamic segments of the URL, not the query parameters. We also have preview. I think we do not have a preview here, which is an interesting property, or maybe we do, I don't know. Preview, do we have a preview? No, but we're gonna discuss about preview and preview data and all that stuff later on as well. But that's pretty much it. That should get you started. That should get you familiar with get server-side props at least. One use case which I can tell you, which I also use at codedam.com at the moment, is that you can generate sitemap.xml like this, right? So you can generate sitemaps on Next.js websites and return the response as XML. You might think this is a static file, but this is actually a dynamic Next.js file, which is server-side rendered. Because obviously, if you're not using server-side rendering, you can pretty much just return HTML React response, nothing else. You can only return JSON and all that stuff without being inside API folder. You can only return that if you're using get server-side props. So anyway, that's pretty much it for this video. Let's just keep it to this one. That is all, and I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what return value of getServerSide prop looks like. So you're going to see that we return an object with just props, which is a little bit boring, but you can make it a little bit more exciting by having a bunch of more properties. So not only props, you can return a different form of value as well. So what you can do is that instead of returning props, if you return something like redirect, and then you can specify a bunch of more parameters, this route will actually perform a redirect on that particular URL, which is pretty cool. And which is something you can do with a custom next.config.js file as well, which you're gonna see later on again, but this is one way to go about. So you can say destination as I don't know, like google.com. And then you also have to specify permanent. Now this permanent is an option which is basically responsible for setting HTTP status code on your browser, right? Your browser considers 301, that is 301 as a status code, which means that will permanently map inside its memory that this URL always maps to this one. And 302 is a temporary redirect. So if you set this to false, it's going to perform a redirect with 302, right? So let's just take a look at that first of all. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page right here. And okay, so we are not actually returning the value at all. So let's just go ahead and refresh it now. And we have a little bit of problem. I think the server died. Anyway, let's refresh it again. And now you can see that we are redirected to Google. But if you take a look, it actually responds with 307, not 302. But anyway, you get the idea, right? But if I switch this to true, it's going to perform a 301 redirect. So if I go back and refresh this, you're going to see now, well, again, I'm actually wrong. It's 308 and 307. Back in the day when I remember, it was 301 and 302. I mean, these will be also valid redirect, permanent and temporary, but there might be a little subtle difference in the rest guidelines depending on, I guess, the method and the data which you want to continue. But anyway, the point being that this means permanent redirect, and that means now Chrome, your browser, whatever, unless you clear cache or anything, it's not gonna look up for the server, right, before it actually hits that redirect. So you can see it saves me from disk cache now. So even if I go ahead and do a false right here, and if I go ahead and visit this URL, you're gonna see that it redirects me with 308 only. And even if I go ahead and remove this altogether with the props, which should now technically render content, and if I visit this, you're gonna see I'm basically screwed, right? Unless I clear my disk cache. So that's what permanent and temporary redirect means. And that is why you should be careful about them. Because by mistake, if you set a permanent redirect to a URL and people started visiting them, and if you wanted to make a change, you would not be able to go ahead and refresh cache on their browsers, right? So you might end up in a bad state. So anyway, that's one way. Another way is, another thing you can do is have a not found right here. So once you have not found as true, this is basically similar to 404 as the status code and the typical standard Next.js template. So if you go ahead, and actually, of course, I can't really use that URL unless I clear my cache, which I'm not interested right now. So I can just go to page 1. So now you can see we get a 404 and a 404 status code. So these are like, you know, you can just go ahead and let's say fetch from DB, and you see that, hey, that does not exist. Then if no record exists, then return not found, right? Something like this. Otherwise, you're gonna continue and return props right here. And just like I demonstrated with props, you can have something as a prop value return. You can And whatever you return as a prop, you can grab that right here. So you can say create props dot something, right? So if I have create this, you're gonna have create one next app as the title of the page, right? So if I refresh this, you're gonna see record is not found. Yep, sure. So if I refresh this, you're gonna see we have the title as create one next app, right? So yeah, that's in a nutshell how Next.js get server-side props method would overall work like. Just like I said, it could be an async function. You can be pretty much fetching data from different APIs. Feel free to use fetch here. You know, you can do data is equal to await fetch something like google.com. And remember, because you're running this inside Node context, this is perfectly fine. You're not going to have any same origin policy stuff. So you can have then t.text, and then you can say slice 0 to 200, for example. And now you can just go ahead and say pre and then props dot Google first 200 chars, something like that. You know, I don't know. I just completely made that up very quickly. And I can say, yeah, that's pretty much it. Right. So I hope that works. Let's see. Right. So it kind of works, right? Because you can see right here, you get the first 200 characters from the Google homepage, which looks fine. So anyway, that's how you're going to make it work. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back. And in this video, we're going to be taking a look at get static props in Next.js. Big thing. You know, a lot of power for Next.js comes from this method. So I'm going to get rid of get server-side props. We might probably see how we can use both of them together later on. But for now, let's just focus on this bad boy called get static props. Super powerful method and super powerful concept as well, which, you know, borrows a lot of learnings from the architecture of client, CDN, and then server, right? So, you know, if you are in the loop, there's also this neat framework called Remix, although it's paid, it's premium, but Remix does not follow this approach. Remix follows the traditional approach. Next.js has come with sort of a new thing. I won't really say it's a new. Gatsby also uses it, but it's a model where essentially what you're trying to do is you are trying to build pages on build time, right? So what does this mean? First of all, this means that you as an application, let's say you have 20 static routes, right? And 35 dynamic routes. Dynamic means that you have those in this form. Now, these 20 static routes are simple, right? You just have to create an HTML and JSON payload out of them and just store them on the disk whenever somebody visits and just bam them with that static files. That's simple. This dynamic section, what happens is that assuming that these are not server-side rendering, what you can do is you can build them ahead of time. For example, let's say you're running a e-commerce store, simple e-commerce store with 35 products, right? And you have a database which contains these 35 products. So instead of using get server-side props and just fetching the product again and again for every single visitor individually, what you can do is that just build them ahead of time. Sure, it might take you, you know, a couple of minutes on your continuous integration deployment servers, but it will be worth it. Why? Because you have now complete static builds of those dynamic sort of pages as well. That's one way. Another way, which is interesting and where the power of get static prop lies, incrementally or, you know, lazily build pages, right? Or rather build a website which consists of pages. Here, what happens is that out of your 35 dynamic routes, ahead of time, that is on the build time, you build 0 pages, right? And whenever somebody visits, let's say your store slash, let's say this dynamic route is actually store slash ID, right? So whenever somebody visits store slash 1, you run get static props just like you would run get server side props, right? So you would run get static props like get server side props. But how get static props differs from this is that it is intelligent. You can tell it to store this result now, because, you know, let's say you had 35 million of these routes, right? It's not feasible to build 35 million pages up front. So you can say that, hey, we're not going to build anything at all. And whenever somebody visits it, then we'll just build that page and keep it in the cache or keep it in the memory. So when somebody visits store number, let's say 999, you build this page again, get static props gets called, and you know, it is saved for other people. So now when somebody visits store 999 again, what happens is that this is served served immediately as you know, as static build, static page. So cool, because now a single visitor has to pay for that cost of building it once, because, you know, if this is involving a lot of database calls and here and there, this might take a couple of seconds. And once a single visitor has taken that load on himself or herself, a million other people who visits this page will have immediate results, right? Because this page has already been built. So that's how, in a nutshell, you can make use of get static props. In the next video, from the next video onwards, we're going to be learning about different ways, how you can block rendering, how you can fall back to a loading sort of rendering. We're going to discover, you know, just talk about all the stuff from the next video onwards. So don't worry about that. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just discuss about get static props, but technically. So we have seen get static props, how it works internally and on a theoretical level, but let's just see what this function consists of. So first things first, I'm going to go ahead and rename this back to index.js, because there's a major difference when you're using get static props in a dynamic versus a, you know, just a string based route. So what I'm going to do right here is just going to return props, something like this, and I'm just going to console log context. Now, surprisingly, what you're going to see right now, if I refresh this, you're going to see if I go to the console, we have only locales, locale, or whatever, how you pronounce it, and these 3 props present, or these 3 values in the context present. Where are the request and response and, you know, all that good stuff, query and params? Where are those values? Well, you see, when you are using get static props in a string based route, that is, you know, in a static route, what Next.js is going to do is it's going to automatically on build time, it's going to generate a static HTML plus JSON payload of this particular page, so that it never has to execute JavaScript again, right? And how it can do that? Well, because, you know, you just have a single route, and given that Next.js is not providing you with request response for adding any dynamic stuff and adding any funky stuff, depending on how you are accessing it with what headers and what cookies, Next.js can safely generate a static HTML and a JSON payload, right? So if you are looking for adding any dynamic stuff here, that is probably not the best option. The best option, again, would be get server-side props. However, let's not get completely discouraged on this, because there is a good option. There's a good way to get this stuff, which we're going to see later on. But for now, just realize that get static props is pretty much a place where you can perform DB calls, you know, network requests without being coarse binded. any sort of stuff, require files with JS, common JS, syntax, or dynamic imports, whatever you want to do, you can do all that stuff right here, right? And once you're done with that, once you return it as a props of something true again, once you do something like this, you can access this just like usual, right? So this is more like of a, you know, you are generating a page, but it requires a little bit of dynamic stuff. I can give you a quick example for this. Is that, for example, let's say you are creating a page where you want to show number of registered users you have, right? So you can create a DB call here, await get DB, and you know, you can create a DB call and you can fetch user count as await DB dot total users, right? Something like this. And then you can return this user count like this, and you can just have a user count here. Sure, it will be generated on the build time and it will be generated once, but you know, when you are building it again, or we'll see another way, when you are building it again, you can pretty much you know, just go ahead and show the user your total number of registered users on the without actually hitting the database on every single request, right? So if you have 1 million visits on the website, you just have to hit the database once when you're building it, and that's it. Why? Because the rest of the visits are automatically served directly from the cache or the static build, which is already there. All right, now comes the interesting part, that is the revalidate option. So Next.js comes with a very interesting option called revalidate. What does this mean? This means that the seconds which you supply here, let's say I have 10 seconds right here. The seconds which you supply here, this will attempt to create this page again in at most 10 seconds. Let's see what that means. So let's say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? These are 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. These are, let's say, 15 requests which are coming on our websites, right? So these are, I will say, these are request, right? And let's say this is the time at which those requests came. So I'm going to say this came at 0th second, this came at I don't know, 5th second, this came at 6th second, this also came at 6, 6, 6, this came at 8th, this came at 9th, 9th, this also came at 9th, this also came at 9th, this came at 10th, this came at, let's say, 15th, 15th, 15th. All right, so what's happening now is that once we build this particular page, let's say the build process is done, we have created a single page, we're going to have version, right? So we're going to have, let's say, versions as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as the incremental versions of the things, right? So the version 1 is the build version of the page. Version 2 is when the page is again built thanks to this revalidate parameter. Version 3 is again when it's built, next version, right? So let's see which user will see which version. So what's going to happen on the first, that is the first visitor, because he or she visited at the 0th time, they're going to see version 1. The 5th second will also see version 1 because we have 10 seconds as the parameter here. The 6th will see 1. This will also see 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Everyone will see 1 up till this point. Now, what's going to happen is that this person right here, which arrived at the 10th second, is also going to see first version, right? And all these versions are shipped very, very fast to the end user. Why? Because they are already generated. They are already builds of HTML plus JSON. So, you know, they're just sitting on the disk just to be served, right? And if you're using Vercel or anything like that, they are better. They are on CDNs. So all of them would see version 1. but something would happen here. Something will happen, right? Something magical will happen at this point. Because 10 seconds has passed and Next.js has just received a request, what's going to happen is that Next.js backend will start creating the new version of the page. That is, it will start calling this await DV, it will get user count again, it's going to create the page again, it's going to update the HTML and JSON. So assuming that it happens at let's say it completes at 12th second. Let's say if you have a visitor at 11th second. If we have a 12.5th visitor at 11th second, right? Let's see. I'm a little confused with the spacing and everything, but let's say this is the point where it gets completed, right? So this visitor would still see the version 1. Why? Because this is not ready yet. However, once it's ready, now we are shipping version 2. So this person would see version 2, this will see version 2, and so on, right? So I hope this gets the point across. This parameter right here, this is interesting because what if the request never came after the 9th second? Let's see what happens in that case. Well, you see that Next.js says that, hey, I would attempt to revalidate the page once at most in this duration. So what does this mean? Is that it is saying that I will at most generate only one page in 10 seconds. It's not saying that it will generate one page every 10 seconds. There's a difference. It's saying it will generate one page at most in 10 seconds. So this means there is no timer on the backend which is running every 10 seconds and it's triggering a page update. Nope, that's not how it happens. This revalidate parameter, you can think of something like this. It can say that, hey, I revalidate is, let's say, UTC timestamp 0. Why not? Let's say once we have this request coming up right here, so we're gonna have last revalidate as still 0, right? Because, well, this request does not make any change, but Next.js checked on this request. Then again on this request, on the 9th request, till the 9th request, last validate is 0, and you can just go ahead and maintain a now counter as well. Now 5, now 9, right? So Next.js says that, hey, now minus last is less than 10, so I'm gonna skip. Now minus last is less than 10, so I'm gonna skip. Now minus last is less than 10, so I'm gonna skip, right? Now, what if the next request comes after an eternity, let's say at 100 timestamp? So what happened here? Nothing happened here. That means nobody requested and no page got generated as well. No page got refreshed as well. Because nobody visited this route, Next.js never checked the last revalidate and the now counter. That means it never took the difference to check if it has to revalidate, and that means this function never got called. So now at this particular point, Next.js is gonna still serve version 1 to the user, but it's gonna see now minus last is greater than 10, therefore revalidate. And for the next request onwards, or assuming that completes perfectly, it's gonna say last validate is 100, now is 102. So 102 minus 100 is less than 10. So I'm gonna skip. So I hope you understand how exactly this revalidate parameter is working and how this at most statement works. This is super important to understand, because you might think if you have a smaller value here, you might think you're bombarding your server every single second or something, but nothing like that is happening, right? In fact, if your website, let's say if you are running a news website or some live counter, this is actually a pretty solid you know, a way to go about, because let's say you have 10 million, or like not really 10 million, let's say you have 100,000 people per second requesting this page. So if you have server-side props, get server-side props, that bad boy is going to perform 100,000 requests on your database every single second, which is bad, right? Which is bad, depending on, you know, what your server configuration is and how you have configured load balancing and everything. However, if you are live with 100K requests a second and you have get static props with 1 second revalidate, oh boy, you are in luck, because now you just have 1 request per second on the database. Super awesome. Consider this. You're designing an architecture where you are getting 100,000 requests a second versus 1 request a second. And, you know, at most people will be delayed by a single second of information here, right? So if you're maybe like if you're creating a website or a live counter for cricket or anything, I mean, that's a pretty solid deal, right? Because, you know, you can afford to have a single second delay versus whenever somebody is visiting or refreshing your page, they get pretty much, you know, your server gets pretty much down because of so much load. So I hope that puts things in perspective a little bit, how this is helpful, how this works and all that stuff. We're going to be discussing a little bit more on get static props and the additional function which it brings in the next video. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. So what is going on, everybody? Welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a very quick look at a get static props example before we move forward. So I have created this simplest, as couldn't get more simple, user count, probably a bad name, but I have deployed it. So anyway, so this is a math.random variable, and you just display it on the home page, right? On the index.js, and this is deployed on Vercel, right? We're going to come to deployment in the end, but I have deployed this on Vercel, and I have also opened this in the local as a local server. Now, one thing you have to remember when you're developing with Next.js locally, Next.js is going to run get static props every single time on every single run. So if you refresh, you're going to see this math.random value changing every single time, right? As you would expect, because, well, it is running on every single one. So this value gets updated every single time. That's why we are getting a different value. However, on production, because we have revalidate parameter, it's gonna, well, run once, but it's gonna revalidate the page at most every 5 seconds, just like we discussed in the last video. So now if I refresh this, you can see, well, if I keep refreshing it, you're gonna see the value is not changing, right? However, if I refresh it after 5 seconds, for example, the value updates, and now it's gonna stay same for at least 5 seconds. Then it updates and it's gonna stay same. So, you know, you can see how this is pretty much working. And that's pretty much all I wanted to show in this short video. So that is all for this one. In the next one, we're going to be discussing about get static paths. Again, just like I said, which is again a little bit of extension of get static props itself. So that's all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at get static paths, right? So this is an additional method which is sort of handy with get static props and actually mandatory. And I'm going to tell you why this is required. Consider that if you have a route, something like, I don't know, shop ID, right? And you're trying to implement get static props on that. Well, first things first, you need the ID parameter to fetch the stuff, right? To fetch that particular information against that. So first thing is that we need params somehow in get static props. Second thing is that, you know, Next.js, like I said, likes to run get static props on build time, right? So even if you get, some sort of way of using this params and then, doing data fetching using params, if you want to probably build a part of your website on the build time, there is no way Next.js can know what IDs this will take, right? It might take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 100. It might take some strings, and it could be anything, right? So you need Next.js. You need a way for informing Next that, hey, I want these pages built on the build time, and then maybe we can fall back to this particular approach, which we talked about, that, people will come and then we'll build and store it, and then we'll just make that happen. So in order to make that thing possible, we have a function called get static pages, right? So this export function, this get static pages, is a function which is going to allow you, not really pages, it's paths, right? It's going to allow you to provide that information to Next.js. That means you're going to return certain value from this particular thing, and precisely we're going to return paths as an array. This is going to be a value. It will contain information on what all pages you would want to be built at build time, right? Ahead of time. And anything else which is not present inside this will either 404 or will be built dynamically, depending on a bunch of other parameters as well. But first of all, let's see how you can make use of this. So this will be an object, an array of object, right? And right here, you're going to specify, you're going to start writing params, and then params will also be an array of object. Params, params, and params, right? You're going to start writing here. And yeah, the biggest requirement, the biggest requirement is that you need this route to be dynamic. So I'm going to shift this to ID, right? And now you can say ID, which should match the name of your file or the dynamic part of the segment which you're targeting. And then let's say product 1, right? Then you can have an ID of product 2 for this one. And then maybe like ID of product 3 for this one, right? So you have all these paths available to you. And if you just leave it like this, what's going to happen? Well, you have to specify another parameter called fallback. Let's say you have a fallback of false. So in this particular configuration, when you push it to production, when you run next build, what's going to happen is that on the build time, Next.js will run get static props with product 1. Well, not exactly product 1, but you get the idea. I'm going to tell you, you can extract params from this context as well. So it's going to run it with something like params ID product 1, right? That's more like it, with a bunch of more options. It's going to run it with product 2. It's going to run it with product 3. This is going to spit out some HTML plus JSON. This is going to spit out some HTML plus JSON. This is going to spit out some HTML plus JSON, right? Next.js is going to run all this on the build time. Remember, this is all happening on the build time. And we finally store all on disk, CDN, whatever, right? And then serve it immediately whenever somebody comes. This is because of fallback false, right? If you have fallback true, something interesting happens. Well, we all obviously we do the same thing again, but this time, actually, let me just discuss fallback false again. I guess we did not complete it. So now, if you come to a page which is something like shop ID or like product ID, product 4. If you come to this, and remember we have fallback false, this will go 404, not found. Why? Because you mentioned that, hey, I don't want any fallback for any non-supported page, right? That means you're on your own. You're going to get a 404 automatically. Now, if you have fallback true, something interesting will happen on this point. when somebody visits this route, Next.js is going to see that, hey, I don't really have an HTML plus JSON payload for this particular route, but getStaticPaths actually told me that the fallback is true. So maybe I should go ahead and ask getStaticProps what's up. So when you visit this, what's going to happen with fallback true is that Next.js is going to load the page with, you can get the Next.js router, use router. You can import the Next.js router, use router. You're going to have a router.isFallback property set to true. And I'm not really interested into explaining this. Why? Because first of all, this has already been explained in the basics course. And secondly, there's a better option now with Next.js. So right now, as long as this is true on the client side, right now, Next.js getStaticProps is executing, right? And the moment it becomes false, that means you're here. getStaticProps has executed and you have the data from the props automatically. And this will be stored again. You can think of it getting added, sort of getting added like this, so that it does not have to build again, right? That happens to fallback true. So let's take a quick example on this. So I'm going to go ahead and return loading right here. And I'm going to say loaded here. This could be like H1 only. Why not? And we have product 1, 2, 3, 4, which is perfectly fine. I think we just need to import the router. Import use router from next router. I think this is a default. Yeah, not really. Right, so once we have that, let's just go back to the browser and go to product 1, hit enter. You're gonna see we get, if I refresh this, we see loaded because we already are generating product 1 automatically. If I have product 2, we see loaded, which is fine. Product 3 and 4 will also show loaded. But if I go ahead and visit product 5, you're gonna see that if I refresh this, for a split second, I get this loading, right? You can see that. That does not happen with product 4. Product 4 loads immediately, but product 5 right here, we get a split second loading. Why? Because if you go to XHR and refresh this, you're gonna see product 5.json actually is loaded a split second later. I'm not sure if I can show that. Let's toggle to slow 3G and see. So now if I refresh this, you're gonna see I get loading for a little bit longer. Let's hope. Actually, it's downloading the whole JS bundle as well in the development, so that's why it's pretty slow. But what you're gonna see eventually is that the product 5.json is dynamically generated when you have the fallback true, and it does not wait for it being generated. It's just gonna throw something down the wire, right? So that's something the client can see, at least something, which is kind of bad if you want to have a full blown experience on the first load, right? So you can see it shows loading for a while and then we make a request and then it shows loaded, right? So how would you make this a seamless experience in terms of, for example, if you take a look at product 4 loads immediately, just like we discussed, right? So how would you make it same for product 5? Well, there's a new mode called blocking right here. And what fallback blocking would does is that it will not send any response at all unless the getStaticProps has executed, right? So now if I refresh this on product 5, hit enter, you're gonna see we no longer get loading anymore. And the reason for that is that, this actually runs the static props first of all, and then sends it down the wire. That means is fallback is never true. So the pro of blocking is that no flashes of loading or loaders or, missing content. The con of blocking is, again, of course, the first visitor and only the first visitor, right? Because you will be storing it on the disk and all that stuff. The first visitor will have a little delay. That's it, which is not a big of a con, to be honest, if you think about it. So that's pretty much it. So in most of the cases, you would probably want to use fallback blocking unless this is very, very slow, right? Unless this is very, very slow, you would probably want to use always blocking. So yeah, I mean, that's pretty much how get static paths work. Very simple method, not really have a lot of bells and whistles, just paths and fallback mainly. And fallback also, I would highly recommend, if you do not know upfront all the parameters, you can set it to blocking. A very common convention is to have empty paths here and have fallback blocking. So that means now every single page route would be created on the runtime and then stored. That means it will not be created again and again, and then stored and will be refreshed depending on your revalidate parameter. So I hope now you can see all the paths coming together and building together, right? So that is pretty solid infrastructure and framework which Next.js provides you out of the box. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I think a lot of knowledge, a lot of concepts, a lot of things if you are learning it, especially for the first time. So take some time, visit this video again if you want, and you should be done with it. So that is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what preview mode is in Next.js, right? So we have looked on get server-side props and get static props and the get static paths method, but there's also something known as preview mode in Next.js, which kind of sounds like what it does, but let's just go a little bit deep into what exactly it is and how it works. So in order to do that, what I'm going to do is create an API function, let's say enable preview.js, right? So, in APIs, you know how this works. You just export a function like this and you would be able to set the response status code and all that stuff in an express-like way, right? It comes with an express-like JSON sort of method attached to the response object and so on. So instead of, you can do all that stuff, but inside of your API response, if you do something like res.set preview prev data and you pass in an empty object, what's going to happen is that Next.js is going to set some cookies, right? So this method internally sets some cookies on the response. So let's see what that is. So if I go to the browser and if I go to API/enable preview and hit enter, you're going to see, of course, we get the response back. But if you go to the DevTools inside the application cookies, you will be able to see that there are a couple of cookies which are set. You can see the first one is next preview data and the second one is the pre-render bypass, right? If you take a look, you're going to realize that this looks awfully familiar to a JWT token, right? So we have two parts here. The first one is next preview data, and just like I said, and the second one is pre-render bypass. Next preview data is a JWT token, right? So you could probably just copy this. Next preview data is JWT token. And this one right here, pre-render bypass, it's just a random hash, right? Random ID or random hash, whatever you want to call it. Right, so what's happening here? Well, you see, if you try to decode this data right here, if I try to go ahead and take a look here, you're going to see that the base 64 encoded part, which is the central part, if you do a B to A of that, not really B to A to B, you're going to see you get something like this, right? Which again looks like a bunch of encrypted data. And actually, I'm not sure what this data is exactly, right? I'm not sure of the encryption. But the point is that you can pass some data right here. So you can write something true. And if you go ahead and refresh this, the stuff which gets set as the cookie inside this next preview data is actually that object, something is true, right? So if you do A to B here, I mean, you won't be really able to see it because that is using some sort of encryption, even in the data parameter, but you can see it has got an expiry date with it. Not really, this is not expiry, it's just the time when it was created, right? So let's see if this is correct. And yep, this sounds about right. Yeah. So what's the use of this? Well, you see that preview mode can technically be used to have the development-like behavior of get static props. Now, what do I mean by that? Let me just elaborate on that. So if I have export function get static props, right? And if I return a prop of props of, you know, number as math.random, and let's say I have fallback as blocking, right? And this is not the place to put it. It should be export function get static paths, return pages is this, and fallback is blocking. So once I do that, I can use props.number and get rid of this, right? And now if I go ahead and refresh this particular 2, for example, and we have some errors, extra keys returned. Yeah, this should be paths, not pages. Refresh, and now you can see that every single time you refresh, you see you get a new response. Now the reason you get a new response is that get static props is called on every single page refresh on development. This is important, right? Even if you have a revalidate parameter here, for example, revalidate 10 seconds, you're gonna see that you get a new response on every page load. Now the reason for that is you're running in development mode. If you push this to production, and let me just go ahead and clear the cookies first of all. Let's do it from DevTools so that you are able to follow if you want to. So I'm gonna go to application cookies, and I'm just gonna clear them off, right? So if you go ahead and refresh, still refresh it, you're gonna see that you get a new different response on every single page reload. Reason for that is that get static props, this is called every time in dev mode. So preview mode is kind of like dev mode on production. What does that mean? That means that get static props will be called every time as long as preview mode is enabled. All right, so let's see what that means by actually, deploying this on production. And I'm gonna set a revalidate parameter to like 60 seconds so that we can have a little bit of space in between of seeing things. All right, so I've just deployed this URL on a Vercel domain. And what I'm gonna do is just go to a random ID, right? So if I go to, let's say /2, and if I keep refreshing this page, for example, just leave that first blip. But now if I keep refreshing this page, you're gonna see that it pretty much stays the same value, right? I'm refreshing it again and again, and it stays at the same value. The reason for that is that once it generates, a match.random number for the /2 route, that is the route I am on, it would pretty much not run this function again, right? Because Next.js says that, hey, I've already generated the particular page for that particular route. So let's just use it directly from the cache, from the disk. It will generate it if I keep on refreshing it and it hits the 60-second limit, which we have already discussed in the previous video. But it will only generate it once, at most once every 60 seconds. Now, let's say this was something of a blog post preview, right? You're editing your blog post with a CMS like Ghost or something, and then you want to preview it. So this is this is a difficulty, right, with Next.js, because even if you try to, if you're trying to set it too low, then you are just hitting the, your server too much if you get a lot of traffic on your blog, even though if your content does not change that much. If you're setting this too high, well, you cannot really work with a sort of draft preview mode from your CMS. So to fix this, we have the preview mode, which you can use. This is like one use case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hit this enable preview API URL. So let me just go ahead and open the cookies part as well. So right now you can see we have no cookies. And if I refresh this, it stays on the same particular value. Now let's just go ahead and hit API/enable preview, hit enter, and you're going to see that it immediately sets 2 cookies, next preview data and pre-render bypass, which we have already talked about. Now, if I go back to /2 right here, what you're going to see is that on every, let me just keep that open, is that on every refresh, we are getting a new number, even though this is a production domain, right? Even though this is a production domain, we are getting a new number on every refresh. And if you can observe, the page response times are a little bit slow because it has to run this function again, render the tree, and then pass it. So once you have preview mode enabled, it will always run this function, right? Now the beauty of this function is that the beauty of this feature is that if you do not have the preview cookies, for example, if you are a visitor of the site, it will just work as normal, right? So you can see that was just an update to the page, but if you keep on refreshing it, you're going to see you get nothing. But the moment you try to enable the preview again and go back to 2, keep on refreshing, looks like we did not enable the preview mode, refresh. Yeah, so here we go, needed a hard refresh. So once we do that, and now if you return to 2 again, you're going to start seeing different numbers again, because this is just like I said, renders it automatically every single time, irrespective of what configurations which you have here. So yeah, this is like preview mode. Could be useful if you're developing a CMS like application where you want to have specific access, real-time access to specific pages. But that's pretty much it. If you're not developing some sort of dynamic content which is linked to a GUI in terms of editor or something, this will probably not be required, but nonetheless, you should know about this. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at what dynamic imports are in Next.js. So dynamic imports is pretty important and interesting feature of Next.js, which you might encounter a lot of times if you are working with NPM packages and things which are browser environment specific, right? Which require browser environment. So what that means is that, first of all, dynamic import means that you are importing a piece of code on the runtime dynamically, right? So the first thing is that obviously it will not be included inside the HTML of your page. It will not be server-side rendered on the first load, right? So the first communication, for example, let's say I have a div right here, and if I have dynamic h1 here, and if I have p hello world, let's do a quick demo of this. So I'm going to have a dynamic h1. I'm going to explain you the syntax for this, but just bear with me for a while here. So let's say if I have dynamic h1 as the component, and we would also need dynamic from next dynamic, right? So what we're trying to do here is that import this dynamic h1 on runtime. So if I do something like export default function h1 and then just do h1 hello world. So what do you think would happen? So if you take a look at this, you're going to see you get an h1 and a p, just like you would expect to get, right? And if you go to, let's say, the sources, or maybe the networks tab, you're going to see that this 1.js file is the actual chunk of this dynamic h1.js, right? So what does this mean is that, for example, if you had something like, let's say a compute, which is like an expensive compute, right? I don't know, array.fill, or maybe like not array.fill, array1000.fill 0.map or .for each x console.log x, right? If you had something like this, I mean, this is ridiculous, but just to give you an example, and if I go ahead and refresh this now, you're gonna see, if I go to console, if I go to sources, if I go to network, you're gonna see inside the 1.js file, well, only if we could just look inside the eval, but let's see if I could. If I do a console.log, you can see that that bit of code execution is present inside 1.js, which is a different file, right? If I go ahead and remove this as a dynamic import, if I go ahead and import this in a regular way from, let's say like this, right? If I do something like this and hit refresh, you're gonna see that there is no 1.js anymore. There is just this console.log, not even 0.js. I think inside index.html we'll get probably, yeah, inside index.html you can see index.js, you can see the single file which ships with the whole bundle of stuff, right? Now this is obviously not the production build, but inside production build as well, you're gonna not see any different request. With dynamic import, although it will render it on the server, if you go ahead and take a look, refresh and go to page source, you're gonna still see hello world right here. It is still rendered on the server, it is server-side rendering, but there's a big but. The JavaScript bundle of this, the rehydration, when the React downloads the JS and tries to add all those click handlers and everything, that piece of JavaScript is only downloaded when it is required, right? So what's the use case of this? Well, one use case could be that, let's say you have a user panel, right? And let's say you have or maybe like not really user panel, but authenticated panel, and you have non-authenticated panel, right? And you do this stuff. So, leave the compute part already, like even if it is a lot of JavaScript, that will also be good for us. So if you have authenticated here and non-authenticated, what you can do in React is that you can say, hey, if user is authenticated, then show him this panel, otherwise show him non-authenticated, right? Something like this. You can do something like this. And the way it will work is that if the user, for example, on server, let's say the user is considered always authenticated, let's say, if the user is authenticated, you're going to always show this component. And if the user leaves your website, you're going to always keep on showing this component, and you will never show the non-authenticated component. How does this help? This helps in the way that you never really download this non-authenticated panel bundle, right? So that's a huge data saving if this is a big file, if this is a big JS file. So yeah, that's pretty much it on the dynamic import without dynamic import with server-side rendering. There's also a variant of without server-side rendering. We're going to take a look at that in the next video. But I hope this gives you context on how dynamic imports exactly work, how they split the files into different chunks, and how they are still server-side rendering, but with a different approach, right? That is the JavaScript, which enables the rehydration and everything in the component, is downloaded differently from the main bundle. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at server-side rendering, disabling of server-side rendering in the dynamic import section. So what happens is that, just like I told you that you can pretty much in the last video, initially I told you that you can pretty much use this feature to render browser specific things, right? And one very good example which I can give you right now is that if you're on codedamn.com, if you go to codedamn, you're gonna see that you use this practice, this practice panel. When you use this, you're gonna see that the Monaco editor, which is in the center of the screen, this editor, which will fire up really soon in the center of the screen, this is not server-side renderable, right? Monaco editor is highly sophisticated piece of technology from Microsoft, and this is not server-side renderable, right? So if you try to render it on server-side, it'll throw a lot of errors where you would just have to bang your head against the wall. So the only way to use modules like this in a Next.js project is to go ahead and disable server-side rendering completely on them. And the way you do it is by passing another second argument called SSR and setting this to false. Now, what this would do is that this would completely disable the server-side rendering feature, and it will act a lot like how regular JavaScript behaves, right? So now if you refresh this, you're gonna see you get that flash of loading content. And the reason for that is because the bundle responsible for displaying that particular DOM node is loading, right? So now you can see inside one.js, you're gonna see hello world right here, right? Which is the React code, the React equivalent of displaying this, right? And if you go to page source, you are not going to see that h1 tag, right? You see a div opening p and a div closing, although we have a dynamic boy right here, right, which is just sitting here. There is also another attribute which you can plug in, and that is the loading. This loading right here basically allows you to pass in a component which you can show while the page or while that particular piece of component is loading. Again, super handy. So you can go ahead and say something like ... loading, right? And once you do that, if you go ahead and refresh this, you're gonna see that you get a slash, that flash of loading again. And if you try to make this h1, it will exactly match the, the dimensions. So now if you go ahead and refresh this, you can see it server-side renders, but the loading component. I'm not sure if you go one level deep and try to, have a dynamic import here as well. You might want to try that. That will be interesting to find what happens. But you can see that pretty much they would expect you to have a static available component for loading, right? That's fair. So yeah, that's how pretty much dynamic imports overall work, right? You have loading component, you have SSR with you, and you can specify pretty much anything here, right, to load it dynamically on the runtime. If you do specify SSR as false, it will completely disable the loading at all. Next.js is not going to look inside this file at all. It will not render this file at all on the server, right? So that means if you're using anything specific like window.alert, something like this as 10, this is absolutely fine, right? If you refresh this, you get an alert of 10. However, if you try to do this without an SSR, that is SSR as true, you're gonna see that if you refresh this right here, you're gonna get an error that window is not defined. And this error is not from the client, this error is from the server, right? Because even though it is dynamic import, Next.js tries to render it for the first flash of loading, right? And when it's trying to render it for the first flash, it encounters this, and this is an error. But the moment you switch it that, hey, I don't want this at all, and if you refresh this, well, Next.js just doesn't even bother looking inside the file. Now, obviously, this is bad. This is bad, and you should always try to avoid anywhere writing SSR as false. Why? Because you kill all the performance benefits for the user. That means now they have to download the JavaScript in order to view the page, right? Which is bad. So just use this whenever it is highly necessary. Just like the example I showed you, Monaco in our case. Monaco editor, which codedamn uses, is not server-side renderable. So we have no option other than, just disabling SSR on that page for that particular component. But yeah, that's pretty much it for SSR. Hope you know a lot more about dynamic imports and how server-side rendering works with that, and how you can have a placeholder sort of component for a while as well. So that is all for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just take a look at the next image component, which is again a very interesting component from Next.js, and like one of the most exciting features for me, at least, when it came out. So what image component is that I'll just show you an example real quick. Let's just go ahead and actually, let me see if I can grab a screenshot. And if I go ahead and grab the screenshot for this and place it somewhere inside public, let's say right here, right? So if I have a if I rename this as screenshot, right? And if I go ahead and take a look at, for example, public, and then if I do ls/lhs of screenshot, you're gonna see that this actually weighs 111 kilobytes, right? Fair enough. Let's just go ahead and use an img src of screenshot.png right here, right? And if you go, well, let's just get rid of all the stuff, right? And if you go, let's just remove this, and if you go ahead and take a look, you're gonna see that it pretty much just embeds the image just like you would expect it to, right? Now the problem right here is that there are a bunch of problems. First of all, if you use something like S3 or some other provider which is just a raw file provider, and not optimize images, then you waste a lot of bandwidth, right? So this is like a huge problem. Second, because of this, your images are heavy, not scaled, therefore slow for user, right? So this is also a big problem, right? And third one is that you are lacking images for different dimensions and accessibility and all that stuff, because right now you can also see that we are not specifying width and height attributes. So that means there would be cumulative layout shift, CLS, which stands for, like, I don't remember the exact spelling, cumulative layout shift, which just means that how much your page is shifting within a span of, let's say, I think it's 50 milliseconds or 500, I don't remember. But the more the page drastically shifts, the worse the score is for the CLS factor, right? So there are a lot of optimizations which can be brought in inside images when they are embedded. And images are like a heart of almost every website. There are a lot of images pretty much anywhere on any website, right? So what Next.js did is that it gave you the option with Next.js 10 to have all these problems fixed with a drop-in replacement of the image component from Next. So if you import image from Next image, and if you try to embed this like this with an image src, what's going to happen is that if you save this, you actually have to specify the width and height as well. But yeah, you have to specify. So let's just give it a width of, let's say, 1280. You can also use numbers, and a height of 720, right? You can technically disable this as well if you don't want to give this, but there's a pretty good reason you should. So if you refresh this now, you're going to see that first of all, your image is resized according to dimensions which you gave, right? And observe that this is actually optimized version of image as well. How do I know that? Let's go to Networks tab, clear this out, refresh image, and right here, if you go to headers, you're gonna see that the content size, let's see if I can save this on the desktop as the image name. So if I go ahead and do ls/lhs of desktop image.webp, you're gonna see this is in fact 28 kilobytes, right? So what happened is that Next.js detected that, well, this browser can support WebP format, and we want, an image which is not that large. We have already specified the dimensions 1280x720. Why not just compress it a lot, right? And just make sure this is good. So you got an image.webp format directly from the PNG or JPEG, whatever you're using. And it is much smaller, right? This is 28 kilobytes, 28, and that was 111 kilobyte, right? The original one. So you got all that optimization automatically out of the box. In fact, if you take a look, you're gonna see that it, specifies a bunch of options as well. And another one interesting option is that it lazily loads images. That means if the viewport height is not, if the viewport height is not that much, that means that the image is visible. It will not show that image. So if I go ahead and create this a bunch of times, you're gonna see now, if I refresh the page, you're gonna see in the networks tab, inside image section, we have not loaded the image yet, right? The image is not present. But if I scroll down a little and make the image visible, you can see that immediately it loads, right? Just before the image is visible, right? So if I close this, refresh this, close this, refresh this, you can see it's not visible right now, and it is now visible, right? So that is pretty cool. Again, that happens because of the Next.js optimization, and there's also native browser support as well for this such behavior, but I think it's very limited right now to Chrome only. But anyway, this is how this works, right? It also specifies, it also gives you a 2x version, basically a lot of optimization out of the box. So you can just feel free to replace all your IMG with image, given that you have width and height. Otherwise, there are a bunch of other dimensions as well, other sort of properties as well. So you can specify layout fill, and right here, you can still get that exact same behavior, which you pretty much get. But I guess in this case, the width and the height are pretty bad for the container. But anyway, you might want to customize this with CSS now. So yeah, I mean, whatever happens, what you can think about, what you can do is you should always use the image component, because it optimizes, it scales, it makes your images work much better on a Next.js website. One caveat of this is that you need to have a Next.js server running. That means you need to have a Next.js. You cannot really statically export this. Why? Because if you go to Networks tab, you're gonna see it request a particular API endpoint which is specific to Next.js framework, and this endpoint will not be available if you are not running a Next.js node server on the backend, right? So that is sort of a caveat, but this is also fixable in a way which we'll discuss in the next video. And I'm also going to introduce to you with next.config.js file in the next video. So yeah, stick along. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I'm going to introduce you to a couple of things. The first one is obviously we're going to continue with our next image component. And the second one is the next.config.js file. Now this file you have to create. It will not be present by default, but this is a hard-coded file. Again, the name is hard-coded into Next.js framework. And whatever you export from this file has special meaning to Next.js framework, right? And it shapes the behavior of the framework. And of course, this file is just read, just like environment variables. This is read on the boot. So if you're making any changes, you gotta restart your server. So what I want to do first of all is I'm going to show you that this is fine. This is absolutely fine that you're referring an image with a relative path. But what about if you want to embed an image which is from a different domain, right? Let's say if I go to courses and well, this will also be a Next.js embedded image, but let me just go ahead and try to extract out the real image out of it. So if I go ahead and do a decode URI component, I will be able to see that, right? So this is like the raw image, which is hosted on S3. So now if I go ahead and try to embed this like this, what you're going to see is that it says me invalid src prop because the host name creators.codedamn.com is not configured under images. So what does this mean is that if you're trying to include any image which is not absolute path, right, or which is not relative path, not absolute, then you have to add whitelisting for that particular domain. And how you do that is that you go to next.config.js, create an images key and add that to domains, right? So in this case, it will be just creator.codedamn.com. Now remember, this is important if you're hosted your website on codedamn.com as well, right? So let's say if you're hosting an image on codedamn.com itself and your website is also running on codedamn.com, if you use a direct absolute URL, you still have to whitelist codedamn.com. That means even if your website is deployed on codedamn.com and if you're using like this, you have to whitelist it, right? If you're writing any sort of domain name here, you have to whitelist it. Otherwise, this will not work. It will complain. It will throw an error in development, and in production, I guess it will just crash. I don't remember the exact behavior, but it will not show you the image, right? So once that is done, you know, for this, of course, we just need the creator.codedamn part. And if not really creator, but creator assets, right? So if I go ahead and replace this, and if I go back right here, and if I restart the server, you can also see it tells you to do that. So now if you go ahead and refresh this, what's going to happen is now it is loading that from the remote server. It loads it first of all inside its own memory, optimizes it for the first time, and from the next times onward, it's just gonna, you know, just make use of it from the cache. So again, super helpful, super powerful in terms of resizing and you know, just having the best possible image served to a particular client. Highly recommended to make use of you know, the behavior which image tag provides you. It also comes with a bunch of other attributes. I did not go through every single one of them. You can pretty much just take a look at the documentation if you want, but the most common ones I've just listed. You're gonna just need width, height, and src. You can also specify the loader, which is an interesting part. You can specify the loader which you want with the image component. And what do I mean by that? That means that right now you can see that, well, it just fallbacks to you know, the local host. So if you can observe what's happening here is that it takes your URL, right here, copies it and pastes it right here, right? So this is the image URL, and then it specifies the width and the height as well if it wants to. This is quality parameter. So what you can do is that, let's say instead of having this hosted on Next.js, the image optimization service, let's say you have bought it from some other service provider, right? Let's say Imgix or whatever you pronounce it, right? Then you can also specify a custom loader for that. And the way you do it is that you create a function. You create a function called loader, and it's going to accept some arguments. It's going to accept some props, and the props are src, width, and quality, right? Pretty much which are passed inside our this loader, which was before, right? I just have not copied the URL, but what you're going to see if I console.log src width and quality, and if I try to return, for example, http my custom service.com/URL, URL is equal to src. What you're going to see now, if I specify this as the loader for this particular image, you're going to see, if you refresh, you're going to see it tries to load your service from a URL like this, my custom service URL, and then that. So you can have all that custom logic of caching and everything on your own services as well if you want. If you don't specify this, this fallbacks to the internal Next.js service. This is useful if you're developing a completely static site where you don't really want the Next.js server running on the backend, right? So that will help you save a bunch of money if you don't really want to run a Node server just because of image compression. So yeah, that's pretty much it. For the image tag, basically we have covered all the important stuff. You can figure out other details, other smaller details on the way as well, but that's all about it. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome to a brand new course on Redis plus Node.js. This course will be interactive, 100% interactive. That means after this video, you would probably have a task, not a video, you have to complete. Then another video, few videos, tasks, videos, tasks. So make sure when you're attempting this course, please go ahead and attempt all the tasks in place, because that will help you build the muscle memory you need when you're learning to code on your own. Coming to Redis. This course will focus mostly on Redis plus Node.js. However, we will look at the integration with Node.js part a little later. First of all, we will understand and really work with Redis in the first few sections. In the last few sections, we'll create full-blown projects with Node.js, which uses Redis as well. We'll be using this Codedamn Playground for this whole course, and you can use this by going to codedamn.com/playground/node, or you can go to codedamn.com, go to your dashboard here, go to Playgrounds and select the Node.js Playground here. This playground comes with a built-in support for Redis. You can write Redis CLI here and you will see that you are taken into the Redis console. So I'm super excited to start this course with you. We'll be covering some fundamentals first and we'll be moving on to Node.js integration very soon. That is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at what exactly Redis is, why you would ever need it, and how you can work with it. So first of all, what is Redis? Redis actually stands for Remote Dictionary Server, which is a fancy name for a key value database, right? So what a key value database means, if you're working with JavaScript, we do this all the time with objects, for example. So object can be sort of as a key value database, but a JavaScript object, in fact, is a little bit more richer, I would say, than Redis in the structure, but are less richer in data extraction and retrieval. So, you can have a key 1, value 1, key 2, value 2, right? You can have this structure. Similarly, you can have the same structure, key value, stored inside Redis, right? Redis is a database just like you would consider MongoDB or MySQL, with the exception that Redis is a simple key value database which stores that. Also, if you want to get a little bit technical, Redis is a NoSQL database, right? Because it does not contain tables and columns and rows and the stuff which you actually get in SQL based database. So technically Redis is a NoSQL database. Now with Redis, there are actually two more terms which go, or actually just a single more term which goes with it, right? So we don't really say Redis is a database. We almost always say Redis is an in-memory database. So what does this in-memory database right here means? This in-memory database means that your data, whatever you store in Redis, actually stays in memory, that is random access memory, your RAM, right? So I've heard about you having 4 gigs of RAM in your system, or 8 gigs or 16 gigs. So that RAM, somewhere when you're running Redis and you're storing data, that data is stored somewhere on that RAM, not on your hard disk. And why is that? That is actually a choice Redis has made to make it extremely fast, right? If you take a look at databases, traditional databases like MongoDB or even MySQL, those databases try to keep things which are actually hot, that means they are accessed very frequently, or they try to keep indexes inside memory, right? Rest of the stuff goes to disk, whether it's SSD or standard disk. Redis keeps everything in memory because it wants to be fast. It wants to retrieve data super fast. That is one of the criteria of using Redis, where you want performance, where you want flexibility, you want the ability to scale it to a lot of load. So you want faster access there. Now, technically, Redis also has options of writing it to disk. So you can technically take a Redis in-memory database and write it somewhere to disk. But usually that really defeats the purpose of Redis. You want temporary data to be stored by Redis, which even if it gets lost, you don't really have to worry a lot about. For example, typical example is rate limiting, right? If you have a rate limiting system in place, and even if it fails for one way or another, you know that, bad actors would be limited again pretty quickly, from pub sub to rate limiting to caching of database queries, all sorts of stuff. So we'll be taking a look at that, but first we'll start with Redis basics. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. All right, let's talk a little bit about Redis versus in-memory storage of the language itself and why you would need that, because I think not a lot of people cover this aspect. So let's say, like I said, you can create a rate limiter. We'll see how we can do that. But let's say for now you have, an array of blacklist IPs, which you blacklist if they are hitting your APIs very often, right? And, not really even an array. If you want a faster access, you create an object and then you just have an app.get some API, for example, and then, for example, let's just say you perform some action and then somehow you are able to request.ip blacklist this IP, right? And if the next time this comes, you just check if request.ip is blacklisted, then you just say, return error, whatever. So this is fine. This is completely fine. And you can see that when your program, this Node.js program is actually running on a computer, on a CPU, on a system, you'll realize this blacklist IP is technically an object which is somewhere in the memory only, right? It is obviously not inside the hard disk because the program is executing, right? So the V8 engine has compiled the JavaScript and it is running and it's executing somewhere in the memory. So it obviously makes sense that this blacklist IP of request.ip access here, it's not only just synchronous, but is actually faster compared to any other solution, right? Because your code is technically sharing the same memory space where the data is also stored. So why would you ever want to use Redis, right? You could just create your own key value database, right, in a single file. So you can pretty much create your own Redis inside of Node.js. Well, there are a couple of reasons why would you want to do that. First of all, Redis is used in scenarios where you want to make your code stateless, right? Number one, making your code stateless is super important for scalability. I cannot stress this enough. If your code is stateless, you can pretty much throw it on any container, any AWS Lambda, for example, let it run and don't really worry about if it crashes or, if it returns bad response. Because it is stateless, you can throw away that container, recreate it, and you'll be good to go. If your code has state, you lose out on so many things. Like you have to, for example, WebSockets is a good example of this. Your WebSocket connection is always stateful. So your backend server should always be same as what initially got connected to the front end. With HTTP, this is not the case because HTTP is a stateless protocol. Similarly, you want your code to be stateless, as less state as possible. And in this code, you can see that this is a huge state. Let's say I have a server which is running 7 instances of this index.js, right? So we probably have, node index.js ran 7 times and then the traffic is load balanced over those 7 servers. So obviously this logic will break out like, anything, because now randomly any sort of node process would be assigned this HTTP request, and some might have blacklisted that IP, some might not have, and you'll end up in a chaos, right? Redis, what it does is that it takes out the centralized part of the state. So you can say, redis.getStore. We'll see the syntax, but the idea is that you take out the state away from application code and store it somewhere. If you're coming from front end, and if you're especially a React developer, which I can relate to, you will kind of realize that Redis is, you can think of Redis as a context API for React, right? So you take up your state to a higher level in your hierarchy, and you separate your UI, or in this case, your application logic and your global state. So Redis kind of acts like this, right? Number two, which is, this is an enhancement. Second most important reason of using Redis is there might be a lot of applications which are disconnected to each other, right? You're just working with the single application right now. But what if this same blacklisting of IP addresses is also used by, let's say, some other microservice which is running with it? Let's say this handles payments, and let's say this handles registrations, right? Or maybe like this handles, another file handles registrations, and this handles forgot password, right? So you technically want, if a person is blacklisted from registering because they are trying for, they're just brute forcing their way into registering a lot of users, you also want them to blacklist for the forgot password, right? So you want this, assume that this is into a different file, right? So you can say this is some other microservice, right? So you want these two files to share this blacklist IP state, right? And how do you do that? Of course, they are not running inside same server. They might be running as well inside different servers. So you want to take this Redis out of the system. You want to take the state out of the system and create a centralized global place for all the state code. And the stateless logic can go directly into your application layers, right? Where you can just pretty much go ahead and focus on the business logic instead of worrying about how you would scale the code. So these are two very solid reasons I would recommend you should use Redis in your projects. People kind of abuse Redis for pretty much everything, but I would say that if you do not need Redis for your projects, you probably are good enough, just not using it for your personal projects, or, yeah, so that's the thing. You can implement pretty much the caching and, database caching and all that stuff, whatever I talked about, more or less inside your programming language as well. But the real use case of Redis comes in these two cases. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one, where we'll actually get our hands on dirty with actual exercises, which I recommend you to try out, and also with the video course. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly do a hello world in Redis, because that's how we get things done in developer world. We start with a hello world. But what I want to do in this one is actually tell you how you can use Codedam Playground along this whole course as well. So go to codedam.com/playground/node, or you can go to Codedam, the official website, go to dashboard, go to playgrounds, and open up the Node playground, Node 12, right? Or whatever your version is showing. This playground right here comes with an inbuilt support for Redis as well as MongoDB, but we don't really need MongoDB in this video at least. So you can write Redis CLI and hit enter, and you will get into Redis CLI. If you see this prompt, that means you are into Redis. Now you can go ahead and install Redis on Ubuntu if you're running an Ubuntu based system, Debian based OS, by saying apt-get install Redis. Or if you're on a Mac, you can do brew install Mac, brew install Redis. But I would recommend you to learn from Codedam, and then when you're moving on to your own projects later on, then use your own systems, because you can mess around with these containers. You can just remove and delete and do all sorts of stuff, dangerous stuff here. And because this is containerized, you will not really affect any other system except for this small little container. Now, with that being done, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you enter into Redis server, right? How you enter into Redis instance. So what happens with Redis is that it comes with two things. The first one is Redis server. So you have a command called Redis server, and the second one is Redis CLI, right? So if you hit enter, you're going to see we actually get an error that it could not create a server TCP listening on 6379 because address is already in use, right? That means we are already running Redis server. That's why we got this error at the end. So that's completely fine. If you do not get this error, that means you have just started Redis server and it's going to stay there. All right, so now that our Redis server is running, what we can do is we can connect with our server by writing redis-cli. And we'll be using this command a lot to get into the Redis server for the first few sections as well as in the hands-on practice exercises. So you are into this prompt, and this is a REPL for Redis now. So whatever you execute, hit enter, it will be executed immediately. So let's just go ahead and say hello world like this. And you can see we got our hello world from Redis. One quick thing, this command could be lowercase as well. It's just your choice. I prefer to write Redis commands as uppercase, but it could be your choice. If you want to write lowercase commands, that's completely fine. So we did a 3 hello world here, and that's like hip hip hooray of hello worlds. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. Let's just go ahead and move on to the next one, where we will do a little bit of more stuff, and finally also take a look at how we can integrate Node.js with Redis by the end of this section. So that is all for this one. I'm gonna see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go over through some common operations in Redis, starting off with get and set. So like I said, Redis is a key value store database. So that means you have to set the key and the value, and then you would have the ability to get the key and value. So on a very raw level, let's just log into Redis CLI first. On a very raw level, what happens is that in Redis, you can set by saying just set, and the autocomplete here will really help you. So the first argument you specify after writing set is the name of the key, which could be anything like codedam, and then separated with a space, this would be a value like awesome, right? And technically speaking, you don't really need to give quotes to the value if it's just a single word, but I would highly recommend you to do that because it clears, it kind of gives the indication what is a key and what is a value, right? So, you'll see a lot of OKs from Redis. Redis loves to say okay, right? All the time. So this means okay means that this key has been set. Now, how do you know that key has been set? You know that by saying get the key name, right? And you don't really have to specify any value in this case because obviously that doesn't make sense. Now, set and get are the fundamental building blocks of Redis, right? And these are the two things on which basically everything else will be built, more or less, because the fundamental meaning of Redis is to have a key value store. There's another interesting variant of set which I want to talk about, which is called setNX. So setNX basically just means set if non-existent, right? So what this means is, let's just say setNX key value. So I'm going to say codedam, and I'm going to say codedam, and I'm going to say wow, right? And you saw that we got an integer 0 as the output. What does that mean? That means if I just go ahead and say get codedam now, you can see our value is still awesome. It did not update to wow. Why is that? Because setNX only sets the value if the key is not present, right? Take a look at set here, for example. I can say set codedam 1, 2, 3, and now you will see that if I get codedam, it has been updated to 1, 2, 3. However, if I do a setNX of codedam 4, 5, 6, you'll see it still does not work. And the reason it still does not work is obviously because codedam is already set, right? If you try setNX with, let's say, Redis as the key and value being awesome, you're going to see, and I would want to keep that consistent with what I said. So you're going to see that you actually get a 1, and then you can say get Redis, and you'll see you get awesome, right? So setNX has a use case. Trust me, this is not just any additional feature. It gets a lot of use in rate limiters and a lot of custom applications. These are the things you should know about in Redis, right? You don't really necessarily have to memorize their syntax or their, functionality to the metal as well. You just have to know what you can do possibly in Redis, and then you can always look them up on Google, right? All right, let's also take a look at one of the other variants of get. So let's say I have a key set as name, and I'm going to say this key has this value has a certain structure in the sense that the first 2 letters are initials of the name and separated with a dash, and the next 2 letters are 2-letter word of country code of that user, right? So for me, it will be Mehul Mohan and then India. So let's say I want to get the name. Obviously I can do that and I'll get this full thing. But let's say I just want to get the first two initials of the user, right? Not really get the whole thing. Well, you might argue that, you can get the full string and then trim it in your programming language of your use. But let's be honest here. You might want to skip a few steps if you can just get that thing done in the database itself, right? Because that thing will cost you some CPU cycles within the programming language as well. So why not just get it done on the database layer? So what we have with Redis is another function called getRange. And what this does is that, as the autocomplete says, you specify a key, a start, and an end value. So let's just take a look at one by one. So I'm going to give it a name. I'm going to start with 0 and end it with 0. We got an M. If I started with 0 and ended with 1, you see we got an MM. So you can see this Redis index is actually inclusive of both, right? You get the lower bound as well as the upper bound. So getRange MM0 to 1 gives us that. We know that the format is, initials and then country letter code. So we know that it would probably be 45, not really. 56 will be our answer for the country code, right? So you can now store all sorts of stuff in Redis and just go ahead and do a getRange of name 56 and you'll be good to go. Similarly, you can use setRange here. So you can say setRange, then you can say name. Then what you want to say is the offset. And this is just the starting point, right? The ending point Redis will automatically calculate from your value, right? So I'm going to say I want to update IN to, let's say, US, for example, and hit enter. What you're going to see is now if I try to get name, you'll see that the Mehul Mohan dash has become US now, right? So you have just updated the part of the key without actually getting the whole key and then removing that and doing all that stuff. So you don't really have to necessarily do that. Let's just go ahead and set another key. So for example, let's just go ahead and say key 2 as Mehul is awesome. Hit enter. And now we get okay, that's completely fine. But what I want to do is now I want to get multiple keys like this together. So how do we do that? We say mget instead of just get. M stands for multiple here, and I can say key 2, which is fine. It just gives me one key, but you can see we got a number in front of that key, right? So that means, we can sort of return an array in a programming language structure, right? If you can think about it, it'll map to an array. So key 2, for example, then also let's say I want to get name. I also want to get code dump. And let's say I want to get some random key which does not exist. Hit enter and you'll see that we got all the keys in the order which we specified. That's important so that you can directly map the usage. And for the key which does not exist, we get nil, right? Or null in a programming language. We'll see that how integration works with Node later on, but you get the idea. Then just like mget exists, there also exists mset, which kind of gets confusing, honestly, but if you get the hang of it, you can get used to it, which is key value, key value, key value, right? So you can say key 1, value 1, key 2, value 2, key 3, value 3, right? That's why I prefer to write values in quotes, because it kind of, right now we just have key 1, key 2, key 3 as the names, but if they're different, it kind of gets a little messy to read statements like these, what is being said. So if you hit enter, you still get okay, and you can see that your key 1, or why not, let's just do mget, key 1, key 2, key 3 exist as value 1, value 2, value 3, right? So that's pretty cool. And finally, you can also delete these keys, right? So like I said, you can see that we have got a hodgepodge of keys right now. So one way to go about is to actually delete them one by one, which you can go ahead and do like del and just write, the key which you want to delete. So let's say key 1, in this case, key 1 gets deleted and you get an integer of 1, which is the number of keys deleted, right? So if you do a del key 2, key 3, yeah, that's it. Hit enter, you get 2 keys are deleted. If you try to delete key 2 again, for example, you'll get 0. That means key 2 was not there in the first place. So that's why. So you can do that, or you can also use a command known as flush all. But before that, I'll actually show you one handy command which lists all the keys, and you'll use it all the time. So this command is called key and star. Nope, keys and star, right? So this command right here lists all the available keys in your Redis database, right now. You might say, why is this useful? Useful when you're developing applications with Redis and you just want to get a quick glimpse of what the state of Redis looks like at the moment. So you can just have an different open server terminal and just take a look at what Redis looks like for now. So you can see that key star gives us all the keys, and now I can go ahead and do a del of name Redis and codedam. This will work just fine, but instead of doing this, what you can also do is write flush all. And this will just remove all the keys from Redis, right? So you can just go ahead and take a look at key star now, and you'll see that there is no key now. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this basic Redis tutorial. I hope you got a hang of how Redis works, looks like, how you can manipulate get, set, multiple set, delete, list all the keys, remove all the keys, do all that stuff. And this should be enough to just, enable you to play around. So for the next few exercises, try to complete them on your own. Try to complete the challenges which are given. And yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, welcome back. A very quick video on conventions on Redis key structure. You're going to find that, you can pretty much name Redis keys a lot of stuff. Like in variables, you cannot really use colon or hashes and stuff like that. In Redis, that is allowed. But a convention in Redis to follow, I mean, you can break conventions, that's not a big deal. But the convention to follow is you have a key, something like, namespace 1, colon, namespace 2, colon, and so on. So for example, let's say we are trying to go ahead and, create some key for a blog post so that we can cache that result later on. So what that could look like is blog, then maybe the URL of the slug, let's say my awesome post, and then the ID of the comment. Let's say we are caching that in Redis. So let's say 23, right? So I'm gonna say set blog my awesome post 23 as the value. This is so awesome blog post, for example, right? Now in Node.js, all I need to do is, let's say if I'm trying to get this comment from commands, right? All I need to do is extract out, first of all, the post ID and then comment ID like this from request.body or whatever. Sanitize it, super important. Make sure to parse it that, the user is authorized and is, enabled to see that comment. Make sure you do that stuff. Redis is not going to do that for you. And then you finally can create a constructed key like this, which follows a convention, which looks like, like I said, blog, then your post ID, then your comment ID. It's just a convention. Of course, you can go ahead and make use of underscores. Of course, you can go ahead and make use of slash. Of course, you can go ahead and make use of hash. Here, it's your wish, but you'll see that in a lot of code bases, if you're working, you might see that this is a colon. So first thing, I don't really want you to get confused what this is. This is a valid key name. And second thing, this is the convention, which kind of is followed in Redis world. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Alright guys, welcome back to another video. This is superpower of Redis, which we're going to be discussing about in this video. And honestly, I love the fact about Redis that this thing exists in Redis, and that is the support for temporary keys. This makes so much sense, and this is so awesome because now you are able to offload the timer aspect of your application to your database layer. What does that mean? This means that in Redis, you can go ahead and set keys which are temporary, that expire after a certain duration. It could be seconds, it could be minutes, it could be hours. It depends on you. So what we want to do in order to do that, let's say I go ahead and say set codedam is awesome, awesome forever, right? Because we know that codedam will be awesome forever, right? But yeah, I don't really want to expire this key, but let's just say we want to expire this for some reason. So what I can do is I can say expire, and then I can say codedam in 60 seconds. So that means this key right here will be expired in 60 seconds. And what do you do meanwhile? Well, you can do a keys of star to see that the key still exists. That's one thing you can do. You can also write TTL and then the name of codedam, right? So you can say codedam and you can see it's still got 45 seconds to go, right? 42 seconds to go, 40 seconds to go, 39, 38, and you can see the death approaching, right? So there's that. So what does this mean is that once this timer will hit, what will happen, as long as this timer is working, has not hit 0, you will get awesome forever. But the moment it hits 0 in 20 seconds about, you will see that this key is automatically removed without us writing del codedam. And even if you write del codedam right now, it wouldn't really crash or anything. This is just a background feature which can just delete the key. So you can see TTL 5, 3, 2, 1, boom, right? Okay, you saw that we got a -2 here because -2 means that the time or the key does not exist, right? So if you just go ahead and do TTL of some random thing, then you'll also get -2 because that key has been deleted. If you do set a key like key 1 and 100 and then do a TTL of key 1, which technically is not expiring, you will get a -1, right? So there's that. Otherwise, you will get the duration in seconds, how much the key has to live. Now, what you can do is instead of using set and then using expired, you can do it in a single statement as well by saying set ex and then the key name. So I'm going to say codedam. You can just omit the quotes for that. Codedam. I'm going to say this just for 10 seconds and the value is awesome forever and hit enter. And you can see we got an OK and it's just going to expire in 10 seconds. Let's see if we can make it. 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's gone, right? So now you get nil once it's gone. So yeah, that's one cool part of Redis. And what you can also do is just go ahead and set the Redis key again if you want to convert an expiring key to not expiry. So you can say set ex, for example, codedam 50, and then let's say awesome forever, right? Will be awesome forever for 50 seconds. So if you go ahead and take a look at this right now, it's awesome forever. TTL is close to 44, right? But I don't want it to expire, right? This is a pretty cool message. So I can say expire and then codedam to 100, right? And now we will see that the TTL, the TTL for codedam, TTL basically stands for time to live. I'm sorry, I did not actually elaborate on that. So if you were confused, TTL is time to live. So now you can see the time to live of the key has been increased. And if you want to remove this timer altogether, you can just set this key again with the same value, right? So awesome forever. And there you go. Now you can see the TTL has been changed to -1. That means it will stay here forever. Like I said, like you all know, codedam is awesome forever. So that is all for this video. We're going to be having a lot of interesting use cases of this timers and working with that very soon. But yeah, that's pretty much it for this one. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just quickly go ahead and take a look at, just some theoretical stuff, that how does Redis actually expire keys, right? Because this is interesting. And, if you think about it, it's a pretty cool thing, right? You can offload that timers and that part to Redis, which is a database layer. So if you think about it, Redis was built to operate on millions, even millions and hundreds of tens of millions of simultaneous keys together, right? So if you have tens of millions of simultaneous keys, like set ex and you're working with them, you might think that you also have tens of millions of timers, internal small timers running within the system, which sounds bad, right? But that's not technically how Redis works. So if you have a set ex, for example, codedam and 100, not really, codedam 10 and 100, what's going to happen is actually, we are not touching anything right now. Nothing is going on, nothing is happening. I'm not really writing any command. We are not technically touching this key, right? So Redis evaluates whether the key is expired or not on a need to know basis. There is no timer running, actually. What's really happening is that internally, under the hood, Redis has stored that this codedam key has to expire on 3 a.m. 2th minute and let's say 15 second. Let's say we started at 5 second, right? So that timestamp of expiry is there on this key. And the moment you access it via get, or maybe like, via listing all the keys by key star, whatever you do, the moment you try to access this key, Redis, before actually sending this key's value, or what the key is, it'll actually try to see if the timestamp is expired or not. If it is, it'll mark it as deleted, remove the value, and get on with it, right? Now this sounds super cool in theory, but actually this is cheating, right? Redis is not really getting rid of this key. It only gets rid of the key if you open the box, which sounds good, but it's actually bad for your system memory, right? If you think about it, if you're storing a large string here with an expiry of a few seconds, you almost want that expiry to clear, not because the key was meant to be cleared, but because you wanted to free up the memory. So for that also, Redis also randomly, not really randomly, before Redis version 6, Redis randomly used to just ping up keys and say, hey, are you dead? So that's a little funny, but Redis will just go ahead and poke around random keys. Are you dead? Are you dead? Are you dead? And it'll just clear off the keys which responded yes. But with Redis 6, there's a better I don't know, they're just following some algorithm which sorts the keys according to their expiry times. But yeah, they have a little bit of structure there. But rest being assured that Redis will always work as you intend it to. Like, set ex would always work like you want it to. It's not like somehow the key would magically pop up, even if you're even if Redis does not expire it in memory. But this is, just a little bit of theory. You should know how set ex and how Redis under the hood works, because these things like keep the interest going, right? In the framework, in the library, in the software. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to quickly see you in the next one. Make sure you're doing all the challenges and labs. That's pretty awesome and important. And you can do that only on codedamn.com. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video in which I want to show you an actual integration between Node.js and Redis. Now, first things first, you need to make sure that your Redis server is running. One way to go about that is to just write Redis CLI, and you'll see that this thing appears, which means that your Redis server is running on the local host at least. The next thing, you should be in a Node.js project, obviously. I am, and you can use Codedamn Playground as well. codedamn.com/playground/node, and you're up. And what you want to do is you want to install something known as io-redis, right? And let's just use yarn instead of npm. So I'm going to say yarn add io-redis. And what io-redis is, it's one of the packages of Node which enables you to communicate with Redis client, right? There are multiple packages. There is Redis, there is Node.js, I guess. There are a bunch of them, but I recommend io-redis, and I also use that on Codedamm's infrastructure. So that's that. All right, so once that is done, what you can do is you can go ahead and start working with this bad boy. So you can say const redis is require io-redis first of all, right? And if you just console log this thing, you will see in the console that you get a good object with yourself, right? But this is not how you do it. This is actually initialized with new. So you'll say a new Redis instance, which gives you access to a Redis client, which you can now interact with. So what does this mean? This means that you can go ahead and say, for example, host is localhost, which is true in our case, and port number is, for example, 6379. And how did we get this? We got this because if you observed, if you write Redis CLI, that's what you get, right? Now, this might be different depending on if you're trying to use some AWS Redis Elasticache or some external third-party one. So you might have a different domain or subdomain here, but the standard Redis port is always 6379. But for some reason, if you are running it on a different port, then you should mention that here. There are a bunch of more parameters which you can specify here, but I'll just leave it to you, if you want to have authentication and all that stuff. That's on a little bit of need to know basis. So you can refer documentation to that. Now, one quick thing about this, Redis operates its messages on TCP, right? So this is actually TCP communication, which is happening here. So your node process is going to establish a TCP connection to your Redis process, Redis server, your Node server and Redis server. So all the communication happens that way, right? And that's completely fine. That's how HTTP works as well. HTTP works over TCP. And this is a bidirectional communication, obviously. So you can say something to Redis. Redis can also say something to you, which is especially useful in pub/sub mode. We'll see that later on. But there's that. So let's just go ahead and start working with this. You can add listeners to this, you know, in the sense when Redis is ready or when Redis is available. But you necessarily do not need to do that because this library will automatically queue your messages anyway, right? So we can start working with like redis.set key1 and then value1, right? And that's it. So if I go ahead and, for example, run this right here, we got a console log. Oops, value1 is not defined because this is not in quotes. Key1 value1. Let's just go ahead and run this again. And you can see that we got this, and we stay at here because Redis is still running in the background. That connection is established. So we probably need to close that down. So for now, let's just do a Control-C here and go to Redis CLI, and let's just go ahead and list all the keys. I'm going to do a key star, and you can see that we got a key1, which we just set here with our Node.js code, right? So let's just go ahead and exit this out, and I'm going to go ahead and actually show you how you can quit your Redis client as well. But before that, how do we get this? How do we get that OK response with us, right? So if you go ahead and say set, for example, key2 value2, you see that we get this OK from Redis, which is an affirmation that's everything went right? In this case, we did not get that. So how do we do that? Well, you see that this action is actually asynchronous. Just like an HTTP request to a remote server is asynchronous. This is also asynchronous because, well, at the end of the day, you're talking over TCP, right? And Redis might very well be located on a remote server. So it makes sense to make it asynchronous. So what this returns is that it also returns a promise. This also expects a callback, right? So you can do either. So I'm going to go with a promise. I'm going to say value here, and I'm going to say await, and I'm going to actually console log value. I'm not sure if we are running the latest node here. Probably not. So we might need to throw it in async function, boot, for example, I don't know. And we'll just call this, right? And what we can also do once we are done is we can say redis.quit so that it quits our Node.js program. So once we do that, I can hit this and run this command. And what's going to happen is that we run this. Actually, let me just get rid of this console log. Let's run this, and you can see that we got this OK, which we always expected, right? So we can say OK, yeah, otherwise nope, you know, or we can just leave it like this. So that's one way to go about. If I try to get this key instead, for example, redis.get, and I say key1, that's it, hit the command, you can see that we got value1 as the output in this case, right? Which is pretty cool. So you can pretty much mimic all the commands of this Redis from this library. And I will highly recommend you to check out the documentation as well on the side for IO Redis and how the common operators, common instructions would look like. We will learn a lot more about working with this library in the next few projects which we'll be building. So that is all for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this section, we're going to be starting off with some projects. So I have set up a very simple Node.js server on Codedamn Playground, and we're going to be taking a look at how we can incorporate Redis into this one. So first things first, I'm just going to walk you through the project very quickly in this video, what is being set up and what is there. So it's a very simple Node.js application which just serves the index.html page and gets the number of stars of a particular repository, right? And then just shows them here on the screen. So we will be using GitHub API on the backend to make that call. And on the front end, we will be just calling our backend server, right? So we call the data endpoint with a method of post, and you can see we are using Express in Node.js, and we have configured it to use JSON, and we are creating an API endpoint with data, extract out the repo, which is, what is passed in this input field. We make a request to the GitHub servers to get the number of stars, which, the endpoint has, and then we respond to it. Now this is obviously not a production ready endpoint because it lacks try catch, error handling and stuff like that, but you can take care of that later down the line as well. I'm just gonna go for a little bit of simplicity at this point, so that's why we're gonna be keeping it like this. All right, so with that being done, now we want to set up Redis into this infrastructure, right? And actually, before we do that, let me just go ahead and actually show you how this looks like. So if I go ahead, or actually I can just do it right here by just go ahead and do that there. So if I go ahead and write Facebook React and hit on go, wait for a few seconds. Actually, we need to refresh this because the code was changed. Facebook React. You can see that we get stars for Facebook React this much. And then milliseconds this whole operation took was 471, right? Let's just think of something else. So, I don't know, let's just think about Google Angular. I hope this exists. Or maybe like, no, wrong repo URL. So maybe like Angular, because most of the companies keep it like this. Yeah, so you can see we took about 458 milliseconds for this request as well. All right, so let's see if we can do better. So what we're gonna do is integrate Redis into this API endpoint so that we can cache this thing, right? And the way we're gonna be doing that is I'm gonna be importing Redis from require IO Redis, right? And we can see that we do not have IO Redis installed at the moment. So let's just go ahead and install IO Redis. And actually what we can do instead of, just requiring it right here, we can create a separate file. We can say, for example, redis client.js like this. And here we can say Redis is equal to require IO Redis. Then we're going to be saying redis.create client because that's what we wanted to do. So we will say, this should be something like Redis. And then this will be something like Redis. Oops. Redis is equal to redis.create client, and not really create client. This should be redis.new redis because create client is for a different syntax for a different client, right? So once we have done that, we don't really necessarily need to pass any configuration because by default host is localhost and port is 6379. And you can verify that the Redis is running by writing redis CLI, and yes, it is running, so that's perfectly fine. And what I'm going to do is just say export default Redis right here, right? So that means we are just not really export default because we are using common JS right now. So we're going to be using module.exports. Now, what we can do is instead of doing it like this, I can just say Redis client. And now we can do our magic, right? So I can just go ahead and say console.log Redis just to see if everything's working fine, node index.js. And looks like something is not working fine. So node index.js. There we go. So we can get the Redis object. So that's completely fine. Now, what I want to do is I also want to say that how do we cache this? How do we cache this response? So to do that, what I'm going to do is actually check if this repo exists in Redis cache, first of all, before making a request. I'm going to say if Redis somehow .get this repo somehow, then I want to just, use the cached version. So to do that, let's just go ahead and take the value out of the Redis. I'm going to say value await redis.get repo. Let's assume that we are storing, it in the same fashion. Key is basically this whole thing. So one thing I would want to point out is please perform validation before putting in arbitrary user data as key, right? You always never really want to put arbitrary user data as a key as any operation without actually validating this, right? So I'm just going to skip it here for brevity, but you should go ahead and do that. So I'm going to say if value does exist, then that means we gotta cache it, right? I'm just going to go ahead and return it right in there. So I'm going to say status as okay, and then stars as response, not really response, just value, we can actually include another field called, let's say, from, and I'm going to say remote, right? And here we can say from, we can say Redis, right? So there we go. Now, if we do not have value, then of course this will happen, and then we'll get to this point, and that's all fine and good. But we also want to make sure that if the key is not available, we cache it. So how we're going to do that is we're just going to simply say await redis.set, and then I'm going to say repo, and I'm going to say response dot stargazers count, right? And we're going to only do that if response.stargazers count is not equal to undefined, because for not valid repos, this field will be undefined, right? So we're going to say if this is not undefined, then set it and then return it to the remote, right? So there we have it. Now I'm just going to go ahead and run the server by node mod index.js. And what is going to happen next is right here. Let's just make a little bit of more modifications. I'm going to also say source right here, and I'm going to say data.from, right? So that tells us where it is coming from. So I'm going to go ahead and write angular. Let's start with that and actually refresh this first. So I'm going to write angular, right? Go, and we can see that looks like something is crashing in our API. And that is because it looks like we just returned it. It should be return rest.json, right? We want to respond it like this. So if we go ahead and try to do this now, you can see we get stats for Angular is this, millisecond is this, and source is Redis. You can see we got our source from Redis. Let's say if I try for Facebook/React, go, you can see we got our milliseconds as 500 and source is remote, right? And this is the count. Let's go to the GitHub top repos and see if we can get these up and running. So I'm going to go ahead and paste this, and I'm going to get this to go 815 stars, 454 milliseconds, source remote, right? But now if I go ahead and press go again, we see we get a drop in the response time, and that's a consistent drop. It's not like it's just one time thing. You can consistently see that we are close to 300, 350, 250, that range. But if you're doing a fresh repository and that is not from Redis, you're going to clearly see that we are closer to 400, 500 range, right? Once you get to Redis, the milliseconds drop. Let's just take a look at Bitcoin, a very hot thing these days. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at that. And you can see we get 472. So it's close to, I would say, 50% reduction. And that is after the actual request, that is, this request right here, which actually goes through a remote server. It's not even through a, small server. It's a powerful server running on the cloud, right? So if you do it on your systems, it will be much more in terms of the difference, right? So that's one way you can integrate it, but the setup can obviously be improved a lot. It's not perfect, and we're going to be seeing how to improve that in the next video. Make sure you're attempting the exercises, because I will be creating a lot of exercises so that you implement it yourself. So do that, and that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video. Hey everyone, and welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and improve a little bit of our setup so that we get a little bit of more clarity on how Redis is working, and we can improve the setup as well. So first thing I want to do is I want to actually get a sense of what is the total time which Redis takes versus fetch takes right here, because you can see both are async, and this right here is a little bit of not so good metric, because it also includes the API endpoint of hitting this API from my browser to the server, right? So what we want to do is we also want to have a time start here, which is something like date.now, and then if there's value, I'm going to say time end is also date.now, and I'm going to just go ahead and say time for retrieval. and probably the spelling is wrong, so I'm gonna just say ret and I'm just gonna say time end minus time start, right? So this gives us a little bit of millisecond information on how much time it took. Similarly, we're gonna do the same thing here, and we're gonna be having this time end statement right after we have a response, right? And just for the sake of it, you know, just to make sure we are not calculating the Redis part inside the, you know, this part inside our calculation, I'm just going to reinitialize it again. So time start is this, time end is this, and then we just do a time for retrieval as time end minus time start. And we can go ahead and show that on the front end as well. So what I'm going to do is actually let's just go ahead and put it on different lines, because that becomes a little bit of messy otherwise. And I'm going to say time for retrieval is data dot time for ret, right? That's what we named, right? So there we go. Now what I want to do is convert this one into pre so that we get a nice output, and refresh this. So now if we try to go ahead and write angular for example, we see that we get the stars, we get the milliseconds, we get Redis, and time for retrieval is essentially 0, right? Which does not really help a lot. And that makes sense, right? Because Redis is super fast in the sense that you cannot really measure that in terms of milliseconds. You need a smaller resolution like microseconds or nanoseconds or something like that. But rest assured, we can say that this 330 milliseconds is just the round trip of this front end calling the backend API and then backend returning the response, right? So we can know that. All right, with that being done, let's just go ahead and try to implement a new repository, try to see a new one. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this one, iptv.org or whatever it is, and let's see what we get here. So you can see right here, we got a second of response, out of which 220 milliseconds actually went into this API call right here. You can see, right? So technically our backend only took about 800 milliseconds for this whole round trip, but it appears like 220 milliseconds were wasted in getting to GitHub and getting that data out. So if I go ahead and do that again, you can see we kind of get a similar figure, which we would have got if our time was 0. So there's that. You can see Redis definitely saves a lot of time. And then of course, you know, this stuff is variable because of network effects, right? Now, with that being done, what I want to do is actually, we want this to expire, right? Because if this is not expiring, then, you know, this is a problem, because repositories gain or lose stars over the time, right? So you want to maintain an updated database. So what you could do, you can take a couple of strategies here. The first one you can do is probably just go ahead and make use of getEx here. So the syntax would be similar to what you see inside of Redis CLI. So if you do a setEx, not really getEx, but actually setEx, so you can see you get key, seconds, and value. So instead of doing set, you know, what you do is you do set, but with key and then seconds to expire. So one thing you have to remember about using io-Redis is that whatever you write here, you know, mostly this will work. Whatever you write here in small case will be a command of Redis, like setEx, for example. Writing setEx would be a command, and then all the arguments which you pass will be passed one by one into the Redis server, right? So let's just say I want to set it for 60 seconds and then be done with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and start our server one more time, because this is already running. Let's just go ahead and refresh this and pick up a new fresh repository. So I'm going to go with this one now, because we haven't really picked up that one before. And once we go ahead and hit go, you're going to see we get a remote retrieval. But the next time you're going to see that we get a Redis retrieval. That means it's in Redis. But we have to hurry up now, because we have actually set this to expire in 1 minute. So let's see. Let's just go ahead and take a look at this TTL of this key, and you can see that it's actually going to expire in about 38 seconds, right? All right, so now you can see that you are not just caching the responses in the eternity. So you are actually revalidating and, you know, invalidating the cache after 1 minute. So that's a start. that's all for this video. In the next one, we'll be doing some more interesting stuff, so stay tuned. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, I want to share another way where we can, just help improve performance overall. And this is not really, any sort of specific method, but just something intuitive which clicked to me. So you can see right now it is all working fine and good. You click on this, you get a remote response for the first user, and then you can just click on this and you'll start getting Redis responding you for the next 30-60 seconds, whatever it is. But if you see what's happening here what's happening essentially is that for the 60 seconds you are responding with the data which is there, but that one user gets that response which is long in terms of retrieval time, right? So what you can do, again, this kind of defeats the purpose of Redis in the sense that you are making a request again, but at the same time this could be useful if performance for users is much more important than, for example, say hitting this endpoint again and again, right? If you don't really want to hit this endpoint again and again, that's absolutely fine. You should just return it right here. But if you can afford to do that, what you can do is pretty much, just return from here and then just perform a request, right? So you can say response, await. Look that you have already sent the response to the front end, right? So this is just extra stuff which we are doing right here. So what we can say, once the response is available to us, we can say if response .startGazer count is not undefined, we can just go ahead and update the Redis with the new stargazers count, right? Because now, this means that whenever somebody is actually visiting and continuously visiting, not only we are just actually keeping the same correct response time, which is 0 milliseconds or sometimes 1 millisecond, but we are actually also updating it and then extending the duration of that particular thing, right? So in this case, what's happening is, suppose you receive one hit on this every second. That's about 60 hits per minute, right? If you're receiving that endpoint, you don't necessarily want the data to stay stale for 60 seconds and then refresh and then stay stale for another 60 seconds. So this approach right here will help you with low response times, number one, because you are still, we retrieved from remote first time, and then we are always retrieving from Redis. But at the same time, this will also help you to maintain correct data. So your data is not stale, right? Well, I don't know if GitHub actually caches this. So let's just see if we can break this out. So if we go to this repo, and if I start this repo, right here, we have 651, 650. So if I go ahead and click OK, yeah, you can see that even though our source was Redis all the time, but still our response got updated. It would not have happened unless it would have hit remote first and then, back to Redis. So this approach will do that, right? So I just wanted to share this real quick with you, and that is pretty much it. That's all you would need in a setup like this. Now, of course, you can improve this in the sense that you can create wrappers around the code, which just cache them, do something like that. So one way we can do that is we'll explore that in the next video. But yeah, that's the essence of how you're gonna be doing stuff, right? So that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna be seeing you in the next one really soon. All right, everyone, welcome back to another Node.js plus Redis project. In this project, we'll be learning about how you can create a simple rate limiter with Node.js and Express. But in this video, I just want to walk you through over how the project works and looks like. So the front end is pretty simple. You can see we get and hit an API endpoint. We have 3 buttons and we have an output for showing what the API is returning. We just set up a few listeners on these 3 buttons, and the function which is called is this hit API every single time, 1, 2, 3. And you can see what we are doing essentially is just performing a fetch request to API 1, API 2, API 3, depending on what button we are hitting. The method is post, and then finally we just convert it into JSON, whatever response the server is sending to us, right? Then finally we append that to output in a text, and that's it. So if you go ahead and take a look, actually this is calls in a minute, not really just calls. So we're going to be changing that. So if you go ahead and take a look inside the backend now, you can see our first line is pretty simple. First route is simple because it's just returns us this index.html document. Then our 3 endpoints here, which are 3 APIs, API 1, 2, 3, all 3 say response okay and calls in a minute as 0, right? And one more thing, this should be actually API 2 and 3, not just API 1 all along. So once we do that, and also on the back end, what we want to do is actually change this to from just return to rest.json all the way down to every single API which we have. Alright, so with that being done, let's just go ahead and click on this hit API 1 and you can see we get a response okay, call 0, and we get all the way down. So our next task would be to increment these calls and introduce Redis and I have rate limiting and all that good stuff. So I'm super excited to do that in the next video. Let's just go ahead and take a look at that in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can integrate rate limiting with Redis on an Express app and on any single API. So we're going to be doing it raw, bare bones metal. But obviously you can use a package in production. You can use any NPM package you want, but I'm going to show you how you can do it in Redis itself. So first things first, for rate limiting, let's stick to just API 1 and then we'll extend it to basically all the APIs. The first thing I want to know is the IP address of the user, right? So how you determine an IP address of the user is in a couple of ways. It depends on if you're using remote proxy or not. So stuff like that depends, right? So if you go ahead and actually console, just get the IP from either the X forwarded for. So this is how you use it if you're sitting in front of a remote proxy like Nginx. And I know we are in fact sitting in front of Nginx for this container Codedam runs in. So we will have a right IP from this, or you can have a request.connection.remote address as well as the property if you're directly sitting across the internet. So you can use these two things and you'll be good to go. Now, the next thing is let's just go ahead and actually take a look at our IP. I'm going to just ip.slice 0 to 5 so that we just know that it's working, but not really expose the whole IP address. So I'm going to go ahead and hit API endpoint 1 and you can see that it kind of, gives that IP field. That's fine. All right, so the next thing I want to do is once we have our IP address, what we want to do is we want to somehow say that, this person has visited this API route. And for the sake of my IP address privacy, I'm just going to go ahead and use the first, let's say 8 or maybe like 9 characters in the IP address, right? So you will get my IP address like this, but ideally you can go ahead and use the full IP address, right? So you can go ahead and do that. That's completely fine. So what we're going to do next is we're going to be storing this thing inside Redis. And we already have a Redis client with us, which we did in the last project. So there's that. And what we want to do is we want to say, first of all, await redis.increment, and then we pass in this IP address, which we have, right? And the property of increment is that if the key does not exist, it'll create it, it'll set it to 0 and then increment it. So you finally get 1, right? If it does exist, it just increments it by 1. So that's pretty handy. So you can just go ahead and say const, requests and just console.log number of requests made so far. And that could be just requests, right? So there we have it. Now, if I go ahead and refresh this, well, we did not really need to do that, but anyway, if I click on this, you can see we get number of requests made so far, 1, 2, 3, and it will go on and on. So we can pretty much pass this like this, and you can see now if I go ahead and just press on this, you can see our calls are now getting incremented, which is progress, right? Which is progress, but this is still not calls in a minute thing, right? But we'll come to that. But for now, we can work on this, right? So we want to say that, hey, if you're making so many requests, request is greater than, let's say 20, then I just want to say return res.status is 503, and JSON, response error, calls in a minute, and then -1, whatever, or maybe like request as well. Why not? Right? So now if we go ahead and make it all the way to 20, you can see now we start getting response as error and calls as, whatever the calls amount is, right? So this time now your expensive function calculation can go here, your database calls, whatever you're doing, that could happen here at this point, because now you have just stopped the person from actually using your service. Yeah, right? You have rate limited them. So that's how you do rate limiting in a basic sense, but this is obviously an incomplete solution. So we're going to be taking a look at how we can enhance this in the next video. That is all for this one, and I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can go ahead and implement the functionality to actually make sure that, there is a cooldown thing happening after some time. So that's pretty simple. If you have used Redis so far, you would understand now that the only thing we need to do is we need to just make sure that we are updating or renewing the expiry date on Redis, right? So you can say await Redis.expire, and then you can set expiry to this particular key. So we know this is IP, and then let's say I can say it's 60 seconds, right? And we do this only when request is equal to 1. That means on the first request, whenever the server arrives, we're gonna do that. So that means whenever the IP address or whatever it is makes the request for the first time, then we set the expiry on the key to be 60 seconds. And then it'll stay that all the way up to, if this window expires, then your count gets reset. Otherwise, you just stay there, right? And you can also go ahead and say let expiry time, and what you can do if request is equal to 1 like this. Otherwise, what you can do, not really expiry time, but TTL. Otherwise, what you can do is set TTL to await Redis.TTL and then IP. And then you can pass in the TTL like this. And you can also pass TTL right here, right? And, you can give this TTL right here. So now what you can do is basically, you can give TTL to 60 here instead of assigning it to this value, but you get the idea. Now you can go ahead and say right here, response, calls, and then also TTL. That is how much time there is left for this particular application to work. Now what you can do is go ahead and refresh this and hit on this. All right, so now let's just go ahead and try to hit API 1, and you can see we got a TTL of -1, which is not good because we are not clearing our Redis CLI. So let's just clear our Redis store and run node more again, hit refresh, hit API 1, and you can see we get TTL 60. Then on the next call, it's 57, 56. So it's expiring, it's going down. But if you take a look, if we go all the way to 20, now we start getting errors, right? Because now we are not executing this part, but we still see that TTL is about 50. It's 42 now. So it'll come down all the way to 60 or all the way to 0. And once it does, then your client will be able to make more requests again, right? So this code right here is now safe from more than 20 executions per minute, right? Now, of course, depending on your requirements, you can play around with this number 20 and 60 right here, depending on what you want. Maybe you want a per second, throttling, or maybe like per 10-minute or per hour throttling. It depends on you, but that's how you're gonna do it, right? In a very simple way. You can see we have still 4 seconds to go. And now if we hit enter, you can see we got TTL 60 again, and it goes on and on, right? So that's one thing to go about. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video in terms of how you can set up TTL we will, in the next one, probably take a look at how we can clean this up a little bit. So that is all for this one. I'm going to see you in the next video really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how we can create a middleware for our rate limiter, because this looks ugly to use and it's not really feasible as well. So let's just go ahead and actually just go ahead and do something like rate limiter.js, right? And this file will consist of a function right here, which we can use as a middleware. So first things first, what this would be is it will be a function which would be in the form of an express middleware. So rate limiter would probably look like request, response, and next. That's what express middlewares provide you. Request is this object which you get, response is this object, and next is basically a function which if you call, the next middleware in the chain will be called, otherwise it will not be called. So our functionality would remain more or less the same. So I'm just going to copy and paste this whole thing right here, right? We will also get our Redis like this so that we have access to our Redis client. This will again become async. So we have a rate limiter right here, and we will finally say module.exports rate limiter. So we get the IP address first of all. We check the request by rate limiting, by incrementing it in Redis. We can see that if this thing happens, it's fine. Otherwise, this is it. Then what we can do is we can check, just copy out that logic and then make a little bit of modifications. So, oops, we say if this is the case, then do this. Otherwise, just call next. That means just call the next route, right? Whatever it is. So with that being done, what we want to do is we want to make this rate limiter a little bit more flexible, in the sense that instead of doing all of this, what this rate limiter would do is it will actually return us a function itself, right? And I'm going to tell you why that is a good way to go about. All right, so now why I did that because this way we will be able to provide some of the features, some of the functionalities which might differ from API to API, right? And you don't really want to mess around with the actual core code. So let's say this is let's say a second window. Seconds window, not really a good name, but I'm bad at naming things. So there we go. And then let's say allowed hits. So these are the two parameters which are also required. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the seconds window right here and allowed hits right here, right? So what we are doing is basically making this dynamic in the sense that, hey, if your second windows expire, or if it does not expire and your allowed hits exceed that thing, then you're bad, right? And you can also set your TTL like this. So there we go. This looks good to me, at least. Let's just try to take a look at this and see if we can use it as a middleware. So I'm going to go ahead and import this rate limiter from this file, rate limiter, which is available, right? And now inside Express, I'm just going to put it like this, and I'm going to say, what we need to do. Seconds window is basically, let's say 10 for this, and allowed hits is 4, for example, right? And then we do something like this, or because this is not an endpoint, we're going to be doing this right here. All right, so now once we do that, hit refresh, what's going to happen now? Well, I think our application is crashing. That's why. Await Redis.increment is only valid in all right, looks like we are doing a little bit of problem here. First of all, we want to get rid of all of this. So your expensive function calculation goes here. And second of all, this should be async, not this one. I mean, you could keep that one async as well, but that's not required. So once we do that, what's going to happen is the following. So now if we go ahead and take a look at our index file, hit API 1, you're going to see, oh, and I made a big mistake. Can you guess what it is? These functions orders should be reversed. This should be actually here, because the first call you make is actually with the arguments, right? Then this returns a function to you, which actually is an express middleware. So that is something which should not have happened on a live course, but just to share failures along the way. That's how you learn, right? So function, request response next, and you can say rate limiter. This is your rate limiter function. So you call this function right here by these arguments. This returns you a middleware, which technically, if you know about this, is using closures to store these values, and that's how it happens. So once that is done, let's just go ahead and see if we are good to go. Yep, hit API 1, and we are still facing some errors. Request is not defined. So all right, that's because we have removed some code. So we can use request.request, and we can inject this through the middleware. So I can just go ahead and say that before calling this request, and then I can just set it to request, right? So that's a little hack. Not really a hack, Express middlewares modify the request object all the time, and then you can access that inside here, right? Like that. All right, so with that being done, we are closing enough on making sure that our API works just fine. So if I click on this, we still get another error, TTL is not defined, and that is again something we can hook into the request. So I won't really recommend doing this on the top level, but probably somewhere inside your own custom object somewhere, so that you just don't just populate the global scope of the request object. So now if I click on hit 1, you can see we have a small TTL, and we are now getting errors. So that's one thing. Another thing is now this solution is pretty much reusable across different APIs, right? So that's pretty cool. So you can have a seconds of 5 and allowed head of 2, or maybe like just 1. So you just want a single request happening at a 5-second interval. That's how you're gonna do it, right? So if I go ahead and refresh this again, hit API 2, you can see that we go ahead and do that. And of course, the first request we got is bad because we are not returning the correct values from the backend. That's why. So if I hit on this again, you can see we have a TTL of 5 now, and it errors out after one single request. So yeah, I mean, you can pretty much do that on API 3 as well. I hope you get the idea. And that's how you create a very simple rate limiter with Redis. So that is all for this video. In the next one, we'll be exploring some more fun stuff about Redis. We'll be seeing what is possible. I'm gonna see you in the next video, and make sure you're attempting the challenges, the labs, doing it yourself as well as we go on in the course. Hey everyone, welcome back to another video in which we'll be discussing about atomicity and the nature of Redis. So Redis, by default, you should know, is single threaded. And what do I mean by that? That is a very important thing you should know if you're trying to work with Redis in high load environments. And what does single threaded mean and achieve? So for example, let's just go ahead and create a function, a dummy function, which just does await, let's say redis.increment, and let's say some key with a value of 1 or whatever, right? So you can see that this statement right here will increment the key, right? Now you can go ahead and write it a bunch of times in the statement and assume that this is running on server 1, right? Which is a server somewhere on the cloud. Let's say there is another function dummy 2, which is also running, but this is running on server 2, which is a completely different function from dummy 1, right? So these are two completely different functions which are running on different servers. Now, the question is, if we take a look at this method right here, or at a single method, at the single call, what you'll realize is that redis.increment is actually, returns you a promise which you have to wait. Why? Because this communication happens over TCP, right? So let's say server 0 is our server which hosts Redis, right? Host Redis instance or cluster or whatever it is. So whenever you call this, what's going to happen is server 1 is going to communicate to the connection, the established TCP connection to server 0, and say, hey, I want to increment this key. Then it's also going to say, hey, I want to increment this key. Hey, I want to increment this key. Increment, and so on, right? And so on here as well. But the server 0, which is actually writing these operations to the database and reading from database and performing all sorts of stuff, is actually running on a single thread, By definition, what this means is that Redis is never parallelly executing two operations at once inside of an instance mode, right? So if you're running a Redis like this, and if Redis, receives two operations, it technically, not even theoretically, it technically cannot run two operations at once because it is a single-threaded language. Not really a language, a single-threaded implementation of the database. You know what else is single-threaded? Node.js. Node.js is also another example of a single-threaded language. Now, Node.js can obviously handle a lot of traffic and HTTP, and it's built for I/O, but that's for a different day why that works. But, with Redis, what the point is that all of these operations are always happening sequentially, right? Irrespective of where you are, how you're calling them, what you're doing. These operations on Redis machine are happening sequentially. That means no two operations will ever be running together. Let's see why this is important. This is important because let's say for some reason Redis was able to process operations on two threads, right? So, depending on what the Redis call looks like, let's say our key starts from 0. Let's say this call right here gets finished, we get to 1, right? At the same time, somehow server 2 also makes a call, right? And let's say this call ends in key 2 becoming 2, right? Now, let's assume that this request and this request right here arrives at Redis at the same point, right? Therefore, now what's happening is that you're running two threads of Redis. So these are two threads, T1 and T2. It is technically possible that there might be a race condition, in the sense maybe Redis tries to increment this key, right? With this operation as well as this operation. Now, if Redis was supposed to be running on two threads, under the hood, we are talking like very bare bones right now on assembly level. So under the hood, I'm not, my assembly is not very strong, but I do remember you have to copy the value from memory to register inside of CPU. So you do something like, copy it from EAX register to, from memory address to register, EAX for example. Then you increment it, you increment the register, and then you store it back to memory, right? My assembly, again, like I said, it's wobbly, but this operation right here is not fundamentally atomic, right? A lot of good stuff can happen in between. This is the assembly code which Redis will be running under the hood. So what could happen is, technically, let's say there's a, T2 is also working here. So let's say you copy this, memory to EAX, for example, in T2 thread. And then once it does it, let's say it copies value of 2, right? Now, this right here does that, the same thing, but this also increments it and stores it back. Now you have a problem because the second increment, which was supposed to make this value, this was supposed to make it 3, and then this was supposed to make it 4. This value is now old, right? It's stale value. So it will also make this 3, and effectively you have missed a Redis command, right? So now you have stored stored an older value, although this should be 4. This is why Redis does not use multi-threading. At least that's what I can make out of. There might be a lot of good other reasons as well, but you get the idea that there might be, as a developer, you have to be very careful how you're dispatching operations, right? If you're using multi-threaded mode in Redis. So that's why I believe Redis does not stick to multi-threaded, or at least, it stays single-threaded mode so that we don't really run into these conditions. So yeah, this is a quick, overview, basically an underlying overview of why Redis is single-threaded and why it is good to be single-threaded. It's not always bad to be single-threaded. So yeah, but yeah, obviously one huge disadvantage which you can see right away is that Redis cannot really use your multi-core CPU now, because at the best it will be just confined to a single core system, a single core of the system. So that's because it runs on a single thread. Same problems with Node.js, right? So these things are pretty much common with them. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at key matching with patterns using Redis. Now, this might seem awfully familiar if you have used maybe either regular expressions or if you have used any sort of database before as well. So, you would be able to relate to it. So how does that work? Let's say we set a key to codedam, and let's say this is codedam blog, and let's say this is codedam.com/news, right? The value. Let's say another one is codedam main, which is the main website, and this is codedam.com, right? Let's say another one is codedam creator, people who create codedam courses, creator.codedam.com, right? So this should be a good enough start for us. Now what we could do is we can go ahead and actually extract out some of the keys. We can extract all the keys like key star. So that's one way to go about. Another thing you can do is you can actually pattern match these things, right? Let's just say I set a random key as well, something, right? So if we do key star, you're gonna see that you get all the keys. However, you can just restrict it to getting codedam keys. So how do you do that? Let's say we do codedam and then star, right? So you see now we are just listing keys which start with codedam, right? That's the pattern, that this should be codedam and then any key followed by, any number of characters. Once you do that, you have other options to proceed. For example, let's say we want the keys which have codedam, and let's just go ahead and set one more key. Oops. Let's just go ahead and set one more key, codedam. And let's say, I don't know, Mamma Mia. I don't know. Let's just go ahead and set it to 1, 2, 3. Right? And now what I can do is I can try to list keys, all of them which start with codedam and actually start with M or B, right? So if I go ahead and do that, you're going to see that we got nothing because we have to have a star operator there as well. So it starts with M or B and then anything in front of it, right? Similarly, you can have keys, codedam, which have only 4 values, 4 characters to be precise, apart from this, this colon. So hit enter and now you're only getting keys which have these 4 characters. So you can see that, although I did tell you that you could pretty much just go ahead and keep keys name as anything, these sort of identifiers will actually help you narrow down a few keys, right? So you can kind of like make this a checklist that don't really keep question mark or star or these square brackets as your key name, right? Although there are ways you can escape them as well, but that's what I would recommend. You won't really need it that much unless you have a specific use case, but you should know about this. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and learn about lists in Redis and how they work. So lists in Redis, if you're coming from a Python background, the term sounds familiar. It's basically a bunch of elements in a specific order. So what you can do is you can go ahead and create a list by saying lpush and then the key and the value. So the key would be the name of the key, which is the name of the list. So let's just say this is fruits, for example, and the value is Mongo, not really Mongo, but actually mango. So mango. Let's do an lpush of fruits with an apple, right? And let's do an lpush of fruits with a banana, let's say, right? So now, how do you see what's the list? Well, you can see that by saying lrange and then the name of the list and then start and stop. So if you want like start and stop to be 0 to 100, then obviously only 3 elements exist. That's why you get only 3 elements. Now, one interesting thing you can see is that we were using lpush. That means if you consider this as a list, for example, this is the direction, you're always pushing at this end of the list, right? At the left end. So that's why the name lpush. You can see you start with a mango, then you push apple to the left. That means apple comes here before mango, and then banana comes here before apple. And that's what precisely happens. If you do an R push of, let's say, fruits and let's say strawberry, STRAW, right? And now you go ahead and do an L range again of fruits from 0 to 100. You'll see that strawberry is actually at the other end, right? So that's how you push to list. That's how you get the total elements in the list, and that's how you right push and left push. So this was a quick introduction to lists. In the next video, we'll see how to work with lists even more with some of the more features and functionalities and a bunch of use cases. So I'm going to see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and take a look at how you can remove elements from a list and what are the different ways of doing that. So first of all, let me just go ahead and quickly create another list. So I'm going to say L push fruits, mango, not mango, again, mango, banana, let's say orange, and let's say, I don't know, let's keep it that, right? So now we have a list of 3 items. Now let's say I want to remove this list, right? Remove some element from this list. So one way to go about that is doing an L pop. So it obviously means that you are doing a list pop. It might seem like that, but that stands for left pop. So that means it's going to remove an element from the left, that is the starting of the list, right? So we discussed that a list can be pretty much created and removed from either end. So if you actually do let me just go ahead and show you the list first before we remove it. So if I do an L range of fruits 0 to 100, for example, you're going to see we have orange at the first, then banana, then mango. So if I do an L pop of fruits, you're going to get orange. So that's because that's the first element from the left, right? That is from the starting. If you arrange this in a sequence where you just move this in a column instead of in a row instead of a column, you'll see that L stands for left makes sense. Similarly, if you do an R pop, what's going to happen? It's going to remove mango because that's the rightmost element, right? And now L pop or R pop both will remove banana because that's the only element left in the list. So there's that. Now this is interesting. Let me just go ahead and do an L pop again of fruits, and you're going to see that we get banana. But if I do it one more time, you're going to see we get nothing, right? And obviously it makes sense because the list is empty. So similarly that will happen on rpop as well. But in Redis, what happens is that Redis gives you another method and another function call, you can say whatever, another command, which is known as blpop and brpop. And what these commands are, you can see in the helper, you have to specify the key and then a timeout. What these commands do is that they basically allow you to block the operation as long as that element is not available, right? So it will not return you nil immediately. Let me just go ahead and show you that. So you see blpop, for example, fruits, and then a timeout of 0. So if I do that, you're going to see it stays there. And the reason it stays there is because it saw that, okay, I don't have anything to return. That means I'm going to return nil. But because you have specified timeout of 0, that means I'm going to wait forever. I'm going to wait until someone pushes to this list. And once they do, I'm going to give it to you, right? So if you had another Node.js program, for example, in the background running, which probably might have connected to Redis and pushed to this list. And if you did that, you will see that later, right? So you will see that element popped here. But for now, if you go ahead and do, for example, bl pop of fruits, not bl op, but bl pop of fruits, and then let's say you specify a timeout of 5 seconds. So it'll gonna wait for 5 seconds just to see, if somebody gives you anything. And if not, it'll return you nil, right? So it's kind of like a fail safe so that you don't really end up into deadlock situations. So there's that. Again, it also has a complementary method function called brpop that is again blocking right pop. So fruits, if we just go ahead and actually do something like, I don't know, let's see, L push fruits, hello, for example, and if I do brpop fruits, you're going to see if I specify a timeout of 0, the first element you get is the key name and the second one is the list. And why is that? Because you can have multiple key names, multiple keys specified here. So you can have a list L push of, let's say list 1 is hello 1 and L push of list 2 is hello 2. And if you do a brpop of list 1 and list 2, you're going to see you're gonna see that you get list1, hello1, and that's it. Now the reason why it stopped there is because brpop is made in such a way that whatever number of list you specify here, it's gonna try to return the rightmost element because of the br, and it's gonna stop there, right? So if you try to do this again, you see that list1 is now empty because it only had single element hello1. But if you do it now, you're gonna see you get the output now from hello2. That is, you get the output from list2. So basically, it's just gonna scan all the list which you specify and return the element whichever is not null as fast as it could, right? And obviously, if you have specified a timeout, it's gonna just wait on all of those lists. Now, if you think about it, it is actually very, very, it could be actually a sophisticated logic in your programming language where you might have to involve timers and watchers and everything. And Redis provides you on a database layer, right? It provides you this functionality out of the box. This is why it is much more than just a key value store, although it advertises itself like this. But things like these can be used to implement highly efficient queues, right? And they are actually used in a lot of production systems, but you might see them being used as an abstraction, right? So you might have a service which is using Redis under the hood, performing all these low-level actions, and they might be just exposing a simple queuing API to you. So AWS does that for a lot of its services. I know that a lot of other services can also make use of this functionality as well. So that is all. Again, if you try to do this, it's gonna just hang on and just see whenever something gets added to list1 or list2, and it's gonna return that. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I hope you understood how you can push and pop and blocking pop from list in Redis. And that is more or less the majority of things which you'll do with Redis. Like you can also just trim and get elements at a certain index, but you can refer to documentation for them all the time. So yeah, that's pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. And in this video, let's just go ahead and learn about sets in Redis. So set, if you have a little bit of mathematical background, consists of only unique values. So you can create sets in Redis, and that is a pretty cool thing, right? Because now you don't really have to worry about duplicated elements and all that stuff. You can just throw a bunch of elements at Redis in a set, and Redis will make sure that you are always having unique elements in there. So that's a pretty cool thing if you have a use case which requires unique elements, but the input kind of is arbitrary, right? You cannot really determine beforehand. So how do you do that? Just like list, you just start adding stuff, right? You don't really declare that this is a set element and that stuff like that. You just say sadd, which is the command for adding something to set. So S stands for set and add stands for, adding something. Let's say I want to have a favorite languages. Let's say favorite lang and add JavaScript to it, right? I'm going to go ahead and do sadd again and favorite lang, let's say Python, for example. Now I've added 2 elements to the set, and what I can do is now take a look at what the list consists of. So for that, I'm going to go ahead and say members, and this will be favorite lang, right? And once I hit enter, you're going to see this is Python and JavaScript. All right, so if you try to add something, let's say another thing, favorite lang, and why not, let's say C++, that's also a good language. And you see that every time it returns you a single one, right? Apart from, you would have seen a list that it returns you, the number of elements, but this time it returns you 1. And the reason for that is that 1 means that the element has actually been added to the set, right? If you try to add another element which has the same, the same name as some element before in the set, you're going to get a 0. That signifies that, hey, it has already been added, right? So I'm not really going to add it again to the set. And members favorite lang would just reveal that, hey, you just have 3 elements here. One thing you have to remember is that this is an unordered collection of, strings or whatever you're using. So don't really expect any particular order to be maintained here, right? You can also get the length of this instead of just getting all the elements by using scard. And card, again, is mathematical term cardinality of a set, which means the size of the set, right? So it might seem very familiar if you have done set theory or anything like that. So the names are similar. Again, you have a bunch of more methods like set difference, set intersection, which might be super useful if your application requires that, right? Because otherwise you will be writing it yourself in your coding layer, which almost always is going to be a little bit inefficient compared to what Redis is providing you upfront, right? Because obviously Redis is written in C, C++, is operating on a lower level and would be most likely faster than your implementation, right? Because people have been writing and maintaining this source code for years. So that's one thing, and you can do a bunch of other stuff with Redis as well. I would recommend, if you just learn these things on need to know basis, right? If you need this on for your project, you should just know that sets exist, right? And then go ahead and take a look at the documentation. If you want to take a difference, how you do that, and go ahead and do that. No need to just cram this up beforehand, because the important stuff is you know about Redis, you know about sets exist, and you know about how to work with them on a bare bones level. That's it. Once you are above that, you should be good to go and figure out everything on your own. So yeah, that's again pretty much it for this video. I'm gonna see you in the next one really soon. If you're still watching this video, make sure you comment down in the comment section, I watched this video till the end. Also, if you're not part of CodeDamp's Discord community, you're missing out a lot on events which we organize on a weekly basis to code. You already know the drill. Make sure you like the video, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and thank you so much for watching.